Lehigh City, Lehigh Number 1 Middle School is an extremely luxurious, aristocratic institution. The campus spans hundreds of mu and is fully equipped with all facilities. In particular, its top-notch national enrollment rate in higher education institutions has made countless students yearn for it. At this moment, in the classroom of Class 5, Grade 1. For this Chinese class, let's discuss Ode to the Prince of Tung Pavilion. The old town of Yuzhong, the new prefecture of Hongdu. The bespectacled female teacher was reading aloud with great emotion. When deeply engrossed, she would turn around and write a couple of characters on the blackboard with chalk. The moment she turned around, the students below started whispering. "Hey, Brother Cohen, do we freshmen have to memorize this stuff?" A tall, thin, and somewhat dark-skinned boy propped up his book on the desk and turned his head to ask the boy with a rascally look behind him. "Who knows?" The one called Brother Cohen rolled his eyes and looked indifferent. "Anyway, neither of us is going to memorize it. Why do you care? Don't tell me that with your family's huge fortune, you haven't found your way out yet." The boy nodded in deep agreement after hearing that and turned back. "Well, that's true. Point one should remain as ambitious as ever in old age. How can one change one's noble mind when the hair turns white? When poor?" Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted him. Ms. Yang. Sorry to interrupt, to be by the door, a woman stood there. Her name was Song Jia. With a somewhat sharp-featured face, she was the dean of all the freshmen in Grade 1. "Ms. Song, go ahead, please tell me." Upon seeing the newcomer, Teacher Yang quickly dispelled the irritation on his face and instead donned a somewhat obsequious smile. After speaking, he also cast a menacing glance below. The drowsy students below immediately raised their heads. It wasn't that they were afraid of this Chinese teacher. Rather, in this dull high school life, any small deviation from the norm could arouse the students' intense curiosity. Teacher Yang stepped aside, making room for Director Song on the podium. "Dear students, I'm terribly sorry for interrupting your studies. I've come to your class today to announce an important matter." After saying that, she waved towards the door. A young man of 18 or 19 immediately walked in. "Come and introduce yourself to the classmates," Director Song said. "Hello, everyone. I'm Chun Zhu. It's a pleasure to meet you all," the young man said expressionlessly, uttering the usual polite words. "Is that all?" Chun Zhu nodded, his eyes cold. Seeing this, the students below immediately began to whisper among themselves. "Damn it, who is this guy? So arrogant. It's been so long since the semester started. Does our school even allow transfer students? My cousin's family spent over 100,000 yuan and still couldn't get him in. Humph, just wait. Someone will teach him a lesson." The last words were spoken by Brother Cohen, who was also quite annoyed with this young man. "Damn it, it's like tattooing a frog on a tadpole. Who the hell do you think you are pretending to be?" Zhu heard every single word spoken below the podium clearly, but he didn't show any reaction. In his eyes, they were nothing more than inexperienced young lads who had yet to venture into society. No matter how noble their birth or how wealthy their families, they were still no match for his own old man. The thought of this, he seethed with silent anger. He had finally retired from the military and intended to take a peaceful break for a while, perhaps even embark on a global tour. Maybe, when fate smiled upon him, he'd bring back a foreign girl to marry and start a family, and he'd be able to hold his grandson in his arms at an early age. Although most countries might not grant him entry, truth be told, their words didn't carry much weight. All he wanted was a simple vacation and a tour. He hadn't stolen or robbed anyone. Could they really send the army to arrest him? Moreover, they didn't have the guts to do so. He wasn't a stranger to similar situations. Chun Zhu was puzzled, and the image of the old man at home resurfaced in his mind. 10 days ago, on the majestic Qingtsong Mountain, a small wooden cabin stood beside the precipice. "Old Zhang, I'm retired. They said I've killed too many people and am under surveillance. They want me to come back and rest for a while." Zhu pushed the door open excitedly and said to the old man munching on sunflower seeds inside the room. At that moment, he could even envision the blissful life ahead. After years of missions, even a conservative estimate of his rewards would amount to tens of millions of US dollars. Just a small fraction of that would ensure a life of comfort. Chun Zhu's face was brimming with anticipation. "Yeah," the old man replied nonchalantly, not even taking his eyes off the old-fashioned TV in the corner. It was unclear what was being broadcast on the TV channel with a snowy picture. "Hey, old man Zhang, stop watching that lousy TV. There are only 2 channels all year round, and one of them is a pay-per-view channel. quickly give me some travel expenses. I'm going on a trip. Chenju stretched out his hand towards Old Man Zhang. Normally, all the expenses for his missions were covered by the organization's funds. This was the first time he asked Old Man Zhang for money. All the commissions he had earned over the years were handed over to Old Man Zhang without a single cent held back, which could be regarded as repaying him for his upbringing and the tuition for teaching him skills. Not a cent, the old man waved his hand. Seemingly having had enough of munching on sunflower seeds, he got up and slowly took out a small plate of pickled vegetables from the cabinet beside him. Then he turned around and fetched a bottle of wine from the other side. Chenju stood at the door, quietly waiting for him to finish these actions. I'm not asking for much. I've gone on so many missions. Just give me the reward for one or two of them. He took a step forward, came beside the old man, and helped him close the cabinet door. They'll travel around various places and then come back. He'll stay on this mountain quietly and take care of you in your old age. By the way, we'll see if I can bring back a granddaughter-in-law for you. Chenju spoke earnestly that he had never met his parents. It was Old Man Zhang who had raised him all these years. Chenju had long regarded him as his only kin and the person he trusted most. He thought that since he had even brought up his lifelong happiness, the old man shouldn't refuse him. However, apparently, this emotional appeal didn't seem to work at the moment. Old Man Zhang picked up a bit of pickled vegetables with chopsticks and took a big gulp of wine. Xiao Go Dan, do you know what is the most important thing in this world? Chenju tilted his head. Strength? Money? He replied with doubt. No, haven't I told you not to call me that name? Chenju suddenly realized, and his face showed shame. Who on earth told Old Man Zhang that this name was auspicious? He had been called this for more than a decade, but he had no way to change it. Although the old man in front of him was thin and bony, the legend of the living Yama in the martial arts world still lingered in people's minds like an inescapable shadow, even after so many years. When he was a child, it was this old man who fought his way out with a knife to save him several times when he was in danger. Chenju knew that if they really fought, 10 of them might not be a match for this old man and his family. Chenju sighed and could only let him call this name, oh no, completely wrong. Old Man Zhang put down his chopsticks and spoke broken English with a strong local accent. It's a diploma. He looked extremely anxious that it seemed that he had drunk the wine too quickly and coughed twice. The spittle mixed with the smell of alcohol splashed on Chenju's face. However, he didn't rush to wipe it off. Instead, he stepped forward and gently patted Old Man Zhang on the back to help him catch his breath. After feeling a bit better, Old Man Zhang raised his hand to signal him to stop. Chenju then walked aside on his own and wiped his face twice in the flour iron basin with a layer of sediment at the bottom. Little Gooden, don't say, your uncle, don't take care of you, Old Man Zhang said earnestly, taking out a slightly scorched exercise book from under the Kong mat. Hearing this, Chenju turned around with a towel in his hand. Puffed. I wonder what it was, he said with a look of disdain all over his face. Chenju had seen this exercise book before. It was full of densely written phone numbers. He used to recite them for fun when he was bored and had no idea what they were for. Sometimes, when he accidentally tore a few pages, Old Man Zhang wouldn't scold him. So Chenju was extremely disappointed. This thing was even less useful than giving him a few yuan to take a bus down the mountain. However, Old Man Zhang didn't care what he thought. After a quick flip, a small note popped out of it a few seconds later. Here, Old Man Zhang tossed it casually. The thin note made a whistling sound as it flew precisely towards Chenju. Chenju suddenly raised his palm and clenched it in front of his eyes. The note that had been whistling just now was firmly grasped in his hand. The tip of it was only a few centimeters away from his eyeball, but it couldn't move forward anymore. Feeling the strange texture in his hand, Chenju was puzzled. The note was new. He had never seen it before, and there was no pen in this shabby little room. Where did it come from? With curiosity, he opened it. There were only 2 numbers and an address inside. The latter was impressively Lehigh No. 1 Middle School. Chenju said in a surprised tone, Old Man Zhang, are you asking me to go to high school? I turned down offers from top-tier universities. Now you want me to prepare for the college entrance examination? Daoist Zhang was frustrated with the person before him. Gooden, do you know why there's so many college students who have a lot of free time every day but still can't find a partner? He asked Chenju rhetorically. Because they have no money. Chenju answered without hesitation. What about those with money? Those with money change girlfriends every day. Daoist Zhang was about to say something more when he suddenly realized What this young man said actually made sense. After racking his brains, he then pretended to be profound and calmly said, "Do you know why so many college students can't stay with their girlfriends till the end?" This time, Chenju had no answer. He had never been to college, and there were indeed some things he didn't know. Daoist Zhang felt secretly proud. That's because they don't have a solid emotional foundation. College life is extremely arduous. You may be busy all day without knowing what you're actually doing. He poured a little more wine into a small cup, taking a delicate sip. While in high school, you're busy for a justifiable reason. Only the feelings born out of such shared hardships can last long. Chenju quietly committed these words to memory. These were precious lessons for him to find a wife in the future. So, have you grasped any truth from this? Daoist Zhang's voice sounded again, now filled with the expectation of success. Chenju's eyes were firm. I understand, have a good relationship with your wife. You should find her in high school. Chapter 2. The Newcomer's Initiation. The shrill ringing of the dismissal bell snapped Chenju back to reality. He was still standing at the podium, while a small portion of the students, disregarding the teacher's gazes, had already bolted out of the classroom. In response, Director Song and Teacher Yang exchanged helpless glances. After all, this was a prestigious academy, and many of its students were simply here to acquire a veneer of refinement. They had either already secured university placements or were destined to inherit family fortunes upon graduation. This class was relatively well-behaved, with the majority comprised of students from ordinary backgrounds, admitted to maintain the school's college entrance examination success rate. In other classes, it was not uncommon to find only a handful of students present during lesson time. However, it was precisely the presence of these scions of influential families that ensured the school's financial stability. Their salaries were quite generous. But this also led to a certain degree of unbridled audacity among some students within the school. Song Jia sighed softly. Chenju, please find an available seat in the classroom for now. Your homeroom teacher will be here to meet you shortly. Chenju nodded, his gaze fixed on a window seat in the far corner. It appeared to be unoccupied and offered a pleasant view, perfectly suited for a student like himself, who had no intention of applying himself diligently to his studies. Noticing Chenju's movement, the two teachers exited the classroom, perhaps from maintaining the same posture for too long. Chenju transferred his briefcase from his left hand to his right and proceeded toward the corner of the classroom. At that moment, the entire class was watching him intently. Hey, Kuan, what do you think Chen will do to this newbie? It was the same lanky boy as before. He was one of the few wealthy scions who had been thrashed by Wang Ziqiang. Even to this day, just at the sight of that man, he could still feel an ache in his buttocks. That Wang Ziqiang was a madman. This was the conclusion the entire class had reached about him. Lu Zhengkuan retorted, I've no idea. Anyway, this guy is doomed. Even you were beaten to a pulp back then. This guy surnamed Chen isn't any sturdier than you. And he's so full of himself. I reckon he'll end up getting beaten to death. He didn't lower his voice. Such things had become so commonplace in the class that no one paid them any heed. Even if the man heard it, he wouldn't stop what he was doing. Humans are creatures who value their pride. Even when they're aware of the perils, they'll still plunge headlong into them. Almost everyone harbored such thoughts at first. But after getting a taste of the consequences, they'd come to realize how naive their initial decisions were. Half of the class had been on the receiving end of Wang Ziqiang's rough treatment. He had, without a doubt, become the overlord of Class 5, Grade 1. Not just Lu Zhengkuan and Wang Feng, many were chattering away. Most of them, however, were just relishing the prospect of a spectacle. Why should this guy swagger around when they themselves had endured the brunt of the beatings while being meek and obedient? As expected, when Chenju descended the stairs slowly, he noticed a pair of eyes glaring at him malevolently as if he owed the man millions. Chenju smirked to himself. You've got your resentment plastered all over your face. Are you afraid others won't know you're up to no good? 1 step, 2 steps. The chatter among the classmates grew louder, and the anticipation in their eyes became more palpable. As Chenju was about to reach the middle of the classroom, Wang Ziqiang's face was contorted with unrestrained arrogance. Several of his lackeys around him were also raring to go, ready to follow their boss's lead. Once Wang Ziqiang made a move, they would immediately jump out to back him up. Little did they know that Chenju had taken all this in. Nevertheless, he strolled on as usual, feigning ignorance. When there was nothing in front of him, he would cast a glance at the glorious sunlight outside the window. A few seconds later, clutching a briefcase with only a few books in it, he brushed past Wang Ziqiang, who was sitting on the chair. The latter smirked inwardly, mentally labeling Chenju an idiot. Then he suddenly stuck out his leg, blocking the path where Chenju was about to step. He could already envision the embarrassing scene of Chenju tripping over his leg. At that time, he would surely jump out right away, take the lead and kick him hard a few times, forcing him to kneel on the ground and call him big brother. After the mockery, he would strut away with his lackeys, laughing heartily in the face of Chinju's terrified expression and enjoy the fearful looks of others. Showing off? How dare he show off in front of me? Didn't he even bother to find out who was the boss in Class 5, Grade 1? He was well known even across the entire grade. Images kept flashing through Wang Ziqiang's mind, and he fancied that his heroic deeds would soon spread throughout the campus. He hadn't caught others' attention last time, but this time he'd make a big deal of it and tell everyone. Maybe even the school bell from Class 2 next door. He kept daydreaming until 2 seconds later, Chinju stepped firmly down. A heart-wrenching scream resounded through the whole teaching building. Elder brother, let's take him on. Several students suddenly stood up, their gazes fixed in the direction of Chinju. They thought to themselves, is the elder brother being so fierce this time? The howl could be heard throughout the entire building. However, upon closer inspection, they found that the one making the noise didn't seem to be Chinju. He was walking along as usual. People in the classroom flocked over one after another, eager to find out what was going on. Even students from other classes were peering into the classroom through the front and back doors. Now, everyone could clearly see. The person lying on the ground was not Chinju, but Wang Ziqiang, who struck fear into almost the entire class. Everyone was stunned, including Wang Ziqiang's little minions. Chinju walked over expressionlessly, then turned back. Sorry, didn't see anything, he said. Without caring about Wang Ziqiang's reaction, he went straight to his seat on his own. Immediately afterwards, Wang Ziqiang wanted to curse at him, but the intense pain made his face flush red. Elder brother. When the few students saw Chinju leaving, they immediately rushed to Wang Ziqiang's side. He fumbled to untie his shoelaces with a trembling hand, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This action made many girls frown and move to the other side of the classroom or simply leave the classroom. However, he didn't care about these things at all now. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he pulled his foot out of the shoe, which made several of his close-knit minions gasp in horror. Wang Ziqiang's foot was completely swollen. The instep was not just 1 or 2 times bigger than its original size, and in some places, blood was seeping out faintly. Even on the front of the instep, through the thick layer of shoes, they could still clearly see several shoe prints on it. The underlings stole sidelong glances at Chinju, their eyes brimming with fear and caution. They all knew their boss well. His fighting prowess was beyond that of ordinary students. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people willing to follow his orders. And now, everyone in the class stole a wary look at Chinju. The fear dominated by Wang Ziqiang resurfaced, even more intense than before. They secretly marked Chinju as someone not to be provoked. Lu Jingquan and Wang Feng exchanged a glance, both seeing profound shock in each other's eyes. Is this kid really that fierce? What are you looking at? Hurry up and carry me to the infirmary. Wang Ziqiang roared. Several underlings snapped back to their senses and hastily carried him out of the classroom. Ouch! Can you guys watch where you're going? In the chaos, someone accidentally bumped into Wang Ziqiang's leg. Caught off guard, his foot kicked against the table leg, causing his face to contort in pain. Laughter erupted in the class immediately. Then, under the mocking gazes of the crowd, he covered his face and walked out of the door. The people gathered at the door made way for him. Before leaving, Wang Ziqiang couldn't help but glare fiercely at Chinju. Although it had no real effect, it seemingly made him feel better about his lost face. Hey, Qingchuan, isn't this the school bully from Class 5 who has been pestering you recently? A fairly good-looking girl said to her best friend who was linked arm in arm with her. She tilted her head slightly upward, looking into the clear eyes above the mask of the girl beside her. The girl named Qingchuan looked up at the crowded people in front of Class 5 and Wang Ziqiang staggering out. She quickly pulled her best friend to the corner and covered her mouth. Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense. After saying that, she turned around and was about to go back to her class. But it's really the case, Feng Yu followed her back. Hey, Qingchuan, didn't we agree to watch the fun? You're so beautiful. Don't always stay quietly in your seat all day. Don't go. At least watch the farce of Class 5. You watch it by yourself. I still have some homework unfinished. Lin Qingchuan walked towards her own class without looking back. On the other side, after Chinju walked to his seat, he casually threw his few books on the desk and glanced around. Many people who were looking this way quickly averted their eyes, afraid of making eye contact with him. Chinju was speechless. He hadn't even used much force. Why were they all so scared? He thought to himself, I'm such a kind-hearted person. Could I even eat them? But obviously, no one would hear his inner thoughts. After a bout of boredom, Chinju propped his head up with one hand and gazed at the scenery outside the window. The leaves on the trees were still green, Following the occasional cicadas chirps, one could catch a glimpse of the corner of the glistening wings. On the plastic playground, several boys were playing basketball. From time to time, several girls would look over with a hint of admiration. Seemingly sensing the enthusiastic gazes beside them, the boy with the ball ran even faster, and the defensive players exerted even more effort. Regardless of the outcome, one must first look handsome in terms of posture. Chenju watched and smiled. Oh, youth. He stared out of the window in a trance. It seemed that this place was not as boring as he had imagined. Chenju thought to himself. A gust of cool wind sneaked in through a tiny crack, disturbing the wispy hair on his forehead and fluttering the open, fronted part of his shirt where he had undone one button. Hey, you know what? The new transfer student isn't bad, looking at all, a girl whispered to her companions. You're right. Now that you mention it, he really is. Another girl immediately chimed in. After the two girls, a curly-haired boy grumbled indignantly. What's the use of being handsome? He just took advantage of Wang Ziqiang's momentary inattention. If you're so capable, go and take an advantage like that yourself. His words were instantly met with a retort. I wonder who got beaten by Wang Ziqiang on the first day and had to take 3 days off, and then went back to fawn on him afterwards. The girls huddled together, throwing barbs at each other. Who could it be? Jiangping, do you know? Finally, a girl with braids said to the curly-haired boy. A playful smile on her face. I just didn't want to pick a fight when I was at a disadvantage. Jiang Peng blushed instantly. He stamped his foot and went back to his seat. Laugh all you want, he said. He's offended Wang Ziqiang. He'll probably be beaten to death tomorrow. Or at least end up a cripple. This time, no one contradicted him. They all knew it was true. When they looked at Chenju again, there was a trace of pity in their eyes. Chapter 3. Su Mingxu was discussed after being alone for a while. Chenju thought he heard what seemed to be a girl's voice beside him. However, he paid no heed. He had just transferred to this class and even sent the class bully away. Those people would avoid him like the plague. How could anyone take the initiative to strike up a conversation with him? Shifting his support to the other arm, Chenju still slumped lazily on the desk, relishing the gentle autumn sunlight. A bird flew onto the tree branch, scaring the cicada into silence. That sparrow seemed to be playing hide and seek with it. Hopping left and then shifting right, just skimming past the cicada each time without paying it any heed. Growing weary of watching, Chenyu withdrew his gaze. Thinking that the class might be about to start, he stared at the blackboard ahead, and out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to spot something. Hello. Is there something? Chenju turned his body around. Having tilted his neck for a long time, it ached, so he chose to turn his whole body. As his gaze gradually shifted, he was slightly puzzled. The person in front of him was a girl, donning the school-issued Korean-style uniform. She was slender and fair-skinned, with her hair covering most of her face, although she had her head down. Chenju could tell that she probably wasn't very tall, perhaps just over 1.6 meters. Th that. Hearing Chenju's voice, the girl buried her head even lower. She could sense that the people around were looking at her with strange expressions, but Chenju glared them back. Desk hole. Pencil case, I. It seemed that she had mustered a great deal of courage, yet she still couldn't manage to speak a complete and fluent sentence. Her naturally introverted personality, coupled with the pressure from the surroundings, caused beads of sweat to form among the fine hairs on her forehead, although the authentic intent remained unarticulated. Chenju, fortunately, managed to correlate several terms. He reached into his desk and retrieved a blue pencil case adorned with Ultraman. Is this your seat? Chenju inquired. Somewhat surprised, but nevertheless rose, intending to relinquish the seat. No, it isn't. The girl grew even more flustered. Seizing the pencil case from Chenju's hand and scurrying to an unoccupied desk on the other side. Chenju's hand remained suspended in midair as he stared blankly at the girl's hasty departure. A black backpack emblazoned with Mickey Mouse was slung over her back, dwarfing her petite frame. The morning's 2 lessons were both liberal arts subjects, and Chenju paid scant attention. They were merely tedious regional customs, without first-hand experience. One could not truly immerse oneself. Wang Ziqiang's underling had obediently returned to class, but Wang himself was nowhere to be seen. Chenju was perplexed. His kick should not have been that forceful, at most causing a slight swelling. Was he truly such a fragile high school student? Yet none of this caused him great concern. He would be justified in eliminating anyone who harbored malice toward him. He refrained from doing so solely because he was still a student, and this was a school. Periodically, he observed the girl. However, she seemed to possess little presence. Quietly scribbling away. During class, no teacher called upon her, and no one joined her for group discussions. As soon as class ended, she would hastily gather her belongings and exit through the back door, only returning just before the next class commenced. Chenju didn't delve too deeply. Everyone has their own way of life. Having no desire to attend class and nothing to do, Chenju could only lie prone on the desk, quietly gazing out of the window. The cicadas had disappeared. He didn't know whether they had been eaten or flown away. A clear cough caught Chenju's attention. Vaguely, he remembered glancing at the class schedule. This period was supposed to be a Chinese class. It seemed to be that female teacher surnamed Yang. However, the voice clearly belonged to a man. He raised his head, and on the podium stood a gentle and refined middle-aged man, probably in his 30s. Students, for our last morning class, we're going to hold an opening ceremony outside. Some of you might not know me. I'm Mr. Cheng, Mingxing by name. I'm mainly in charge of teaching history, and I'm your homeroom teacher. Barring any unexpected circumstances, I'll be leading you through these 3 years. The last 2 sentences were evidently directed at Chenju, as it was impossible for others not to recognize their homeroom teacher. The students below burst into laughter upon hearing this. They always made fun of the homeroom teacher whenever he mentioned his full name. Goodness, becoming a star? Well, he didn't make it as a star, but he did get a government job. Not a bad deal. Of course, when there are many people, there are always those who try to take advantage of the chaos. Among them, quite a few had other plans. They exchanged glances and nodded slightly, reaching some kind of agreement. The sound of footsteps was already audible outside the door. Before the homeroom teacher could give the order, the students in their class had started to stroll out in 2s and 3s. Through the window, he could see that some people had already stood sparsely on the playground. Chenju wasn't in a hurry. He slowly paced outside only after most of the students in the class had left. Chenju, Su Mingxue, come here for a moment. Just as he was about to step out of the classroom, the voice of the class teacher rang out behind him. He turned around and walked to Teacher Cheng's side, wondering what this class teacher wanted from him. Teacher, did you call me? A melodious voice came from the side. The speaker was a young girl, with a well-proportioned figure, fair skin, a high ponytail, and an oval face. She was the very image of the protagonist in a popular novel. The two of them came in front of Cheng Mingxing. However, the latter subtly took a step away from Chenju, as if there was some unpleasant odor on him. This subtle movement naturally didn't escape Chenju's notice, but he merely smiled. Mingxue, you're the class monitor. Since the new student might not be familiar with the campus, could you please show Chenju around later? The class teacher said to Su Mingxue in a conciliatory tone. Although most of the tasks assigned to her before had been accomplished excellently, Cheng Mingxing was still aware of the gap between an ordinary teacher and these scions of noble families. The family background of his class monitor was among the top in the whole school. Sorry, teacher. Su Mingxue bent down to apologize and took the opportunity to give Chenju a disdainful look. I don't like walking alone with a stranger, especially one who is a violent maniac. She stood up, wearing an expression of disdain, and didn't even spare a second glance at Chenju. But after all, he's a new student. Maybe you don't know him well enough? Cheng Mingxing spoke, and the timidity in his tone was in sharp contrast to Su Mingxue's. No, teacher. I've seen many such people. Su Mingxue didn't let Cheng Mingxing continue. In such a family, people of this kind are all too common. The type of people she detests the most is precisely this kind. Finally, Su Mingxue turned around to face Chenju, yet she didn't take him seriously at all. Don't think you're so great just because you drove away Wang Ziqiang. With his meager underworld connections, there are plenty who can take his place. In the eyes of the upper class, you'll always be nothing more than a disposable weapon. After saying that, she gave a slight nod to Cheng Mingxing and then turned to leave the classroom. Evidently, she regarded Chenju as someone like Wang Ziqiang, who only resorts to violence and runs amok relying on a bit of family influence. Chenju didn't offer any explanation. What was there to explain? It was true that he had family background, and it was also true that he used force to counter force. That was just how he was. And how others perceived him was their business. Chenju calmly glanced outside the door and told the class teacher that he could also get to know about the campus. Cheng Mingxing sighed helplessly and told Chenju to close the door before going out. After the classroom was empty, he tidied up the messy books on the desk a bit. Suddenly, he realized that he might have missed something. When he looked up again, Chenju's eyes lit up. It seemed that something was about to happen. Chapter 4. Are you calling me? The opening ceremony was in progress. The resounding voice from the speakers still lingered in the ears. However, instead of going to the playground, Chenju, like many others, came to a secluded low wall in the school. Hey, buddy, playing truant? Just as he stood still, a voice came from beside him. Chenju looked back. It was a rather slender man with a backward, worn cap. There was a scar on his face. It was hard to tell whether it was real or painted. What caught Chinju's attention was that there were 6 or 7 people trailing behind him loosely. They all stood still when the man spoke and didn't step ahead of him. Yes, Chinju nodded. I'm going out for some fun. The man grinned and waved his hand. Immediately, his followers climbed over the wall one after another. Hey, I've seen you standing here for quite a while. Is this your first time? The young man took out a cigarette from somewhere and offered one to Chinju, who shook his head with a smile. Damn, dude. You're a good student, aren't you? He widened his eyes. Chinju curved his lips slightly. Not exactly. If I were a really good student, I wouldn't be here. He nodded and lit the cigarette in his hand on his own. True. Come on, buddy, let me give you a hand. Saying so, he walked to the low wall. He propped one leg on the ground and bent the other forward, gesturing for Chinju to step on his leg to climb over. Chinju wasn't being coy. He stepped forward and stepped on the man. Although he could climb over the wall without using his hands, he was now a student and should act like one. The man put the cigarette between his lips and supported Chinju with both hands. Dude, you're quite agile. I struggled so much when I first climbed over. Then he asked, what's your name? By then, Chinju had already stuck half of his body out of the wall, with a slight effort from his lower limbs. He sat on the wall. I'm Chinju from Class 5, Grade 1. Diju is the one with a gold radical. He reached down and inquired whether the man needed assistance. Unexpectedly, the man deftly ascended from the side and leaped down lightly. Chinju took a glance, and it seemed that there were several more people down there. Not all of them were students. A few were evidently older. Dude, I'm Sun Yang. Yang as in flying, Fei Yang in Chinese. If anyone around here gives you trouble, mention my name. It'll work. Sun Yang waved his hand and headed towards the road at one end of the alley. The people behind him also followed in his footsteps. Chinju glanced at him, smiled, then descended from the wall and exited towards the other end. Listen up. After school this afternoon, you must block that guy. Then drag him to an isolated place and beat him up severely. Beat him to death. In the alley, Wang Ziqiang, holding a walking stick in one hand, was sitting on a bench under a tree, instructing several big men in front of him. Each of these men looked fierce, wearing sunglasses and each carrying weapons like baseball bats. Hearing Wang Ziqiang's words, they all shouted with high morale that they understood. Just then, a somewhat short, statured man squeezed out from behind the crowd. Young Master Wang, before the hall master left, he told us that it's a critical period now, and we're not allowed to act rashly against anyone. He said that the principal of your school seems to be up to something big recently, so we should all behave ourselves. After the man finished speaking, he scanned the group of brothers. The men's morale obviously waned a bit. Wang Ziqiang raised an eyebrow and tapped the man's knee with his walking stick. The principal? What big move can a scholar like him make? I'm not afraid of teachers or deans. Why should I be scared of this principal? His tone was laced with disdain. Yet subtle movements betrayed a nagging pain in his foot. Today, he asserted, you must incapacitate this individual for me. I shall bear the responsibility for any repercussions. Wang Ziqiang recalled the mocking gazes of the crowd, fueling his resentment. Those who normally treated him with deference were, in reality, waiting for his downfall. Moreover, he had unfortunately encountered the most beautiful girl in Class 2 as he left. Despite his repeated attempts to court her, she had remained secluded in her classroom, even during lunch. But by sheer misfortune, she had witnessed his moment of humiliation, exacerbating Wang Ziqiang's animosity. If it weren't for that detestable Chinju. But the master of the hall said. The diminutive figure attempted to interject, only to be met with Wang Ziqiang's impatient outburst. The master of the hall. The master of the hall. Is he my father, not yours? When he departs, you shall all heed the words of your young master. Whoever disobeys shall face my wrath when my father relinquishes his position to me. With that, he cast a malevolent glare at the small figure, his meaning unmistakable. The latter remained silent, recognizing the futility of his efforts. It was said that the protruding nail gets hammered down, and he had done his duty. A fool and his folly are soon parted. Were it not for the master's benevolence, he would not have involved himself in this matter. Alas! The man shook his head and retreated into the crowd. This young master, generously speaking, possessed a fiery spirit. Less charitably, he was an imbecile. He hoped the master would make preparations in advance. If the Lotus Hall were really to fall into the hands of Wang Ziqiang, it was likely not far from dissolution. Meanwhile, Wang Ziqiang beside them was preening himself at the moment. His imposing manner was growing more and more imposing. This short man named Chang Zhu was, after all, an old-timer around his father. Even he had been overawed, so it seemed not far off for him to take over the entire Lotus Hall. The thought of sitting in a genuine leather seat, surrounded by beautiful women, and with just a wave of his hand, Dozens of brothers would follow him into battle was truly exhilarating. All these would soon be his. "Excuse me, young hall master. Who should we target this time?" A tall man beside him asked in a gruff voice. Wang Ziqiang was about to scold him for interrupting his reverie but quickly held his tongue. Right. Business comes first, he said, taking out a photo ID from his school bag. He had sent someone to steal it from the dean's desk. The person was a transfer student, so it was easy to find his file. He distributed the photo for everyone to have a look. "Young hall master, did you gather so many of us here today just because of this student?" Someone below immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Wang Ziqiang felt a bit embarrassed. It was like a child being bullied and then going back to seek revenge with the help of adults. However, he still feigned calmness. "Don't look down on him just because he's a student. This lad is Chen Zhu. He must have trained somewhere before. I underestimated him and suffered a hidden setback." He reminded his subordinates while finding a proper excuse for his injury. Everyone else nodded profoundly and put away their contempt, just as they were indulging in their reveries. A light-hearted voice unexpectedly rang out from above. "Were you just calling me?" Chapter 5. You go about your business upon hearing the voice. Everyone was greatly startled and looked around in unison to find the source of the sound. Wang Ziqiang also quickly propped himself up, for he had clearly heard that voice. It was Chen Zhu's voice, and it was very close. Extremely close. It was as if it were right beside his ear. "Come on, stop looking." With a handsome somersault, Chen Zhu leaped down from the branches of the big tree. Only then did the group notice that there had been someone staying so close to them all along. They took 2 wary steps backward, and the tall hooligan took out the photo and examined it carefully. "That's right, boss. It's him." He bent down and whispered to Wang Ziqiang in front of him. "Damn it, don't you think I know that?" Wang Ziqiang scolded the tall guy and then fixed his gaze intently on Chen Zhu. He was a bit nervous now. He had no idea when Chen Zhu had arrived here and how much of their previous conversation he had heard. In case he had recorded it and handed it over to the police station, Wang Ziqiang himself might be okay. But the guys behind him would probably be in big trouble. Wang Ziqiang was calculating in his mind. His father was not in Lehigh at present, and with him being single-handed, the only people he could enlist to do things for him were just these few. If they were locked up for 10 days or half a month, he would be in a situation where he had no one to rely on. Therefore, determining whether Chen Zhu had made a recording was of utmost importance. If so, he would spare no expense to seize it first. At this thought, his eyes gradually turned sharp. Perched on the bench, Chen Zhu surveyed the assembly with a playful gaze. "Judging by appearances, are we anticipating an ambush?" Wang Ziqiang's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, his spirits immediately lifting. Chen Zhu's inquiry suggested he hadn't been present for long, at least not long enough to overhear the earlier threats. This realization bolstered his confidence, as any subsequent recordings would pose minimal threat. He subconsciously dismissed the uncanny manner in which Chen Zhu had approached them, attributing it to a momentary lapse in vigilance. "Lad," Wang Ziqiang declared, "I concede you possess some martial prowess. However, can your skills truly overcome such a multitude?" The group encircled Chen Zhu, their metallic weaponry gleaming under the sunlight. Their gazes akin to those of predators eyeing their prey. Remaining composed, Chen Zhu, as if struck by a sudden thought, adopted a contemplative expression. In a casual tone, he inquired, "By the way, are any of you acquainted with someone named Sun Yang? You know Brother Yang?" Chang Zhu uttered in bewilderment, raising his hand to signal caution. His gaze instinctively shifted to Wang Ziqiang, the leader. While the fate of this young master was of little concern, the well-being of his fellow Lotus Hall members was paramount. Wang Ziqiang paused, a frown furrowing his brow. Sun Yang's formidable reputation was well known to them. In this vicinity, at the very least, the majority of the local ruffians would typically extend deference to Sun Yang. Logically, this newcomer should not be acquainted with the aforementioned Yang. However, if such were indeed the case, the feasibility of taking action against this individual today would require careful consideration. "Are you truly acquainted with Sun Yang?" Chang Zhu, now positioned before Wang Ziqiang, inquired of Chen Zhu in a questioning tone. This action displeased Wang Zifeng. However, he found himself largely helpless. Firstly, he could not act against his own brethren from the Lotus Hall. Secondly, he was keen to ascertain the veracity of the matter. Yet, Chen Zhu merely offered a faint smile. "Ah, no, I am not." Chang Zhu's expression instantly hardened. "Brothers, arm yourselves and engage him." Wang Ziqiang was the first to react, exclaiming aloud. 7 or 8 individuals immediately surged forward. Even the usually composed Chang Zhu was visibly incensed, seizing a length of iron pipe from nearby. This marked the first instance of his being so trifled with. After all, he was merely a student. Any repercussions could be mitigated by intimidating his family. They were well versed in such matters. With these thoughts in mind, he advanced toward Chenju. Young man, henceforth, consider your words before uttering them. As he spoke, Chang Zhu raised his weapon, swinging it toward Chenju's cranium. The others followed suit, aiming blows at various parts of Chenju's anatomy. Wang Ziqiang stood aside, silently gloating. This imbecile, had he remained obediently on the tree and returned home, he might not have been discovered. Yet, he insisted on emerging to flaunt himself. Now, let's see what pretense you maintain. Hold on. He suddenly apprehended something. Even if he himself hadn't paid attention just now. Those 7 or 8 brothers were facing the direction behind him. With so many people watching and this place being so small, since Chenju had just arrived. How did he climb the tree right under their noses? Wang Ziqiang might be a bit rash, but he was still quick-witted. Otherwise, with such a personality, he couldn't have grown up in a place full of gangsters. After sorting out the loopholes in his understanding, he immediately sensed something was amiss. No good, Wang Ziqiang shouted, trying to get his brothers to stop. However, it was already too late. The iron pipe in Chang Zhu's hand had come crashing down forcefully, even creating a whistling sound. 1 minute later, several people were lying on the ground in disarray, each clutching a different part of their body. Wails and cries filled the air one after another. Wang Ziqiang stared at the scene in front of him in shock. He had realized that Chenju might be very powerful. Even when facing multiple opponents, he might injure his brothers, so he intended to tell them to be careful. But he never expected that Chenju was so good at fighting. None of these hooligans could withstand a single punch from him. As soon as Chenju raised his hand, someone would immediately fall to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Chenju and himself were still standing. Seeing that smiling face turning towards him, Wang Ziqiang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Boss, it was all their idea. I never had any intention of attacking you. Look at them. They came equipped with knives, guns, and clubs. It's obvious they came prepared. I didn't bring anything, he said in a panicked tone, pointing at the people lying on the ground. The statement resonated audibly with everyone present. Those on the ground, disregarding their physical agony, cast scornful glances in his direction, indicative of the chilling nature of his words. Yet, they all furrowed their brows, their features contorted, their teeth clenched tightly. Chenju's blows had been delivered with considerable force, targeting pressure points, stopping short of being lethal. He found the situation amusing, yet entertained no thoughts of leniency. He was not naive. Their entire exchange had been overheard by Chenju. Even if it had not, the congregation of so many thugs together suggested nefarious intentions. Hardly a corporate luncheon. Furthermore, Chenju was the only one who had recently been in conflict with Wang Ziqiang. Had it not been him who arrived, he likely would have been beaten half to death by Wang Ziqiang and his cohorts. Would pleas for mercy have been effective then? Chenju advanced, and Wang Ziqiang, visibly terrified, implored him to stay away, having witnessed Chenju's ability to fell a much larger man with a single blow. Chenju, narrowing his eyes, observed Wang Ziqiang's panic-stricken face and swept his supporting leg out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground with a yell. Impressive, just as everyone was mentally applauding. A discordant voice shattered the moment. Silence descended, broken only by Wang Ziqiang's agonized cries. The speaker, realizing their indiscretion, immediately fell silent, but it was too late. All eyes turned toward the concealment of the trees, as Chenju fixed his gaze upon the area. Moments later, a gaunt figure gradually emerged. Well, you guys just go on with your business. I've got something else to do, so there's no need to see me off. Chapter 6. You claim to be a good person? That figure emerged bit by bit from behind the tree. The distinctive curly hair came into view first. It was none other than Jiang Peng. He timidly shuffled out, a look of embarrassment on his face as he slightly waved the takeaway bag in his hand. Hey, good sirs, all you big brothers, you go on chatting. I've got something urgent, so I'll take my leave now. Saying that, he turned around and was about to bolt. Come back. Yes. Jiang Peng slid on his knees and dropped to the ground in front of Chenju. Big brother, I've got elderly parents to support and a frail wife to take care of. You mustn't lay a hand on me. He wailed, and indeed, a few tears managed to squeeze out of his eyes. Chenju slapped his forehead. This guy, was he out of his mind? Nevertheless, he seriously asked, all right, tell me, who are you, and why are you here? While conversing with Wang Ziqiang and the others, Chenju had noticed a furtive figure hiding behind the tree. Although he had no idea what the person's intentions were, he had ignored it for the time being. It wasn't until the matter was settled and Chenju was about to deal with it that this person accidentally revealed himself. Looking at the man in front of him, he seemed familiar, but Chenju really couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Big brother, my name is Jiang Peng. I'm in the same class as you. Chenju pondered. The name did ring a bell. Was he the one who had bet that he would be beaten to death? Upon hearing this, Jiang Peng thought to himself that things were going awry. He clung to Chenju's leg and continued to wail. However, his acting skills were truly abysmal, being not only over the top, but extremely so. Enough, enough. Chenju extricated his leg, took out an electronic device resembling a Nokia from his pocket, glanced at the time, and then inquired, "It should be the lunch break at school at this hour. Why are you here?" He appeared hesitant, evidently reluctant to disclose. Yet, upon seeing Chenju pick up a baseball bat that someone had left nearby, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't afford to be coy any longer. "My parents asked me to deliver meals after lunch at school. They said it could save a labor cost," he blurted out. "How much can you earn in one lunch break?" "T20. He hung his head, consumed by shame. At that moment, Wang Ziqiang laughed inappropriately. "Ha ha ha, timid Jiang Peng. Didn't you claim that you go home for a sumptuous meal at noon? How come you're delivering meals now?" He was still lying on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. "And you only make 20 yuan. I spend more than that on breakfast." Wang Ziqiang was about to say something else, but upon meeting Chenju's frigid gaze, he quickly clamped his mouth shut. Jiang Peng's face was now crimson, and he kept his head down so low that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It wouldn't have been so bad if others had found out, but why did it have to be Wang Ziqiang, the big mouth? He reckoned that by tomorrow, his story would spread like wildfire throughout the school, and he was utterly helpless. He was no match for them in a fight, nor did he dare to fight. Chenju seemed to perceive his doubts and stopped dwelling on why Jiang Peng had appeared here. Instead, he shifted the topic. "You don't want others to know?" Jiang Peng looked up and glanced at Chenju gingerly, then nodded slightly. Chenju smiled and tossed the baseball bat in his hand to Jiang Peng. "Fine. He can't run away now. Go and break his other leg. He won't be able to show up at school for 2 years." Upon hearing this, Jiang Peng's eyes flickered slightly. He seemed somewhat tempted and tentatively reached out his hand, but then quickly retracted it. His head shook like a rattle, and a grimace worse than crying appeared on his face. All this was witnessed by Wang Ziqiang, who couldn't help but jump out again. "Hey, Chun, stop persuading him. Even if you asked him to come over and pull out a single hair of mine now, he'd tremble. Breaking my leg? Stop joking. I admit defeat this time in your hands. You'd better watch your back in the future. And you, Jiang Peng, you'd better prepare meals every day and place them on my desk. Otherwise, I'll spill all your secrets." His eyes were fixed on Jiang Peng, full of mockery. "If one day I'm in a bad mood, I'll just bring some people to your home and pay a visit to your parents, inquiring about how they've been lately. I remember you have a little sister who's just started kindergarten, right?" Hearing this last sentence, Jiang Peng suddenly looked up. His eyes filled with a hint of ferocity. He snatched the weapon from Chenju's hand and walked step by step towards Wang Ziqiang. Well, you actually dare to grab the weapon? Should you dare to lay a hand on me today, I assure you, you'll be at the bottom of the river by tomorrow. Do you comprehend?" He remained utterly unconcerned by Jiang Peng's sudden shift in demeanor, secure in the belief that he wouldn't dare touch him. And indeed, that was the truth of the matter. When he was but a few steps away from Wang Ziqiang, the baseball bat in Jiang Peng's hand clattered to the ground. He turned to face Chenju. I cannot do it." Chenju, his face etched with disappointment, shook his head and turned towards Wang Ziqiang, whose incessant prattle abruptly ceased. "What do you think you're doing? My father is the esteemed leader of the Lotus Hall. If you dare to touch me, no one will be able to save you. And that lad beside you, he won't fare any better either." As he spoke, Jiang Peng indeed seized Chenju's leg, attempting to impede his movement. Chenju's eyes narrowed as he tried to free his leg, but Jiang Peng held on with a death grip. The surrounding thugs couldn't help but snicker at the spectacle. Wee-oo, wee-oo. Just as Chenju was beginning to grow impatient, the piercing wail of police sirens echoed through the heavens. "You called the police?" Chenju exclaimed, astonished, as he looked at Jiang Peng. "That," he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Chenju, with a swift, forceful kick, sent him flying. "Freeze! Everyone, hands in the air!" Immediately following, a resonant female voice filled the ears of everyone present. A comely policewoman in uniform trotted over and placed Chenju in handcuffs. She raised her head, her gaze nearly level with Chenju's. It should be noted that Chenju's last height measurement was 1 meter and 85 centimeters. Behind her, the other officers expertly subdued everyone at the scene. Soon after, a police officer who appeared to be of advanced age approached, reporting, "Captain, all are apprehended." The woman nodded slightly. Chenju glanced at her police badge and felt somewhat puzzled. She looked only 23 or 4 years old. For a position in the police force that highly values seniority and experience, it was apparently improbable for someone at such a young age to hold the position of a captain, a rather high-ranking stage. However, he didn't have the time to dwell on this at the moment. "Sir, I'm a good person," Chenju shouted, only to receive a disdainful look in return. "A good person? You're the only one still standing among all these people. Do you expect me to believe you're a good person?" Chapter 7. The Just Police Chief Chenju was speechless. He had anticipated this outcome. He knew he would be unable to defend himself. The principle that the weak equates to justice is a theorem that almost everyone subconsciously adheres to. At present, no matter how menacing those lying on the ground looked, she would place them in the position of the vulnerable group. Chenju noticed that the young policewoman scanned everyone sharply with her eyes. For a brief moment, Chenju's gaze lingered on her due to his wandering thoughts. Well, no, she was by no means young. This was the conclusion reached by Chenju from his peripheral vision. Who called the police? Her voice was so loud that it gave Chenju a momentary bout of tinnitus. A few seconds later, Jiang Peng timidly raised his hand. The policewoman casually handed Chenju over to another officer and trotted over. "Hey, buddy, do you believe me if I say we're from the same department?" The young man standing next to him didn't seem very old either, so Chenju naturally started a conversation with him. "Yes." His eyes remained stern as he stared straight ahead, yet he politely replied to Chenju. "What if I told you I work in a special department and my position is slightly higher than yours? Would you believe me?" "Yes." "Well, then, since that's the case, we're sort of like half colleagues. Could you, for my sake, go after those gangsters and let me go?" "No." Chenju rolled his eyes. So, all that talk was in vain. Alas, it was truly a case of a mighty tiger fallen in a humble place. He couldn't believe that he, the renowned blacksmith known internationally, was now about to be taken to the police station. Come on. If it were a military court at least, he'd accept it. This would only make him a laughingstock among his peers. "All units, fall back." Just as Chenju indulged in idle fantasies, the female police officer issued another order, and Chenju was helplessly pushed into the police car. A beam of white light shone on Chenju's face. "What's your name?" "Chenju." "Gender?" "Male?" "Why the question mark? Why are you asking?" "Assault and battery, and armed gang fights. Do you admit it?" Chenju looked at the two people in front of him. It was the female police officer who had just spoken, and there was another police officer in his 30s beside her. Seeing Chenju's speechless expression, the former was immediately provoked. She slapped the table and stood up abruptly. "Chenju, this is the police station. We're conducting an interrogation. Please take it seriously." Chenju sat on the stool, unmoved. If it were other policemen, Chenju might have cooperated a bit more, as ending earlier meant leaving sooner. However, this policewoman clearly lacked common sense. Just now, when a group of people got off the police car, Chenju followed them meekly. For no apparent reason, he was kicked by this woman. Moreover, instead of interrogating those several people with obvious tattoos and scars, she chose to lock him up alone first. When asked for the reason, it turned out to be because he had a few words with the policeman escorting him. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? And accusing him of gang fighting? Damn it. Even if he was the only one among the group who wasn't injured, it didn't mean he should be convicted. So, Chenju was extremely annoyed with the woman in front of him. After all, he was only 19 years old. Ability and psychological maturity weren't necessarily in sync. Once his childish temper flared up, even the leaders of his former army unit might not be able to persuade him, let alone this air-headed woman in front of him. Seeing that Chenju remained silent, the woman was seething with rage. "Everyone get out. Draw the curtain and turn off all the lights. Lock him up for an afternoon and see if he'll confess." With that, she shut the door. In the pitch-black room, only Chenju's breathing could be heard. Chenju was quite puzzled. He wholeheartedly wanted to find a wife. But why did he keep meeting such women? First, there was Su Mingxue, and now there was Tang Sa. Was he really so lacking in female appeal? When would his love finally arrive? Alas, his goals seemed so far-reaching. Chenju heaved a sigh and turned his head towards the gate, thinking that he most likely wouldn't be able to get out for the time being. Fortunately, that guy named Jiang Peng didn't come. Otherwise, with his spineless appearance, one couldn't even imagine how terrified he would be in this situation. Moreover, since he had knocked down so many burly men, if there were someone as frail as Jiang Peng standing there intact, who knew what charge they would pin on him? The sun was setting behind the western hills. A man who looked extremely imposing pushed open the door of the police station. His name was Zhang Zhong. in charge of the Lehigh City Public Security Bureau. Good day, Chief. Everyone, including Tang Sa, immediately stood up and saluted the newcomer. The man promptly returned the salute and then smilingly motioned for everyone to sit down. Returning to his seat, the man casually placed his hat aside. Xiao Sa, were there any major cases during my business trip? The man inquired of Tang Sa, who was standing beside him, while rummaging through the documents on the table. Report, no, Tang Sa stated firmly, without a trace of nervousness. How come there are several more people in that room over there? They are here to visit relatives. Nonsense. Zhang Zheng suddenly raised his voice. What have I always taught you? Have you forgotten to stand on the side of the people at all times? But they are all involved with the underworld. Have you conducted an investigation? No. Have you made inquiries? No. Then how can you be so certain? S head drooped incrementally. The man, however, paid no heed, swiftly rising to his feet and proceeding towards the portal. He manipulated the handle. But the portal remained unyielding. Where's the key? He exclaimed. An attendant promptly proffered it to him. Why are the detainees being held in confinement instead of addressing the issue? What is the purpose of this protracted delay? The attendant responded meekly, it is directive. The man, his actions unceasing, castigated him with a glare before entering. The miscreants perceived him as a savior, particularly, whose leg was throbbing with agony, yet he feigned composure. Enduring the pain, remained stationary and compliant. He commanded, noticing a stir among the throng. Silence immediately descended upon the assembly. Surveyed the vicinity, his gaze instantly fixating upon the slightly trembling. Expedite the transportation of this student to the infirmary, he instructed. The male officer who was guarding responded affirmatively. Yes. Upon receiving the chief's directive, he promptly initiated the procedure. Chapter 8. Address me as the identities of the individuals were documented within the police precinct, thus expediting the interrogation. After implicating and considering the absence of casualties, they were cautioned and promptly released. It was universally acknowledged that the purported altercation was, in fact, a premeditated assault on a student, which was thwarted by the student himself. Although harbored resentment, she was compelled to acknowledge her error in light of the irrefutable evidence. The storage area contained only the note found on and the Nokia-esque metallic box. Arrived at the scene, his gaze narrowing. This artifact, Tang Sa, upon hearing Zhang Zheng summon her name, promptly responded. Zhang Zheng gestured towards the antiquated Nokia resting on the table. Is this device the property of the youth apprehended alongside you? Affirmative. And his present whereabouts? Tang Sa cast a guilty glance towards the chamber where Chen Zhu was confined. Tang Sa. Zhang Zheng, immediately discerning the situation, hastened towards the room. Foregoing any immediate reprimand. Certain methods are unsuitable for application upon ordinary individuals, particularly a high school student. With a creak, the iron door swung open, allowing the first sliver of light to pierce the inky blackness. Zhang Zheng illuminated the room, instantly revealing Chen Zhu bound to a metal chair. Has the dawn arrived? The latter, roused by the sudden burst of light, attempted to shield his eyes, only to find his movements restricted. It then dawned upon him that he was, in fact, restrained within the confines of the police station. Tang Sa, who had followed closely behind, was taken aback. To slumber in such a place bespoke either remarkable composure or utter obliviousness. Zhang Zheng, however, held a different perspective. In his estimation, Chen Zhu was either profoundly naive or possessed an unwavering confidence that the assembled officers and their armaments posed no threat. Zhang Zheng leaned towards the latter conclusion. As for the rationale, he weighed the Nokia in his hand, signaling to Tang Sa to release Chen Zhu from his restraints. Despite her reluctance, Tang Sa complied with the director's directive. Chen Zhu finally opened his eyes. He stole a glance at Tang Sa, then fixed his gaze on Zhang Zheng. Seeing him holding his own communicator, a Nokia phone, and noticing the look in his eyes, Chen Zhu understood that Zhang Zheng recognized this thing. The person in charge? Chen Zhu shook his wrist and twisted his neck. Zhang Zheng nodded. Bring it here, Chen Zhu waved, and Zhang Zheng immediately placed the iron box into Chen Zhu's hands. Hey, Chen Zhu, don't think that just because you seem to be in the right now, you can boss around our people. Your interrogation isn't over yet. We can still detain you for at least another 18 hours. Tang Sa saw Zhang Zheng's respectful attitude towards Chen Zhu and was immediately enraged. She thought it was because the chief felt apologetic to Chen Zhu for her actions that Zhang Zheng was being so subservient. So she shouted, wanting to argue. Little did she know that there was more excitement on Zhang Zheng's face in front of her, an excitement just like a fan seeing a celebrity. Noticing the completely different expressions on their faces, Chenju curled his lips at Tang Sa. Zhang Zhang immediately understood what he meant. Xia Sa, you go out first. I have something to talk with this young man. Zhang Zhong retracted his admiring look, then turned to Tang Sa and said seriously, I won't. Tang Sa stubbornly shook her head, showing a reckless attitude. Police officer Tang Sa, you are now interfering with my interrogation. I need you to leave the room immediately without any personal feelings involved. Seeing Tang Sa's attitude, Zhang Zhong didn't tolerate it. He pulled a long face and sternly gave the order. The latter was startled when she saw his serious expression. He was perplexed as to why Director Zhang, typically affable, had adopted such a stern demeanor, but he dared not disobey. Understood, Tang Sa retorted, casting a malevolent glance at Chenju before exiting the room. Director Zhang secured the iron door and turned to find Chenju reclining with his legs crossed. Where did you encounter this device? Chenju inquired, his gaze steely. By regulation, internal communicators are not to be exposed to the public eye. The one in Chenju's possession was obtained through considerable merit and a special modification by the technical department. Zhang Zhong shuddered as his eyes met Chenju's. The youth before him, even if not exactly as he suspected, was certainly no ordinary high school student. He immediately assumed a defensive posture, having sent Tang Sa away partly to safeguard her. Advanced Cadre Training Conference, Zhang Zhong replied, seeing no point in concealment, as it was easily discoverable. Old Yu? Chenju's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Old Yu was the team's scribe, responsible for data collection and strategic planning. He vaguely recalled Old Yu mentioning his attendance at a training camp and inviting Chenju along. However, preoccupied with personal matters at the time, he had declined. He faintly remembered that the conference aimed to impart techniques and methods for identifying special unit members to senior local cadres. An awkward situation had arisen. After realizing that the person in front of him was one of his own, Chenju retracted his crossed legs. After a moment of careful contemplation, he found that he seemingly didn't know the name of this person standing before him. This was Zhang Zhang, a former member of the Shinong Special Service Team and currently the director of the Public Security Bureau in Lehigh City. Upon seeing this, Zhang Zhong immediately saluted Chenju with a military gesture. He was now certain that the person in front of him was a member of that special squad he had always longed to join. Only a few individuals who had been assigned to local areas were present at that training session, and they were all individuals with absolute loyalty to the motherland. Moreover, only a handful of them knew the name of the trainer who had left a profound impression on them. That trainer's surname was Yu. Seeing Zhang Zhong salute him, Chenju's expression immediately turned solemn. He stood up and returned a salute peculiar to the special forces. After both of them were seated, Zhang Zhong was visibly excited. Director Zhang. After getting acquainted with each other, Chenju somehow found it rather awkward to start a conversation. Just call me Xiaoxian. Zhang Zhong once again wore an expression full of reverence. That person back then was only around 30 years old. Single-handedly, he outmaneuvered more than a dozen of them. They didn't even catch a glimpse of his face before they were eliminated. Even after a detailed explanation of the whole process, there were still several parts that Zhang Zhong simply couldn't comprehend. Yet, all of them so-called elites had unwittingly followed his plan step by step. Therefore, when facing Chenju now, he humbled himself. After all, those who excel should be respected first. Uncle Zhang. I'd better call you Uncle Zhang. Chenju still couldn't bring himself to use the Xiao prefix. It felt incredibly awkward to address someone more than 30 years his senior with such a diminutive form. Do you recognize this, Zhang? Chen inquired. Was it at Old Yu's training session? The latter assented with a nod, unconcerned with Chen's form of address. He was indifferent to how Chen referred to him. Back then, Instructor Yu single-handedly decimated over a dozen of us. We didn't even catch a glimpse of him. Zhang Zhong, seated across from Chen, leaned forward, seemingly lost in reminiscence. His fingers delved into his hair, his brow furrowed deeply, yet his countenance was filled with reverence. Chen, observing him, wore an expression of resignation. Another one warped by Old Yu, he mused. Well, Uncle Zhang, Chen interjected, noticing Zhang Zhang's demeanor. There's no need for such reverence. Old Yu is all brains. Not everyone in the team is as freakish as him. If you doubt me, I'll summon him one day, and you can spar with him. He definitely won't be able to defeat you. Zhang Zhong was dubious. Really? Instructor Yu isn't skilled in physical combat? Indeed, Chen confirmed. We used to tease him in the team. Meanwhile, on a remote isle in the vast ocean, a man with square-rimmed glasses, clad in a suit, sat on a leather sofa facing the sea. Achoo! He sneezed, covering his mouth with a handkerchief. Damn it, he cursed. That little brat, Chun must be wishing ill upon me, bad-mouthing me. Rising to his feet, the man hurled an imprecation at the sky before igniting the single-use handkerchief with a delicate lighter. When I retire one day, I'll surely hang that little brat up and beat him every day. As the black ashes dissipated with the wind, he slowly turned around. Looking at the several burly men tied together behind him, he regained his former gentleness. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I heard you're the bosses here. Well, let's have a little chat. In the terrified eyes of the man gradually approached. Knock, knock, knock. Report, Chief Zhang. There's a man outside saying he wants to report a case. Zhang Zhong showed a hint of displeasure, but still got up to open the door. The police officer outside was quite puzzled to see Chen Zhu sitting on the stool like a lord, while it was actually his boss who opened the door. Boss, have you had a change of heart? Get to the point if there's anything, Zhang Zhong said with a bad complexion. Hearing Zhang Zhong's reminder, the police officer quickly came to his senses. Oh right, there's a man outside saying he wants to report a case. Just follow the procedure for case reporting. Why come to me? Zhang Zhong stared at the police officer. As the chief of the bureau, he was in charge of overall management here. If he had to handle every such case personally, he would have been exhausted long ago. No, it's the man who came. The man might be new here. Facing the imposing Chief Zhang, he was a bit incoherent. The man who came is Jiang Mingxing. What about Jiang Mingxing? Even if the mayor came, he'd have to follow the procedure step by step. Zhang Zhong scoffed. Of course, he knew Jiang Mingxing. Jiang ran a medium-sized company, and his good character had won praise from many people who had cooperated with him. No, Chief. He's here to look for someone. Look for someone? Even if he's looking for someone, he has to follow the steps. Zhang Zhong was a bit impatient and was about to close the door. The young police officer became even more nervous. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Forget it. Let me handle it. Tang Sa pushed the young police officer aside and wedged her foot against the iron gate that was about to close. Jiang Mingxing is here to look for someone named Chen Zhu. The latter cast a grateful glance at her. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong stopped what he was doing and looked into the room. At this moment, Chen Zhu was also full of confusion. He had just arrived in Lehigh today and didn't know this Jiang Mingxing. Could it be? Suddenly, Chen Zhu had an epiphany. He took out the note, compared it, and pressed a few buttons on the intercom. Dad, answer the phone. Tata, darlin', 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 ding, duh. Dad, answer the phone. A melodious tune instantly filled the entire police station. As expected, Chen Zhu thought to himself. Old man Zhang had given him 2 phone numbers. One was an old man. Although he had never met him, the old man had arranged his enrollment for him. As for the second one, it should be the somewhat gentle-looking man in front of him, looking in the direction of the sound. It was a man wearing a sports jacket and half-rimmed glasses. The man looked a bit embarrassed and wanted to hang up the phone. But when he took out his phone, he still chose to answer it. Hello, is it Uncle Jiang? It was Chen Zhu's voice on the phone. Yes. Are you Godan? The voice was not loud, just loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. Tang Sa burst into laughter immediately. Zhang Zhong was still okay and could barely hold back. However, this contrast really surprised him. Chen Zhu had a look of utter exasperation. This old man Zhang had no filter. Why did he blurt out everything? Well, Uncle Jiang. You can just call me Xiao Chun or directly use my full name. Chen Zhu stole a glance at Tang Sa. The latter met Chen Zhu's threatening gaze but wore a smug look on his face and wiped away the tears from laughing. Oh, sorry, Xiao Chun. Taoist Zhang said calling you this way would make you feel more at home. Jiang Mingxing seemed to realize it wasn't appropriate either and quickly changed his address. Well, where are you now? I'll come out right away. Chen Zhu stood up and walked outside. He couldn't wait to get out of this place for even a single second. Zhang Zhong naturally didn't stop him. The main purpose of their training was to provide convenience for special team members during missions without being noticed by outsiders. He naturally assumed that Chen Zhu was on a mission. Since the bureau chief didn't say anything, no one else would stop Chen Zhu. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Chen Zhu came to Jiang Mingxing's side and greeted him politely. Hello, Xiao Chen. Why are you here? Chen Zhu's gaze shifted to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was stunned for a moment and then, with Chen Zhu's satisfied nod, fabricated an answer that he thought was quite reasonable. Jiang Mingxing nodded and led Chen Zhu into his private car. Bureau Chief, why did you say he came here out of heroism? And you seem to attach too much importance to him. Tang Sa questioned Zhang Zhong from behind. The latter gazed at Chen Zhu's departing figure, his expression profound. Xiao Sa, I've grown old and can no longer train. But bear in mind, this might be your closest opportunity to realize your aspirations. Jiang Mingxing's residence was situated in the city center, a mere 10-minute drive from the police station. He parked his car outside a detached villa and led Chen Zhu inside. Wife, Yue, I'm home, Jiang Mingxing announced as he entered, changing his shoes. Presently, a woman with a graceful figure descended from the second floor. Xiaochen, this is your Aunt Song, Jiang Mingxing introduced. Greetings, Aunt Song. Welcome, Xiaochen. The woman was exceedingly refined and poised, her skin radiant, indicative of diligent self-care. As they settled at the dining table, a lavish array of dishes adorned the surface. Where's Yue? Jiang Mingxing inquired, noticing his daughter's absence. She's likely lost track of time while engrossed in her racing studies. Please, begin without us. I'll fetch her. The woman ascended the staircase once more. Jiang Mingxing washed his hands and took his seat, placing a piece of braised pork into Chen Zhu's bowl. Do savor your Aunt Song's culinary skill. He then helped himself to a portion, urging Chen Zhu to partake. Well? Jiang Mingxing inquired after swallowing a mouthful of rice and wiping his lips. Chen Zhu, equally enthusiastic, had his mouth so full that he could only offer a thumbs up with his chopsticks. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Mingxing chuckled, pouring Chen Zhu a glass of water. Fortunately, Taoist priest Zhang sent you to stay at my home. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to enjoy such a delicious meal. What do you mean by not having the chance? Have I ever let you go hungry? Song Qian came over and sat beside Jiang Mingxing, giving him a charming and reproachful glance. Hee, of course not. Where's our daughter? Jiang Mingxing gave an embarrassed smile and noticed that only Song Qian had come downstairs. I don't know. She locked the door from inside and wouldn't open it no matter what I said. Song Qian said helplessly. Well, it doesn't matter if she doesn't eat. There's plenty of food at home. She won't starve. You always spoil her. That's why she's malnourished and has such a bad temper. Song Qian scolded Jiang Mingxing. As she spoke, she moved the spare ribs farthest from Chen Zhu in front of him. Chen Zhu was gnawing on a rib while watching the two flirting with each other. When they both started eating and the atmosphere got a bit awkward, Chen Zhu finally voiced the question in his mind. Uncle Jiang and Song, what exactly did that old man Zhang do back then that made you so eager to repay him? Chapter 10, the tattooed little girl hearing Chen Zhu's question. The two were slightly stunned and exchanged a glance. Didn't Taoist priest Zhang tell you? Chen Zhu shook his head. I just got back from the army. And he doesn't tell me many of his things. He didn't mention the special squad. It's too dangerous for ordinary people. Saying that I joined the army is more believable and doesn't violate the regulations. The two nodded. Let me tell you. Song Qian put down her chopsticks. Back then, your Uncle Jiang was on a business trip and was framed by villains. He almost lost his life. It was Reverend Jiang who happened to pass by and saved his life, Jiang Mingxing added, nodding. Furthermore, our daughter, Jiang Yue, had a congenital ailment at birth, and the hospital prognosticated that she wouldn't survive past the age of 3. At the time, we exhausted almost our entire fortune without finding any recourse, and in the end, we had no choice but to seek out Taoist Zhang once more, to beseech him for medicine to cure her illness. Chunj was suddenly understood. No wonder this family was so kind to him. He realized that 2 lives had been touched. So, Xiaochun, consider this your own home and don't hesitate to make yourself comfortable. Ask for whatever you desire. If your Uncle Jiang and Auntie Song can procure it, we absolutely won't bat an eye. Jiang Mingxing declared this statement with resolute conviction, eliciting a burst of laughter from Song Qin beside him. Wow, darling, you're so virile. As her words trailed off, Chen Zhua and Song Qian both chuckled. Only Jiang Mingxing scratched his head in embarrassment. Softening her tone, Song Qian turned toward Chen Zhua. Xiao Chen, although your Uncle Zhang's words may sound extravagant, the sentiment is genuine. Feel free to ask us for anything you need, and don't feel awkward. We truly consider you as our own son. At that moment, Jiang Mingxing also looked at Chen Zhua. Observing the couple's earnest gazes, Chen Zhua smiled faintly and nodded. There was no need for him to decline their genuine sincerity. After Chen Zhua's affirmation, the 3 of them resumed their meal. Hey, honey, where are the short ribs that were beside me just now? Oh, those? I assumed you weren't going to eat them, so I gave them all to Xiao Chen. No way. Having concluded their supper, Jiang Mingxing commenced clearing the table, while Song Qian escorted Chen Zhu to the 2nd floor. Young Chen, your chamber is situated at the far end of the corridor, with the lavatory to the left of the entrance. Your belongings have already been arranged. I had initially intended to accommodate you in the in-suite quarters, but you adamantly refused. I trust this arrangement will suffice for the interim. Song Qian's words were tinged with a note of apology, as she genuinely felt a sense of indebtedness towards Chen Zhu. It is invariably awkward to reside in another's abode. However, Chen Zhu harbored no such reservations. During his missions, he had shared cramped quarters of a mere dozen square meters with several male and female teammates. He had endured far more austere conditions. By comparison, this was a veritable paradise. It is quite satisfactory, Aunt Song, Chenju responded. Song Qian nodded, proffering several articles of men's apparel to Chenju. I presume you did not bring a change of clothes. These belong to your Uncle Jiang. Please make do with them for the time being. Over the weekend, Yuer will accompany you to procure additional garments. Chenju accepted the clothing and proceeded to his assigned chamber. Reclining upon the bed, Chenju idly picked up a book that lay nearby. After perusing a few pages, he found himself unable to concentrate. The day had been exceptionally eventful. He rose from the bed and, adhering to the pre-slumber regimen instilled in him by his unit, subjected himself to a series of demanding exercises that tested his resolve. Before long, 3 hours had elapsed. Chenju glanced at the alarm clock. It was 11 o'clock. He proceeded to the lavatory, divested himself of his sweat-soaked shirt, and prepared to cleanse himself before retiring for the night. Just as his hand reached for the belt around his waist, a shrill female voice erupted. "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" Chenju turned around, and a girl with red twin ponytails, wearing ear and lip studs, appeared at the door. The girl was not very tall, dressed in a cool summer pajamas. With her slender calves and arms exposed, and all sorts of grotesque tattoos on her body. At this moment, she pointed a wrench at Chenju, her face full of menace. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Chenju looked at the Lolita in front of him and recalled that Jiang Mingxing had mentioned having a daughter. "Are you Zhang Yuel? How do you know my name?" Chenju turned on the faucet and splashed some water on his face in the mirror. "Didn't your parents tell you that someone was going to move into the house?" Zhang Yuer squinted her eyes and thought carefully for a moment. "So you're Chenju?" "Yes, I am." Chenju opened the cabinet and found the toiletries prepared for him by Song Qian. "Get out. This is my bathroom." Seeing Chenju going about his business on his own, she shouted at him. The latter got up and came in front of her. Zhang Yuer only reached about Chenju's neck. His well-defined abs were boldly presented in front of her eyes, and she took a step back. "WH, what are you doing? I remember Aunt Song should have said that there's an in-suit bathroom in your room. So what? I just like using 2 bathrooms. Can you control me?" She turned her head away, trying to keep as far as possible from the sweat on Chenju's body. Chenju smiled and turned around to pick up the sprinkler to test the water temperature. "You haven't started high school yet, right?" "I'm in the 4th year of junior high." "So what? You're only a freshman in high school, aren't you?" Jiang Yuer tightly shut her eyes and vigorously waved the wrench in front of her. Chenju opened his mouth, about to say something, but then frowned and remained silent. "How annoying. Mr. Zhang could have arranged for me to be a senior in high school. I'm already 19. Why should I compete with those 16 or 17-year-olds for a job?" Chenju shook his head. "Forget it. It's quite late. I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm going to take a shower now. Do you plan to stay and take one with me?" Chenju said as he placed his hand on his belt. "Who wants to take a shower with you? You're a hooligan, a pervert." Zhang Yuer slightly opened her eyes a crack. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Chenju was truly about to take the next step. Screaming, she ran away. Perhaps she was going too fast. She lost her footing in her slippers with a little white rabbit pattern on them, and her 2 legs got tangled. "Do you need help? Get lost and stay away from me." Zhang Yuer quickly got up and ran back to her room. Looking at the single slipper left in the corridor, Chenju smiled. After all, she's just a child. Chapter 11 Jiang Yuer's night raid. After Chenju finished washing up, he went into his room, turned off the light, and went to sleep. He fell asleep quickly. Soon, the sound of his even breathing filled the room. Click. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a door opening rang out. Chenju was instantly awakened. Squinting his eyes, he saw a furtive figure. It was Zhang Yuer. At this moment, she was tiptoeing into Chenju's room and standing in front of his bed. With a disdainful smirk, she thought to herself, "You dare vie for my territory, you little upstart? Today, I shall enlighten you to the perfidious depths of human nature." Thereupon, she retrieved her personal cup and surreptitiously deposited an enigmatic pill within. Deliberately, she placed the cup upon Chenju's bedside table. During this interval, she meticulously scrutinized Chenju's immaculate bed, and after a moment's contemplation, she disarranged the various items, simulating the appearance of a fierce struggle. In the inky blackness of the night, devoid of any glimmer of light, Chenju, now fully awake, observed the precocious young girl's machinations. Having completed her preparations, Zhang Yuer approached Chenju and tentatively placed her finger beneath his nostrils. His breath, steady and even, indicated a sound slumber. She nodded with satisfaction and procured a length of coarse rope from an undisclosed location. With this, she bound her ankles together and then proceeded to entwine her wrists, securing them with a sharp bite. Thus, Jiang Duo lay beside Chenju, her limbs constrained. She gazed at the ceiling, where a smoke detector emitted a ceaseless, intermittent flash. Ah, Chenju, she mused. Little did you anticipate this. I have devoted considerable time to mastering the art of tying these knots. Even if you were to discover them, you would find them insurmountable. When the time comes, and the evidence is irrefutable, imagine the thoughts that will race through my parents' minds upon witnessing this scene each morning. Jiang Yue reveled in her cunning, convinced of her own brilliance. She could already envision Jiang Mingxing and Song Qian summarily banishing Chenju from their home. Once more, the bathroom would be exclusively hers. Would they surmise that I had administered a drug with nefarious intentions? A voice emanated from the vicinity, articulate, expeditious, and devoid of any somnolence. Indeed, why would you vie for the lavatory with me? She acquiesced with a nod to the adjacent remark. Jiang Yue, when did you awaken? She writhed vehemently, yet the knot she had fashioned was excessively secure, causing Jiang Yue's countenance to flush crimson in her futile attempts to untie it. Chenju, reclining sideways, propped his head with a solitary hand. Presumably, from the moment I perceived the perfidy of human nature, he observed Jiang Yue's incessant struggles, amused. Is this not akin to a self-imposed predicament? Hark, Chenju. I command you to release me. Jiang Yue exerted every ounce of her strength to no avail. It must be conceded that she had come prepared, as the hempen rope was nearly as thick as her wrist. Moreover, with each successive thrash, she sensed the rope constricting further, undoubtedly leaving crimson imprints upon her wrists. Infeasible. Even if I were to discern the knot's configuration, I could not possibly untie it, Miss Jiang. Chenju arose, his eyes having fully acclimated to the umbrage. He drew back the draperies slightly, allowing slivers of moonlight to cascade upon Jiang Yue's blushing visage. She was acutely aware of the impropriety of her current posture. Her initial stratagem had been to remain there until the morning, at which point her parents would be present, thereby dissuading Chenju from any untoward actions. Confound it. I've overplayed my hand. Jiang Yue muttered the imprecation under her breath, yet it resonated clearly in the tranquil night. Juveniles ought not to indulge in vulgar parlance. Chenju turned around, looking at Jiang Yue, who was glaring at him menacingly, and uttered a piece of wisdom. Damn it. I love to talk. Come on. Hit me if you dare. Upon hearing Chenju's words, she grew even more indignant and spewed out a string of obscenities. Chenju shook his head and heaved a sigh. Fine. Since I'm going to stay here, I'm probably your half-brother from now on. Please, you're really full of yourself. What did you say? Who's talking? Was it the puppy? IF. Before she could finish, she quickly shut her mouth, for she saw Chenju staring at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Only then did she recall her current predicament. If this man in front of her was really a pervert, she was in deep trouble tonight. Even if Chenju was sent to the police station by her parents tomorrow, it would be too late. She would have been violated by this pervert. Oh no. She still yearned for the day when a Prince Charming would come to her rescue and drive the bad guys away. How could her dreams end here? It was all her fault. If she hadn't been so hot-tempered, she wouldn't have ended up in this mess. Thinking of this, a teardrop of remorse trickled down Jiang Yue's cheek. Chenju frowned, looking at her in bewilderment. This young girl was really creating a drama for herself. Nevertheless, Chenju still didn't abandon the idea of teaching her a lesson. One must pay for their mistakes. A young sapling should grow straight from the very beginning. That's what old man Zhang had told him. Watching Chenju approaching relentlessly, Jiang Yue shuffled to one side, but soon found herself at the edge of the bed. What are you going to do? In her eyes, panic welled up uncontrollably. She curled herself up, folding her slender legs and pressing them tightly against her delicate waist. Nothing much. I heard from Uncle Jiang that you like exciting things. Chenju reached out and grasped one end of the hemp rope, tugging it hard to find the quality satisfactory. Immediately afterwards, he wrapped Jiang Yue's cool nightgown with his own quilt and bound them together with the hemp rope, leaving only her head outside. No, stay away from me, get lost. Jiang Yue struggled ceaselessly. However, how could her slender arms withstand Chenju's strength? Eventually, she was helplessly dragged out of the bed by the end of the rope he held. In her glistening eyes, Chenju opened the window and felt the outside with his hand. Jiang Yue mused. Good news. It seemed that she wouldn't lose her virginity. This shape of being bound like a sleeping bag didn't look like she was about to be molested at all. Bad news. Chenju suddenly threw her out of the window, holding the end of the hemp rope with 2 fingers. You stupid Chinju, you. Put me back right now. I curse your whole family to give birth to children without an anus. Jiang Yuer swayed constantly outside the window on the second floor, spewing out vulgar words. Oh, I forgot about this. With a firm grip of his fingers, the Jiang Yuer-shaped sleeping bag ascended rapidly and returned to Chinju's room through the window. At this moment, she was dizzy and seeing stars, yet still habitually spitting out vulgarities. Chinju found a pack of facial tissues beside the bed and stuffed them directly into Jiang Yuer's mouth. The world suddenly became much quieter. Chinju turned around and caught sight of her look as if she were about to devour him, along with the continuous grunts from her throat. He knew Jiang Yuer must still be scolding him. Alas, why bother? During the following time, Jiang Yuer experienced the kind of pleasure that most people would never feel in their lifetime while bungee jumping. The only safety lock was the seemingly tightly pinched 2 fingers of Chinju. Chapter 12. An acquaintance. The next day, Chinju got up refreshed, washed up, and sat down at the dining table. Jiang Yuer, with dark circles under her eyes, sat sluggishly across from Chinju. Didn't you sleep well last night? Jiang Mingxing sat beside Chinju and took the hot milk handed by Song Qian. Yuer, let me introduce you. This is your brother Chinju. He'll be living in our house from now on. Tonight, your mom and I have a business engagement at the company. Let him take you out to buy something to eat. Your brother Chinju was in the army. Your mom and I will be at ease with him around. Jiang Mingxing introduced Chinju to Jiang Yuer, unaware that the two had interacted the previous night. I don't want to. I'm going racing. Jiang Yuer still sported tattoos all over her body and a lip ring. She was wearing a crop top and had a studded leather jacket over it. Jiang Mingxing sized her up. Although he didn't think this kind of outfit on a girl was attractive, due to the preciousness of Jiang Yuer's life, he didn't discipline her too much. After going through that kind of despair, he came to understand that some things were insignificant in the face of his family's health. He took a bite of the bread and chewed it in his mouth. Want to go racing? All right. Yeah. Abruptly, Jiang Yuer leaped onto the chair. It had been an age since she last raced, and today marked the final day she had agreed upon with her friends. Should she miss it, she feared she would be forever excluded from their circle. Yet, Jiang Mingxing had lately seemed uncharacteristically idle, often remaining at home, affording her no opportunity to slip away. One could only imagine the elation that coursed through Jiang Yuer upon hearing the news. However, Jiang Mingxing's subsequent words cast a pall over her spirits. But only if your cousin Chinju accompanies you. Jiang Yuer's enthusiasm was instantly doused, as if by a bucket of icy water. Why him? She protested. Because he is your cousin. In the presence of Jiang Mingxing and his wife, Jiang Yuer refrained from using any coarse language. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Song Qian, who had just taken a seat. Noticing her stare, the latter offered a gentle smile. Listen to your father, she advised. Ugh. Jiang Yuer tossed her chopsticks aside and stormed out of the house. Once the resounding slam of the car door echoed, the couple exchanged helpless smiles. Chun, you know how your cousin is. You are aware of her general situation. We merely wish for her to grow up healthy and happy, and so we sometimes neglect discipline. We hope you can forgive us. It was Song Qian who spoke, as she took Jiang Yuer's plate and placed the barely touched bread into her own. It's nothing. The young lady has a straightforward nature. She is quite endearing. Chinju replied with a smile and a nod. Chinju entered the campus and returned to his seat. In his haste to leave yesterday, he had neglected to tidy his desk, which now appeared somewhat disheveled. Chinju, the head teacher has asked for you. Su Mingxue stood in front of Chinju's desk. Disgust was even more evident on her face, yet there seemed to be some other emotion hidden within, although she tried her best to conceal it. Chinju could tell that it was a feeling called schadenfreude. Perhaps she knew that since Chinju skipped school on his first day yesterday, he was bound to receive some kind of punishment. I'll go too. A timid voice came. Jiang Peng didn't know when he had stood beside Chinju. There was a slight abrasion on his face, but he was extremely grateful to Chinju. That kick seemed powerful but actually had no strength at all. However, if it weren't for Chinju's kick, he definitely wouldn't have been able to return to the classroom yesterday afternoon. Then it would have been him having this conversation today. Others came from wealthy and powerful families, while he was just from an impoverished, ordinary family. If he were to be punished or expelled, he would really be finished. Su Mingxue looked at Jiang Peng, somewhat surprised. In her impression, this person had always been timid and afraid of getting into trouble. Even when bullied, he would endure it silently. Why was he suddenly so brave this time? But this wouldn't change her impression of Chinju in the slightest. Moreover, her impression of Jiang Peng also worsened a bit. No, You should attend class obediently. Chenju didn't even look at him and stood up, facing Su Mingxue. Where are we going? Come with me. Seeing Chenju's gaze turn towards her, she immediately adjusted her emotions and led the way out of the classroom. Su Mingxue walked ahead, step by step out of the teaching building. Is this the way to the office? Chenju looked skeptical. He remembered that there seemed to be a painting on a wall in the school indicating that the grade office was on their building, said to be for the convenience of the class teacher's management. However, at present, it was obvious that this was not the way to the office. Just follow me. Why so many questions? Su Mingxue replied indifferently. Chenju actually fell silent. He wanted to see what tricks this class monitor was up to. The two of them maintained a leisurely pace and walked forward until they entered another more magnificent building. The principal's office? Standing in front of the door, Chenju glanced at the plaque and felt as if he had heard of it somewhere. Before he could ponder further, he heard a scolding voice from inside. On the first day of school, the transfer students skipped classes, didn't attend lessons, and didn't hand in homework. Is this how you, the head teacher, lead your students? You were supposed to take care of the students. Where are they? They've all run away. I really don't know how someone without a teaching certificate managed to teach here. Cheng Mingxing responded repeatedly and tried to excuse Chenju, saying that his ideological work was not thorough enough, and he would surely strengthen education in the future. This really surprised Chenju. But why did this voice seem so familiar? The two gradually approached the seemingly solid wooden door. Who's outside? The rough scolding suddenly stopped. Su Mingxue, who was about to knock on the door, paused. I hope you have a conscience. She glared at Chenju venomously and then stepped aside to make way for him. As the daughter of the financial Su family, she knew how mysterious the parachuted principal of their school was. Even if her family conducted a full-scale investigation, they could only obtain a smidgen of information. Firing one or two teachers or students was easier than having a meal or a drink. Chenju didn't look at Su Mingxue. His mind was now completely occupied by the voice that had reached his ears. He opened the door, and a spacious room came into view. Chenju's gaze paused. There were only two people in the principal's office. One was his class teacher, with whom he had only met once, and the other was a man nearly 2 meters tall, with a crew cut and a burly build. The man glared at Chenju angrily. Just as he was about to lose his temper, his expression froze on his face in an instant. The two stared at each other across the space. After a full 10 seconds, the man coughed awkwardly and said, regarding this student, as long as no serious incident occurs, other matters can be negotiated. Chapter 13. The despair of Li Youhe. Their eyes met. Shock, confusion, and joy simultaneously appeared on their faces. Well, Miss Cheng, you can go out first. There's no need for you here for the moment. What about Chenju's punishment, principal? Cheng Mingxing was a bit bewildered. Oh, what punishment? It's just that the student was late. Go out first. Later, I'll ask Song Jia to send you the salary, raise form you've always wanted. And the student outside the door, tell your teacher your name. I'll add you to the list for the end of term merit evaluation. The principal shouted towards the door. Cheng Mingxing still wanted to say something, but was half pushed by the man and somehow found herself at the door. Bang! The wooden door slammed shut. Su Mingxue and Cheng Mingxing outside the door looked at each other in bewilderment, but seemingly hadn't grasped what had happened. Let's go back. Cheng Mingxing led the way and turned around. Although she didn't know what had occurred, it seemed as if she was being carried forward by someone. Su Mingxue cast a fervent glance at the door of the principal's office and then followed Cheng Mingxing's footsteps. After the two left, Chenju plopped down on the leather sofa as if it were his own home, grabbed the teapot, and poured himself a cup of tea. He was even more at ease than in the Jiang family. The principal also wore an expression as if this were the most natural thing. Took the teapot after Chenju had finished pouring and took 2 gulps directly from the spout. The principal spoke first. Well, Captain, it's been a long time. He scratched the back of his head, and his white teeth stood out strikingly against his dark face. The originally solemn atmosphere vanished without a trace at this moment. Chenju's calm expression suddenly cracked into a snicker. Your job is quite an easy one. You sit in the air-conditioned room every day, have tea at your disposal, and even get to scold the teachers and students when you're bored. Come on, the man sighed inwardly. I had no choice. The man immediately adopted a complaining tone, just like a little boy wronged at home. The person who arranged for you to come here has quite a background. If you were to leave the school on the very first day, he'd surely turn the school upside down. What? Is there someone you, my happy-go-lucky, are afraid of? Chenju took a sip of tea and joked with the man. It's not about being afraid, it's just troublesome. The so-called happy-go-lucky undid a button on his collar, revealing his rough skin. It was evident that such a narrow collar made him extremely uncomfortable. Observing the skeptical expression on Chenju's face, he chuckled and began to speak. Come now, Captain, spare me your jesting. Everyone in the team knows I'm only adept at fisticuffs. You could ask me to perform a comedic dialogue or a stand-up routine, and I'd manage. But matters requiring cerebration are truly beyond my capabilities. There's a reason you all call me the prankster, he added with a wry smile. Don't be deceived by the placid facade of this place. It's rife with turmoil. I truly wonder why old you would assign such a task to me. Both you and old you are masters at handling such affairs, and even entrusting it to young Lu Qian would yield better results than my involvement. He ignited a cigarette, taking a deep drag that instantly reduced its length. Enough about me, Captain. What brings you here? And how have you become a high school student? That's a rather protracted tale. Given that the prankster had departed from the team relatively early, Chenju recounted their final mission, his own retirement, and Zhang Doran's cajolery. Upon hearing this, the prankster fell silent for a moment. Chenju had refrained from divulging the specifics of the final mission, but he could surmise that it must have been fraught with peril. Does the dossier you have on me not include my photograph? Chenju suddenly inquired, realizing that, logically, such documentation for a transfer student should contain a photograph. Don't even mention it. Some scoundrel tore up the photo. Your department had only gave me the basic information. Chenju had a vague impression. It seemed that Wang Ziqiang had used that photo to recruit underlings to deal with him. Roughly speaking, wasn't it because of him that the photo was gone? No, it was all Wang Ziqiang's fault. This matter had nothing to do with him. Chenju tried hard to convince himself and decided to let this matter fade away with the wind. By the way, Captain, is Chenju your secular name? The happy go, lucky one spoke up, which happened to help Chenju turn the page on the previous matter. Chenju looked utterly speechless. Secular name? Do you think everyone is a monk like you? The happy go, lucky one gave a silly laugh. My real name is Chenju. The surname was the one I had when the old man picked me up, and he gave me the given name. The happy go, lucky one let out an O. Boss, my secular name is Baozhang. When there are outsiders around, please don't call me the happy go, lucky one. The dignity of the school principal can't be compromised. Chenju grinned and nodded. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about, and soon it was noon. Their stomachs both growled in unison. When the happy go, lucky one heard the bell tolling the hour, he stood up and put on his clothes. Come on, Captain. I'll take you to have some delicious food. The latter, as usual, walked out side by side with him. There were 3 canteens in Lehigh No. 1 middle school. Among them, the third canteen was the most luxurious one, specially opened for the school staff. The dishes there were inexpensive and came in a wide variety, which were very popular. This was also the reason why many people were eager to work at Lehigh No. 1 middle school. With a clatter, beside the sink, a diminutive figure inadvertently let a bowl slip from her grasp, shattering it upon the floor. The surrounding individuals ceased their activities momentarily, their gazes converging upon her. The girl, visibly disoriented, glanced about, yet found no one to offer guidance. Moments later, a corpulent matron arrived, drawn by the sound. Annie, the girl uttered meekly, her voice barely audible. The matron scoffed dismissively. You know, Yoha, your aunt exerted considerable effort to secure your position here. Now, tell me, under these circumstances, would I still dare to retain you? Her countenance was stern, her facial flesh quivering slightly as she spoke. Upon hearing this, tears welled in the girl's eyes. Please don't dismiss me. I am capable of working. Please don't send me away. With that, she began to gather the shards of porcelain, collecting the larger pieces while using her slender, bony fingers to sweep the smaller fragments from the floor. Soon, specks of crimson adorned the broken pieces. Yet, seemingly oblivious to the sensation, the girl's movements grew more frantic, and consequently, the bleeding intensified. Before long, the shattered fragments were gathered into a pile. All right. Cease your efforts. It appears as though I am mistreating a child. The stout woman gestured, beckoning Li Yoha to rise. The latter wiped away her tears with her arm, smearing a trace of blood upon her face. Disregarding this, however, she hastily expressed her gratitude to the stout woman. Old Meng, this simply won't do. Just as the stout matron was about to dismiss Li Yoha, a man with a pointed face and sunken cheeks emerged. The restaurant keeps account of all the plates. If she breaks one and they conduct a check later, it'll be our fault. The people around immediately echoed. The plump middle-aged woman frowned, looking a bit impatient. So, what do you suggest? The man with sunken cheeks instantly burst into laughter. How about making her give up today's wage so we can order an extra dish? Are you crazy? You want to take money from a little girl? The plump woman looked at him with disdain and disbelief. She couldn't fathom how this man could be so shameless as to try to profit from a teenage girl. But the man showed no sense of shame. This isn't just my idea. We can't let everyone pay for one person's mistake. Am I right, folks? Right. There was an immediate chorus of agreement below. Although the dishwasher's wage was meager, it was still enough for these dozen or so people to each get an extra vegetable dish. After all, every little bit counts. And getting something for free is always appealing. The plump woman shot a glare at the people who were causing a ruckus and was momentarily at a loss for words. Falling silent, the girl's petite figure seemed so alone and helpless at that moment. She knew that the plump woman was only senior in terms of work experience and not the person in charge here, so her words didn't carry much weight. Tears welled up in Li Yoha's eyes again. She thought of her step-mother and her father who was bedridden. Please, don't take my wage. I can do more work. I can wash all your plates. If I don't have the money, my father will go hungry tonight. She didn't want her father to starve. But the people around her, who were as cruel as devils, simply ignored what she said. They shouted for more dishes and stared at her with contemptuous looks. She turned to the plump auntie, only to find that the latter had already left at some unknown time. The girl hung her head in despair, and the blood in her hand dripped along the traces of water that hadn't dried after washing the dishes. No, please, I only have a little money. I can do a lot of work. Please don't take my salary. Chapter 14. Come with me, Captain. Let me tell you, the food in this canteen is simply superb. It's no worse than what Sister Lin cooked for us back then, said one of them. Chunju nodded and gave a faint smile. Then, the jovial one led Chunju to the third canteen cheerfully and took the elevator to the third floor. The third floor was the top floor of the canteen, where there were private rooms for ordering dishes. Ordinary teachers and staff wouldn't come here to dine. Although the food on the top floor was far more delicious than that on the lower floors, the prices had also skyrocketed. Of course, the jovial one didn't care about this. His remuneration for being in the special team was already high. And the mission allowances and the principal's salary were also quite a substantial amount. In his eyes, money was just a string of numbers. In this unfamiliar place, his mind had suffered irreparable damage. If he couldn't even give some comfort to his stomach, he might as well just jump off the building. Chunju followed behind him, posing as a student. After all, they were outside, and it was crucial for them to maintain their identities. No matter how close their relationship was, they had to prioritize the mission. They entered a private room at the end of the corridor. As soon as they were seated, an old man immediately approached their table. Principal, shall we proceed as usual today? He held not a menu, but a meticulously crafted notebook. The establishment had transcended the mere act of ordering. Patrons could request any dish, confident in its masterful execution. Each creation was invariably on par with Michelin-starred cuisine, and he, as the chef de cuisine, represented the pinnacle of culinary expertise. At that moment, he stood earnestly, bowing deferentially as he inquired of the gentleman before him. Indeed, the usuals, with the addition of braised pork belly and squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. As he spoke, he cast a significant glance toward Chunju, who responded with a nod. Over years of camaraderie, the team's dietary preferences had largely converged. Save for the fastidious Lao Yu, most were amenable to nearly anything. The dishes he had ordered were, in fact, among Chunju's favorites. Very well, Lao Wang, that will suffice. Discerning Chunju's gesture, Xinghua desisted from further additions. The stomach's capacity was finite. An excess would be wasteful. Observing the pair, the elder gentleman betrayed a fleeting expression of astonishment, though his seasoned composure swiftly concealed it. After exchanging courteous greetings, he hastened toward the kitchen, the visage of Chunju indelibly etched in his memory. To ascend to such a position demanded not only culinary prowess, but also an acute sense of opportunity, discerning judgment, and adeptness in social graces. None could be wanting. Following the elder's departure, Chunju, unconcerned by his reaction, regarded Xinghua with a slight shake of his head. How is it that you, a monk, harbor such a penchant for these savory, non-vegetarian delights? He chuckled. Chief, I'm not exactly a bona fide monk. I only study martial arts. I can't do those vegetarian meals and chanting things. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been kicked out and wouldn't have run into us. Chunju interjected. The two men gazed at each other, then suddenly burst into laughter. After exchanging a few more words about the team's affairs, Chunju and Kai Xinghua got up and headed out. He had consumed nearly a pot of tea that morning without visiting the restroom once. Now, he urgently needed to find a lavatory. After wandering through the labyrinthine corridors, Chunju finally located a place in a corner. A few minutes later, he emerged from the doorway with a look of contentment on his face. But as he searched for his way back, he realized he had forgotten the route. As he walked, he overheard the sound of voices ahead. Lyoha, as a student, you shouldn't even be here in the first place. We magnanimously accepted you, and instead of showing gratitude, you quibble over paying for your own mistakes? What's with all the fuss? Chenju, walking along the smooth floor, frowned upon hearing the conversation ahead. Something unpleasant seemed to be unfolding, with faint sounds of sobbing. However, he simply wanted to ask for directions and hoped not to intrude on anyone's personal affairs. With these thoughts in mind, Chenju cautiously approached and arrived at the doorway of the room. At first glance, he spotted a familiar figure. Could it be the girl whose seat he had taken? Chenju was puzzled, but remembering Jiang Peng's departure for work at noon, he wasn't entirely surprised. Subsequently, he scrutinized the expressions of the crowd intently. Taking into account the standing positions of the people and the words he had heard on the way here, Chenju instantly comprehended what had transpired. Driven by a twinge of guilt towards the girl, Chenju made his way through the crowd and stood beside the girl who was sobbing uncontrollably. He cast a nonchalant glance at the girl and noticed her blood-smeared hands. Who was in charge here? There was absolute silence below, and everyone turned their gazes towards the man who had spoken at the beginning. Although he was not the actual person in charge, he was the root cause of this incident. Kid, who are you? Mind your own business. Ma Qing, with a sharp, featured and gaunt face, was initially a bit timid. However, after realizing that the newcomer was just a student, his bravado soared. But Chenju remained unmoved. He raised his head and calmly uttered, "Are you the person in charge here?" The man was taken aback, opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. "Old Ma, the plate." "Yes, the plate." From the crowd, someone whispered a reminder to Ma Qing, which instantly jolted him into awareness. "Kid, we're handling this officially. She made a mistake and should be punished." "Officially? Punished? Who's going to mete out the punishment? You, an ordinary employee, or any of the onlookers here?" Chenju remained expressionless, glaring coldly at everyone, including the plump middle-aged woman. Those who were caught in his gaze couldn't help but shiver. For some inexplicable reason, they felt as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Especially Ma Qing, on whom his gaze finally rested, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. How could a student exude such a powerful aura? It must be an illusion. He slapped his lean face to regain his composure. Confronted by that indifferent gaze, Ma Qing vociferously bellowed at Chenju and Lyoha, his voice permeating the cramped dishwashing area. Everyone watched Ma Qing as if he were deranged, including the person who had cautioned him about the plates. None interceded on his behalf. Yet, in their hearts, they harbored a desire for his triumph, for it would guarantee them an additional meal. Such is the nature of humanity. Within a crowd, individuals often expose their darker impulses, but none are willing to stand out. This is especially true when the identity of the adversary remains uncertain. Ma Qing, too, recognized his isolation. At that moment, he resembled a defeated cur, barking impotently, continuously astonishing those present. Chenju disregarded him, instead crouching down to regard the girl, whose eyes were tinged with red. "Arise," he said. Lyoha started, having been preoccupied with her distress and self-reproach over breaking the plates, and she had been completely unaware of the boy's presence beside her. Upon hearing his words, however, the girl obediently rose. She kept her head lowered, oblivious to the fact that the boy standing next to her was the one who had commandeered her seat. "Wipe away your tears and follow me." Chenju turned to leave, his tone remaining even, almost aloof. Chenju was not adept at expressing emotions in front of others, so he resorted to a consistent demeanor. "But the plates, I will take care of it." The girl glanced furtively at the faces around her, shrinking back in apprehension. Seeing that Chenju was about to reach the doorway, she hastily wiped her face with her small hand, rose, and trailed after him. There were numerous small cuts on the hands, and the blood was almost coagulated, yet it still smeared a red patch on Lyoha's face. Seeing this, Ma Qing grew anxious. If this matter wasn't resolved right here, his job would basically be gone. The treatment in Lehigh was excellent, and naturally, the rules were extremely strict. If he hadn't heard about the girl's family situation from the plump aunt and observed her character over the past days, he wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. "You're not allowed to leave," Ma Qing exclaimed anxiously, winking at the people at the door. However, the latter seemed not to notice and were looking around. Some of them had even started their respective tasks. The crowd made way, and only then did Ma Qing see clearly that there was a person standing at the door at some point. With just one glance, despair filled his eyes. That person represented the first lesson they learned upon arriving here. the one whom every kitchen staff member must know not to offend. Chapter 15. A good person, just leave if you want. Let's see who dares to stop him. At this moment, an old man with a fierce look on his face stood at the door, and the others quickly made way. It was the kitchen supervisor whom the happy-go-lucky called Old Wang. At this time, Old Wang looked solemn. He knew that Chun Zhu had a close relationship with the school principal, and behind this principal stood a colossal entity that he might never be able to reach in his lifetime. So when someone told him that a student had broken into the dish-washing room, Old Wang immediately thought of Chun Zhu and rushed over without delay. As expected, it was exactly as he had thought. Chun Zhu walked to the door, exchanged a glance with Lao Wang, nodded gently, and then led Li Youha behind him out of the door. He knew that Lao Wang was a smart man and didn't need his reminder about what to say and do. After seeing Chun Zhu's indifferent look, Lao Wang shivered just like the others. He immediately realized that the identity of this young man in front of him was by no means simple, at least far different from his initial assessment. Thus, his attitude immediately improved a great deal. When Li Youha timidly passed by him, he took a careful look at this little girl who left no deep impression on him, then stared coldly at the crowd. Li Youha lowered her head and followed Chun Zhu around dozens of turns. She might have thought of something, but her shy nature stopped her from speaking out. Finally, after seeing Chun Zhu pondering over the room layout diagram on the wall for a long time, she timidly took a step forward and murmured in a low voice, where are you going? I know the way. She still kept her head down, and her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. However, Chun Zhu had better hearing. Here, Chun Zhu pointed to a place on the wall. Before leaving, he deliberately took a look at the room number. Chun Zhu had long been aware of his problem of getting lost easily, especially in places with numerous rooms. However, in order not to delay the mission, he always spent a great deal of time in advance to learn about the mission location and conduct on-site investigations. But here, he naturally hadn't made that much preparation. Li Youha looked up, glanced at the map, and naturally saw Chun Zhu's face. However, she only showed a slight surprise. Then, she led Chun Zhu in the opposite direction from where they had come. In the room, Chun Zhu was chatting with Happy Nut. Li Youha was sitting beside Chun Zhu, constantly fidgeting with her hands. As Chun Zhu was talking, during the pauses, he stole a glance at Li Youha from the corner of his eye and told her that she had just applied medicine on her hands and should not keep touching the wounds. The girl softly replied with an "oh" and obediently sat on the stool. The stool was not short, and the soles of her shoes couldn't fully touch the ground. At that moment, her well-behaved appearance was just like that of a primary school student in class. Chun Zhu continued chatting with Happy Nut. Soon, the dishes were served. Along with them came 2 large bowls of rice. Happy Nut carelessly picked up a bowl, without caring about Chun Zhu beside him. He picked up a mouthful of vegetables and stuffed the rice into his mouth. Seeing his gluttonous eating like a starved ghost reincarnated, Chun Zhu was speechless. But he didn't say anything to remind him. Instead, he turned to look at the girl beside him. What's your name? Li Youha. The girl was curiously looking around. Suddenly being addressed by Chun Zhu, she was startled. Chun Zhu nodded. He took a small bowl from the side, scooped out some rice from his own bowl, and placed it in front of Li Youha. Then he picked up some of each kind of dish for her and was about to start eating himself. After gobbling down a few mouthfuls, he noticed that Li Youha had only taken a small bite of the dishes in her bowl and then put down her chopsticks. Is it not to your taste? Chun Zhu put down his own chopsticks, picked up Li Youha's chopsticks and bowl, and was about to add some of the newly served dishes to the girl's bowl. No, it's not. Upon observing Chun Zhu reach for her utensils, Li Youha swiftly interjected, her hands instinctively grasping his elbow before recoiling as if shocked. Chun Zhu, visibly perplexed, returned the plate to her. Pistachio, engrossed in his meal, remained oblivious to the exchange. Master, just call me Chun Zhu. Chun Zhu responded nonchalantly to Li Youha, who furtively glanced at Pistachio. Speak your mind. Disregard him, Chun Zhu declared, aiming to alleviate the girl's apprehension. May I take the food in my bowl with me? The girl inquired timidly, causing Chun Zhu to pause in surprise. Why? I wish. Her cheeks flushed crimson, recalling her father's admonition against accepting unearned favors. Yet this was undeniably the most exquisite meal she had savored in over a decade. She yearned for her father to experience its taste as well. Chun Zhu narrowed his eyes, and noticing her struggle to articulate her desire, he resumed eating. Li Youha, understandingly, refrained from further mention. However, the aroma of the food stirred her stomach, and her hand repeatedly reached for the chopsticks before being forcefully withdrawn. Chun Zhu continued to relish the delectable flavors, concurring with Pistachio's assessment that the dishes rivaled their team's standard fare. Soon, his bowl was emptied. Bringing you here to dine already contravenes school regulations. If I were to permit you to take food away, what would others think of me? Chenju didn't mention helping Li Yoha out of the awkward situation. He felt that he had taken the girl's spot, and helping her once was a way to make up for his mistake. Instead of asking for more food, he opened a bottle of water beside him, took a couple of sips, and continued, "Moreover, the dishes here are all prepared by the chefs with great time and effort. Letting them go cold is also a sign of disrespect to them, isn't it? I'm sorry." After hearing Chenju's words, the girl also realized that she had done wrong. Her naturally shy nature was now compounded with guilt. However, Chenju suddenly changed the topic. "If you agree to my conditions, you can take this small bowl of food in front of you. It's yours." "Thank you, young Master Chenju." Hearing this, the girl opened her big, watery eyes wide and quickly jumped off the stool, bowing to Chenju. "Don't be hasty. I haven't stated the conditions yet." Chenju picked up a tissue and wiped his greasy mouth. He couldn't be bothered to correct Li Yoha's way of addressing him. "You can take the food away, but not for free. I need you to owe me 2 favors." "Favors?" Li Yoha clasped her hands in front of her abdomen and tilted her head. "Yes. In the next 2 years, I may need you to do something within your capabilities at any time. 1 favor will be offset each time, and you can't refuse." "All right, young Master Chenju." The girl readily agreed without hesitation. She was already eager to see the satisfied look on her father's face when he tasted the delicious food. With a gentle smile and a shake of his head, Chenju picked up his chopsticks and placed the last braised meatball from the plate into Li Yoha's bowl. Seeing this, Pistachio withdrew her chopsticks, casting a plaintive look at Chenju, only to be met with a stern gaze in return. "Aren't you afraid I might deceive you?" He beckoned towards the entrance, and immediately, a waiter-like figure entered, bearing a takeout container. Chenju handed the container to the girl, gesturing for her to pack the food herself. "I'm not afraid." Li Yoha had just placed a morsel of food into the container when she heard Chenju's voice. She hastily ceased her actions, turning to face him. "Why? I just arrived and already incapacitated that Wang Ziqiang fellow. Aren't you afraid of him?" "I am afraid of him. Aren't you afraid of me?" Upon hearing the response, Chenju felt a pang of frustration. The girl gazed into Chenju's eyes, as profound as a starlit river, noticing a hint of regret within them, which she found somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, since Chenju had posed a question to her, Li Yoha nodded gently. "Because I believe that you, young Master Chenju, are a benevolent person." Chapter 16. Forcible entry. Li Yoha skipped away, carrying the takeout container. Chenju watched her depart, then turned to meet Pistachio's face, which was filled with malicious glee. "Ooh la la, young Master Chenju is a benevolent person." Pistachio struck a pose of schadenfreude, then burst into uproarious laughter. Chenju wore an expression of resignation. After she had her fill of mirth, Pistachio adopted a serious demeanor, though the corners of her mouth twitched upwards uncontrollably, making it difficult for Chenju to take her seriously. "Seriously, Captain, why have you suddenly taken to performing good deeds? You've taken a fancy to her? Is this your type? If those wealthy young ladies you've saved knew that you've fallen for a girl who washes dishes, I wonder how many of them would hang themselves." The Joker just kept chattering away. Not only did he talk non-stop, but he also rolled his eyes and mimicked the action of hanging himself. Chenju cast a glance at him and said nothing. Seeing that Chenju didn't respond, the Joker widened his eyes and opened his mouth so wide that it could fit a whole orange. "No way, Captain. You're really smitten? I've got to spread the word. Old you, Sister Lin, little Sister Lu Qian, and little Red Flower." The Joker took out his smartphone and scrolled through the contacts in his address book, as if he was really searching for something. Chenju looked at him, and his calm voice interrupted the Joker's action. "Do you know why you're in your 40s and still can't find a wife?" "Why?" As soon as the Joker heard the words wife, he quickly looked up and turned off the screen of his phone. This matter had been bothering him for a long time. He had pondered over it for ages, but never found an answer. "Because you talk too much." Chenju pointed it out bluntly without fearing that the Joker would fly into a rage. After hearing this, the Joker actually started to think about it. Chenju checked the time. Ignoring the Joker who looked like a fool, he stood up and prepared to go back to the classroom for class. He took 2 steps outside when he suddenly realized something and walked back to the seat opposite the Joker. "Who's this little red flower you just mentioned?" "Oh, it's the little teddy dog that the gatekeeper, old son, keeps." The Pistachio was still pondering the question when his mouth involuntarily blurted out, haha, Captain. "I was just joking." Pistachio forced a sheepish smile. Chenju gave him an expression that seemed to say, Do you think I'd believe that? And flashed a kind smile. Some unpleasant memories were suddenly rekindled, and Pistachio swallowed hard with difficulty. Captain, it's wrong to hit people. Chen Zhu remained silent. Captain, hitting people will tarnish your glorious and imposing image. Chen Zhu still said nothing. Captain, please, don't hit me in the face. In the afternoon, it was a self-study session, and there were few students in the class. Not only Wang Ziqiang, but also Li Youhe and Su Mingxue were absent from the classroom. Chen Zhu lay prone on the desk and began to feel drowsy. He had gone to bed late the previous night and was roused by Jiang Yue, resulting in severely insufficient sleep. His eyes closed and then opened, and it was already time for school to end. Remembering Jiang Mingxing's instructions in the morning, Chen Zhu arrived at Jiang Yue's school gate early, intending to take her out for a meal. He had no intention of really taking Jiang Yue to play the dangerous game of racing cars. Watching the students streaming out of the school, Chen Zhu craned his neck to look around, yet he never caught sight of Jiang Yue. As the night gradually deepened and all the students in the school had left, a sense of unease welled up in Chen Zhu's heart. Oh no! Could this little girl really have sneaked off to race cars? Chen Zhu took out his communicator and dialed a number. Sorry, the phone you dialed is turned off. The voice came through almost instantaneously, and the same thing happened in the subsequent attempts. He furrowed his brow, then made his way to the roadside and dialed an unknown number. Captain, how's your retired life? A playful voice came from the other end of the communicator. It was evidently an optimistic and cheerful girl. It's okay, but there are quite a few troublesome matters, Chen Zhu replied, then gave a phone number to the other end. Help me find out where this number is right now. Sure thing, it'll be done right away. Chen Zhu hung up the call, raised his hand to hail a taxi. At the moment he closed the door, an address appeared in Chen Zhu's inbox. Driver, take me to number 3 Huaxing Road. The sky had gradually darkened. Chen Zhu got off the taxi. Looking at the place surrounded by mountains before him, he let out a sigh. This girl really gives me a headache. He lifted his feet and walked into the mountains. This area was already on the outskirts of Lehigh, surrounded by lush and verdant woods. The No. 3 house was easy to find. There was only one place with lights on within the range of his vision. It was more like a huge manor, a manor built in the mountains. Stop. At the big iron gate, 2 serious-looking men stopped Chen Zhu. They had long noticed Chen Zhu looking around and seen him getting out of a taxi, with a look of disdain on their faces. What are you here for? Looking for someone, Chen Zhu said indifferently. Who are you looking for? The black-clothed man on the left stepped forward and continued to question Chen Zhu. The man on the right silently took out a police baton. My younger sister, Jiang Yue. She's a junior high school student and not very tall. Chen Zhu described Jiang Yue's appearance to the 2 men. Upon hearing what Chen Zhu said, the 2 bodyguards exchanged a glance. You've got the wrong place. There's no sister of yours here. Leave right away. I see. Chen Zhu assumed a disappointed look and turned to walk down the mountain. Seeing this, the other bodyguard took out his weapon as well, following Chen Zhu slowly with a low gait, holding a police baton high above his head. After walking a couple of steps, Chen Zhu suddenly put on a thoughtful look and turned around. Well, perhaps I've decided to force my way in after all. Before he could finish his sentence, their gazes met. The eyes of the bodyguard beneath his sunglasses widened in shock. But since the arrow was already on the bowstring, he immediately swung the police baton downward. The next moment, he regretted it. Chen Zhu blocked with his left arm and threw a hook punch at his chin with his right. The hefty figure collapsed to the ground. When the other one saw his comrade being knocked down, he immediately reached for the walkie-talkie on his belt. But as soon as he took it out, he saw Chen Zhu in front of him with a cruel smile on his face. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt. However, Chen Zhu said calmly, Since I've said I'm going to force my way in, I'm afraid I have to put you through some inconvenience. Chapter 17. Alcohol. Right after knocking down the 2 bodyguards, the communicator in Chen Zhu's pocket vibrated. The caller ID showed it was a private number. What's up, Xiaoqian? Chen Zhu opened the answer button in confusion, and the same lively and cheerful female voice came from the phone. Captain, I just checked. It seems that the one ranked 27th on the wanted list is inside. Chen Zhu was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head and pondered. 27? Zhou Guang. Yes, he should have been hiding there for some time. However, our manpower is stretched thin, so we haven't had the time to deal with this guy. But since our dashing and formidable captain has come across him, we'll have to trouble you to take care of this little fry. The person on the other end of the phone showed no concern about the potential danger at all. She had absolute confidence in Chen Zhu. Okay, I'll give you news before 12 o'clock. Chen Zhu nodded and was about to hang up the phone. Wait. As soon as Lu Qian heard what Chen Zhu said, she knew he was going to take action and quickly stopped him from hanging up. Chen Zhu looked utterly puzzled. Is there anything else? Hearing Chen Zhu's voice, Lu Qian let out a long sigh of relief. Then she continued in a light and charming voice. The higher-ups have said that from now on, the rewards for your missions will be transferred to your private account. You don't have to follow the old rules anymore. Chen Zhu was silent for a short while. Lu Qian knew what he was thinking at the moment. No. Keep the reward distribution the same as before. Give 20% to Xiaohua's family, and divide the rest among the other brothers. After saying that, regardless of what else Lu Qian wanted to say, he directly ended the call. The manor was vast, not looking like a place for living. Runways were everywhere, crisscrossing through the mountains and forests. According to the location Lu Qian had sent him, Chen Zhu stood in front of a magnificent building. He pushed the door open, and the clear and melodious sound of bells rang out. Sir, what would you like? A handsome waiter stood beside him gracefully and inquired. A glass of Godfather. Chen Zhu walked past him expressionlessly, casually leaving such a sentence behind, and then throwing 2 banknotes at him. Sir, this is... The waiter didn't finish his sentence but suddenly stopped, and the expression on his face turned into a genial smile again. He bowed to Chen Zhu. Sure, I'll come right away. Chen Zhu made his way to a secluded corner and glanced at the rudimentary positioning on the communicator once more. According to the display, the 2 small dots had almost overlapped, yet there were scarcely any people around Chen Zhu. He raised his head and cast his gaze towards the ceiling. Is it here? On the 2nd floor, in a not overly large private room, 2 men and 4 women were sitting together. They were all quite young, but their outfits made their presence here seem perfectly reasonable. Come on, everyone, drink as you like. I'll foot the bill for the drinks here today. A boy with green braids said enthusiastically to the crowd, though his voice was slightly effeminate. Hearing his words, the people in front of him all picked up their wine glasses and downed the contents in one gulp. Then, they all turned to look at Jiang Yue, who was holding her glass to her lips. The latter was still dressed in that rebellious outfit and had heavy makeup on her face. Yue, why aren't you drinking? A girl shifted her position and sat beside her, her eyes fixated directly on the wine in her hand. My parents won't allow it. Remembering the admonitions from Jiang Mingxing and Song Qian, Jiang Yue hesitated for a moment and then placed the wine glass on the table. Could you pour me a glass of plain water? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and couldn't help bursting into a fit of laughter. Jiang Yue, you're truly a good girl in your parents' eyes. Oh, Xiaoji, stop teasing her. If you go on, our good girl will get angry. All right. Then quickly pour a glass of water for our good girl. 2 girls sitting farthest from Jiang Yue chatted back and forth. Their faces were also made up, and compared with Jiang Yue's somewhat uneven makeup, theirs was more beautiful and natural. Yue, this is a bar. There's only wine, no water. Moreover, if you don't drink a bit, you won't be allowed to participate in the upcoming car race, said the boy with the braid. Jiang Yue lowered her head, still resisting in her heart. However, upon hearing the boy's words, her resolve began to waver. That's right, Yue. The wine here is specially blended and has no alcohol content. It tastes just like a beverage. If you don't drink, only a few of us can take part in the car race later, and you'll have to just watch from the outside. Isn't racing cars your long, cherished dream? The girl sitting beside Jiang Yue spoke up again. Seeing her inner struggle, she added fuel to the fire. Everyone around stared intently at her. Some looked at her with mockery, while others with concern. Jiang Yue met everyone's gazes and gradually brought the wine glass to her lips. Yet, she still hesitated. She lifted her eyes and cast a somewhat pleading look at the boy who had been sitting silently in the corner all along. Seeing the latter nod heavily at her, Jiang Yue closed her eyes and gulped down the wine in the glass. Everyone clapped their hands, seemingly offering her encouragement. The boy with the braid glanced at his valuable watch and then also joined in the applause. After that, Jiang Yue felt as if she and them belonged to 2 different worlds. The boy took the lead and chatted with several others about various topics concerning the upper-class people, and Jiang Yue couldn't fit in at all. Gradually, only the glass bottles of those seemingly expensive wines remained, yet no one urged Jiang Yue to drink anymore. The signs of intoxication were visible on almost everyone's face, and they were a bit carried away. After an unknown period of time, the boy with a braid checked the time and stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to leave. Is it already that time? Zhao Tian, aren't you on good terms with the people here? Can you talk to them and let us play a little longer? The girls immediately showed disappointed expressions. The boy called Zhao Tian cursed idiot in his heart, but still maintained a cheerful look. He flipped open his phone and waved it in front of everyone. I heard there's a strange man downstairs who buys wine with cash. A lot of people have gone to have a look. Don't you want to check it out? Really? Seeing that everyone's interest was piqued again, he then turned around and led the group out of the room. Chapter 18. In a frenzy of extravagance, Chunju's wine was soon served. He was wearing a Bluetooth headset, swirling the liquid in the glass with a straw, and staring blankly outside. Chunju didn't rush to find Jiang Yue. A few minutes ago, Lu Qian had already deciphered Jiang Yue's microphone and was now relaying the sound through Chunju's communicator to his earpiece. Hearing the last sentence from it, he was momentarily stunned and indeed noticed that there were more people around him than before without his noticing. Chunju shook his head. As expected, once a person relaxes from a high-intensity environment, they will involuntarily let down their guard. Fortunately, it didn't cause any delays. As he thought about it, he turned his head to the left and, as expected, saw a group of people looking like students coming down from the second floor. Chunju stood up and, under everyone's gaze, walked up to them. Let's go. It's time to go home. Zhao Tian, the boy with a braid who was leading the group, was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Who's going home with you? Chunju didn't say a word. His gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Jiang Yue. Huh. Everyone followed his line of sight. Yue, do you know him? It was still that girl who seemed very close to Jiang Yue. Her name was Mu Qin, and she was Jiang Yue's best friend. At this moment, Mu Qin looked extremely shocked. As far as she knew, Jiang Yue came from a well-off family and didn't seem like someone who had such a shabby-looking relative. The other two girls wore contemptuous expressions. Oh, why does the young lady's elder brother pay with cash? If he doesn't have a membership card, he should at least have a bank card. No way. Oh, our dear little princess should go home quickly. Your elder brother has come to pick you up. Zhao Tian also turned around and asked with feigned concern, Yue, is this person really here to find you? The spotlight fell on Jiang Yue, who cast a sidelong glance at Chunju. Her demeanor a stark contrast to the bashful one she had displayed in the private room. Absolutely not, she retorted. I would never have such a plebeian for a brother. Who are you? Be gone at once, or we shall summon the constabulary. Without awaiting a response, she promptly led the way out of the tavern. Her entourage breathed a collective sigh of relief, their meticulously crafted scheme narrowly averted. The mere thought of their benefactor's methods sent shivers down their spines. Fortunately, disaster had been averted. Idiot, Zhao Tian sneered, spitting in Chunju's direction. He scurried after Jiang Yue, engaging her in animated conversation, punctuated by her intermittent giggles. Chunju, furrowing his brow in resignation, retreated to his seat and leisurely finished his drink under the curious gazes of those around him, mindful of the expenditure. Nestled within the estate was a track encircling the mountain, beneath which lay a modest two-story dwelling, spanning several hundred square meters. Zhao Tian, accompanied by his companions, confidently led the way to a crimson door on the second floor. Within the chamber, a balding middle-aged man swirled his goblet, an alluring damsel draped across his lap, her frame trembling subtly. The door swung open from the outside. Brother Chow, I have brought the person you requested. As Zhao Tian opened the door, he looked back at the crowd and introduced the status of the man inside the door in the racing field. He said that the man had his own racing car modification factory at home, and he himself was also a prominent figure in the racing circle. So at this moment, he didn't notice the man's panicked look when startled. When he turned around, a beer bottle was thrown at him. Bang! The beer bottle hit Zhao Tian's head, leaving broken glass all over the floor. Streams of blood trickled down his hair. The other girls were all terrified and let out a scream. But the bald-headed man impatiently glared at them, and they immediately fell silent. Brother Chow, I've brought Jiang Yue here, Zhao Tian said, without showing any anger and having no time to wipe the blood on his head. He quickly put on an obsequious expression and looked at the man in front of him. Chao Ming, who was called Brother Chow, heaved a heavy breath. When he saw the petite Jiang Yue at the end of the group, the gloom on his face dissipated a bit. Take a seat, he said coldly, then turned around and went back to the sofa, motioning for the girl to leave. The long-haired girl gave Zhao Tian and the others a resentful look but said nothing and left the room. After the door closed gently, Zhao Tian, with his little finger cocked, quickly picked up the wine bottle on the table and wanted to pour wine for Chao Ming. But the latter crossed his glass and didn't accept it. You're not qualified. The cold words of Brother Chow echoed in everyone's ears, and Zhao Tian's embarrassed figure froze there. Several girls who had wanted to offer a toast also gave up the idea at this moment. Chao Ming's gaze lingered upon Jiang Yue, his eyes betraying a raw desire. Yet at the last moment, he reined himself in. His gaze flickered to the silent boy named Kong Sheng. You come here. Me? Kong Sheng, animated with fervor, seized the wine bottle and gingerly poured half a glass for Chao Meng, oblivious to Jiang Yuer's unease and astonishment. Even had he noticed, it would have been of little consequence. He had captured the attention of the man before him. Wealth and power were now within his grasp. Why should he concern himself with the haughty, petite girl? The wine was drained in one gulp, and Kong Sheng stood obsequiously by. Brother Chao, I played a pivotal role today. The boy's voice, though not thunderous, carried clearly to every ear. As he spoke, he refilled Chao Meng's glass, precisely half full once more. You shall be rewarded. Chao Meng grinned, a flash of gold glinting amidst his stained teeth. The others present wore varied expressions. Jiang Yuer was bewildered, while the others inwardly lamented Kong Sheng's preemptive maneuver. Brother Chao, we were instrumental as well. The two girls who had mocked Jiang Yuer now spoke with honeyed voices, having somehow ensconced themselves upon Chao Meng's lap. They gently took the glass from his hand, leaving the imprint of their lipstick upon it before delicately offering it to his lips. The women were not beautiful, but with the aid of cosmetics, they possessed a certain allure. This intimacy stirred a surge of excitement within Chao Meng. Ha, ha, ha. Excellent. You shall both be rewarded handsomely. At this juncture, Chao Meng's gaze was somewhat unfocused, his hands resting upon the thighs of the two women. He contemplated whether to partake of these two appetizers before the main course. Upon hearing this, the girl's smiles grew even more radiant. One embraced Chao Meng's neck, while the other encircled his waist, her head resting against his chest. Jiang Yuer felt a touch of dizziness, unsure whether it stemmed from her aversion to the scene or something else. At this moment, she harbored a tinge of regret for not heeding her parents' advice. Now, her thoughts in disarray, she could only hope that her close friend could devise an excuse. Xiao Qin. She turned her head towards Mu Qin, who was seated beside her, hoping she could lead her away. However, the girl had already distanced herself somewhat. Sitting closer to Chao Meng, Mu Qin did not hear Jiang Yuer calling her name. Her entire attention fixed on Chao Meng and the two girls at the head of the table, her face a mixture of envy and jealousy. She believed herself to be no less attractive, and although she wore no makeup, her figure was certainly superior to those of the two girls. Perhaps she, too, might have a chance. After a brief moment, she seemed to hear something and reacted slightly. Yuer, did you call me just now? Mu Qin reluctantly turned her head to look at Jiang Yuer, who was sitting to one side. No, nothing. At this moment, Jiang Yuer wore a dejected expression, but she did not voice her innermost thoughts. Mu Qin turned her head back once more. Chapter 19. The potion takes effect. The silent struggle among the individuals persisted. Kong Sheng, his face beaming, stood aside, expounding upon his pivotal role. Two young women undulated their waists, flaunting their enviable figures. Zhao Tian and Mu Qin covertly vied, seizing every opportunity to showcase their capabilities. Only Jiang Yuer felt increasingly faint, a wave of drowsiness washing over her. At last, she rose, slightly unsteady, and addressed the assembly. Brother Chao, everyone, something has come up at home, so I must take my leave. Having spoken, she, without waiting for a response, swayed toward the door as if intoxicated. On occasion, she would miss a step, resulting in a stumble, but fortunately, Jiang Yuer managed to regain her balance each time, preventing a fall. Chao Meng surreptitiously glanced at Zhao Tian, who, recognizing the opportunity, promptly stepped forward to intercept Jiang Yuer. Yuer, Brother Chao is about to discuss racing. After he explains the rules, he will take us for a real-world experience. Are you certain you wish to depart now? Mu Qin also approached at this moment, gazing at her with genuine concern. Indeed, Yuer, haven't you always said this was your dream? Now it stands before you, within reach. Are you truly going to relinquish it? Her hands gently guided Jiang Yuer back to the sofa. At this juncture, Jiang Yuer was enervated and her consciousness somewhat clouded, leaving her no choice but to allow Mu Qin to lead her back to the sofa. Nevertheless, she mustered her strength, hoping to hear something related to racing. Alas, she was to be disappointed. Several people still went their own way. Moreover, due to their previous performance, Zhao Tian had joined the ranks of flattering Chao Meng. Mu Qin also hugged Chao Meng's arm and pressed her fair and delicate cheek against it. Jiang Yuer's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and her consciousness became increasingly blurred. Finally, the figures of the crowd in her eyes turned into tiny dots, and soon after, the dots also disappeared. There was still a faint sound in her ears, and she could barely distinguish that it was from her companions. Zhao Tian, Brother Chao, the medicine has taken effect. I went to great lengths to get this medicine. No matter what you do to her, she won't wake up. Mu Qin, Brother Chow, I'm her best female friend. She came here largely because of me. Kongsheng. Jiang Yuer's consciousness finally faded away. At the last moment, she thought of her parents and of Chenju, whom she had just sent away. If I die here like this, Mom and Dad will be heartbroken, won't they? If she had gone home with Chenju just now, would she be enjoying a warm dinner at this moment? Then the sounds disappeared. Xiao Ming quickly pushed the three girls aside and came to Jiang Yuer's side. He gently pinched Jiang Yuer's dainty chin with his plump fingers and lifted her eyelids. After confirming that Jiang Yuer wouldn't wake up for a while, he burst into laughter. The girls came over and hugged Xiao Ming again. Mu Qin even began to take off her clothes. Brother Chow, Jiang Yuer isn't going anywhere. Why don't you try something else first? These were Mu Qin's words. At this moment, she had already slipped off a corner of her JK-style uniform shirt, revealing her camisole and fragrant shoulders. Elated, Xiao Ming embraced Mu Qin and tossed her onto the sofa. She feigned a protest, but did not resist Xiao Ming's corpulent frame. The other two young women also gathered around him, their fragrances enveloping him. It had been a long time since Xiao Ming had encountered such accommodating female students. The two young men discreetly turned away, granting him ample privacy. Xiao Ming roughly stripped off Mu Qin's garments, and upon beholding her alluring figure, he was about to commence when he paused, keenly aware of his body's limitations. Subsequently, with practiced ease, he retrieved a vial of pills from his pocket, swallowing them without hesitation. As a surge of warmth emanated from his core, his gaze softened once more. Yet he cast a slightly disdainful glance over the three women before positioning himself before Jiang Yuer. The three women were aware of what had transpired, their eyes betraying a fleeting, inscrutable expression that quickly vanished. Hey you, Xiao Ming called out, and the two boys turned around. Zhao Tian caught the phone that was tossed to him. A recording had already been initiated on the phone. The intention was obvious. Zhao Tian hesitated momentarily, then directed the camera toward Xiao Ming, who had already seized Jiang Yuer's slender wrist. Jiang Yuer's studded jacket, which looked very cool, had been discarded. Just as his hand was about to venture further, a discordant voice echoed from beyond the door. Hello, your delivery. Xiao Ming's hand froze in midair, and the others exchanged perplexed glances. No one had ordered any takeout, and besides, this place did not seem to allow deliveries. Suddenly, the room was engulfed in a profound silence. The night had grown deep, and the shadows of the trees outside the window were swayed by the wind, rustling softly. In the room, the only sound that persisted was the intermittent knocking at the door. Hello, it's the takeaway. Could you please open the door? It was that hearty voice once again. Several students were thrown into a panic, but Xiao Ming reacted swiftly. He dashed towards the window, his speed belying his bulky figure. However, the figure outside the door was even quicker. Hearing the flurried footsteps, he kicked the door open and then hurled a long, thin object. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Ming collapsed to the ground. Everyone steadied themselves, rubbed their eyes, and after confirming that their vision was accurate, shock and fear etched across their faces. Stuck in Xiao Ming's leg was merely a disposable chopstick. Yet, this common chopstick, at this moment, had nearly half of its length buried deep into his flesh, becoming a sword that shattered Xiao Ming's hope of escape. Amidst Xiao Ming's wails, everyone looked towards the door, where disbelief resurfaced once more. The perpetrator was none other than the elder brother whom Jiang Yuer herself refused to acknowledge and whom they had always scorned. Chen Zhu was clad in the yellow uniform of a takeaway deliverer man, with a urea sack slung on his back. The contents inside were large, but they had no idea what it was. He cast a fleeting glance upwards, and another chopstick in his hand shot out at breakneck speed, plunging straight into the upper socket of a power outlet in the corner. Inside, something resembling a lens made intermittent sizzling sounds of electricity, but it could no longer function. Who are you? Xiao Ming had never seen this person before. In his impression, he had never offended anyone who could drive chopsticks into a person's leg. Chen Zhu ignored him and instead turned to look at the three disheveled girls and the two bewildered boys. With silent steps, Chen Zhu's figure instantly appeared among the students. Ha! Amidst horrified gazes, Chen Zhu slapped Kong Sheng so hard that he was sent flying across the room until he crashed into the corner before coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Kong Sheng let out a sudden cough and spat out several blood-stained teeth. You son of a... He propped himself up forcefully, covering his face with his hand. His words were slurred, but his eyes glared menacingly at Chen Zhu. Hey, why are you hitting people? Yes, with your behavior. How can we dare to play with Jiang Yuer in the future? If she knows that we didn't take her along because of you, she'll hate you to death. Hurry up and release Brother Chow, and let us leave here. The girls chattered one after another, looking so natural as if Chen Zhu had really committed some unforgivable mistake. However, they didn't notice that at this moment, Zhao Tian had quietly walked to the corner and was looking at them like they were fools. Chapter 20. Going home for dinner, Chen Zhu cast a dispassionate glance at them and said nothing. Instead, he slowly walked up to Qiao Meng. Hey, don't you know that your behavior is extremely impolite? Hurry up and call a taxi to send us home. People like you. Whoosh. A blood-stained chopstick hurtled through the air, slicing off strands of hair that fluttered to the ground, their faces now adorned with crimson droplets. The women's pupils constricted, their mouths agape in silent horror. The world had grown still. It was then that Chen Zhu turned his gaze towards the fallen Qiao Meng. Don't come any closer. Behind me stands Boss Zhou. Surely you've heard of his exploits. He'll make you wish you were never born. Qiao Meng cried out, clinging to this as his last hope, though his trembling betrayed his fear. Boss Zhou, you say? Are you referring to him? Chen Zhu casually tossed a sack onto the ground, revealing a face that sent a shock through Qiao Meng. Zhou. Boss Zhou. Qiao Meng exclaimed. The sack contained a gaunt figure with a wispy mustache, bearing a resemblance to a samurai. His eyes were shut tight, his brow furrowed in what appeared to be either unconsciousness or death. Seeing his leader in such a state, Qiao Meng had no choice but to succumb to fate. He was merely a lackey, a hanger-on in the criminal underworld, and would be the first to flee at the prospect of real trouble. This had been his modus operandi for a long time, preying on students to satiate his twisted desires. Qiao Meng's only regret was that these youngsters in the room had embroiled him in such a predicament. Papa, Mama, your air is so cold. Don't leave, don't leave, a soft murmur arose. Chen Zhu turned to see Jiang Wei reaching out into the air, her expression one of terror, as if trapped in a nightmare. This is a hallucinogen? Chen Zhu squinted his eyes and made a quick assessment. Who drugged her? Several students exchanged glances, and finally their gazes converged on Zhao Tian. Chen Zhu nodded slightly, took off his coat, and covered Jiang Wei with it. Unexpectedly, she grabbed it directly and then tightly hugged his arm. Dad, Mom, don't leave. Yue doesn't want to leave you. Seeing Jiang Yue clinging to his arm like a sloth, Chen Zhu instinctively tried to break free. However, noticing the gradually relaxed expression on her face, he ultimately couldn't bear to do so. Qiao Meng slowly stepped backward, thinking that Chen Zhu wouldn't notice his petty actions at this moment. Well, how do you want to die? Chen Zhu sat on the sofa with his back turned to Qiao Meng, yet his words made the latter freeze in his tracks. After a long while, he remained silent. Chen Zhu shook his head. Fine, I'll choose for you. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jiang Wei groggily woke up. She saw the crystal chandelier above her head. Her first reaction was that she wasn't at home, and then she immediately perked up. Awake? Chen Zhu looked at Jiang Yue lying on him, wearing a gentle smile. Chen Zhu. She burst into tears, tightly hugging Chen Zhu's neck as tears streamed down continuously. Just now, I just had a nightmare. I dreamt that my friends wanted to harm me. They drugged me and wanted me to be violated by someone as disgusting as a dead pig. My mom and dad don't want me anymore. I'm seriously ill, and they're all leaving me. Chen Zhu gently stroked Jiang Yue's head and said tenderly, all right, it's okay. I'm here. Jiang Yue's voice still carried sobs. Chen Zhu then patted her back with his right hand, while his left hand hung in the air, awkwardly not knowing where to place it. As a child who had grown up under the strict supervision of Old Man Zhang, this was the first time Chen Zhu had been so intimate with a girl. Even though he knew she was his sister, it was inevitable that he would be in a panic. This was a rare expression on his face in the past dozen years. When he had contact with the opposite sex before, even if it was a teammate or a mission target, he would always keep an appropriate distance and would not act so beyond the bounds. So at this moment, Chen Zhu was truly flustered. Several people standing in line on one side exchanged glances after hearing Jiang Wei's words, and then saw Qiao Meng lying on the ground, having wet his pants out of fear. Jiang Yue gradually calmed down and stopped shedding tears. She began to observe the surrounding environment. Chen Zhu, where is this? She asked, looking at Chen Zhu in confusion, only to see the latter pucker his lips. Your nightmare. Only then did Jiang Yue notice her good friends and the stinking Qiao Meng. You. She glanced at them and then shifted her gaze to Chen Zhu. They. Chen Zhu didn't say a word. He took out a recording pen and played back the complete recording from the communicator. Jiang Yue's expression changed from initial curiosity to anger and finally to wrath. Especially when she heard Kongxing say, Brother Qiao, after you're done with this little slut, can you let me have a go too? Her eyes instantly went blank. Chen Zhu remained silent. He had merely stated the facts, and it was up to her how to handle the situation. However, It was obvious that Jiang Yuer's heart would be deeply hurt. He could tell that Jiang Yuer had feelings for Kong Sheng. When he struck up a conversation with them at the bar, Jiang Yuer immediately glanced at Kong Sheng's expression. Only after seeing that he showed no sign of unease did she start to drive him away. Being betrayed so thoroughly by someone she loved was no small blow to a teenage girl. Sure enough, Jiang Yuer looked up blankly at Kong Sheng and asked, "Why?" Kong Sheng kept silent. Jiang Yuer strode up to him, grabbed his collar, and almost shouted, "Why? Tell me why? I used my pocket money to buy you gifts when we went out. I covered for you when you skipped classes. Even when the teacher came to my home, I never gave you away. Why did you betray me?" She stared fixedly at Kong Sheng, her eyes full of bewilderment. Kong Sheng flung Jiang Yuer's hand aside and said disdainfully, "Bah, if it weren't for your brother, we would have succeeded long ago. Do you think you can still rant in front of me? Who would like a little slut with a princess complex, especially one who dresses so provocatively all day long? Aren't you just here to seduce men?" After hearing this, Jiang Yuer took 2 steps back and bumped right into Chen Zhu, who was standing behind her. She looked up and met Chen Zhu's gentle gaze. "Do you want to kill?" Hearing this tone as cold as the winter wind, several students instantly got goosebumps all over their bodies. They originally thought that Chen Zhu wouldn't dare to do anything to them, a few students. However, the look in the other's eyes when looking at them was filled with a kind of calmness and madness, which was a disregard for life. Is he serious? This was the thought that flashed through everyone's minds in an instant. Jiang Yuer angrily glanced at Kong Sheng and then scanned the others one by one. These were all the so-called best friends she once thought she had. Jiang Yuer clenched her fists tightly, but after a few seconds, she gently released them. Chen Zhu noticed her little hand with knuckles turning white due to the force and nodded, speaking softly. "I'm hungry. Let's go home for a meal." "Okay." Chen Zhu put his hands in his pockets and led Jiang Yuer out. The latter naturally placed her hand on Chen Zhu's arm. As for that sack, it had long been taken away, and no one knew where it was. Chapter 21. Brother Chen Zhu is the best. The police car was wailing. Chen Zhu and Jiang Yuer were sitting in the car, and the driver was Zhang Zhong, the director of the Public Security Bureau. Chen Zhu had long called the Public Security Bureau. As soon as Zhang Zhong heard it was about Chen Zhu's matter, he quickly put aside his official business and came to the manor gate with several night shift police officers. Zhang Zhong originally wanted to call Tang Sa to let her get acquainted with Chen Zhu, but this girl refused no matter what. So Zhang Zhong had to abandon his idea. It was Jiang Yuer's first time in a police car, and she curiously looked around. Chen Zhu and Zhang Zhong also chatted with each other from time to time. "Chen Zhu, what will happen to them?" After her curiosity subsided, Jiang Yuer inquired of the person in the passenger seat, still somewhat reluctant to let go of her former friends. They were no longer young. For some, a criminal record might be the lightest consequence. In more serious cases, they could be held criminally liable. As for that Chao Meng, who attempted rape and had a prior record of soliciting prostitutes, he was surely going to jail. It was Zhang Zhong who responded. While driving, he glanced at Chen Zhu out of the corner of his eye. As far as he knew, the special team had the privilege to shoot. For those with a criminal record or in the act of committing a crime, regardless of the severity, they had the right to shoot them dead on the spot. However, each person only had 3 such opportunities in their lifetime. If they exceeded this limit, they would face penalties more agonizing than the law could impose. "Ah," Jiang Yuer replied, sounding far from happy. These were among the few friends she had made at school. If even they wanted to harm her, Jiang Yuer might have to be alone for a long time in the future. "Where did you go before you saved me, Chen Zhu?" Jiang Yuer didn't dwell on this matter. After all, she had never had many friends, and these people had only appeared recently. Thinking about it this way, she didn't seem to have lost much. Moreover, she had gained several weeks of friendship. Before, Chen Zhu fell into memories. 2 hours ago, Chen Zhu left the bar with his headphones on. He had received information about Zhou Guang. Zhou was naturally timid and cautious, so he wouldn't easily show up. Looking for someone like him in such a large area was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After pondering for a moment, Chen Zhu first headed to the monitoring room. After knocking down several people, he began to observe the hundreds of surveillance images on the large screen. Fortunately, this was a private estate, and many areas were not open to the public, which greatly reduced the difficulty of his search. After combining the topographic map beside and the check in registration form he stole from the counter, Chen Zhu quickly identified several rooms with the least surveillance coverage. Then, he found a deliverman's outfit in a wardrobe and started to conduct a thorough search of these places one by one. Generally speaking, people who came to this expensive place usually did so for entertainment purposes, and few came simply for accommodation. Chen took advantage of this fact and knocked on the doors of the possible rooms one by one, although most of his time was spent on finding the rooms. It had to be admitted that this strategy worked wonders. If it were ordinary guests, they would surely scold him vehemently after their pleasant moments were interrupted, and indeed, Chen was severely berated. There was only one room. The registration form indicated that someone had checked in, and Chen did hear sounds coming from inside. However, after knocking on the door repeatedly, the room became eerily quiet. In this way, Chen managed to capture Zhou Guang, who was hiding there, in such a simple yet effective manner. As for the urea bag, Chen himself didn't know where he casually grabbed it from, and the disposable chopsticks were also found inside, but that was of little consequence. Because he heard from the earpiece that Qiao Meng was about to take action, he rushed there at full speed. Thus, there came the scene where Chen kicked the door open. Chen had previously asked Zhang Zhong to turn off the siren. The police car stopped in front of Zhang's house. After expressing his gratitude, Chen took Jiang Yue home. Although only a few places in the vast manor were visited, it has to be said that time flew by. It was already past 11 o'clock. Song Qian and Jiang Mingsheng had already returned home. Chen explained that they were late because he got lost on the way back with Jiang Yue. The couple didn't say much. After quickly washing up, Chen lay in bed and drowsiness overwhelmed him. On this day, he was with the happy-go-lucky person in the morning, Li Youha at noon, and Jiang Yue at night. It felt more tiring than training in the team. Moreover, he didn't even have the promised dinner. Alas, Chen heaved a long sigh. He thought that there would be everything in dreams as he turned off the light to sleep. Just as Chen was about to press the switch to turn off the light, the door was opened again from the outside. It was still Jiang Yue. However, this time, instead of holding a rope in her hands, she walked in with a bundle of snacks hugged by her two slender arms. She had taken off those exaggerated costumes, if one didn't pay attention to her long red hair. Jiang Yue at this moment resembled a delicate and charming little girl next door. Jiang Yue sat down beside the bed and dumped more than a dozen packs of snacks onto Chen bed in one go. Then she sat down with her head down in a corner of Chen quilt. For me? Chen feigned a surprised expression. Is the sun rising in the west today? Jiang Yue nodded without saying a word. Immediately, Chen took out a pack of potato chips, opened the package, and then unwrapped a ham sausage. He popped them into his mouth together. Delicious. Chen began to devour the snacks greedily. Watching Chen happily munching on the snacks with potato chip crumbs all over his mouth, Jiang Yue simply couldn't associate him with the man who had indifferently talked about killing someone just now. Just now, in the heat of anger, she didn't notice. But now, thinking about it, if she had given an affirmative answer at that time, would he really have killed someone for her? The teenage girl blushed. Thank you. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yue finally summoned up the courage and expressed her gratitude to Chen What? Chen popped a pack of QQ candies into his mouth all at once and didn't catch what she said clearly. I said I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said such harsh words. Also, thank you for tonight. Thank you for not being angry with me and rushing back to save me. The young girl's face flushed to the roots of her ears as she expressed her gratitude in a near, shouting manner. A faint smile curved the corners of Chen mouth. Not enough. 3 more packs of this potato chips, 2 of that ham sausage, and that jelly. Chen himself lost count of how many snacks he asked for. The young girl was on the verge of tears. But these are all the snacks I have left for this week. Can I owe the rest until next week? Chen had his mouth stuffed with the remaining snacks. Seeing that Chen didn't say a word, Jiang Yue gritted her teeth. Fine, wait here. With that, regardless of Chen reaction, she put on her bunny-shaped slippers and dashed down the corridor. Her slender legs moved swiftly. Soon, a figure scurried back out of the darkness. Here, Jiang Yue returned with a huge bag of snacks, even more than what she had brought into the room at first. Chen looked stunned. He just hadn't been able to speak at that moment for fear of spitting out the snacks. He never expected that this little girl could really find so many. However, since he was already there, it would be a waste not to eat. Chen then tore open a bag of rice crackers and started munching away with a crisp sound. Now what? Jiang Yue probed tentatively. Well, not bad. For the sake of these snacks, I'll take you racing this weekend. Yay. Hearing Chen accept her gratitude and apology, Jiang Yue jumped up for joy. But then she suddenly wondered if there was something else following Chen words. What did you just say? This time it was Jiang Yue who didn't catch what was said. She had been too overjoyed to pay attention to anything else. Seeing this, Chen swallowed the shrimp chips in his mouth, took a sip of his drink, and said in a clear voice, the first batch of snacks was for thanks. I have no reason to accept this second batch. However, since I've already eaten them, there's no way to spit them out. So I've decided to take you for a real race this weekend. What, not happy? Jiang Yuer's eyes widened in surprise. The sudden happiness caught her off guard. Really? MHM. Jiang Yue immediately sprang up and pounced on Chenju, pinning him down on the soft big bed with her weight. Chenju howled. You're a girl. Be a bit more reserved. I don't care. Brother Chenju is the best. Chapter 22. A world where only Jiang Mingxing gets hurt. The next day, Chenju still came to the dining table with dark circles under his eyes. After 2 nights in Lihai, he hadn't had a single good night's sleep. Conversely, Jiang Yue was refreshed and elated as she settled next to Chenju. She was eager for the weekend to arrive. Soon after, Jiang Mingxing descended the stairs in a fit of pique, somewhat taken aback by the adoring gaze Jiang Yue cast upon Chenju. Nevertheless, he did not suppress his ire. Last night, my snacks were pilfered. Who was the culprit? Jiang Mingxing's gaze swept across the faces of Song Qian and Chenju, ultimately settling on Jiang Yue. The latter, still in high spirits, hopped onto the stool, her right hand raised as if to proclaim, "Indeed, it was I." Song Qian smiled. Jiang Mingxing was vexed. Then tell me, how shall I punish you? Jiang Mingxing picked up the chopsticks from the table, wielding them as a judge might wield a gavel, ready to pass sentence upon Jiang Yue. You shall be deprived of snacks for a month. What? Why? I only took half of your snacks, Jiang Yue protested. Because I am your father, Jiang Mingxing retorted smugly. He had been anticipating this moment since his own childhood, and now he could finally utter these words with authority. I protest. Protest denied. Thereafter, joy seemed to spread to Jiang Mingxing's countenance. He accepted the warm milk offered by Song Qian, his lips curving into an irrepressible smile. Jiang Yue cast a pleading look at her mother. Seeing her daughter looking so pitiful, Song Qian nodded slightly. All right, stop picking on Yue. Song Qian interceded for Jiang Yue. However, seeing Jiang Mingxing unmoved, he said, how can this be considered picking on? One should be punished for the mistakes they make. Chenju nodded in agreement on the side, though no one else noticed. Song Qian was left speechless and silently headed towards the kitchen. Chenju thought she had given up and started considering whether to confess that it was he who had eaten the snacks. Eventually, he felt that he couldn't let a little girl take the blame for him. Although the snacks were brought by Jiang Yue, he was the one who had eaten them. Chenju put down his chopsticks and was about to speak when Jiang Yue tugged at his corner. He turned his head in confusion. But upon seeing Jiang Yue's mischievous expression, he knew someone was in for trouble. After that, Song Qian served breakfast to Jiang Mingxing, but instead of leaving, she frowned and took a deep sniff. Oh, dear, why does it smell like cigarette smoke in the air? Cigarette smoke? Jiang Mingxing imitated her and took a deep breath of the air. There isn't any, dear. Are you mistaken? Impossible, Song Qian declared firmly. Then she carefully examined Jiang Mingxing. When she saw his collar, Song Qian suddenly reached out and pinched something, then flicked it into the trash can before Jiang Mingxing could react. Her face changed drastically. Well, Jiang Mingxing, you've grown bold. You've been secretly smoking outside. Jiang Mingxing suddenly panicked. No, dear. I've never smoked. Then please explain why there's ash on your collar? This ash must have gotten on me accidentally during a business talk last time. Jiang Mingxing was in a hurry and didn't suspect the truth about the ash mentioned by Song Qian at all. The 2 younger ones sat quietly on the side, watching the show. Fine, fine. Now you're starting to explain. You never used to explain before. Do you not love me anymore? When you courted other girls before, did you rely on sweet talk too? I didn't, dear. So you really did court other girls. Angrily, Song Qian put down her chopsticks and bowls and strode upstairs. Jiang Mingxing followed behind, explaining gently, Dear, I really didn't. Don't skip the meal. Can I stop asking for our daughter's snacks? He chased after Song Qian upstairs. His humble posture amazed Chenju. Soon, the 2 returned to the dining table. One looked dejected while the other was beaming with pride. Behind Jiang Mingxing, Song Qian gave a thumbs up and a little nod to the 2, with the corners of her mouth curling up uncontrollably, showing a victorious look. Only Jiang Mingxing was left feeling hurt. Chenju and Jiang Yue exchanged a look, and both could see a strong sense of amusement in each other's eyes. Sure enough, smiles don't disappear, they just shift. The breakfast continued. As it was drawing to a close, a ringtone broke the silent atmosphere. Chenju took out the smartphone that Jiang Mingxing had given him last night and saw the caller ID on it. Grandpa Su. He answered the call, his voice laced with doubt. The caller ID showed it was Su Niafeng, the one who had arranged for Chenju to go to school. The other number on that note. Well, Xiaoqin, do you have anything on later? No. Please tell me. Qinzhu and Su Nanfang exchanged words. For a 70-plus-year-old man to speak to him in such a tone, he must be in some kind of trouble. Regardless of the friendship between his own father's generation and Su Nanfang, since Su Nanfang had helped him get into school, he was duty-bound to return the favor. Can you come to the City Central People's Hospital later? Su Nanfang inquired. Sure, Grandpa Su. After saying that, Qinzhu hung up the phone. After a moment of thought, he sent a message to his lively friend asking for leave. The reply okay came almost instantly. Xiaoqin, going out? Do you need me to give you a ride? Jiang Mingxing finished his breakfast, got up, took the plate to the kitchen, and then stood at the door to ask. No, I'll just take a taxi. Qinzhu replied. Jiang Mingxing nodded and said no more. Qinzhu got off the taxi and arrived at the entrance of the First People's Hospital in Lehigh City. Hey kid, don't block the way. A couple swaggered in. Seeing Qinzhu standing at the entrance, the man gave him a shove. Qinzhu didn't budge an inch. He turned around and looked at the man with utter disdain. The man got angry and was about to roll up his sleeves to fight Qinzhu on the spot, but was held back by his wife. Hurry up. That old geezer is still waiting for us to take the medicine back. The woman gave Qinzhu a look of disgust and walked into the hospital. The man watched the woman walking away, cursed Qinzhu, and then quickened his steps to catch up with her. Chapter 23. The white walls of the hospital. The hospital was vast, making it extremely easy for one to lose their way. After wandering around for more than 10 minutes, Qinzhu finally reached the information desk. He stood in front of it, looking at an elderly-looking nurse, and said, Good day. I'm here to see Su Nanfang. The nurse continued to fiddle with her phone, muttering words like brother, take Yao Yao to win that sent shivers down one's spine. Paying no heed to Qinzhu standing beside her, Qinzhu repeated himself, Good day. I've come to see Su Nanfang. Could you tell me which ward he's in? Come on. You're an archer. How can you let my brother take the hits up front? Qinzhu. Hello. Are you here to register? Just as Qinzhu was at a loss for words, a fair-skinned girl with 2 dimples on her face approached him. Like the game, playing nurse. She was also in a nurse's uniform, but the pattern on her uniform seemed a bit different. The label on it indicated that her name was Su Ji. I'm here to see Su Nanfang. Could you tell me which ward he's in? Qinzhu politely inquired of Su Ji. Looking for Mr. Su? The girl glanced at Qinzhu's young and cheerful appearance. He didn't seem to be ill. Do you have an appointment? No, Qinzhu replied honestly. Su Ji pondered for a moment, with a struggling look occasionally flashing across her face. Is it urgent? The girl asked again. It seemed that she was more anxious about his situation than Qinzhu himself. Recalling Su Nanfang's tone during their morning phone call, Qinzhu surmised that she must have been quite anxious. All right, please wait here. I'll inquire on your behalf, Su Ji said, hurrying towards the hospital entrance. Qinzhu considered following her, but, realizing his unfamiliarity with the hospital's protocols and procedures, he decided to remain behind and found a chair to sit on. He then took out his newly acquired smartphone and began exploring its features, discovering an intriguing application called Zeft. A gray logo appeared, and Qinzhu pursed his lips, pondering Su Nanfang's reasons for sending him here. Before long, a commotion disrupted Qinzhu's thoughts. He looked up to see an elderly woman kneeling at the entrance, pleading, Doctor, I beg you, please save my husband. He's only just turned 70. I can't lose him now. Our child is still in elementary school. Without him, how will we survive? The bustling lobby came to a standstill as people gathered to watch. A compassionate young nurse felt compelled to help and reached out to assist her. But someone tugged her back. The nurse turned to see a familiar face. Head nurse, she greeted respectfully. The woman was Zhu Hong, the head nurse who had been playing a game earlier. After exchanging greetings, the young nurse turned again, intending to help the elderly woman to her feet. However, Zhu Hong's grip remained firm, preventing the young nurse from proceeding. Why? The young nurse was taken aback by the head nurse's unexpected strength, as her struggles to break free proved futile. Zhu Hong averted her gaze, seemingly reluctant to witness the unfolding scene. The young nurse, at a loss for words, remained obediently in place, refraining from intervening. Shortly thereafter, several security personnel arrived, prepared to escort the elderly woman away. She resisted, pleading with them to show mercy. Her wrinkled face was etched with sorrow, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The security guards, much like Zhu Hong, turned their faces away, avoiding eye contact with the distraught woman, yet their actions remained unwavering. Please, she implored, please, help my husband. Seeing that her pleas were in vain, the old woman broke free from their grasp and began to prostrate herself before everyone in sight. her forehead striking the ground with each desperate attempt. Security guards, nurses, onlookers. As long as her peripheral vision caught sight of unfamiliar shoes, she continued her supplication. Some bystanders attempted to intervene, but she appeared possessed, her strength defying her age, overpowering even two young adults in their 20s. "I beg you," she cried, "just 2 more years, allow him to live for 2 more years. With 2 more years of corn sales, my son's down payment for a house will be complete, and we 2 burdens will have companionship on our journey. The old man is afraid of the dark and can't even go to the bathroom alone at night. He'll be terrified all by himself down there." The old woman's forehead was lacerated, and blood stained the floor. The young nurse could no longer restrain herself, breaking free from Zhu Hong's grasp and stepping forward. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pushed her way through the crowd with all her might and reached the old woman's side. "Granny, don't cry. We're all doing our best, and we'll surely make your husband better," the young nurse said softly. The old woman, as if grasping at a life-saving straw, lay on the ground and tightly clutched the nurse's ankle. Her voice quivering, she pleaded, "Doctor, you must save my old man. His name is Wang Fatsai. You must let him live for a few more years. No, even 1 more year would do. Don't let him go now. Don't let him go now." Her voice was hoarse, yet she still shouted desperately. For this old woman, with only a primary school education, this was the only thing she could do. In the old woman's eyes, those in white coats were like immortals who could bring the dead back to life and restore the flesh to the bones. "I'm not a doctor. It's other more capable people who will treat your husband," the young nurse said, feeling a bit embarrassed by the old woman's words. She tried to help the old woman up, but how could her delicate strength compare to the sinews and bones tempered by the elements? It's you. You're the only one in a white coat I've seen all this time. Those doctors look down on us farmers and won't treat my old man. You're a kind person. You must save him. We'll surely do our duty. Please get up from the ground, okay?" Some people began to shake their heads slightly. Apparently, having heard the old woman's words, there was a glimmer of disappointment in their eyes. Is there such a dark secret in this hospital? It's called the People's Hospital, yet it only treats the rich? Under the somewhat scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the young nurse was at a loss. But the old woman held on to her tightly and refused to get up without her assurance. At this moment, head nurse Zhu Hong stepped out from the crowd. With a solemn expression on her face, she addressed the old man seriously. "Hello, your current actions fall under the category of medical trouble making. Do you realize that you've broken the law?" "What?" Upon hearing the words "broken the law," the old man indeed released his grip on the young nurse. Seeing this, 2 security guards immediately stepped forward, helped the old man up, and slowly escorted him towards the door. However, he still kept pleading with those around him to save his husband. The crowd gradually dispersed. People who came here always had their own business to attend to, and no one discussed the matter of wealth and poverty anymore. After all, those in the know understand that absolute fairness is an impossible feat. The young nurse cast a grateful and admiring glance at Zhu Hong. The latter glanced at the young nurse expressionlessly and tossed a document to her. It read, "Patient, Wang Fatsai, diagnosed with brain death 2 days ago." Death? The young nurse stood in the middle of the hall, motionless for a long time. In a corner, Chen Zhua stole a sidelong glance at the man sitting beside him. "Smoking is prohibited in the hospital." "Oh, I'm just holding it in my hand. I won't smoke. The man laughed heartlessly, then tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Subsequently, he turned to Chen Zhua and inquired, "What's your take on this?" Chen Zhua turned his head, gave the man a profound look, then turned back again, sighed helplessly, and said, "The white walls of the hospital have witnessed far more sincere prayers than the church ever could." Chapter 24. The chatty girl Su Ji rushed towards Su Nanfang's office in a hurry. Bang! The loud sound of the door being flung open echoed through the air. Upon entering, the trio present turned their heads in unison. "What is the meaning of this? Have I not impressed upon you the importance of decorum?" Su Nanfang, seated at the solid wood table, admonished Su Ji in a stentorian voice. At Su Nanfang's reproach, the couple seated opposite him turned their expectant countenances towards him. "Not yet. Then why do you come bursting in here in such a state?" Su Nanfang retorted. Su Ji lowered her head in aggrieved silence. After a moment, seemingly struck by a thought, she turned back to Su Nanfang. The girl approached and whispered something in Su Nanfang's ear, causing his expression to become grave, his brow furrowing slightly. "Is he aware of our relationship?" "No." Su Nanfang nodded almost imperceptibly. "Did he mention any symptoms?" "No. He divulged no symptoms. Yet you rush over here in such haste? Do you seek to exhaust me?" Su Nanfang thundered, his voice laced with exasperation. Now, hasten back and await your senior apprentice. Should you impede the treatment of Elder Su, you shall face my wrath. Su Ji nodded repeatedly and turned to depart. Hold, return. Just as Su Ji was about to exit, Su Nanfang called her back. Su Ji reappeared in the doorway, revealing half of her face. Bring the individual here. Once I am free, I shall examine him. Yes, sir. She responded with alacrity, her voice echoing in the corridor. Su Nanfang sighed in resignation. The man seated opposite him inquired with a puzzled expression, Uncle Su, who is this? My granddaughter, Su Ji. Su Nanfang replied, his tone laced with a touch of disappointment. When he was in the hospital, he never allowed Su Ji to call him grandpa. As the honorary dean of the hospital, countless people sought to offer him gifts. He feared that his granddaughter might be tempted to accept others' favors. As the saying goes, it's easier to invite the gods than to send them away. Once she accepted, who knew how many troubles would follow in the future? Upon hearing Su Nanfang's answer, the man nodded and then inquired, then, sir, who exactly is this senior brother you mentioned? As far as I know, you've never had any master-disciple inheritance. Why is it that he can solve the illness that even you, a preeminent figure in traditional Chinese medicine, can't cure for my father? There was a profound disbelief in the man's eyes. In his impression, Su Nanfang was the unparalleled divine doctor in the land of China. If he couldn't save a patient, it was almost like a death sentence for that person. Su Nanfang shook his head and said, it's not that he can solve it. Rather, if even he can't, your father will basically have no hope of recovery. In my long life, I know of 2 people with higher medical skills than mine. My senior brother is one of them. And it's almost impossible to invite the other one out of seclusion. The man, named Su Tao, the eldest son of the Su family, stared at Su Nanfang in astonishment. All 3 brothers of the Su family knew this old man with white hair and a white beard. Their father once said that Mr. Su was an extremely self-confident man. In the current medical field, at least in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, he wouldn't yield to anyone. Of course, as a towering figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he had the ability to act so. As the saying goes, there is no definite first in literature and no definite second in martial arts. Elder Su developed his own set of traditional Chinese medicine theories and achieved remarkable results. Therefore, he loathed those physicians who adhered rigidly to old ways and were inflexible. One can imagine how astonished Su Tao was when he heard Su Nanfang explicitly admit that he was inferior to others. Su Tao secretly vowed that he must ingratiate himself with this person, even if he couldn't win him over to the Su family. He mustn't put himself on the opposite side of this man. On the other hand, upon hearing Chun Zhu's subtly meaningful words, the man was taken aback. He murmured the words a few times and then jotted them down in his memo. Then, following Chun Zhu's gaze, he saw the little nurse standing like a statue in the middle of the hall. I thought you'd say that a pitiful person must have something hateful about them, the man said with a smile and casually offered a cigarette to Chun Zhu. The latter took it, examined it, and mimicked the man by tucking the cigarette behind his ear. Subsequently, when he saw Su Ji hurrying over, he put his phone back into his pocket, rose from the seat, and said, there's no such thing as pitiful or hateful. It's just one in a million struggling bitterly. After saying that, he ignored this unfamiliar man. Watching Chun Zhu gradually walk away, the man rubbed his nose, closed his eyes, as if deep in thought. Here, Su Ji stepped forward and came to Chun Zhu's side. Everything's been settled, but you need to wait with me for a while. I'm still waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Chun Zhu was a bit puzzled. How serious is Grandpa Su's matter that he even invited others to help? However, this was someone else's family matter. Chun Zhu came to repay Su Nanfang for helping him get into school. Since it was someone else's arrangement, he might as well adapt to the situation. The two stood in the most conspicuous place in the hospital lobby. Su Ji kept looking around, while Chun Zhu took out his phone again and started playing a game. After a short while, Su Ji felt a bit bored. She looked at Chun Zhu squatting beside her, her face full of curiosity. What's your name? Chun Zhu. Zhu with the character for mold. Oh, Chun Zhu didn't look up. He was concentrating on attacking the red monster on the screen. Do you usually like playing games? No. I just started. What game are you playing? Hey, I play this game too. I've reached the gold rank. Let's play together later. Sure, when I have time. Do you play other games? No. Hey, do you have a social account? Chun Zhu looked at this girl with a sparkle in her eyes with a bit of exasperation. He didn't reply. After glancing at the game's failure screen, he put away his phone and stood up. Who are you waiting for? Su Ji tilted her head. I don't know. Chun Zhu let out a long sigh, composed himself, and then looked into Su Ji's big eyes and asked, "What does the person you're waiting for look like?" The latter thought for a moment. "I'm not sure, but Grandpa called him senior brother. He should be a very, very old man." Su Ji responded vacantly. Then with some excitement, "But let me tell you, my grandfather says this person is incredibly skilled. He can cure ailments that even my grandfather couldn't. My grandfather is the president of a hospital, and this is the first time in over a decade that I've heard him admit someone is better than him. Moreover, I've heard that this person comes from a remote mountain, and he has a master. My grandfather has always taken pride in being instructed by him, even considering himself a junior disciple." Chen listened with rapt attention to Su Ji's words, eager to know who this remarkable individual was and to measure his own abilities against him. As he listened, however, a sense of familiarity crept in. Su Ji continued to chatter away, as if she were speaking of herself. After a long while, she suddenly realized what she was doing, covered her mouth with her hands, and took 2 quick steps away from Chen Zhu, her eyes filled with vigilance. "Wait, are you trying to trick me into revealing information?" Chapter 25. It's him, Chen Zhu. "Honestly, is this really considered a trick? You're the one who's been talking nonstop." But Su Ji didn't see it that way. She felt that Chen Zhu had deliberately led her to say so much. He had managed to extract information from her without her realizing it. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have fallen for his ploy. This person was truly formidable. Chen Zhu gazed calmly at the lively girl before him. He was almost certain that he was the person Su Ji was waiting for. Chen Zhu always thought that Su Neifang was a patient from one of the wards, coming to him for a consultation. However, thinking about it now, it did seem to make more sense. Moreover, when Old Man Zhang gave him the note, he had told Chen Zhu that he had given this person a few words of advice, but only a meager few. For Old Man Zhang's assessment of this person was, with just fair effort and mediocre talent. But Chen Zhu was quite young at that time, so he didn't remember what this person looked like, and thus there was no interaction between them. After sorting out the relationship, Chen Zhu felt a twinge of sadness. He felt that he had finally found someone who might be able to rival him, yet unfortunately, this person had been defeated by him. Nevertheless, he knew that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He had to go to find Su Neifang quickly, as he had already wasted too much time on the way. Chen Zhu looked at the girl in front of him who was on high alert. "I'm the one you've been waiting for. Let's go." "You?" Su Ji made no attempt to conceal her disbelief. Clearly, she didn't believe what Chen Zhu had said. She thought that the person highly regarded by herself, conceited grandfather, should be an old man with an otherworldly air, dressed in white, accompanied by a yellow ox and a little shepherd boy. Even if not, he should at least be over 50, with a stubbly beard. How could he be so young? She came to the conclusion that this person must be lying to her again. Thinking of this, there was a look of anger on Su Ji's face. "I trusted you so much and even helped you invite my grandfather to see a patient, yet you've lied to me again and again. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" She assumed a rather peculiar pre-battle stance, yet within it, a faint aura as sharp as a sword could be discerned. Chen Zhu was slightly dazed upon seeing Su Ji's movements and then let out a gentle smile. He never expected to witness it here. The 13 Styles of the Azure Sky. Back in the day, Happy Nut created it to enhance the overall quality of the other special squads. However, even after its creation, he never practiced it himself. There was no other reason. Every time he used these 13 moves, he was utterly defeated by Old Yu. That was Old Yu. Happy Nut always regarded this as a great disgrace, though, of course. Everyone else found it highly amusing. Alright, let's go. The 13 Styles of the Azure Sky are by no means mere showmanship. Chen Zhu shook his head, deciding to bring this senseless conversation to an end. If they delayed any longer, who knew what might happen? Since he had promised someone, he should do his utmost. Su Ji watched as Chen Zhu lifted his leg and walked inside. She called out to him loudly, "Hey, where are you going? First, tell me clearly what your purpose of coming here is, and how you managed to extract information from me without my notice. Come back." Seeing this man walking straight inside without even a backward glance, Su Ji stamped her feet in anger. Chen Zhu waved his hand in front and said in a nonchalant tone, "My heart aches. Please, Nurse Su Ji, take me to see Dean Su right away." "Hey, you haven't explained yet. And how do you know my name? Moreover, the place you're covering is your kidney, not your heart." Eventually, Su Ji still led Chen Zhu to the floor where the dean's office was located. She watched Chen Zhu covering his body while wearing a playful grin on his face. She was both angry and worried. Yet, standing at the door of the dean's office, she began to feel afraid. Was it wrong for her to bring him here? Would she be scolded by her grandfather again? It seemed that she had done another terribly bad thing. "Chen Zhu, you." She wanted to give some instructions. But Chenju had already opened the door of the dean's office. Seeing this, Suji could only brace herself and follow him. Inside the office, Su Nanfang heard the door open and immediately turned around. He saw Chenju and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Suji followed behind Chenju. Having run a few steps just now, she was now out of breath. Grandpa, this is the person I mentioned just now who wants to see a doctor. Hearing this, Su Nanfang narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Chenju carefully. He is in good health, full of vital energy and blood, and not suffering from kidney deficiency. If you just came here to confirm this, you can leave now. Hearing this, Suji grabbed Chenju and headed towards the door. She didn't know why her grandfather didn't get angry this time, but it was a good thing. So she didn't think too much about it. Since Chenju had already gotten the result he wanted, it was the best option to leave before her grandfather came to his senses. Wait a minute, young man. Are you forgetting to say something? At this time, the couple also turned their heads. They both saw Chenju and immediately flew into a rage. You, with your shabby appearance. How dare you come here to see Dean Su? Are you aware of how many people outside would willingly spend hundreds of thousands or even millions just for a chance to meet Dean Su? I don't care what deceitful means you used to get here. Now, immediately apologize to us and Dean Su, and then kowtow to me twice. We can overlook your transgressions. Su Tao said arrogantly. At this moment, he was extremely elated, believing that he had not only vented his anger, but also upheld Su Nanfang's dignity, achieving two goals with one stone. He was certain that in the future, Su Nanfang would pay more attention to his family's affairs. And perhaps he could even establish a good relationship with Su Nanfang's enigmatic senior brother through this connection. In the end, he would surely inherit the vast family fortune of the Su family. He happily daydreamed about his future life, oblivious to the fact that while their attention was fixed on Chenju, Su Nanfang frowned in distaste. Chenju remained calm and composed. Apologize? To whom should I apologize? Of course, it's me. Have you forgotten that you bumped into me at the hospital entrance? Moreover, you've wasted Dr. Su's precious time. Later, you'll have to settle the consultation fee. Su Tao boasted conceitedly, chattering on and on. A look of disgust flashed across Chenju's face. Although both liked to talk, in comparison, he much preferred listening to Suji. One was driven by a kind-hearted nature, while the other was simply trying to flaunt his status. He could clearly distinguish between the two. Well, young man, you dare to show impatience? If it weren't for... That's enough. Su Nanfang interrupted him with an annoyed voice. Su Tao was about to say something more, but upon seeing Su Nanfang with a frosty face, he voluntarily shut his mouth. Jir, take him out. I never charge for consultations in my clinic. Let him go back where he came from. You stay here and wait for your senior brother. Don't talk to anyone else. Come up only when you've waited him out. Suji intended to tug Chenju away, yet at the mention of senior brother, she recalled what Chenju had said just now. Instead of leaving, she stood there blankly at the doorway. Go. What are you still waiting for? Su Nanfang urged. Hearing his voice, Suji glanced at Su Nanfang, then at the menacing Su couple, and finally fixed her eyes on Chenju's handsome profile. Her expression was somewhat timid. But he said he is that senior brother, she murmured. Chapter 26. The cold poison haha. Little niece, you can't make such jokes casually, Su Tao said, twirling the stray hairs by his ear, looking rather at a loss. It was then that Su Nanfang finally remembered why this young man in front of him seemed so familiar. On closer inspection, his eyebrows and eyes still held a faint resemblance to those of his childhood self. Xiaochen, Su Nanfang asked tentatively. Yes, it's me, Grandpa Su. Chenju nodded at him. This time, Su Tao was utterly tongue-tied. His tone slowed down and his voice dropped. He asked Su Nanfang rather awkwardly, Uncle Su, you must have remembered wrong. He calls you Grandpa, and you call that person senior brother. How could they possibly be the same person? Su Nanfang looked at Su Tao and calmly explained to him, our way of addressing each other is simply because I'm a few years older than Chenju. As early as more than a decade ago, his attainments in the academic field were beyond my reach. As for the so-called senior and junior brothers, Su Nanfang paused, and a hint of shyness actually appeared on his face. I shamefully added this title myself. I was so eager to join Xiaochen's master's school back then, but his master thought my talent was too poor and refused to take me in. So, I had to resort to this measure. There was a trace of regret in Su Nanfang's words. Seeing his somewhat dim eyes, Chenju stepped forward and said to him, Grandpa Su, you're being overly self-deprecating. My master once said that although your natural talent is not outstanding, your diligence can make up for it. And you're bound to achieve something in the future. Really? Did Taoist priest Zhang really mention me like that? Su Niafang immediately put away his disappointed expression and looked at Chenju with hope. Chenju pondered for a moment. True or false? Of course, it was false. Chenju vaguely remembered that the old man Zhang said something like this back then. This man is already of such an old age. Yet he only knows so little. He won't achieve anything in his life. Gooden, don't follow his example. If you're like him at this age, I'll climb out of my grave and drag you down with me. I, Zhang, can't afford to lose this face. Thinking of this, Chenju twitched the corner of his mouth and averted his eyes. Yes, old man Zhang really said that. Ha. Truly, it's real. Mr. Zhang has accepted me as his disciple. Ha. Su Nanfang's expression visibly brimmed with excitement, as if he had suddenly rejuvenated by a decade. He let out booming laughter, his somewhat yellowed teeth exposed, gesturing animatedly as if his life had become perfect. This had been Su Nanfang's aspiration for over a decade. At 73, he had thought it hopeless in this lifetime, yet unexpectedly, on the verge of his end, he had truly become that person's disciple. Everyone watched the excited Su Nanfang quietly, with a mix of shock and relief. Only Su Ji noticed Chenju's hands rubbing against each other behind his back and covered her mouth, chuckling softly. This little fellow really wasn't good at lying. However, she wouldn't expose Chenju, as she knew he had done it for Su Nanfang's sake. Su Ji hadn't seen her grandfather this happy in a long while. Naturally, while some rejoiced, others fretted. Su Tao frowned dejectedly beside them. He stole a glance at his indifferent wife and began to rack his brains on how to mend their friendship. With Su Niafang in such a state, there was no way they could still question the authenticity. Everyone assumed their own postures. And only after waiting for a moment did Chenju interrupt Su Nanfang with a touch of reluctance. Oh, Grandpa Su, did you call me here for something? Hearing this, Su Nanfang regained his composure slightly, stood up, and introduced to Chenju. Xiao Chun, this is Su Tao from the Su family. He's here this time to ask for medicine for his family's elder. Chenju looked at Su Tao, who in turn shifted his gaze. The two locked eyes. Chenju nodded indifferently and asked, Do you have a prescription? Yes. Upon perceiving Chenju's inclination to treat his father, Su Tao promptly rose, extending the documents from his briefcase with a solicitous smile. Chenju perused the medical records, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Is there a complication, erudite physician? Su Tao inquired, his countenance etched with apprehension as he observed Chenju's expression. Chenju cast a sidelong glance at Su Tao, who was encroaching upon his personal space, and remarked, You are standing inordinately close. Taken aback, Su Tao retreated to the periphery of the room, a tinge of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. Su Nanfang interjected, his tone imbued with a sense of inquiry. Young Chun, I have examined Su Sr., yet within the purview of contemporary medicine, and certainly within my area of expertise. A remedy eludes me. Su Nanfang refrained from flaunting his erudition, cognizant that his knowledge was but rudimentary compared to the individual before him. After a protracted silence, Chenju reached the final page of the dossier and addressed Su Nanfang in a crystalline voice. Grandfather Su, having examined the patient, you must have noted some perplexing symptoms. Indeed, Su Nanfang responded, as if stirred by a recollection. Su Sr.'s condition is peculiar. His consciousness is clouded, he frequently cries out about feeling hot, and his brow is often beaded with perspiration. However, observers invariably note a delicate layer of frost upon his epidermis. Chenju nodded in acknowledgement, his silence unbroken as he returned to the initial pages of the file, where a photograph depicted the elderly man in a state of unconsciousness. He pointed at a part of the photo and inquired, How did this thing come about? Everyone noticed that beside the old man's bedside, there was something resembling an incense stick quietly resting there. Su Tao immediately stepped forward. Gazing at the position Chenju was pointing at, he explained, This was given to my father by an old acquaintance of his many years ago. Why? Is there any issue? When did he start using it? Chenju continued to question. Su Tao pondered for a moment and replied in an uncertain tone. Here, since is in Chinese in the original. I'll keep it as it seems to be a placeholder. If you want it translated, it should be probably around 3 years ago. Xiao Chun, I've also seen this thing. It's just an ordinary incense. There's nothing special about it. Su Nanfang interjected at an appropriate moment. Chenju ignored Su Nanfang's words and continued to question Su Tao. When did the patient start showing symptoms? Half a year ago. This time, he answered with great certainty. Su Tao remembered clearly that it was at the beginning of spring. He had a quarrel with his wife, Mrs. Zhao, because of this matter when he was about to go home. After getting the answer, Chenju then turned to look at Su Niafang. Grandpa Su, What do you think is wrong with old Su? Su Nanfang lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he slowly replied, this symptom is somewhat similar to the Lean syndrome recorded in ancient medical texts, but the Lean syndrome doesn't cause the whole body to freeze. He looked at Chenju, who wore a faint smile on his face. Su Nanfang knew that Chenju had already reached a conclusion. This was a test from his junior brother to him. Chenju's subdued words resonated. You're partially correct. Judging solely by the symptoms, it does resemble frigidity syndrome. However, typical frigidity syndrome only causes stiffness in the limbs, not frost formation. This is the most minute yet pernicious type of frigidity syndrome, frost poison. Frost poison? Su Nanfang exclaimed, astounded. As a venerable figure in traditional Chinese medicine, he was certainly cognizant of the implications of those words. However, his knowledge was limited. The conditions for frost poison were exceedingly stringent, and its occurrences were globally scarce. Even after perusing ancient and modern literature, Su Nanfang was only familiar with the name, lacking significant research into its symptoms and solutions. Thus, upon Chenju uttering the name, his initial reaction was disbelief. Grandfather, what is frost poison? Su Ji inquired of Su Nanfang. Her curiosity piqued. She had encountered similar terms in martial arts novels, but they were typically attributed to cultivation deviations, so she had no real understanding of it. Su Tao wore a similar expression of bewilderment. Su Nanfang glanced at Chenju, confirming his lack of desire to speak, and proceeded to elucidate. Frost poison, as the name implies, is the affliction of cold energy invading the body. The world is divided into 5 elements, corresponding to the human body's 5 viscera. When the balance of the 5 elements is disrupted, causing an excess or deficiency in one attribute, rendering it incapable of competing with the other 4, and impairing the relationships of generation and overcoming, life will deteriorate. This condition is generally referred to as poison. Upon finishing, he noticed Chenju's subtle nod of approval, and his anxiety abated. Chenju took up Su Nanfang's words and continued, in simple terms. The cold toxin means an overabundance of kidney water, which hinders the functioning of other internal organs and further affects people's life and health. Su Ji nodded, looking as if suddenly enlightened, though she didn't fully understand. Su Tao was also utterly confused. Having no knowledge of medicine, he naturally couldn't comprehend the explanations given by Chenju and Su Nanfang. He said doubtfully, in that case, let them continue to remain in balance. Su Nanfang smiled helplessly. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be called a miraculous and age-old poison. As he spoke, he rummaged through the drawer and found a diagram depicting human organs. Then he picked up a pen from the table. While drawing, he explained to Su Tao, the ancients compared life to fire, which also represents the human heart. An excessive amount of kidney water will directly lead to a weakening of the heart's activity, and further have varying degrees of impact on other organs. Su Nanfang marked the kidneys in the diagram with an arrow pointing to the position of the heart. He then connected several other organs with a horizontal line and went on. The difficult part is that as a part of nature, every action and movement of a person may have an impact on the body's organs. We can't tell where the cold toxin originated from and how much each organ has been damaged, so it's impossible to provide symptomatic treatment. Su Tao's face looked a bit grim. He never expected there were so many principles hidden in those simple words. According to this theory, my father. Su Tao didn't finish his sentence, yet everyone knew what he intended to say. His eyes shifted to Su Nanfang, hoping to obtain an answer from him. But the latter could only return an expression of helplessness. Su Tao's pleading gaze then turned to Chenju. Su Nanfang spoke up at the right moment. Xiaochen, it's said that the power of this cold poison surpasses that of fire poison and gold poison. Do you have any way to relieve it to some extent? At this moment, he didn't dare to ask Chenju if he could cure it. Hence, he emphasized the potency of the cold poison, aiming to give Chenju an excuse if he was unable to do so, since he learned that the poison master Su had contracted was the cold poison. All his hopes lay in whether Chenju could make the old man regain consciousness briefly to handle his affairs before passing away. This would also be worthy of their decades-long friendship. I can cure it, Chenju said indifferently. He didn't pretend to be profound or gradually exaggerate his knowledge. It was a simple matter of being capable or not, and there was no need for excessive words. Really? Su Nanfang was slightly surprised, but then, considering that Chenju was the disciple of that person, he wasn't overly astonished. Chenju nodded. He remembered that old man Zhang had once used this poison to scare him, saying that if he didn't study hard under him, he would use this cold poison to freeze him into an ice sculpture little by little. Chenju actually believed it, and was so frightened that he couldn't sleep at night. It was not until he perused numerous ancient books of Old Man Zhang that he finally found the antidote under his pillow. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and treat that old geezer. The silent Zhao family member finally spoke up. Throughout their discourse, she remained engrossed with her freshly manicured nails, oblivious to the conversation at hand. It was only upon hearing Chunju's assertion of his ability to administer treatment that Zhao ceased her preoccupation, casting a disdainful glance in his direction as she rose to retrieve her designer handbag. Indeed, by all means, do implore the esteemed young physician to attend to my father's ailment forthwith, acquiesced. His initial arrogance had dissipated, replaced by a demeanor of obsequiousness. As a notorious henpecked husband, had long grown accustomed to his wife's disparaging remarks towards his father, even in the presence of his own kin. Though initially displeased, his attempts at remonstration were invariably met with the threat of divorce, a prospect he could not bear. Thus, for the sake of domestic tranquility, he resigned himself to her will. Chuckled, taken aback by Zhao's haughty tone. I decline. What? Repeat that. Zhao's voice escalated in pitch. Her shopping plans momentarily abandoned as she slammed her purse back onto the table, her countenance etched with disbelief. I said, I decline, reiterated, settling into the sofa, beckoning, and to join him. Having already taken leave from his duties and with no pressing engagements, he found the prospect of engaging in casual conversation with the grandfather-granddaughter duo rather appealing. They complied, was cognizant that alone possessed the remedy for affliction. Without his intervention, all hope was lost. Suji's sentiments were simpler. She harbored affection for the boy and cherished their conversations, even if Chunju appeared somewhat aloof. She discerned that his reticence stemmed from a lack of eloquence rather than animosity towards her. Zhao sneered disdainfully. Enough with the pretense. You simply desire money, don't you? How much do you require? 10,000 or 100,000? We are not lacking in funds. As she spoke, she swiftly retrieved a wad of banknotes from her purse and flung them at Chunju. Here, take the money and promptly seek treatment for that decrepit old man. The sooner he recovers, the sooner I can embark on my overseas travels. Zhao seemed oblivious to the demeaning nature of her actions, perceiving it instead as an act of benevolence for which others should be profoundly grateful. Su Tao, unwilling to contradict his wife, attempted to smooth things over, saying, Esteemed young healer, please accept this money. Once you have cured my father, I shall certainly prepare a generous reward and pay you a visit to express my gratitude. Humph. Giving him money is already doing him a favor. Expecting a personal visit to express gratitude? With that money, I could acquire a plethora of luxury cosmetics, Zhao retorted, displaying no tact whatsoever. Chunju, disregarding the money that had struck his body and fallen to the ground, surveyed the couple and remarked with a cold smile, Very well. As long as money suffices. Suji gazed at Chunju with wide eyes, finding it difficult to believe that he was so financially destitute. Zhao, on the other hand, wore an expression of smug satisfaction, her contempt deepening. Name your price. I doubt you've ever seen this much money in your life. Chunju looked at her, finding it rather amusing, yet still calmly uttered, Not much, just 10 million. Chapter 28. A Man's Choice 10 million. Are you crazy about money? Exclaimed Mrs. Zhao. Her family was wealthy, and she loved to spend, but it didn't mean she'd act like a fool and spend 10 million on something that might not even exist. That was a full 10 million. Su Nanfang was also somewhat taken aback by Chunju's asking price. It was true that the cold poison was an ancient and rare one. Yet this rarity also meant that few people had been afflicted by it, and the time was long past. No one could accurately predict its value. At this moment, Su Tao and Mrs. Zhao shared the same thought. A complete stranger asking for 10 million from them? Who could possibly agree? Wasn't this asking price a bit too high? Su Tao remarked. His family's money wasn't earned effortlessly, and as a playboy, he had to carefully calculate to barely be able to come up with such a sum. It's 10 million. Take it or leave it. The cold poison is slow acting, but from the onset of symptoms to death, it takes at most 50 days. However, Chunju simply ignored their thoughts. Business was a matter of mutual consent. In any case, he wouldn't suffer a loss. If worst came to worst, he'd just take a taxi back and might even catch the last class. But surely the old Mr. Su they mentioned wouldn't live past the next month. Well, let's see how many fathers this Su fellow had to squander. Su Tao secretly calculated. 50 days. Didn't that mean his father only had about 20-odd days left? Although the preposterous sum of 10 million from Chinzhuo initially spurred in him the impulse to storm out, the image of his father, weary from a lifetime of toil, perpetually surfaced in Su Tao's mind each time he contemplated departure. Unlike Zhao Shi, He was bound by filial duty, regardless of his usual arrogance and extravagance. He could not abandon his own father. Hesitating, he sought reassurance from Su Nanfang, casting a questioning glance in his direction. The latter nodded, conveying a sense of confidence. Su Tao's gaze gradually hardened with resolve as he slowly approached Chenjua. Esteemed divine physician, this 10 million. What are you doing, Su? Have you lost your senses? Are you truly considering giving this charlatan 10 million? Zhao Shi, noticing Su Tao's actions, swiftly intercepted him, shoving him aside. Su Tao's expression was conflicted. Xiao Mei, he is my own father. The agonizing countenance of the elder Su haunted Su Tao's thoughts relentlessly. As a son, he could not bear to stand idly by while his father perished before his eyes. Even if Chenjua were indeed a fraud, could he steel himself to refuse? He had only one father, and he could scrape together the required sum. Even with a mere sliver of hope, could he truly abandon it? The desperate measures taken in the face of a loved one's impending demise could only be understood by those who had experienced it firsthand. Regret? He had inquired of others. Yet, given the opportunity, they would make the same choice. The sorrow of losing a beloved family member lingered with the survivors, who must nonetheless carry on with their lives, forcing them to choose between grief and financial ruin. Noticing Su Tao's hesitation, Zhao Mei grew impatient. She also understood that if they were to part with 10 million yuan, her comfortable life from then on would basically come to an end. Su Tao, that old man is your father, not mine. Why on earth should you use our money to save your good for nothing father who should have died long ago? You today. A resounding slap echoed through the air, followed by a sudden hush in the world. Chenju watched this scene with keen interest. To be honest, he had also contemplated delivering such a blow for a long time. However, he never laid hands on women, and besides, this matter had little to do with him. Nevertheless, it seemed truly gratifying. At this moment, Zhao Mei covered half of her face in disbelief. Su Tao, you dared to hit me? Even my father has never laid a finger on me, yet you had the audacity to strike me. That's your father, not mine, she shrieked. Su Tao replied indifferently. By now, he had finally seen the true nature of the woman lying beside him in bed, and he had finally made up his mind. He couldn't fathom where the once considerate, gentle girl with a sweet smile had gone. When exactly had she transformed into the person she was now? Fine, Su Tao. You're really something. For the sake of your good for nothing father who should have died long ago, you even dared to hit your wife? Divorce. Zhao Mei shouted at him. She grabbed her bag, picked up the stack of money on the ground, and walked away without looking back. A loud bang of the door, closing, reverberated. Su Tao heaved a heavy sigh. It didn't matter anymore. Chenju stood up and patted Su Tao on the shoulder. You've made a wise decision. Thank you, Su Tao replied with a bitter smile. The other two also cast approving glances. In the face of his wife and his dearest kin, he chose the latter. A wife or a girlfriend might leave him due to a small mistake or discord, but parents would not. Even in the most desperate times, it was surely parents who accompanied him. Regrettably, many people understood this truth when it was already too late and spent their whole lives in remorse. Su Tao was fortunate that he had made the right choice. Here you are. While Su Tao was in a daze, Chenju scribbled many words and annotations on paper beside him and then handed it to Su Tao. Noticing the confusion in the latter's eyes, Chenju said, "This is the initial prescription to improve Mr. Su's physical condition. I'll visit your place to perform acupuncture in about half a month. I'll prescribe another medicine according to the situation at that time." Good. Thank you, young divine doctor. Su Tao nodded repeatedly. You're welcome. Remember to transfer the money. Just leave it with Grandpa Su. After saying that, Chenju turned around and left. His business here was done. Did he have to wait for someone to invite him to dinner? Hey, you haven't given me your contact information yet. Seeing that Chenju was about to leave, Su Ji quickly chased after him. Watching his granddaughter running out, Su Nanfang sitting in his seat sighed. Once a girl grows up, she yearns to leave home. Immediately afterwards, he noticed the prescription in Su Tao's hand and suddenly remembered something he had left undone. Xiao Chun, what else is there? Hearing Su Nanfang calling him, Chenju turned around. That, the prescription. Oh, that. You can have a look. There's nothing remarkable about it. Having obtained permission, Su Nanfang snatched the white paper from Su Tao's hand and put on his reading glasses to examine it carefully, as if it were a precious treasure. Seeing the last hope for saving his father snatched away, Su Tao, regardless of seniority, wrestled with Su Nanfang. Oh, right, there was also that guy named Su Tao. Hearing Chenju call him, Su Tao quickly broke free and listened attentively to him. Please tell me, little miracle doctor. You'd better handle this matter secretly. Also, Don't make any changes to the incense and the patient's diet in the short term. Wait until I arrive. Hearing this, Su Tao understood the seriousness of the matter and respectfully agreed, then watched Chenju leave. Chapter 29. Basketball finally breaking free from Su Ji. Chenju took a taxi to school. The little Teddy at the gate barked incessantly at Chenju. The security guard was calming it down while opening the gate for Chenju. The classroom was rather empty. When Chenju entered the classroom, it didn't draw much attention. As soon as he stepped in, he saw Jiang Peng holding a basketball and about to go out, and called out to him. Hearing the voice, the latter immediately straightened his back. See, Chenju, what's up? Isn't it almost time for class? Why are there so few people in the classroom? Chenju inquired. It's P.E. class. Haven't you checked the schedule? P.E. The word was somewhat unfamiliar to Chenju. It means going to the playground to have fun on your own. Come on, let's go together. Don't be like these bookworms. Jiang Peng held the basketball in one hand and put the other on Chenju's shoulder, pushing him out. Since Chenju had helped him, Jiang Peng didn't seem as constrained as before. The playground is divided into 3 parts. The basketball court and the football field each occupy 1/3. The remaining 1/3 is for volleyball, badminton, table tennis, and other similar sports. Jiang Peng carried the ball and quickly joined several classmates on a small half-court of the basketball court. You finally showed up, kid. The rascally Lu Jinquan punched Jiang Peng in the chest and took the basketball. All right, everyone's here. Let's start. He turned around and looked at Wang Feng and the others who were standing there in a daze, looking a bit surprised. Hey, what are you doing? Let's start. What are you gawking at? Brother Kuan, there's someone behind you. Behind me? Lu Jinquan turned his head back in confusion. When he looked up, he saw Chenju, who had come with Jiang Peng. Damn it, crazy Chun. After blurting it out involuntarily, Lu Jinquan quickly shut up and gave the people beside him a fierce glare, as if blaming them for not warning him earlier. At this moment, the remaining 4 people were all in a state of bewilderment. Who had the mind to care whether Lu Jinquan had reacted or not? Jiang Peng was caught in the middle and looked around. Well, Chenju didn't know we had P.E. this class. I saw there were few people in the classroom, so I brought him down with me. The others swallowed hard and nodded to show they understood. Let's play. Let's start. Without waiting for them to say more, Chenju snatched the ball from Lu Jinquan's hand and took 2 steps forward with Jiang Peng. The group formed a circle. The basketball was continuously tossed upwards. According to where the air hole pointed, Chenju, Lu Jinquan, Wang Feng, and another short and chubby boy named Chu Yuan were in one group. Jiang Peng led the other 2 in another group. The rules for a half-court game aren't that strict. Chenju served the ball, which landed in Lu Jinquan's hands, yet not entirely under his control. His hand touched the ball but failed to hold it firmly, and the basketball rushed straight past the sideline. Sorry, it's all my fault. Lu Jinquan quickly bent down and pleaded with Chenju, fearing that an unhappy Chenju might kick him. Mark your man and defend. Chenju didn't say much. Seeing Jiang Peng get the retrieved ball, his face gradually grew serious. Lu Jinquan also consciously found an unguarded opponent. It must be said that Jiang Peng's basketball skills were excellent. Even on his own, he easily dribbled past Wang Feng and Chu Yang, then made a gentle shot towards the basket. The basketball went through the hoop. Chenju frowned. Again, Chenju picked up the ball that had rolled aside and threw it to Jiang Peng. He then returned to the serving position. After more than 20 minutes, Chenju's advantage gradually emerged. His basketball skills were not outstanding, but he had great physical endurance and never felt tired no matter how much he ran. Brother Chen, catch the ball. Chu Yuan, with his short stature, snatched a ball and quickly threw it to Chenju. Jiang Peng stepped forward to compete for it. But how could his build match that of Chenju, who had received professional training, especially after half an hour of the game? Chenju simply jumped lightly, and the basketball landed steadily in his hand. He turned around and jogged forward. With a slight exertion of his legs, he carried the ball past the basket. Swish! The basketball went into the net as expected. Chenju still held onto the edge of the basket with both hands and didn't come down. Jiang Peng glanced at his watch, then said to everyone with a smug look on his face, "Come on, time's up." Everyone should abide by the bet. It was 15-12, and each person had to do 30 push-ups. He sat on the basketball, wearing an annoyingly arrogant expression. The rest of Chenju's team members glanced at each other, looking as uncomfortable as if they had eaten feces. They never expected that this short guy would be so fierce in the basketball game today, as if he had taken excessive stimulants. If it weren't for Chenju, they might have lost by an even larger margin. While thinking, they cautiously glanced at Chenju, and there was also a look of displeasure on his face. Naturally, Jiang Peng noticed this too. He wasn't so naive as to think that winning a single basketball game would allow him to act arrogantly in front of Chenju. Well, Brother Chen, there's no need for the punishment. Brother Chen played so vigorously. His eyes scanned the others, and they all nodded in agreement. They were willing to accept the consequence of the bet. Chenju didn't notice the eye contact among the others. He was completely absorbed in self-reflection, wondering why he had performed so poorly. It was completely different from when he played with Lao Yu in the team before. However, after hearing Jiang Peng's voice, he temporarily put his thoughts aside and led the way to one side to take the punishment. The remaining three naturally followed behind him. A few minutes later, Lu Jingquan and Wang Feng were lying on the ground as if they were dead. The sweat on their backs quickly soaked a patch of the plastic court. Chu Yuan was okay. Although he was quite fat, he hadn't moved much and only had a little sweat on his body. The group sat, or rather, lay, together and began to review the previous game. Did you see that move of mine? The posture, the dribbling, it was just incredibly cool. Lu Zhengquan lay on the ground, turning his head to brag to Chu Yuan who had sat down beside him. Come on. You missed several shots after dribbling. It was Brother Chen who saved the situation for you. Jiang Peng also came over and mercilessly criticized him. In my opinion, Jiang Peng is still more outstanding. Just look at his shooting skills. He never misses a shot. Chu Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Zhengquan and gasped heavily. No. If we're talking about the most amazing one, it's still Brother Chen's last slam dunk. Wang Feng sat up. He had been small, thin, and dark, skinned since childhood and could be easily pushed down, yet he had remarkable recovery ability. Yes, Brother Chen can do slam dunks. How cool. A member of Jiang Peng's team immediately chimed in. It seemed that after the basketball game, no one felt that strange sense of fear towards Chenju anymore, and the address Brother Chen rolled off the tongue more and more easily. Speaking of which, where's Brother Chen? Why haven't we seen him? Reminded by the others. Jiang Peng then remembered to look for Chenju, but after scanning around for a long time, he couldn't find him. Over there, with sharp eyes. Chu Yuan immediately spotted Chenju. At that moment, Chenju had just finished his last push-up, stood up, dusted off his hands, and was also looking around for something. Brother Chen, over here. Another member of Jiang Peng's team called out to Chenju, and the latter immediately walked towards them. Wait. Hold on. Seeing Chenju, who didn't even have a drop of sweat on him, come and sit beside them, Jiang Peng lowered his head in deep thought. 30 push-ups. Even Brother Chen, who has the best physical strength, just finished them. You three. Jiang Peng fixed a piercing look on Lu Jingquan and the other two. They exchanged glances and somehow found the strength to bolt away, not caring at all about Jiang Peng's shouts behind them. Wang Feng's voice drifted over from afar. Brother Chen, hold those rascals back. The three of us will go buy you drinks. Chapter 30. Becoming your girlfriend. The group was heading back to the classroom from the sports field, each clutching a bottle of sports drink, courtesy of Wang Feng. Jiang Peng, imbibing his beverage, naturally refrained from harping on their past transgressions. After all, one is disinclined to bite the hand that feeds, and accepting a favor curtails criticism. The young men, in high spirits, walked arm in arm, their camaraderie punctuated by the occasional jest directed at Chenju. Though Chenju was not one for frequent pronouncements, a subtle curve graced his lips as he integrated himself into their mirth. Behold, my comrades, quoth Chu Yuan, whose keen eyes had not diminished. What gathering doth command such attention? At his words, the others pivoted in unison. A throng had congregated around a certain spot. It was a secluded nook of the playground, nestled beneath a sprawling tree, a location that had eluded their notice due to their weariness. Lu Jingquan, his spirit ignited, exclaimed, Come, let us partake in this spectacle. Perhaps not. Jiang Peng demurred, his brow furrowed with concern. He checked the time, noting the imminence of class. Nonsense, retorted Lu Jingquan. Wang Feng shall bear the brunt of any repercussions. Geography is a daily occurrence, but such diversions are rare indeed. Haste, I say. Jiang Peng and Chu Yuan were propelled forward, Wang Feng trailing behind with a long-suffering sigh. Soon, their figures melded with the throng. Lu Jingquan, leading the charge, beckoned, Hither. You too, and Chenju as well. A sight of considerable interest awaits. The remaining two exchanged glances, and, keeping pace with Chenju, advanced toward the epicenter of the assembly. At the heart of the crowd, two young women faced off against several young men. One of the women, her countenance flushed with indignation, unleashed a torrent of invective upon her adversaries. The other, her features obscured by a mask, betrayed only a hint of glacial indifference in her gaze. In contrast, among the men, The leading one looked self-assured, while the others jeered maliciously. The first girl roared, "Shen Cheng, stop daydreaming. Qingchuan will never be your girlfriend." The man smiled amiably and held a folding fan in his hand, which he would take out and wave a couple of times whenever he spoke. "Who is this guy? How dare he try to court my goddess?" A person in the crowd who didn't recognize the man asked. "You don't even know Shen Cheng from Senior 2. Where on earth are you from? A bumpkin?" Someone immediately retorted. Chen Zhu also didn't know him. He turned to look at Wang Feng beside him. Wang Feng was the know-all in the class. The latter explained, "Shen Cheng is the third son of the underworld Shen family. He is handsome and wealthy. He is the dream lover of countless girls." Chen Zhu looked ahead again. Indeed, as Wang Feng had said, Shen Cheng was radiant at the moment. It seemed he had put something on his face, making his whole visage present an unnatural perfection. He was truly a perfect subject for a daydream. He put the folding fan behind his back and stretched out one hand in front, holding a delicate little box. He said affectionately, "Qingchuan, you know that I've liked you for a long time. I also hope that you can acknowledge our relationship. Today, right here, give me a definite answer. Will you be my girlfriend?" The box slowly opened, revealing a delicate ring inside. Immediately, there were gasps of admiration from the girls below. "How handsome. Why don't I have such a Prince Charming? Such unbridled extravagance. Is the fair campus belle truly on the verge of succumbing? Accept his proposal. Embrace this union. For such a paramour promises unparalleled felicity." A chorus of voices swelled, setting the pace. In a secluded corner, Lu Zhengquan expectorated upon the ground. "Bah, what ostentatious pretense." "Just like that Chen madman," Chenju echoed his sentiment. Lu Zhengquan had initially intended to utter Chenju's name, but he abruptly recalled their seemingly amicable relations with Chenju, and thus he checked himself. However, Chenju, perceptive as ever, voiced the unspoken words. Lu Zhengquan experienced a pang of discomfiture, as if his deceit had been laid bare. Brother Chen, fear not. Let us merely observe the unfolding drama." Chenju, unfazed, gestured with his chin towards the scene ahead, urging him to continue watching. Shen Cheng. Do you presume that Qingchuan is akin to those women you have dallied with in the past?" Fang Yu, her countenance etched with disdain, grasped Lin Qingchuan's hand, poised to depart, only to find their path obstructed. The duo turned, Fang Yu's eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze upon Shen Cheng. What is the meaning of this? Yet Shen Cheng remained unperturbed, methodically stowing the ring, before positioning himself before Fang Yu. "Your family possesses the means to abscond from this situation, but what of Qingchuan? Have you considered Qingchuan's ailing mother, confined to a hospital bed?" He employed a folding fan to gently lift Fang Yu's chin, only to have his gesture rebuffed by a swift slap. "You." Fang Yu was rendered momentarily speechless, her mouth agape, bereft of words. "I have no need of your pity." Lin Qingchuan, hitherto taciturn, finally broke her silence. Her voice was ethereal and gentle, endowing one with a feeling as if bathed in the spring breeze. However, it was tinged with a faint chill that seemed to ward off strangers. "Right. Our Qingchuan doesn't need you at all." Fang Yu immediately plucked up her courage. The affairs in Lin Qingchuan's family were not particularly secret. An ordinary family with such a charming daughter in the place of Li Hai was bound to be thoroughly scrutinized. Lin Qingchuan wanted to put a stop to it, yet she found herself lacking the strength. After all, if even her parents couldn't manage it, what could she, a high school freshman, do? Shen Qing paid no heed to Lin Qingchuan's words. His gaze fixed intently on her limpid eyes, his tone was calm yet full of menace. "Naturally, you, Qingchuan, have no need for pity. With your looks, a mere wave of your hand would make numerous people scramble to pay your mother's medical expenses. But have you forgotten what my family does? By rejecting me in front of so many people, anyone who helps you from now on will be going against me, Shen Cheng, and against our Shen family. Now, do take a careful thought about whether you'll be my girlfriend or not." Shen Cheng returned to his original spot, leaving Lin Qingchuan sufficient space and time for contemplation. He seemed in no hurry, as if confident of victory. The school bell rang. Chenju patted Jiang Ping on the shoulder. "Let's go. It's time to go back to class." "Oh, okay." Jiang Ping nodded and followed behind Chenju. Although he was eager to know the outcome, he also understood that the affairs of such people had little to do with him. It was already quite challenging to simply focus on his own tasks with honesty and propriety. Alas, were they leaving just like that? "Hey, Brother Chen, Jiang Ping, Wang Feng, wait for me." By the time Lu Zhengquan came to his senses, the others had already reached the edge of the court. He shouted and quickened his pace to catch up with them. Amid the crowd, Fang Yu tugged at Lin Qingchuan's sleeve and gazed at her inquiringly. The latter shook her head dejectedly, yet her eyes were resolute. Fang Yu gritted her teeth, scanned the surroundings, and was immediately drawn to the thunderous shouts. She caught sight of the figure about to leave the playground in the corner. After a brief internal struggle, she finally shouted in that direction, "Hey, you there. Lin Qingchuan wants to be your girlfriend." Chapter 31. The coward. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, everyone, including Lin Qingchuan, stared at her in astonishment. Fang Yu remained unmoved, her gaze fixed intently on a particular direction. Those gathered around noticed her look and stepped aside, clearing a path that directly faced Chenju and his companions who were about to depart. Hearing the shout, the group turned around, seeing the strange looks on others' faces. They each took a step to the side, leaving Chenju in the open. Chenju turned back, completely bewildered as to what was happening. He looked at himself in disbelief, pointing at his nose with a questioning look in his eyes. "Yes, that's right, it's you. Lin Qingchuan wants to be your girlfriend." Fang Yu waved at him continuously, seeing his confused expression. Lu Jingquan intended to step forward and interpose himself, but he was subtly diverted aside by Jiang Peng, who said, "Move along, don't delay Brother Chen here. Our chances of having a sister-in-law depend on this." He was well aware that Chenju was a formidable individual capable of taking on Wang Ziqiang and over a dozen others single-handedly without sustaining any injuries. As his most devoted follower, Jiang Peng naturally couldn't allow Chenju to be disturbed by such a stroke of good fortune. The others hesitated, but seeing Jiang Peng's confident demeanor, they obediently departed. Chenju gazed at the crowd for a long while, and his heart trembled as he saw so many heads turn in unison toward him. "I should have consulted the almanac before going out today," he mused. "I have a premonition that something unfavorable is about to occur." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to his companion and inquired, "Hey, Jiang Peng, are they?" Jiang Peng. Chenju scanned his surroundings, but Jiang Peng was nowhere to be found. Even the others had vanished, leaving Chenju standing there utterly alone. Those disloyal fellows. Chenju sighed inwardly. Seeing that the man was still hesitating, Fang Yu grew somewhat impatient. "Hey, you. Come over here and take your girlfriend away," she urged. "Girlfriend?" Chenju glanced at Fang Yu. The girl speaking to him was undeniably attractive, but she didn't quite match Chenju's preferences. Moreover, he didn't believe that love should be determined solely by appearance. That wasn't love, but rather lust. Therefore, he had no desire to meddle in the affair. A gust of autumnal air permeated Chenju's attire, eliciting an involuntary shiver. He proceeded towards the classroom, muttering to himself, "The weather is turning brisk. It's time to don warmer garments." "Hey, you." Observing Chenju's resolute departure, Fang Yu was incensed, stamping her foot in frustration, yet feeling helpless. She acknowledged the impropriety of her actions, recognizing that she had effectively implicated Chenju in bearing the brunt of Shencheng's retribution. However, she felt compelled to act in such a manner. Fang Yu's family possessed a modest factory, affording them a comfortable existence, yet lacking the immense wealth of the Shun and Su families. She hesitated to gamble with her family's security and was unwilling to allow her close confidant to be exploited by Shen Cheng, a scoundrel. Thus, she resorted to this desperate measure. However, it appeared that she had oversimplified matters. Fang Yu surveyed the crowd, seeking another potential candidate. However, no one was naive enough to confront the Shun family head-on. Those who met her gaze promptly lowered their heads, some even departing the scene, discreetly moving elsewhere. "You." "Enough, Fang Yu," Shencheng interjected with impatience. "Cease these superfluous justifications. These individuals are incapable of assisting you. Throughout the entire school, how many can rival my family's influence? Qingchuan, I urge you to consider my proposition, as your mother awaits these funds for her life-saving treatment, and your elderly father is nearing exhaustion in his efforts to secure the surgical expenses." Shifting his gaze to Lin Qingchuan, Shencheng's eyes were filled with calmness and comfort, as if he were truly a philanthropist. Lin Qingchuan noticed Fang Yu's embarrassment. Although she didn't like Fang Yu's somewhat reckless act, she was still extremely grateful. Fang Yu's hand was pulled up. Seeing Lin Qingchuan's determined look in the eyes, she opened her mouth, yet no words came out. Lin Qingchuan's face was cold, and she spoke in a flat tone, "Fine, I promise you. I don't want your money, but you must guarantee that you won't harm anyone around me." Fang Yu could sense that when Lin Qingchuan uttered these words, her hand was tightly clenched. She could clearly see a faint red mark on her hand. Normally, she would have cried out, but this time, she didn't. Fang Yu stared at that hideous face. "Ha ha ha. Good, full of metal. I just like this about you. You're much better than those cowards who only know how to run away." Xincheng roared with laughter, showing no attempt to conceal his mockery of the people around. No one dared to stand up and refute him. After all, he was from the Shin family. Anyone with a shred of sense wouldn't choose to oppose him. However, no one noticed that in the corner, a person who had just stepped onto the exit stairs paused for a moment. Xincheng didn't bother to hide his inner desire at all. He reached out his hand and intended to take Lin Xingchuan directly to a hotel outside the school. In fact, he could have resorted to force from the very beginning. But in order not to be criticized, Xincheng staged the farce just now. He could already envision how alluring it would be to see Lin Xingchuan's cold countenance, paired with a shy expression. Fang Yu reluctantly turned her head aside. Lin Xingchuan saw Xincheng's actions, gently bit her lips, closed her eyes, yet didn't show the slightest resistance. Xincheng's lust flared even more, feeling as if something was burning in his lower abdomen. He thought he had already secured victory, and his palm gradually inched closer to Lin Xingchuan's wrist, which could be easily grasped with just 2 fingers. Suddenly, a palm landed on his shoulder from behind, causing his movements to come to a halt. A voice devoid of any emotion rang out from behind. "What did you just say?" The veins on Chun Zhu's arm bulged, and his fingers, clearly defined as they grasped Xincheng's hand, didn't ease up the slightest bit no matter how much Xincheng yelled. Xincheng winced in pain, spitting out a stream of obscenities, but he couldn't break free from Chun Zhu. Seeing this, several of Xincheng's lackeys immediately stepped forward to help. Chun Zhu took the opportunity to kick one of them aside, and then positioned himself directly opposite the group. After regaining his freedom, Xincheng stared intently, took a good look, and only then remembered that the person in front of him was the scapegoat who had left earlier. Seeing the group of people around him, Xincheng's previously somewhat waning arrogance suddenly soared. He unabashedly addressed Chun Zhu. "Humph, I'm talking about you. So what? Coward, coward, coward." His tone grew increasingly intense, and his eyes regarded Chun Zhu with mockery. He didn't recognize the person before him, and precisely because of this, he had the audacity to confront him. Xincheng was confident that he had firmly engraved in his mind all those in Lehigh whom he couldn't afford to offend. After hearing what Xincheng said, Chun Zhu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, but his body couldn't stop trembling. Upon reopening his eyes, he gazed at the assembly before him, his gaze imbued with a touch of lunacy. Chapter 32. Mental barrier. Chun Zhu's eyes were keen, as if capable of piercing through one's very core, and he advanced toward Xincheng with measured steps. What do you intend to do?" Xincheng and his cohorts, witnessing Chun Zhu's demeanor, involuntarily recoiled. They were mere students, their transgressions amounting to juvenile squabbles, and they had never before encountered such an imposing presence as Chun Zhu, one forged in the crucible of actual bloodshed. However, Chun Zhu remained impervious to the youth's trepidation, his eyes regarding them with the same impassivity as if they were mere corpses. A ringtone emanated from his pocket. Yet it did nothing to disrupt Chun Zhu's state of mind. His vision blurred, and in his eyes, the figures before him gradually coalesced with the fully armed adversaries of yore. Their terrified gazes morphed into unrestrained laughter, as if mocking Chun Zhu's impotence. As if possessed, Chun Zhu muttered incessantly, "Xiaohua, Captain, I'll rescue you. Endure a little longer, it will be over soon, very soon." Unbeknownst to anyone, a butterfly knife materialized in Chun Zhu's hand, its silver blade gleaming resplendently in the sunlight. Xincheng retreated unceasingly, only to be tripped by a stone behind him. He sat on the ground, scrambling backward with both hands and feet, his face etched with profound terror. He had witnessed this expression on Chun Zhu's face before, on his grandfather's face, when he was about to kill someone. It was an utter indifference to life. Behind him, Lin Xingchuan, having heard the commotion, opened his eyes. He beheld a broad pair of shoulders slowly advancing toward Xincheng, who was seated on the ground, his legs twitching uncontrollably, his face a mask of dread. After people around cast sidelong glances at Fang Yu, the majority of them left. They all feared getting into trouble inadvertently. Those remaining were basically Xincheng's followers. Lin Xingchuan failed to recognize Chun Zhu as the unlucky fellow whom Fang Yu had named. She was puzzled about what she had missed and why things had turned out this way. However, she could clearly tell that she seemed to be saved today. For that scoundrel Xinchen was so frightened that his limbs went limp. Lin Xingchuan wriggled out of Fang Yu's grasp and stepped forward to stand beside Chun Zhu, eager to see what the person who had helped her looked like so that she could repay him in the future. She disliked owing favors to others. "Hello." Lin Xingchuan's voice remained frigid. She didn't change her attitude just because Chun Zhu had lent her a hand. After all, there had been numerous people approaching her in such a way over the years. However, Chenju seemed not to hear her at all. He continued striding straight ahead without even casting a glance at her. When she found herself being ignored, Lin Qingchuan felt a twinge of frustration for the first time. Yet it vanished in the next moment. She was just an ordinary, even impoverished child. She knew that apart from her appearance, there was nothing about her worthy of others' admiration. What kind of reward do you want? As long as it's within my power, I'll repay you. Lin Qingchuan continued to speak. Standing behind and to the side of Chenju, she couldn't see his expression and didn't notice the glistening butterfly knife. Sensing Chenju's indifference towards her, Lin Qingchuan frowned slightly and stepped forward to gently pat his shoulder. It was this very action that made Chenju, who had been walking forward, halt in his tracks. Just as she was about to reach Chenju, the latter suddenly whirled around. The butterfly knife in his hand was swiftly turned around and stabbed forcefully towards Lin Qingchuan's neck. Before the panic in Lin Qingchuan's beautiful eyes could fully surface, the tip of the dagger had already reached her fair skin. Xiaohua. Chenju turned his head, pausing for a brief moment in slight surprise. Yet the knife in his hand continued its forward thrust. Blood spurted. It was this short pause that allowed a dark figure to appear between them in time. Separating the two, that person's rough palm grasped Chenju's wrist. Their arms trembled slightly due to the exertion of strength, and the blade only made a small cut on Lin Qingchuan's skin without penetrating further. Hurry and leave. The rugged voice jolted Lin Qingchuan back to her senses. Only then did she react and quickly covered her neck as she distanced herself from the two. Fang Yu, who was standing nearby, came to Lin Qingchuan's side. Seeing the scene before her, her words were laced with worry. Qingchuan, are you all right? Hearing her concerned words, Lin Qingchuan removed the hand from her neck. A wave of fear washing over her. She recalled everything that had just happened. Xiaohua. Lin Qingchuan murmured. She didn't know why the boy in front of her had suddenly paused for that moment, but she understood that this person had saved her life. If that strike had really landed on her neck, she might have already been lying in a pool of blood by now. However, fortunately, Lin Qingchuan looked ahead and gently shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Seeing that there was only a minor abrasion on Lin Qingchuan's neck, Fang Yu finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to look in Chenju's direction. Heavens, is that scapegoat truly so formidable? And our school's newly appointed headmaster is also versed in pugilism? Scapegoat? Lin Qingchuan paid scant attention to the headmaster's martial prowess. In her estimation, the school teemed with denizens of the underworld, and a mere bookworm could scarcely hold such a position. Rather, the novel term piqued her curiosity. You are unaware? The lad I summoned earlier, the one intended as your shield, is he. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, a certain indefinable emotion stirred within Lin Qingchuan's limpid eyes, perhaps contrition, perhaps lingering fear, or something else entirely. But it was of no consequence now. The skirmish between Kai Xingguo and Chenju was swift. After a few exchanges, they reached a stalemate. Captain, awaken. That incident was not your fault. You exerted every effort. Chenju's butterfly knife was dislodged, and Kai Xingguo bore several wounds. Yet, even disarmed, Chenju betrayed no sign of relaxation. Kai Xingguo recognized that Chenju's frenzied swings demanded his utmost concentration. Chenju was relying solely on his martial skill. In a battle against a lucid Chenju, he could never gain the upper hand, let alone disarm him. Witnessing Chenju's manic state, Kai Xingguo roared, Captain, Xiaohua's demise is not your burden. Do not descend further into despair. Consider, would Xiaohua wish to see you in this state from the heavens? Little Hua. Chenju was slightly in a daze. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes lighted up with glimmers of light. Seeing the effect, Happy Nut quickly struck while the iron was hot. Yes, Little Hua adores her brother Chenju the most. She definitely wouldn't want you to be like this. If you continue like this, Little Hua won't be at ease. Chenju's eyes gradually cleared up, and his consciousness slowly returned. Happy Nut rushed forward upon seeing this and came to his side. Chenju showed no intention of attacking and let Happy Nut support him. Captain, take a good look. Who am I? Chenju supported his head with his hand and observed around. Happy Nut? Oh, Captain, you've finally come to your senses. You scared me to death. Seeing Chenju speaking, Happy Nut finally felt relieved. He began to ponder why Chenju had become like this. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shun Chung gloating aside. He saw that the latter had already stood up, with a look of disdain on his face. Humph. A coward is always a coward. You're just good at some fancy moves. Who gave you the guts to provoke my Shin family? Chapter 33. Her eyes hearing the word coward. Chenju's previously calm emotions fluctuated again. He suddenly kicked Happy Nut, quickly picked up the butterfly knife beside him, and rushed to Shin Chang's side in a few steps. Only then did the latter realize that his words had enraged Chenju. However, there was not a trace of nervousness on his face. He believed that the mysterious principle he learned about from the family wouldn't allow any casualties to occur in the school he managed. But the truth proved that he was wrong. Chenju kicked out suddenly, without holding back his strength, directly sending the nearly 2-meter tall Happy Nut flying 7 or 8 meters away. He fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen with one hand and spitting out a mouthful of blood forcefully. Captain, Happy Nut struggled to get up. How could he, being already injured, match Chenju's speed? Chenju held a butterfly knife and stared at Xincheng, a chilling smile spreading across his lips. With a grin on his face, he looked at Xincheng and said, Xiaohua, don't be anxious. I'll rescue you right away, Captain will. No, these people have bullied you. They can't be let off easily. Xiaohua, hold on a bit longer. I'll torture these people first and then send them down to accompany you. Chenju licked the weapon in his hand with his tongue, and the sharp blade was instantly stained with a touch of red. It was Chenju's blood. Hey, I'm bleeding. Why are you all still unscathed? Come on, you haven't shed blood yet. Let me give you a hand. After saying that, Chenju suddenly stabbed the butterfly knife into Xincheng's right hand. Xincheng couldn't let out a scream because Chenju stuffed the tip of his shoe directly into Xincheng's mouth. Xincheng's eyes were wide open, bulging as if they were about to pop out, and filled with bloodshot. Chenju didn't give him any time to catch his breath. He smoothly pulled out the knife stuck in Xincheng's palm, a pensive look in his eyes. The scalding blood smeared on his face. Next time, which part should I break? He pointed the tip of the knife at various parts of Xincheng's body, contemplating where to land the next stab. And Xincheng had already fainted when the first knife was pulled out. Crimson rivulets trickled down, saturating his garments and trousers, mingling with an indiscernible fluid to nourish the parasol tree. One might surmise that in the subsequent vernal season, the arboreal giant would burgeon with renewed vitality and vigor. Yet, presently, it was a matter of indifference to all. Chenju seemed to have ascertained the precise point of the blade's descent. Observing the region of Xincheng's lower anatomy, the corners of his mouth contorted into a sinister grin. Ha, 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 ha. A moment ago, you were intending to mistreat Xiaohua, weren't you? You wished to compel her to perform actions against her will. Severing this appendage will preclude you from further harassing her, wouldn't it? Chenju, with 2 digits grasping the terminus of the butterfly knife's hilt, poised himself to hurl it as a projectile. This action would indubitably prove fatal. Captain, Chenju, refrain. Elated Fruit, having risen to his feet, observed the impending descent of the projectile in Chenju's grasp, yet remained utterly impotent. For the first time, he experienced profound self-loathing, lamenting his neglect of diligent study, his propensity for engaging in mindless pursuits. Were Old Yu present, what course of action would he undertake? Yet, in actuality, Old Yu was not present, nor was there any individual capable of overcoming Chenju. Elated Fruit could only passively observe Chenju's wrist arching slightly backward, the blade in his grasp exuding an aura of frigid malevolence. Captain? At the critical juncture, a feminine voice, imbued with a touch of naivete and apathy, emanated from Chenju's rear. His form solidified, and he pivoted with incredulity. Xiaohua? Chenju beheld a pair of limpid, comely eyes materializing behind him. Concealed behind a mask, the girl's countenance remained indiscernible, yet her eyes mirrored those etched in memory. Xiaohua, is it truly you returned? Xiaohua, it is I who am at fault. I should not have faltered, should not have allowed you to shield me from that bullet. Xiaohua, these years have been arduous. Xiaohua, I am weary. Uttering his final words, Chenju's eyes gently closed as he collapsed into Lin Qingchuan's embrace. The girl, evidently taken aback by Chenju's sudden advance, had merely sought to repay a debt, prompting a courageous and audacious endeavor. Lin Qingchuan had contemplated evading, yet the consequence would have been Chenju's unceremonious fall to the ground. Ultimately, she relented, cradling the boy with closed eyes in her arms. Sensing his feverish warmth and heavy respiration, Lin Qingchuan's fair face beneath the white mask flushed crimson, her mind reeling. It was the first instance she had been in such close proximity to a male. Observing the temporary cessation of danger, Xincheng's numerous underlings succumbed to the urge to flee, disregarding the fate of their leader sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Yet, scarcely had they begun their escape when they were met with the forceful kick of an unknown assailant, their faces contorted in terror as they surveyed their surroundings. Sun Yang approached Kaizingguo, inquiring about his condition. As the second class was also engaged in physical education, he had maintained vigilance over the situation. However, upon witnessing Chun Zhu's indiscriminate attacks, he had refrained from sacrificing himself and his comrades, opting instead to await the aftermath and assist in clearing the scene. Kai Xingguo shook his head, gesturing with his eyes for Sun Yang to first assess Xin Cheng's state. After a few moments, Sun Yang received the first aid kit from his underling and promptly attended to Xin Chengku. Spotting Kai Xingguo, Sun Yang flashed a confident okay gesture, then directed his cohorts to gather the remaining witnesses. Kai Xingguo approached Chun Zhu and Lin Qingchuan, casting a profound glance at Lin Qingchuan, simultaneously awestruck and concerned. He relieved the girl of Chun Zhu, made a call, and departed. Soon after, several individuals in suits and sunglasses arrived, escorting Sun Yang's crew and all who had witnessed the event. In the principal's office, Kai Xingguo and a man in a tailcoat stood facing Chun Zhu, who was bound to a chair with iron chains. Chun Zhu's brow was furrowed, as though trapped in a nightmare, struggling to open his eyes. Kai Xingguo anxiously turned to the man beside him, who was scrutinizing Chun Zhu. What exactly is wrong with my captain? The man shook his head, removed his white gloves, and tossed them onto Kai Xingguo's desk. The Iron Knight commander is experiencing a mental impediment. A mental impediment? Kai Xingguo inquired, puzzled. The man regarded Kai Xingguo and patiently elucidated. A mental impediment is when a person harbors deep-seated emotions like remorse or regret over past events, struggling to overcome them. Consequently, when encountering people, events, objects, or words that evoke those memories, they cannot suppress their inner emotions. Seeing Kai Xingguo's continued bewilderment, the man shook his head and glanced aside. Commander Kai Xingguo, is this water bottle usable? Huh. Oh. The pistachio nodded blankly. Chapter 34. The special group. The man filled the kettle and then turned on the heating device on it. He continued to explain aloud. Ordinary people also experience similar emotions. For instance, after a broken, parted relationship or when there are conflicts within the family. One may feel intense remorse or nostalgia. At this moment, people's thoughts often deviate from reality, and the person who is no longer around in their minds becomes increasingly idealized, which creates a rift and estrangement in one's current marriage and family happiness. The man said this to the pistachio, believing his explanation was straightforward enough. After all, for a man in his 40s who was already married, such emotions were easily comprehensible. However, the pistachio still tilted his head, scratched it, looking as if to say, what does this have to do with me? The man twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, you're not married? No. I've never even had a girlfriend. I'm sorry. The man immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle to apologize. The pistachio shook his head. He knew he couldn't understand things related to the mind, so he simply stopped struggling. When will our team leader wake up? Right away. The man returned to the stool. There was gradually some light seeping into Chun Zhu's eyes. Through a slit in his eyelids, he could see 2 pairs of shoes of different sizes and styles in front of him. Pistachio. A muffled sound came from his throat, as if he wanted to say something. Team leader, I'm here. The pistachio rushed forward promptly, crouching beside Chun Zhu to catch every word he uttered. Chun Zhu forced his mouth open with all his might, yet his voice was still feeble. Your leather shoes are hideous. Air. The man standing nearby took 2 awkward steps backward. The pistachio threw his arms around Chun Zhu, tears streaming down his face. Captain, don't scare me, Captain. Where is my shrewd and capable captain gone? He hugged Chun Zhu tightly, with his grief and sorrow openly written on his face. All right. I'm awake. Get out of the way. Are you a homosexual? Don't wipe your snot on me. Chun Zhu attempted to push the pistachio away, but the thick iron chains around his wrist restricted his movement. Seeing Chun Zhu regaining consciousness, the pistachio grinned and sprang up to unlock the chains on Chun Zhu's body. Chun Zhu stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and checked the condition of his body before turning to the man in the tuxedo who had stepped aside. Who is this? Good day, sir. My code name is Sandbox, and I'm affiliated with the first squad of healers. The man saluted Chun Zhu. There are 6 special departments in the Flame Summer, namely Healers, Crystal Brains, Civilization, Armed Forces, Inspectors, and Blades, where Chun Zhu serves. Each of the other squads has different responsibilities. However, except for Inspectors, the top-notch talents from each team will join the Blades group to undertake various missions. Therefore, as the sole comprehensive special group, to ensure the success rate of missions, the number of members in Blades is always maintained at around 10. Medical Practitioners is naturally a group specializing in the art of saving lives. Chun Zhu nodded and said, thank you. It's the least I could do, replied Sand Table as he lowered his raised arms, and, together with Happy Nut, helped Chenju up. What happened to me? Chenju's mind was in a complete muddle, with his memory still lingering on the moment when he was about to leave the playground. Sandtable glanced at Happy Nut, and after receiving a nod of consent, began to recount to Chenju what had just transpired. So, just like Lieutenant Happy Nut, I was summoned here by Lieutenant Watermelon. Chenju heaved a long sigh of relief. Thanks to Xiao Qian, he murmured. Anyway, never mind that. Captain, how did you end up in that state? It was because of that brat from the Shin family. Happy Nut started to say something, but his eyes were filled with trepidation. A coward, right? Blurted out Sandtable. Happy Nut immediately took 2 steps back, assuming a combat, ready stance, and eyeing Chenju warily. What are you doing? Chenju looked at him with a puzzled expression. Seeing that Chenju hadn't turned into that blood-thirsty state again, Happy Nut forced a smile and returned to Chenju's side. Sandtable began to explain, Lieutenant Blacksmith actually has a very strong psychological defense. Normally, he wouldn't have any issues. But this time, he must have been deep in thought or otherwise distracted, and combined with something that touched a raw nerve. It caused a crack in his psyche. Sandtable pushed up his glasses and, along with Happy Nut, helped Chenju onto the sofa. Chenju rubbed his temples and asked, what about the mental block? He, like Pistachio, was unfamiliar with the term. Chopin placed the boiled water in front of Chenju. Elaborating, your mental impediment is analogous to this kettle. When the lid is securely fastened, no matter how much water is inside, it cannot overflow. However, if there is a moment of negligence and the lid is not properly sealed, and if, coincidentally, the kettle is being heated, the water within risks boiling over. Wouldn't that imply a relatively high incidence rate? Chenju inquired. He had never encountered a similar situation in his nearly 2 decades. Chopin responded, indeed, the incidence is not high. The quantity of water, the lid, and the heating element are all indispensable conditions, and even then, it is merely a possibility, not a certainty, that it will trigger the mental impediment. Moreover, after a mental impediment occurs, a person or thing intimately connected to you is required to extricate you from the impaired state, which is the most challenging aspect of the issue. Intimately connected? So this time it's. Chenju glanced at Pistachio, who hesitated, at a loss for words. Chopin perceived Pistachio's apprehension and smiled gently. Gentlemen, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I will be on leave in the neighboring city for the next few months. Please do not hesitate to contact me if needed. He placed his gloves in his pocket, bidding them farewell. Thank you for your efforts, Chenju acknowledged with a slight nod, watching Chopin depart. After the door closed, Pistachio embraced Chenju once more. Captain, you scared me to death. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it back home? Observing the pristine wounds on Pistachio's person and the butterfly knife he carried on the table, Chenju felt a pang of remorse, offering a silent apology. Pistachio chuckled. It's nothing, Captain. I'm a bit thick-headed, but I'm as tough as old boots. See? Doesn't stop me from eating or drinking. Pistachio punctuated his words with 2 hearty thumps to his chest, assuring him of his well-being. A faint smile touched Chenju's lips, and he desisted from dwelling on the matter. They were no strangers to intercepting bullets, and as Pistachio had rightly said, such wounds were inconsequential. He began to ponder the circumstances of his awakening. Captain, Pistachio began in a leisurely tone, you're incredibly fortunate. That young lady's eyes are the spitting image of the little painting, as if they were cast from the same mold. You must remember to express your gratitude to her. She risked being killed by you to save your life. Chenju nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 35, Solitude. The dismissal bell had long since rung. Chenju passed his own classroom and approached the entrance to Class 2. Sun Yang had informed him that Lin Qingchuan was invariably the last to depart, by which time the school was deserted, encouraging him to seek her out without hesitation. However, there was a peculiar, profound undertone in his voice, akin to that of a father watching his daughter embark on her marital journey. Chenju found it somewhat baffling, but he dismissed it and ambled to the back door. The window of the rear door of Class 2 was impeccably clean, affording him a clear view of the seemingly solitary and beautiful figure within. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupted the girl's train of thought as she worked on a problem. She looked up to see a smiling figure standing in the doorway. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Noticing that no one else was around, Chenju lifted his leg and stepped into the classroom. No, Lin Qingchuan replied, closing her workbook and rising to her feet. Seeing her movement, Chenju quickened his pace, hastily and somewhat playfully saying, please, don't get up. I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. An injured person shouldn't be standing for too long. Hearing his words, Lin Qingchuan was momentarily stunned, but she still returned to her seat. Chen Zhu sat in the seat in front of her, facing the aisle, his face turned to look at Lin Qingchuan's beautiful eyes, while also noticing the marks on her neck, inwardly berating himself. The latter, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his gaze, lowered her head and picked up a book, seemingly writing something. The two remained in this stalemate, not uttering a single word. The sun gradually set, the dusky sunlight elongating their figures. Chen Zhu's gaze had long since wandered elsewhere, taking in the appearance of the classroom. The blackboard still held today's math problems, and above them were the 8 bold characters. The light blue curtain swayed occasionally, as if gently pushed from the outside. Lin Qingchuan's pen never paused, freely scribbling on the draft paper. As for what she was writing, perhaps she herself didn't know. Seemingly feeling a bit awkward, Chen Zhu forced himself to find a topic. So, whose seat is this? The pink cushion must belong to a beauty. Sun Yang. Lin Qingchuan didn't raise her head. Her tone was indifferent, and she still seemed to be swiping at something with her hand. Well, she's rather girlish. Lin Qingchuan didn't reply, and the scene fell into dead silence once again. The window was right beside them. The slightly chilly autumn wind blew in through the cracks. Lin Qingchuan was wearing thin clothes and immediately shivered. She got up again to close the window. Let me do it. Chen Zhu also quickly stood up and reached out to push the white plastic window frame. Lin Qingchuan's slender, jade-like fingers also reached for the same spot. In the rush, neither of them reacted in time. When the warm and cold temperatures, so different from each other, intertwined, they hastily withdrew their hands as if they had been electrocuted. Lin Qingchuan buried her head deeply, looking at the somewhat worn-out tips of her shoes, while Chen Zhu tried his best to raise his head and study the ceiling fan. The blowing wind still roared in their ears. But Lin Qingchuan only felt her face getting hot and started to sweat. This was the first time she had been alone in a room with a male other than her father, and also the first time she had touched a male's body. Chen Zhu's hand was burning hot, in sharp contrast to her constantly cold limbs. Are all boys' hands like this? A bit of doubt took root in her heart. But there was no follow-up. Chen Zhu was looking at the ceiling, where there was a trace of peeling lime, swaying precariously in the wind. It seemed that both of them felt they should say something, and they spoke up simultaneously to break the quiet atmosphere. You go first. You go first. Apologies. Apologies. Chen Zhu and Lin Qingchuan almost simultaneously cast glances at each other, then promptly turned their heads away. The sky had completely darkened. The boy couldn't discern the girl's blushing visage, nor could the girl catch sight of the boy's somewhat ill-at-ease countenance. Pardon me. Did I, perhaps, startle you? Chen Zhu initiated the conversation. He had no recollection of his state when in a mental turmoil, yet from the words of his good-natured friend, he gathered that his behavior must have been abysmal. No, you needn't take Fang Yu's words to heart. Moreover, without her, you might have left long ago. Lin Qingchuan spoke in a placid tone, yet her hands were already clasped tightly behind her back, and her palms were drenched in perspiration. She had heard Fang Yu's apology. That impetuous girl had claimed that she dared not own up to the mistake she had made, and thus entrusted Lin Qingchuan to convey her remorse. Initially, Lin Qingchuan was bewildered. Given Fang Yu's carefree disposition, she shouldn't have been so fidgety. However, the moment she saw Chen Zhu arrive, she instantly grasped the situation. Chances were that this girl had conspired with Sun Yang. Yet this was a blatant scheme. Fang Yu knew that Lin Qingchuan disliked being in anyone's debt, so she would surely find an opportunity to apologize to Chen Zhu in person. Even though Lin Qingchuan understood the underlying rationale, she had no choice but to be ensnared. Fang Yu? Chen Zhu was rather unfamiliar with this name. The girl who stood beside me. Only then did he come to his senses. At that time, Chen Zhu had been told that a voice wanted to be his girlfriend. He had instinctively assumed it was that girl. And Lin Qingchuan must have been blocked by the crowd then, so Chen Zhu hadn't seen her. His neck felt somewhat rigid as he turned it forward, emitting a faint cracking sound. Chen Zhu saw the girl in front of him wearing a white mask. They were very close to each other. A few strands of her black hair were blown onto Chen Zhu's face, and the unique, delicate fragrance of the hair gradually spread. Lin Qingchuan turned her head, and her gaze met Chen Zhu's. Her eyes were extremely beautiful. Chen Zhu was slightly lost in a daze and was somewhat reluctant to shift his sight away. Do I look like Xiaohua? Lin Qingchuan was as sharp-witted as a lark. She knew that the only reason she could help Chen Zhu recover was that she resembled a girl named Xiaohua, and her eyes had also once saved his life. Chen Zhu forced a bitter smile, turned around and closed the window, then looked at the bustling traffic outside. No, you're not her. His face looked rather dejected. Through Chen Zhu's profile, Lin Qingchuan unexpectedly detected a faint, heavy melancholy in this young lad, who seemed full of youthful vigor. This girl named Xiaohua must be someone extremely important to him. While thinking this, Lin Qingchuan saw that Chen Zhu quickly adjusted his state and put on a forced smile. It's getting late. Are you hungry? I'll treat you as an apology. Chen Zhu didn't look at Lin Qingchuan again. Instead, he picked up the blackboard eraser beside him and cleaned the remaining problems on the blackboard from today. These tasks were originally supposed to be done by Lin Qingchuan. At this moment, Lin Qingchuan didn't say much. She put away her exercise book, counted the scattered coins of various denominations in the small compartment, and then followed Chen Zhu out of the campus. Chapter 36, Barbecue. Chen Zhu sent a message to Jiang Mingsheng, telling him that he wouldn't be going back for dinner that night, and then took a taxi with Lin Qingchuan to the outskirts of the city. He saw a place with quite good ratings online, which was not far from his location. As soon as he got off the car, he saw a small yard bustling with an innumerable crowd of customers. Coupled with the taxi driver's high praise just now, Chen Zhu became even more expectant of the food here. As for money, it had never been within the scope of his consideration, not to mention the 10 million yuan that the Su family would make up in a couple of days. Even the more than 100,000 yuan he got from the wanted list wouldn't be spent up in a short time. Lin Qingchuan got out of the car. Upon seeing the signboard of this place, she immediately felt relieved. It read Old Steel Barbecue. If it was barbecue, as long as she didn't order anything extremely expensive, the money she had on her should be enough. Moreover, Lin Qingchuan seemed to be looking for something. After looking around in vain, she led Chen Zhu inside. Inside, it was bustling. There was no luxurious decoration, nor extremely comfortable service. A table, 2 or 3 small stools, and a large iron plate constituted the whole dining setup. When eating in this suburban yard, there were not so many rules. Some people were bare-chested, some were chatting about daily life, and some were boasting. Chen Zhu followed Lin Qingchuan, who seemed quite familiar with the place, and found a woman who looked in her 40s. Sister Jing. Lin Qingchuan patted the woman who was keeping accounts. The woman was startled, then turned around, and her expression gradually relaxed. Oh, it's Qingchuan. You've changed. Is your mother better? Lin Qingchuan shook her head. Still the same. Alas, what a nice person Xiaofeng is. Why on earth did she contract such a strange illness? Sister Jing heaved a sigh of regret. Seeming to find the topic too heavy, the woman changed her tone and said, Well, you've brought a friend here to have something to eat today. Lin Qingchuan put away his somewhat sorrowful expression just now and introduced Chen Zhu to the woman. The latter greeted her. Then the two of them were quickly led by Sister Jing to a small empty table in the corner. Just stay put obediently. I'll let you taste my cooking skills today, Sister Jing declared. After saying that, she made a vigorous gesture to the two and then headed towards the backstage. Chen Zhu and Lin Qingchuan watched her disappear behind the curtain. This is Sister Jing. She was on very good terms with my father when her husband was still alive. Lin Qingchuan said. However, Uncle Li died in a car accident several years ago, and my mother also fell seriously ill. Since then, our two families have seldom interacted. Lin Qingchuan fetched a cup for Chen Zhu and poured him some freshly boiled water from the kettle. Then he continued, Sister Jing is a very kind-hearted person. This small courtyard was bought by her and Uncle Wang together when he was alive. Even now, with prices sky-rocketing and having to hire workers, she has remained true to her original intention and hasn't raised the prices at all. Most of the customers here are regulars. Lin Qingchuan's tone remained calm. Chen Zhu took the water cup, took a sip, and looked at the busy figure behind the small curtain, then nodded and said, It's obvious. After this remark, the conversation between the two once again fell into an awkward silence. By the way, after I lost my senses, did you come across any people dressed oddly? Chen Zhu suddenly remembered something, looked up, and asked Lin Qingchuan. According to the procedure, those who witnessed the incident should have had their memories erased. However, Lin Qingchuan still remembered Xiaohua, apparently remaining unaffected. If you're referring to the person in a black suit and black sunglasses at school, indeed, I encountered such a person. Chen Zhu was somewhat astonished. Then, they didn't take me and Sun Yang away. It should be at the behest of Principal Bao, he said. Chen Zhu understood then, and also grasped Happy Nut's plan. He presumably thought that Lin Qingchuan could be of help with his psychological hurdle and hoped she could assist him at crucial moments in the future. Frankly speaking, was he really that terrifying when plagued by the psychological hurdle? To the extent that Happy Nut was willing to flout the rules just to preserve Lin Qingchuan's memories. That was clearly written all over Chen Zhu's face. The skewers were served promptly. Most of the other tables were empty, presumably because Sister Jing had given them preferential treatment. Qingchuan, you must explain to your classmate. My place, unlike others with a wide array of options. But these few types of skewers are definitely no less delicious than those in five-star hotels, Sister Jing said proudly to the two of them. Sister Jing, when will our skewers be served? Coming. It'll be ready right away. Before she could finish speaking, she was called away by hungry customers. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Chen Zhu didn't stand on ceremony. He handed 2 skewers of meat to Lin Qingchuan and then indulged himself heartily. I have to admit, the taste was truly excellent. The meat wasn't overly marinated, retaining most of the fragrance of the fat. Coupled with a touch of seasoning for flavor enhancement and just right cooking time, the surface of the skewers was crispy, and it was tender when put into the mouth. Chen Zhu was merrily having kebabs. In no time, a bunch of 20-odd skewers of barbecue were left with only a few. Comparing the small bunch of iron skewers in front of himself with the meager ones beside Lin Qingchuan, Chen Zhu felt a bit embarrassed and put down his hand that was reaching into the air. He looked up and glanced at Lin Qingchuan, who was eating. You're quite good looking. Why do you wear a mask all day long? After that, he struggled a bit, but still couldn't resist. He picked up another skewer of roasted meat from the iron plate and brought it to his mouth. Hearing Chen Zhu's words, Lin Qingchuan was in a daze. Only then did she realize that her mask had been pushed aside because of eating. Sometimes, I wish I were an ugly duckling. Seeing that Chen Zhu was so fond of meat, she pushed the few skewers in front of her forward. Chen Zhu picked up another skewer unobtrusively, thinking to himself that since more would be served later, he could have a little bit first and leave more for Lin Qingchuan next time. Why? Chen Zhu's mouth was stuffed with meat, and his words were a bit slurred. Lin Qingchuan didn't reply. Instead, she wiped her mouth with a tissue, took out her flip phone from her school bag, got up, and went aside to make a call. Seeing that she had no intention of replying, Chen Zhu didn't ask further. The second round of barbecue took a long time to come. Lin Qingchuan seemed to be on an endless phone call. Bored, Chen Zhu simply took out his phone and read the news for a while. The top item on the hot search list is an entertainment news. The Chinese-American actress Shangguan Yao may return to her hometown, Jibu City, in Yansummer during the Spring Festival this year. Shangguan Yao. Chen Zhu recalled that girl who used to clamorously want to try all the bungee jumps and roller coasters and even loved to unlock the safety locks. A shiver of fear ran through him. Fortunately, she was in the neighboring city. She probably wouldn't find her way to Lehigh, or so he hoped. Chen Zhu patted his chest, offering himself a seemingly self-justifying consolation. Just as he was about to continue scanning further and push the crazy image out of his mind, a cold yet slightly panicked shout made Chen Zhu spring to his feet instantly. That was Lin Qingchuan's voice. Chapter 37. The Hungry Passers. By what do you want? Lin Qingchuan's cold voice rang out. She had forgotten to wear her mask when she went out. She had thought nothing would happen in such a short time, but by an unfortunate coincidence, she happened to run into several local hooligans who had come here for a meal. At this moment, her peerless beauty had become a double-edged sword, luring others to hurt her. What? My fair lady, long time no see. 3 scarred men cornered Lin Qingchuan at one corner of the small courtyard gate. One of them licked his dry lips, his undisguised lust in his eyes. The man in the middle bared his yellow, stained teeth and stepped forward until he was just a meter away from Lin Qingchuan. Who would have thought that when I came out for a drink, I'd run into such a stunning beauty? It's as if God is looking out for me. The man was filled with emotion, perhaps due to inebriation, as he stood unsteadily, swaying from side to side. Jingjia, who had just delivered a plate of barbecue, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Oh my, what brings you here, Brother Jean? It's cold outside. Quickly come in and have something warm to eat and warm up, she said, pulling Brother Jean towards the house. Today's meal is on me. Eat as much as you like. Eat your mother. The man shoved Jingjia away and kicked her. Perhaps due to his intoxication, his aim was not precise, and the force was not particularly strong, but Jingjia, unable to dodge in time, was knocked to the ground. Seeing Jingjia, who was weakly supporting herself on the muddy ground, Brother Jean, the leader, was immediately intrigued. I say, Jingjia, you have your charms. Why do you insist on guarding this property of that dead man? Why not come with me? I guarantee to bring you the best food and drink every day. Brother Jean snatched a bottle of wine from someone nearby and took a few large gulps. The man was not annoyed and followed Brother Jin's words, saying, Yes, you should follow our leader. If he can't satisfy you, there are still us brothers. A lewd smile appeared on their faces as they brazenly stared at Jingjia's private area. It must be said that Jingjia was in excellent shape. Perhaps due to years of working, her figure had not become bloated or fat in middle age, but had become more refined and shapely. If her skin were better, there would be no problem saying she was in her 30s or even 20s. Hearing this, Brother Gene was a bit displeased. He weighed the bottle in his hand and then smashed it down forcefully. "Go to hell," he roared. The wine bottle hit the speaker's head with a thud. "What do you mean I can't satisfy? What nonsense are you talking about? I can handle 3 women in bed with ease. What the hell are you butting in for?" Bright red blood trickled down the man's hair. He wiped his side hair and quietly stepped aside, saying nothing more. Instead, Brother Gene squatted down again and gently tugged at Sister Jing's collar. "Sister Jing, look at you. You're a nice person and have a good figure. You must have been a great beauty in your youth. With such excellent conditions, why do you always think about that dead man? Isn't it better to be with me?" Brother Jin's hand became even more whining. In public, it gradually slipped inside Sister Jing's clothes. Zhu Jing on the ground clenched her fists, and her body trembled with anger. However, such expressions and actions only made Brother Gene more excited. The late September evening breeze was not cold, but Brother Gene could clearly feel Zhu Jing's skin heating up rapidly. His hand probed more boldly from the collar into deeper areas. Seeing Zhu Jing being bullied like this, Lin Qingchuan, who was standing aside, got anxious. "If you keep this up, I'll call the police." The charming voice wafted into Brother Jin's ears with the gentle evening breeze. He stopped his actions and turned around to stand in front of Lin Qingchuan. "I almost forgot. There's also a little beauty here. Since you don't want me to touch her, then you'll have to accompany me to have some fun." The sky had completely darkened. There were no street lights in the suburbs, so Brother Gene couldn't see Lin Qingchuan's appearance clearly. However, just based on her stature of around 1.7 meters and that standard oval face, even just a vague outline made him unable to suppress a physical reaction. In his eyes, this girl was definitely a rarity, far surpassing Sister Jing by several levels. "I've called the police. They'll be here soon." Seeing Brother Gene approaching slowly, Lin Qingchuan pressed her body tightly against the wall. Her indifferent words could no longer conceal the panic in her heart. Brother Gene, who was already extremely eager, unbuckled his belt. He just couldn't hold it in any longer and intended to have his way with her right here. "I've called." Brother Gene slapped the phone out of Lin Qingchuan's hand. The old, model mobile phone that was barely working shattered into pieces. Brother Jin's mouth curled up to his ears. "Call then." "Still going to call? In this area, I'm the local tyrant. Call the police? Let them try to arrest me." 2 of his lackeys came up and held down Lin Qingchuan's smooth and delicate arms. Brother Jin's hand gradually approached her chest. "No, Brother Gene. She's still a child. If you really can't hold it in, come to me instead." Sister Jing stood up to stop him, but was kicked to the ground again. "Damn it. Don't you know what you're like? I gave you a few compliments and you really think highly of yourself." "Sister Jing," Lin Qingchuan shouted. Seeing the rough hand reaching towards her, she turned her head away and closed her eyes in despair. For some unknown reason, a figure emerged in Lin Qingchuan's mind. That carefree boy who could terrify everyone like a god of slaughter. "Chen Zhu, I'm here." A strong and powerful hand firmly grasped Brother Jin's wrist, preventing him from taking another step forward. Lin Qingchuan slowly opened her eyes and saw Chen Zhu's confident smile. This was the first time she had such an unusual feeling towards a boy. There was a bit of peace of mind, and as for the rest, she didn't know why. At this moment, however, Chen Zhu's heart was filled with bitterness. He glanced back at the already empty courtyard, a faint sense of resignation on his face. It wasn't that he didn't want to arrive earlier, he simply had no choice. Chen Zhu had stood up as soon as he heard Lin Qingchuan's cry for help, but those sitting near the door were quicker to notice. After spotting the figures of the 3 at the door, they didn't hesitate at all and stood up to head towards the back door, leading all the diners in the yard to move to the other side. And that was right beside the table where Chen Zhu was sitting. In an instant, he was jostled by dozens of customers and pushed in the opposite direction. Even the waiters left the food on the grills and joined the crowd surging out. Chen Zhu was like a fish swimming against the current in a flood, hardly able to move an inch. It was not until he saw that things were about to go out of control that he suddenly exerted all his strength, directly knocking down the last few people and finally reaching Lin Qingchuan's side. "Who the hell are you?" Brother Gene was enraged to find that his good deed had been disrupted. He tried to pull his hand back, but was horrified to discover that his arm was firmly trapped in the young man's grip as if it were fixed. "Me?" Chen Zhu's attention was drawn back and then shifted to Brother Gene. Just an ordinary passer, by who had acted bravely for a just cause and hadn't had enough to eat. Chapter 38. A young couple. A passer, by? Brother Gene narrowed his eyes and sized up Chen Zhu. "You're no passer-by?" Brother Gene suddenly lashed out, slamming his other hand hard at Chen Zhu. He moved so swiftly that perhaps even he himself hardly felt it before he was in front of Chenju. However, Chenju remained calm. He simply casually released the hand that had been restraining Brother Jean and then gave him a fierce kick in the abdomen. Whoosh! Brother Jean lost his balance and was directly driven into the roadside green belt by the sole of Chenju's shoe. This is the first kick on Sister Jing's behalf. You still owe me one. Chenju's calm words rang out. The spiky leaves scattered into Brother Jin's clothes, and a piercing pain assailed him from all directions. What are you waiting for? All of you, get the hell on him. Brother Jin's enraged voice came from the flower bed. Hearing this, the two stunned lackeys quickly assumed fighting stances and charged at Chenju. A left hook and a right sweep kick, two completely different attack patterns presented themselves before Chenju's eyes. He wasn't in a hurry. Methodically, he shielded Lin Qingchuan behind him and then composed himself. With another kick, the lackey using the hook punch was immediately sent flying, crashing into Brother Jean, who had just gotten up. It was under control. Seeing that Chenju's first target wasn't himself, the lackey attacking Chenju's lower body felt a surge of confidence. He had practiced this leg technique for a long time and was confident that he could kick a wooden stick as thick as an adult's arm in two. Surely, an ordinary student would be no match for him. Thinking of this, he secretly exerted a bit more strength, aiming to achieve his goal in one go and directly disable the Chenju in front of him. However, in the next second, the moment his foot struck Chenju's leg, he regretted it. The leg of this young man in front of him was as hard as if it were made of steel, incredibly tough. With just one kick, he realized the gap between himself and the other party, so he quickly distanced himself. Trying to run now? It's too late. The teasing words of Chenju came from above. The right leg he had just retracted stomped hard on the attacker, creating a whistling sound of breaking wind. The latter let out a pained scream and then flew backwards. Just as Chenju was about to chase after him, after a moment of thought, he first turned around, gently tucking the somewhat disheveled strands of Lin Qingchuan's hair behind her ear. Go and help Sister Jing into the house. The girl nodded. After Lin Qingchuan left, Chenju patted the dirt off his trouser legs and felt the state of his left leg. To be honest, it didn't hurt at all. It wasn't that Chenju couldn't avoid that leg whip. Given the distance between him and Lin Qingchuan, if he dodged, this blow would surely affect Lin Qingxian. Even if it wasn't the full force, with a girl's delicate physique, she probably wouldn't feel good. So Chenju didn't bother to dodge and simply decided to test the fighting level here. The conclusion was that it was less than 1/10 as powerful as the punch of some handsome Americans. Humph, is this all you've got? Chenju approached the unlucky trio. Still want to fight? No, no more. The men shook their heads repeatedly, their eyes filled with fear. Chenju nodded and looked at the furtive Brother Jean. What was hidden behind him remained unknown. While he pleaded for mercy with his lips, his eyes betrayed a murderous intent. I'll beat the hell out of you. Brother Jean clutched a broken beer bottle with a sharp edge in his hand and stabbed at Chenju like a shooting star. However, Chenju was well prepared. He took a small step back and slapped Brother Jin's hand. The already damaged beer bottle fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. The broken glass shards scattered everywhere. Then, seizing the opportunity, Chenju punched Brother Jean in the chest, sending him flying back to his original position. Chenju had controlled the force well. This blow wouldn't kill him, but it would surely break a few ribs. At this moment, having taken a punch from Chenju's head on, Brother Jean was mostly sobered up. Instead of the previous impulsiveness, he stood up with the support of his little brothers, his eyes full of reluctance. Brother, which gang are you from? Startled by the question, an idea popped into Chenju's mind. I'm from Lotus Hall, and my name is Wang Ziqiang. Good, Brother Chong. We all understand the rules on the street. As Brother Jean spoke, he took out all his valuable belongings, including nearly 1,000 yuan in cash and a solid gold necklace. The two little brothers also took out a few hundred yuan here and there. Brother Jean respectfully placed the things in Chenju's hand and continued, Brother Chong, it was our fault to flirt with your wife. I, Golden Tooth, admit defeat this time. You've given us a beating, so your anger should have subsided. Let's just let it go this time. With that, he and his two little brothers knelt straight down in front of Chenju. Chenju opened his mouth, but said nothing. He had never intended to take their lives. Having just arrived in Lihai, he was still unfamiliar with the local rules and didn't want to cause trouble. Each deployment of the Purge team to address personal matters incurs a corresponding deduction of points. Although Chenju possesses a substantial number of points, his retirement precludes him from accumulating more, thus necessitating prudent conservation. Begone. Chenju, having roughly assessed the total sum of money in his possession, rebuked the trio. The three individuals, relieved, assisted each other as they limped away from the premises. Chen Zhu, observing their departure, turned and re-entered the barbecue establishment. In the courtyard, Lin Qingchuan had just finished applying ointment to Sister Jing. Upon seeing Chen Zhu's return, she promptly rose to fetch him a stool. "How long has it been?" Chen Zhu inquired of Sister Jing as he seated himself. Lin Qingchuan, standing behind him, also gazed at Sister Jing with her beautiful eyes. "Almost 2 years." Zhu Jing's tone was imbued with resignation. Chen Zhu was unfazed, deducing from the diner's practiced movements during their escape that this was undoubtedly not the first instance of such harassment. What was their motive? He was curious, as the trio's demeanor clearly indicated that they were not there for a pleasant meal. "Extortion, 2,000 per person. Is there no oversight? The Shun family. Who would dare to intervene?" Zhu Jing exclaimed with disdain. "The Shun family again." Chen Zhu reminisced, recalling the last mention of this family on the sports field. In Wang Feng's words, he was surprised by the Shun family's extensive reach, extending even to this suburban area so far from the city. Chen Zhu contemplated something. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his clothing from behind. Behind him stood only Lin Qingchuan. "Sister Jing, is there anything we can assist you with?" Lin Qingchuan's voice regained its customary composure as she spoke to Chen Zhu. Zhu Jing surveyed the disordered desk and demurred, expressing her gratitude. "There's no need. You've already been a tremendous help. Were it not for you and young Chen Zhu here, I doubt my humble establishment would have survived. Since that's settled, we'll take our leave." Chen Zhu, eschewing formality, rose to his feet. "Very well, I'll extend an invitation to you both for a meal at a later date." Zhu Jing affirmed earnestly and proceeded to tidy up her belongings, oblivious to the slight blush that graced Lin Qingchuan's countenance. The two departed without disturbing her, quietly exiting the small courtyard. Chapter 39. The IOU. On the opposite end of the Inter-River Bridge stood the First People's Hospital of Lehigh City. At that moment, two figures strolled side by side across the bridge's expanse. "Thank you," Lin Qingchuan murmured, her face flushed beneath the white mask, betraying a hint of awkwardness. Yet her voice, akin to the gentle murmur of a spring, remained captivating. "Pardon?" Chen Zhu inquired, turning his head toward Lin Qingchuan. He had been preoccupied with his rumbling stomach, which was staging a protest. Chen Zhu regretted not having commandeered Xinghua's vehicle, as the taxi delay had caused Lin Qingchuan to rush back to the hospital to attend to her mother. "It's nothing," Lin Qingchuan responded indifferently, her complexion swiftly regaining its composure. "Oh," Chen Zhu replied, his head drooping once more. The more his hunger intensified, the more his mind conjured up delectable culinary fantasies. "Oh, I wonder if those delicacies you were gifted me last time are still uneaten?" Chen Zhu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with hope, only to be met with disappointment. He distinctly recalled devouring the last bag of crisps late into the previous night, a consequence of his insatiable cravings. "Gluttony is a curse," he inwardly lamented. Lin Qingchuan observed his fluctuating countenance, her eyes wide with burgeoning curiosity, her lashes fluttering inquisitively. This young man seemed unlike the others. She had, on occasion, dined with male acquaintances of similar age, yet their gazes would invariably, and often surreptitiously, appraise her, an act she found exceedingly tiresome. Chen Zhu, in stark contrast, appeared genuinely enamored with the repast. He had consumed over a dozen skewers of grilled meat, never once diverting his attention from the culinary delights before him, wholly absorbed in the act of eating. And yet, even now, he wore an expression of utter desolation, far from sated. A subtle smile graced Lin Qingchuan's lips as she retrieved her satchel and rummaged within. "I happen to have this," she announced, producing a plastic bag containing 2 pristine white steamed buns. Chen Zhu accepted them with palpable eagerness. Lin Qingchuan's hand remained in her bag. "I purchased these this morning. They're a bit cold, and you could have them with." She produced a small packet of pickled radishes, only to discover that Chen Zhu had already devoured the buns in a matter of moments. "Pickled vegetables? Huh." Chen Zhu's expression was vacant, his mouth still dusted with crumbs, the empty bag dangling from his hand. "You can manage that?" Lin Qingchuan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Even after enduring prolonged financial hardship, she had yet to acclimate to the consumption of plain, unadorned steamed buns. At the very least, it should be eaten with pickled vegetables or cold dishes to be palatable. She thought it would be an utterly preposterous thing for Chen Zhu, a pampered young master from a wealthy family, to even take a couple of bites of freshly steamed buns, let alone munching on these buns that had been sitting out for a day and had turned cold and hard. "These are really delicious," Chen Zhu said, looking rather puzzled. Noticing Lin Qingchuan staring at him all the time, he asked, Is there something dirty on my face? No. Lin Qingchuan replied, and then put the pickled vegetables back into her bag. The two strolled along slowly and soon reached the middle of the bridge. Beyond the railing flowed a boundary river, demarcating the city of Luhai from another. The road beside them was teeming with an endless stream of various vehicles coming and going. Here, this is for you, Chenju said as he took out his mobile phone and a SIM card from his pocket. Yours is broken. I've transferred your SIM card to this one. Remember to return it to me once you've fixed yours. Although the damage to the phone wasn't directly his fault. If he had come out earlier, Lin Qingchuan's old-fashioned mobile phone wouldn't have been broken. He supposed it must be quite important to her. So, Chenju wanted to make up for it, considering that he was the one who chose the place. What about you? Lin Qingchuan questioned. I have another one to use. Chenju answered. Seeing her look hesitant, he directly placed the two items into her hands. If you really feel bad about it, just consider today's meal and these 2 buns as my treat. Remember to invite me next time. Having 2 free meals can be regarded as the interest. With a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, Lin Qingchuan eventually accepted the item, stating nonchalantly, I shall return it to you within a fortnight. You may select any repast of your choosing. I shall bear the expense. Mere words are insufficient. A promissory note is required. Chenju commenced rummaging through his pockets. What? A promissory note, lest you attempt to evade your obligation. Chenju scoured his person, yet discovered neither pen nor paper. Consequently, he directed a gaze of supplication toward Lin Qingchuan, who furnished him with the requisite items. How does one compose this? Chenju pondered. Subsequently, his countenance brightened as he placed the paper upon the railing proximate to the river and inscribed, Today, due to personal exigencies, Miss Lin Qingchuan is indebted to me. Chenju, for a repast of malatang, sufficient to satiate my appetite, from which she shall not renege. Upon completing the final punctuation mark, Chenju appended the date and circumscribed the phrase sufficient to satiate with a generous circle. Lin Qingchuan, upon beholding the meticulous promissory note, smiled demurely and added her signature beneath Chenju's irregular script. Representing it to Chenju, she observed the lad carefully folding it as though it were a precious artifact, ensconcing it within his pocket, and casting a wary glance in her direction. I shall not pilfer it, she assured him. I am aware, Chenju affirmed with a nod, though the vigilance in his gaze remained undiminished. Lin Qingchuan, rendered speechless, resumed her forward progress. The hospital entrance was soon reached, a location from which Chenju could more readily procure a taxi for his journey home. Observing Lin Qingchuan proceeding into the hospital without a backward glance, Chenju hailed a cab and entered. As the door sealed shut, the driver accelerated sharply, a plume of exhaust emitted in haste. En route to the Jiang family's residential enclave, where Chenju couldn't see, Lin Qingchuan slightly turned his head, stole a profound glance at the departing taxi with his peripheral vision, and then walked around the corner. At the Jiang family's. As soon as Chenju lay on the bed, Jiang Yuer bounced over and sat beside him. Chenju, do you know what day it is today? Chenju had just taken off his upper garment. Seeing Jiang Yuer's excited appearance, he estimated that he couldn't leave for a while, so he put his clothes back on. She seemed to have regarded Chenju as a family member long ago, and naturally let Chenju use the bathroom. One could only say that what ill will could a little girl have? If you're kind to her, she'll surely be kind to you in return. Are you having your birthday? Chenju tentatively asked. He really couldn't recall what particularly significant day it was today. He had only been here for a few days. No. What birthday? That's all secondary. Today is the day before the weekend, the girl said cheerfully. Chenju tilted his head, showing his puzzlement. What a strange day was this. But seeing Chenju's confused look, Jiang Yuer instantly became anxious. Chenju, tomorrow is the weekend. You promised to take me go-karting. You're not going to be like those adults who don't keep their words, are you? Brother Chenju, take me there. Jiang Yuer grasped Chenju's arm with both hands and shook it vigorously. The force was so great that the bed shook. Of course, Chenju hadn't forgotten. He just didn't react immediately to what day it was. All right. I'll take you there, Chenju said to the girl in a somewhat indulgent tone. Yeah. I love you so much, brother Chenju. Jiang Yuer let out a startled cry and sprang up. In a flash, she planted a kiss on Chenju's cheek and then skipped back to her room cheerfully. Chenju hadn't even had time to react to what had happened. He gently touched his face with 2 fingers and let out a helpless smile. This little lass, he murmured. Chapter 40. The racetrack the next day, before dawn. Jiang Yuer dragged Chenju out of bed. With his eyes shut tight, he allowed her to guide his unruly legs to the sofa. Chenju, hurry up. We're going to be late. We're going to be late. Jiang Yueo was in a flurry, gathering things like helmets, gloves, and racing suits. Chenju managed to open one eye with great difficulty and glanced at the wall clock. Yuer, it's only 4:30. 4:30 is not early. What if the racetrack is full when we get there? What if it closes? Jiang Yuer hastily put on her clothes, brushed her teeth, and washed her face. At intervals between each action, she would come out to call Chenju. Then, hearing his half-asleep response, she would resume packing. A few minutes later, Chenju struggled to open his eyes and went to his bathroom to freshen up. It was the first time he felt that the habit in the team was so annoying. Whenever he was woken up, it was always due to an urgent task. So once awake, he couldn't fall back asleep. A dozen minutes later, Chenju and Jiang Yuer, neatly dressed, stood at the door. Chenju glanced at the message on his phone. Let's go. The car is here. Then he left a message for Jiang Mingxing and took Jiang Yuer out of the metropolis community. The racetrack was in the wilderness, and it took quite a while to get there. Chenju drove Happy Nut's car and first stopped to have breakfast. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, the Jeep pulled into a spacious parking lot. There were a large number of different cars parked here, and without exception, they were all luxury cars of great value. Happy Nut's Jeep, when parked among them, though not out of place, was not particularly high, and either. Chenju, are we really going to race here? Jiang Yuer jumped off the steps as high as her lower legs. Looking at the imposing building in front of her, she asked in shock. She had been to this place before. It was a racetrack capable of hosting international events. Every time she dreamed of this place, she wanted to go inside and take a look, but unfortunately, she always woke up just when she reached here. Today, she could finally fulfill her wish and enter to have a peek. Chenju locked the car door and stood behind Jiang Yuer. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Pretty? No. Extremely satisfied. Jiang Yuer was overflowing with excitement. Please, extremely satisfied? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Since when has the Qinghe racetrack become like a park where you can bring kids around? A disdainful voice sounded from the side. Chenju and Jiang Yuer turned their heads simultaneously. A fat man and a coquettishly dressed woman got out of the car beside them. And that mocking remark came from the woman's mouth. Mind your own business, you old hag. Jiang Yuer stuck out her tongue at the woman. Come out and talk when the crow's feet on your face disappear. In front of strangers, she didn't care about her dignity. She would scold when it was necessary. For dirty words only made sense when spoken out. What? Crow's feet? Upon hearing this, the woman quickly took out the compact mirror she always carried and checked herself. There was nothing visible beneath her heavy makeup. Suppressing her anger, the woman wrapped her arms around the overweight man's arm and spoke in a coquettish voice. Brother Lei, look, that young girl is bullying me. As she spoke, she subtly pressed her chest a bit closer to the fat man, which sent a rush of blood to his head. Hey, young man and young girl, you both came here because you're into racing and want to watch today's competition, right? He casually lit a cigar and blew a smoke ring like the gang leaders in movies. Well, I'm not going to make things difficult for you. Just sincerely apologize to my woman, and we'll call it even. I may not be a big shot, but it's no problem for me to bring along a few extra guys. There was an air of arrogance in the fat man's eyes. Seeing his demeanor, the woman showered him with praises. Brother Lei, you're so well respected. It's really letting those two off easy. The fat man preened himself. It's often said that a man's pride is partly reflected by the woman beside him, and this saying couldn't be more accurate. Taking this young model he'd kept as his mistress out today was indeed a wise decision. Idiot. Chenju ignored the two of them and walked straight towards the venue's entrance without looking back, leaving the man and woman there to flatter each other. Idiot blah. Jiang Yuer imitated Chenju and stuck out her tongue at them before quickly following in his footsteps. In the distance, the playful conversation between Chenju and Jiang Yuer could be heard. You're not allowed to swear. But you do. However, you can't. Yet I want to. You mustn't. Oh. The two men, one fat and one thin, stood rooted to the spot, gazing blankly at the gradually receding figure. In an office at the very center of Qinghe, a remarkably young man in a racing suit had his feet propped up on the solid wood office desk. With a sorrowful look on his face, he stared out of the floor-to-ceiling window at the racetrack and the spectators filling the surrounding seats. In his hand was the latest model of a high-end smartphone, which showed an ongoing call. Dad. I've already said that I have no fondness for racing and have no intention of inheriting those shabby racetracks of yours. Especially this Qinghe place. There's nothing around. And the facilities are so poor. If I hadn't brought my own racing car, I wouldn't have come to this lousy exhibition race at all. Several suit clad managers stood deferentially to one side. Upon hearing the young man's words, the corners of their mouths twitched, yet they all, in tacit agreement, remained silent. The young man in front of them was the only heir of the major shareholder. He was currently one of the highest-ranked international racers and also the youngest among them. One could well imagine how much effort his father had put into cultivating him. This was the kind of person who treated racing cars like toys to be casually discarded. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, and then a serious voice came through. Then what do you want to do? I want to become a special forces soldier. I want to be a part of a special unit. You? A skeptical voice came from the phone. The special unit was no secret among the upper echelons in Yinxia, and many powerful and influential people were aware of it. Most of the people inside have their identities kept confidential. Without special access, you wouldn't even notice if one of them were standing right in front of you. What's wrong with me? I'm quite remarkable. The young man was extremely confident. Family background, appearance, and capabilities. These are things that many would be proud of if they had just one, yet he had them all effortlessly. Years of being adored had made him indifferent to what he possessed, and he yearned to pursue greater achievements. The man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fine, Jiangming. Don't say I, your father, don't support your dream. I've received news that one of those you admire most from the Blade will take their family to watch the race today. If you have the ability, seize the opportunity yourself. Really? The young man sprang up from the executive chair. You're not kidding me, are you? Of course not. Your father is. All right. That's it then, Dad. I'll catch up with you later. Ignoring what the man hadn't finished saying, the young man hung up the phone and commanded those standing beside him. You guys, go and find out for me right away. Suddenly, Jiang Ming remembered that the matters of the special group were confidential. Forget it. I don't trust you guys to handle this. I'll go myself. Chapter 41. The scheming Jiang Yue Chenju and Jiang Yue arrived at the entrance of the racetrack, where two security guards stopped them. Excuse me. Do you have an admission ticket or an invitation letter? Invitation letter? Chenju was puzzled. When Pistachio introduced this place to him, he said that Qinghe was owned by his acquaintance and told him to enjoy himself freely, not mentioning the invitation letter at all. Wait a moment. I'll make a call to inquire. Chenju said to them, then took out his communicator. The fat man just now was named Wanlei, the boss of a small real estate company. At this time, Wanlei walked to Chenju and Jiang Yue with his mistress, Xiong Fei. The woman's sarcastic voice rang out again. Oh, who was so boastful just now and even dared to scold my man? How ignorant. Wanlei also put on a sincere-looking manner. Young man, if you don't have money, don't try to play the trick of feigning weakness to defeat the strong. Look at that old-fashioned mobile phone in your hand. You're still trying to bring a girl here. There was full of contempt in his eyes. Then his gaze shifted to Jiang Yue, and he immediately perked up. Little girl, is he your elder brother or your boyfriend? Wanlei pointed at Chenju and said, if you really like racing, why not come in with me? Uncle will take you somewhere else later. His eyes were lecherous. Although his words seemed amiable, his intentions were obvious. Today, Jiang Yue was wearing a tight, fitting outfit with a racing suit bought online over it. Even though she was not fully developed yet, her splendid figure was still very prominent. It was believed that she would be a great beauty, no less charming than any movie star in a few years. And today, without makeup, her pure face and loose short hair added a feeling of a lovely next-door girl behind her valiant appearance. Wanlei was deeply moved. He thought to himself that even if he couldn't have this little beauty at the moment, such an extremely good-looking girl was rare. He should leave a good impression on her first. After a few years when the fruit ripened, wouldn't she be at his mercy? As for whether her parents would agree. Wanlei noticed the walkie-talkie in Chenju's hand and sneered. For a family still using a Nokia in this era, he had countless ways to force them to hand over their daughter. Xiong Fei sensed Wanlei's look and felt a sense of crisis. She quickly rubbed against him and said, Brother Lei, let's go in quickly. I heard there will be international superstars in today's race. If we're late, there won't be good seats left. Unexpectedly, Wanlei was in no hurry at all. He didn't come here to watch the car race in the first place. He had come only because his mistress insisted on seeing the car race, saying it was something only high-end people could witness. Chenju's walkie-talkie was still in the process of dialing. Logically speaking, Happy Nut should also have a walkie-talkie during the mission. However, due to the particularity of this solo mission, he didn't carry it with him but kept it in a very hidden place. This led to the situation where Chenju couldn't get through to his smartphone. Just like now. Chenju hung up and dialed the number again. Jiang Yue stepped forward, putting on a pitiful look, and said, No, uncle. My family is poor. I know such things aren't suitable for me. I just came here with my brother to have a look at the entrance. I can take you in to watch, Wanlei said, with the flesh on his face quivering. Uncle, it won't work. If I go in, I'll lose my brother when I come out. Jiang Yuer looked at Wanlei with teary eyes and then placed her little hand in Chenju's. My brother said he'd take me to the hotel to play games later. I should be obedient. Seeing Jiang Yuer's adorable and well-behaved appearance. In contrast to Xiang Fei beside him, whose good looks relied entirely on makeup and who always made all sorts of demands on him. Wanlei felt as if 10,000 strange mythical beasts were galloping through his heart. Why? Why did such a pure and charming beauty have to be with that poor guy with a Nokia? Why were the women he met always the kind who only cared about his wealth? A hotel. It's a hotel, after all. What kind of fun games could a man and a woman possibly play in a hotel? Wanlei felt that all his efforts in the first half of his life had been insulted. However, he still didn't give up. He hadn't even dared to have any improper thoughts about making a move today. What right did this poor guy have? He still spoke in a kind tone. Little girl, do your parents know that you're out with your brother? Jiang Yuer blinked her big, bright eyes. Your parents? My brother and I have the same mom and dad. And they agreed to this. They even encouraged us to have a good time. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck. Wanlei felt a critical blow as if he'd been hit with 10,000 points of damage. Such a beautiful flower had actually been plucked. And in such a willing way. Moreover, the one who plucked it was her own brother. Wanlei's view of life was shaken. And the little model beside him suddenly lost her allure. Observing Jiang Yuer's demeanor and the appearance of the corpulent man across from him, Chenju chuckled inwardly and shook his head. Are you all going to enter or not? If not, please step aside and allow others to proceed. Indeed, there is a considerable queue forming behind you. Show some consideration. As the group conversed, a long line had indeed formed behind them. Those at the front, noticing Wanlei and Chenju lingering at the entrance for quite some time without making a move, began to urge them forward. What's the rush? Wanlei retorted, feeling rather humiliated. Nevertheless, he produced his admission ticket and tossed it to the security guard standing nearby. After inspecting it, the guard nodded. Please, proceed. Humph. Wanlei cast a disdainful glance at those behind him, then stepped through the gate. Little girl, you can just wait outside. Xiang Fei sneered, closely following Wanlei. Chenju, we. Jiang Yuer gazed longingly at the boisterous crowd in the open-air venue beyond the entrance. Yet she did not tighten her grip on Chenju's hand. It's all right. I will make certain to fulfill my promise. Chenju gently squeezed Jiang Yuer's hand to reassure her. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Xiang Fei was stopped. Excuse me, madam, please present your invitation or admission ticket. What? Xiang Fei exploded. Didn't I just show it to you? Her words of contempt had barely left her lips when she was challenged. That was this gentleman's ticket. Please present yours, the security guard stated impassively. Wanlei turned his corpulent frame around, his face betraying his displeasure. The actions of the two security guards were undoubtedly an insult to him. The security guard still explained amiably, your securities are of the lowest grade, which only allow you one person to enter the venue. Your female companion needs another one to get in. Hurry up. How much longer? People behind kept urging. Wanlei frowned, with the flesh on his face all scrunched up. The entrance tickets were arranged by someone else for him. He didn't have much interest in car racing itself, so he was unaware of the different grades of the tickets. However, Qinghe had powerful backers, and he didn't dare to act too recklessly. Wanlei quietly pulled a seemingly young security guard aside and said, I'm Wanlei. Give me some face today. I'll make it up next time. He stuffed several hundred yuan bills into the security guard's pocket, but his hand was firmly pushed away. Sorry, sir. It's our duty. Please don't put us in a difficult position. The security guard had no idea who Wanlei was. He hadn't even heard of him and thus thought his behavior rather ridiculous. Wanlei opened his mouth, wanting to make another attempt. But Chenju's voice came from one side and interrupted him. Since you can't produce the tickets, it's our turn now, right? Chapter 42, Running Naked Humph, you? Upon hearing Chenju's words, Xiang Fei looked at him with disdain. If you can get in today, I'll run around Qinghe naked twice. Immediately, the bird's eye view of the hundreds acre Qinghe venue emerged in everyone's minds. Really? Jiang Yuer widened her eyes, full of disbelief. Certainly, Xiang Fei said affirmatively. She witnessed every little move Wanlei had just made clearly. How could such a thing that even a big boss like Wanlei didn't possess a second copy of appear in the hands of a young man? She was confident that the person in front of her could only deceive a naive girl like Jiang Yuer and couldn't really have the admission ticket. Those queuing behind instead grew unhurried, looking at this farce with eager anticipation. They were even more hopeful that Chenju could win this bet. The curiosity, seeking nature of the people in the summer realm can be translated as something like summer realm in a more literary way, was impossible to hide. They all wanted to see how Xiong Fei would handle the situation if Chenju won. All right. When Chenju felt that the atmosphere was well built, he stepped forward. Since Jiang Yue liked to play, he would let her play and ensure her victory. As for whether the other side would honor the bet, Chenju never cared. After all, he had nothing to lose. He believed that the joy of making a bet always lay in the moment of winning or losing, rather than the significance it carried. Although this view was not comprehensive, at least that was what Chenju thought. Another security guard stepped forward, his gloved hand held up in the air. Sir, there's a series of numbers. See if this is the right one. Chenju said as he showed the text message on his communicator. Numbers? The two security guards exchanged glances, both wearing puzzled expressions. Seeing this, the crowd immediately showed disappointment. Only Jiang Wei stared intently at Chenju's communicator, full of trust in him. Naturally, Chenju had absolute faith in his happy nut, can be translated this way. Moments later, the older security guard suddenly seemed to recall something and became so excited that he stammered incoherently. Did you, by any chance, present a string of code? Chenju scrutinized the communicator once more. Ah, yes. My apologies, but our department isn't equipped to assist you with that. Would you mind holding on for a moment? Make haste. Chenju, noticing Jiang Yue's impatience, interjected. The elderly security guard scurried away with a swiftness akin to a long-lost prodigal son reuniting with his parents. The younger guard, ceasing his attention to Wan Lei, instead stood deferentially beside Chenju. Esteemed guest, might I inquire if you are parched? He asked Chenju. He surmised that anyone capable of eliciting such excitement from his senior must be treated with utmost care, as it might be a path to advancement. His address to Chenju naturally transitioned from sir to esteemed guest. Thirsty? Chenju glanced down at Jiang Yue, his gaze tender. The latter pointed to her chin, pondering slightly. I believe, perhaps a little. The verbal sparring with Wan Lei had indeed left her feeling parched. The guard promptly produced a bottle of exquisitely packaged mineral water. This is our Qinghe specialty, specifically prepared for racers. Please, esteemed guest, do sample it. Chenju twisted open the cap and handed it to Jiang Yue. She took a delicate sip. Is it to your liking? Indeed, it's quite delightful, with a sweet undertone. Jiang Yue smiled radiantly, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. The guard chimed in. Naturally, it's exceptional. It's the water exclusively provided to professional racers. We ensure a supply at each gate for the drivers participating in competitions. The racers who can come to Qinghe are the cream of the crop, the prodigies among prodigies. He kept extolling the preciousness of the water. However, upon accidentally catching Chenju's unfriendly glance, his words suddenly ceased. Chenju, is this water really that precious? Jiang Yue asked timidly. She had only drunk a mouthful of water the size of a bottle cap, and she was somewhat loath to part with the rest. Chenju noticed the tiny beads of sweat in Jiang Yue's wispy hair and her parched lips. He replied calmly, drink it. I'll bring you a whole case back later. Great. Jiang Yue knew that Chenju wouldn't deceive her. She unscrewed the bottle cap and took big gulps from the bottle. The not so small water bottle was emptied in an instant. The young security guard curled his lips, his eyes brimming with suspicion. After all, only 3 cases of this water were provided for a regular race in the whole of Qinghe. This young man in front of him was asking for a whole case out of the blue. It was truly an act of seeking attention. However, he wasn't foolish enough to step forward and expose him. After all, he was just a junior security guard. A few minutes later, the old security guard rushed over with a middle-aged man in a suit. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the man was one of those who had stood beside Jiang Ming earlier. Seeing the newcomer, the young security guard immediately stood at attention and saluted. Good day, manager. The man ignored him and shouted loudly to the long queue. Which esteemed guest holds the invitation? Everyone in the queue turned to look at Chenju. The old security guard also signaled the man with his words. Hello, I'm Huan Liang, the manager here. Would it be convenient for you to show me your invitation code? The middle-aged man spoke, his words dripping with humility. Upon hearing Hu Ming's words, the 2 security guards wore looks of shock. And the crowd below immediately erupted into a flurry of chatter. This was Huan Liang, the manager of Qinghe, who usually looked down on others. Now he was speaking in such a pleading tone. Chenju calmly read out a string of numbers from the text message. He didn't know this man anyway. The man then took out a small device resembling a POS machine and entered the numbers one by one as Chenju read them out. After clicking confirm, the small display screen lit up. Very well, sir. Your formalities are completed. May I escort you in? Do you have any other requests? The people below were once again astounded. He even asked about requests. Chenju pondered for a moment, then pointed at the delicate empty water bottle in Jiang Wei's hand. A case of these. Huan Liang was momentarily stunned. Certainly, I'll have it prepared for you. Please follow me. Jiang Wei took the lead, pulling Chenju into a little run towards the racetrack. She didn't forget about her bet with Xiong Fei either. Uncle, can my brother's invitation allow others to enter with him? Huan Liang turned around, wearing a gentle smile. Of course. Yours is the highest level purple invitation. You have your own private VIP room and can bring as many people as you like. Chapter 43. Idol and fans. Most of the people in the queue had little concept of invitations, but they definitely knew about VIP rooms. When they compared their hard-won, overpriced single-entry tickets with Chenju's privilege of bringing anyone he wanted into a private room, they instantly felt deeply ashamed. What on earth had they been disappointed about? The young man before them appeared to be no more than in his early 20s. Fatty Wanlei had already departed discreetly, deeming himself too important to endure such humiliation, only to find that no one present recognized him. The line resumed its flow immediately after Chenju's departure, with people entering according to their tickets. However, their spirits were destined to be dampened. As an unexpected lesson had been imparted to everyone present, never underestimate anyone. Jiang Wei passed by Xiong Fei, noticing her dispirited state, and refrained from saying anything further. It seemed likely that Xiong Fei's association with Wanlei would cease, and her arrogant, overbearing demeanor would be significantly subdued. Qinghe's private rooms mirrored the office layout. Upon entering, the expansive panoramic windows immediately captured attention. Even from the wooden door, several meters away from the window, Jiang Wei's height allowed her to take in a significant portion of the arena's vista. Standing closer, facing the entire glass pane, would offer an even more breathtaking view of the competition. Jiang Wei excitedly flitted around the suite, her eyes filled with curiosity as she examined various features. Chenju leisurely settled onto the sofa, relishing the cool air conditioning mingled with the faint sunlight streaming in. Huan Liang bowed slightly, his right hand resting on his left shoulder in a gesture of courteous service, and announced, "Esteemed guests, Qinghe's special refreshments will be delivered shortly." The tablet on the crystal table allows for self-service ordering, and the intercom beside it enables you to call me or the staff at any time. May I ask if there's anything else you need? Chenju looked at Jiang Wei, whose attention was now entirely fixed on the small ornaments on the nearby wall. Huan Liang gave a faint smile and said, "If you like them, you can pick one or two to take away. Consider it a little welcome gift from me." "Really?" Jiang Wei turned around, her face brimming with great delight. Huan Liang shifted his gaze to Chenju. Seeing his satisfied expression, he exited the private room. After the soft click of the door closing, Jiang Wei approached Chenju with an ornament in hand. "Chenju, look. Isn't this beautiful?" The ornament Jiang Wei had chosen was a racing car she adored. Chenju didn't quite understand its appeal, but seeing Jiang Wei so happy, he thought it must be good. "It's beautiful." Chenju nodded slightly. He just said one or two. "You can go pick another one." However, Jiang Wei shook her head. "No, I only like this one. Leave the others for those who will love them more in the future." Jiang Wei declined Chenju's suggestion in her bright voice. Chenju was a bit surprised, but then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't stop Jiang Wei from making her decision. If it were up to Chenju, he would definitely take both. After all, it was also half his property. As for the virtue of kindness, Chenju didn't think he possessed it, or perhaps many people in the world didn't. Nevertheless, it didn't stop him from cherishing it. Ignoring the girl, he casually picked up the tablet on the table and perused the dazzling array of sumptuous delicacies within, intending to satiate his gastronomic desires. Steak, foie gras, black tiger shrimp, king crab. Virtually every well-known delicacy was available here. Chenju even began to be unable to distinguish whether this was a racetrack or a buffet restaurant. After randomly placing a bunch of orders, Chenju looked at Jiang Wei, who was standing by the window, gazing outside. "Wei, what would you like to eat?" Jiang Wei didn't even turn her head, with her face almost pressed against the floor to ceiling window glass. Chenju called her again. Seeing that Jiang Wei still didn't respond, he fell silent. After selecting several items he thought Jiang Wei might fancy, he put the tablet aside and walked to her side. "What are you looking at? So engrossed?" Chenju flicked her forehead. "Ouch." Jiang Wei covered her head and excitedly pointed at a figure surrounded by a group of bodyguards beside the racetrack. "Chenju, that's Jiang Ming. The big, name celebrity Jiang Ming." He's actually competing here in Qinghe today? Chen Zhu looked in the direction of Jiang Yuer's outstretched finger and saw a face of Yinxia origin with dyed blonde hair. Jiang Ming's arrival had been widely publicized. Otherwise, the tickets for this event wouldn't have been hyped up to such a high price. However, Chen Zhu never paid attention to racing and didn't have a smartphone. While Jiang Yuer's phone had been hidden away by Jiang Mingxing early on because she had been sneaking snacks and was only found right before they set off. This consequently led to the fact that neither of them was aware that a rising star in the racing world was going to put on a spectacular show in Qinghe today. At this moment, Jiang Ming was constantly searching around, his head swiveling in all directions. After a short while, he shook his head disappointedly. Evidently, he hadn't achieved his goal. Chen Zhu looked at him, feeling a bit familiar, but failing to recall where he had seen him before. Who is Jiang Ming? Chen Zhu voiced his confusion. Come on. Chen Zhu, don't you even know Jiang Ming? He's the top-notch among racers. Jiang Yuer's gaze never left Jiang Ming's figure. He's so handsome, and his racing skills are superb. Moreover, rumor has it that he's the son of the boss of a multinational company. He's my idol. Chen Zhu cast a disdainful look at Jiang Yuer, who was wearing an infatuated expression like a young fan. Aren't I your idol? Oh, Chen Zhu. Why are you competing with him? Chen Zhu was utterly exasperated. His gaze returned to the racing track. The high-altitude view allowed him to easily take in the whole scene. However, his attention only lingered on Jiang Ming for a second before swiftly shifting to a corner of the spectator stand. He squinted his eyes. Chen Zhu seemed to sense something. His muscles tensed up involuntarily, and his eyes grew sharper. Jiang Yuer heard the sound of the door opening and turned around to look. Chen Zhu, where are you going? I'm going out for a stroll. Don't open the door for anyone. Wait for me here. With a loud snap, Chen Zhu closed the door. Jiang Yuer didn't give it much thought and continued to watch her celebrity idol. Chapter 44. Unexpectedly becoming an adoptive father. The corridor was brightly lit, with various paintings related to racing cars hanging on both sides. Chen Zhu moved swiftly. After 2 turns, he entered the spectator stand from the rear. At this moment, the place was abuzz with noise, and the sound of engines mingling with airwaves became the focus of everyone's attention. Chen Zhu paid no heed to those seemingly dazzling driving skills. He looked around and finally noticed the figure wearing a black cap in another corner. The instant Chen Zhu's eyes caught sight of him, the man also spotted Chen Zhu, quickly turned around, and vanished into the crowd. Stop! Chen Zhu was unsure of the purpose of his loud shout, but it blurted out instinctively, and he chased after the man. Hey, what are you doing? Don't push people. Have some manners. Chen Zhu stared intently at the man's back while pushing aside the crowd blocking his way, inching closer step by step. The man in the black cap looked back. As the distance between Chen Zhu and him grew shorter, his face showed panic, and he quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Chen Zhu committed his facial features firmly to memory. Chen Zhu was far superior in terms of speed and hand strength. No matter how hard the man in the black cap tried to flee, he couldn't match Chen Zhu's ability to seize every opportunity in the pursuit and push through the crowd efficiently. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. The crowd's scolding never ceased, but Chen Zhu didn't care. All he needed was to arrest the target in the shortest possible time. Finally, after a 4 or 5 minute chase, the man in the black cap was within arm's reach. I've got you. Chen Zhu confidently extended his arm. With this move, he could surely seize the other person effortlessly. However, in the very next moment, a gaunt hand tugged at his. Hey, you hit my child, the man said. Chen Zhu ignored the man holding on to him. He had noticed during his observation that the little girl beside them was crying because she was frightened by the car racing show, which had nothing to do with him at all. He swatted away the man's hand and continued to chase forward. Unexpectedly, the man behind started to act like a hooligan. Everyone, come and take a look. Here's a young lad who hits someone and refuses to take responsibility. My daughter was quietly watching the show. Who would have thought this guy came up and punched her, and now he wants to run away after making her cry? Everyone, come and judge for me. The man began to spread false rumors, and immediately, everyone around turned to look at the two of them. The figure in the black hat was getting farther and farther away. Eventually, after entering a small door, it disappeared from Chen Zhu's sight. Chen Zhu stopped in his tracks. He turned his cold-eyed gaze towards the man, who immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What do you want to do? Chen Zhu stood on the other side of the small door, which led to a corridor. Where was there any sign of the man in the black hat? Chen Zhu gritted his teeth as he recalled that man just now. That man had ignored his wife's dissuasion and insisted on coming to the car racing competition. Since there was no one to take care of their child at home, he had no choice but to bring his daughter here. But how could a 3 Her 4-year-old girl understand the car racing show with its deafening noise. In her eyes, the cars below were all fire-breathing monsters, so she sobbed and begged her father to take her home. However, the man was so infatuated with the racing cars that he was almost in a state of obsession. He kept cheering and turned a deaf ear to his daughter's words. The girl felt aggrieved, and her cries grew louder. Soon, she annoyed the people around her, and someone recorded a video and posted it online. When the man came to his senses, he was afraid of being punished when he got home at night. He wanted to find an excuse to shirk the responsibility, so he set his sights on Chen Zhu, who was chasing the man in the black hat. The matter was quite simple. It was truly unlucky for Chen Zhu. Letting out a helpless sigh, he slowly walked along the corridor, planning to take a chance. He remembered that the man in the black hat's clothes had a very prominent logo, something like a work uniform. Unfortunately, he not only knew nothing about this place, but also had a poor sense of direction. Chen Zhu? A voice full of doubt rang out behind Chen Zhu. Curiously, he turned around. It was a rather androgynous girl with short hair and a wolf-tail hairstyle. Are you Fang Yu? Chen Zhu recalled that the girl in front of him was the one who had stood beside Lin Qingchuan at that time, and whom he had mistakenly thought was looking for a partner. It's really you. Fang Yu was somewhat overjoyed. Meeting an acquaintance in a strange environment was a truly wonderful thing. What are you doing here? She immediately asked. My cousin loves racing cars. I brought her here to have a taste of it, Chen Zhu answered truthfully. You have a younger cousin. I'm quite fond of kids. Fang Yu craned her neck to look behind Chen Zhu. Where is she? It's chaotic outside, so I didn't bring her out. You're so humorous. Fang Yu playfully punched Chen Zhu in the chest and said with a smile, the spectator stands outside are teeming with people. Could there be a more chaotic place than that? Could it be that you've managed to get a private room? That place cannot be bought with mere money. Chen Zhu didn't follow the other person's playful tone, but looked serious. Damn it, don't tell me you really. Chen Zhu nodded. Seeing his calm expression, Fang Yu opened her mouth in disbelief, with her jaw dropping. Instantly, she tiptoed and draped her arms around his shoulders, wearing an obsequious look on her face. Chen Zhu. No, big brother, what do you think of our relationship? Not so good, Chen Zhu replied and removed her arms from his shoulders. It was the second time he had met Fang Yu. The previous encounter was partly the cause of his mental block, so Chen Zhu didn't think their relationship was close. He intended to go back. Firstly, wandering around further might not yield the desired result, and he was worried about Jiang Yuer being alone in the private room. Secondly, Chen Zhu only speculated about the actions of the man in the black hat and couldn't be certain if he posed a threat to the place. Moreover, Qinghe had its own person in charge. He would offer a helping hand if he could, but if something unexpected happened, it only showed that the person's preventive awareness was extremely poor. Seeing that Chen Zhu was about to leave, Fang Yu panicked. She plopped down on the ground and hugged Chen Zhu's calf tightly. Brother, adoptive father, don't leave. Look, I went to great lengths to bring you and Lin Qingchuan together. Isn't it to make up for my mistake? You can't deny that I've put in a lot of effort even if I haven't achieved much credit. She started to play the sympathy card. Chen Zhu thought for a moment. Indeed, the mental block was his own problem, and Fang Yu wasn't the direct cause. Moreover, he did have a good impression of the girl named Lin Qingchuan. However, that doesn't justify him parading around with others. Unless, Chen Zhu mused inwardly. Judging by Fang Yu's tone, he seemed quite familiar with this place. How well do you know this place? Chen Zhu inquired, his voice devoid of any emotion. Hearing the glimmer of opportunity, Fang Yu hastily rose to his feet. I'm not exaggerating when I say I come here every month. While it's not exactly like my own home, I'm certainly well acquainted with it. I could point out any location without needing a map. Chen Zhu nodded, retrieved a cigarette butt from the corner, and sketched a few strokes on the ground. Do you recognize this symbol? It was a marking Chen Zhu had observed on the black hat's clothing. He had nearly given up, but unexpectedly stumbled upon Fang Yu. Fang Yu stroked his beardless chin, pondering. It looks like it's from the work clothes in the modification workshop. Chen Zhu's eyes lit up. Where is it? Take me there. Get this done, and I'll take you to the VIP lounge. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu leaped to his feet and gave Chen Zhu a somewhat unrefined salute. Yes, sir. This way, Godfather. Chapter 45. Zhang Peng. The modification workshop wasn't connected to the racetrack, but was situated in a separate facility behind it. Outside the stark white building, a straight asphalt road pointed directly toward the track. This area was originally off-limits to visitors, but fortunately, Chen Zhu had inadvertently pocketed the walkie-talkie upon leaving, which now proved useful. The moment Huan Liang's voice came from inside, no one dared to obstruct the two. Fang Yu. Seeing the respectful attitude of the people on both sides towards Chenju, widened her eyes and timidly followed Chenju inside. At this moment, beside a conveyor belt, Fang Yu looked around curiously and somehow took out a small notebook, recording everything she saw. I've been wanting to come in here for a long time, but I've always been kicked out each time, she said excitedly, her hands never pausing. Chenju didn't know what the series of numbers in Fang Yu's notebook were, but he wasn't worried that she would leak any crucial data. In a workshop with so many workers and so much noise, it was impossible to store anything particularly important. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the private room? Chenju pretended to chat casually with Fang Yu while subtly scanning every worker present. Well, different paths lead to the same destination. Different paths lead to the same destination. Fang Yu evaded the question without offering an explanation. Soon, the two arrived beside the assembly line for manufacturing parts. One by one, the parts were transported by the conveyor belt. Every time they passed a certain device, they would undergo a slight transformation and finally become various delicate components. Most of the production here was mechanized, so there weren't many people. While observing the shapes and manufacturing processes of the parts, Fang Yu curiously asked Chenju, "Hey, Chenju, where did you get that invitation? It's not easy to obtain. Is it that rare?" Chenju was slightly surprised. It's definitely Pistachio who got those things for Chenju. He usually acts like a homebody in the team. Except when going on missions, he basically never leaves the base. So, he only has a vague understanding of the internal power divisions or various procedures. Nowhere near as well informed as Pistachio or Old Yu. Good heavens, don't tell me you don't even know this. Fang Yu slapped her forehead and looked at Chenju as if he were an alien. The entrance tickets are divided into two types: general admission tickets and invitations. My general admission ticket only allows me to bake under the sun in the crowded stadium. However, an invitation is like a key to a comfortable private room. She picked up something that resembled a gear and examined it carefully in front of her eyes. After a few seconds, she put it back. Invitations are classified into 3 levels from low to high: red, orange, and purple. They are generally valid in almost all high-end racetracks across the country. Globally, only 1,000, 100, and 10 invitations of each level are issued annually respectively, and they are extremely hard to come by. Fang Yu's face showed a look of longing. Oh right, what level is yours? She suddenly remembered that the person beside her had an invitation. Although she thought it was completely unnecessary to ask, as it was already incredibly astonishing for a high school student to have an invitation. How could it be of a level higher than red? However, out of curiosity, she still brought it up. Purple. Chenju thought for a moment. Hu and Liang seemed to have said so. Fang Yu. Damn capitalists. Then she turned around, looking utterly dejected as if her Dao heart had been shattered, and ignored Chenju. Proceeding with individual contemplations, they traversed a diverse array of machinery, eventually arriving at a series of partition chambers. The sudden appearance of diminutive portals within such an expansive area furrowed Chenju's brow. What is the purpose of this place? He inquired, gesturing towards one of the small doors and turning to address Fang Yu. However, Fang Yu remained engrossed in meticulously annotating a simulated racetrack diagram on her computer, seemingly oblivious to Chenju's inquiry. Perceiving her unavailability, Chenju emitted a sigh of resignation and surveyed his surroundings, hoping to locate a worker who could elucidate the matter. Yet, everyone within his field of vision was engrossed in tasks at a considerable distance, rendering any attempt to summon their attention uncertain. Reluctantly, Chenju approached the room independently to observe. The door exhibited an unexpected level of refinement, setting it apart from its surroundings. He surmised that the area likely served as an office of some kind. A nameplate affixed to the door bore the inscription Zhangpeng. Zhangpeng, Chenju mused, conjuring a trio of distinct visages in his mind's eye. Among them were friends and adversaries alike. Naturally, Chenju refrained from associating them with his current predicament, given the ubiquity of the name within Yanxia. Out of courtesy, Chenju initially rapped on the door and paused for a few moments. Receiving no response, he repeated the action several times, to no avail. Casting a sidelong glance at the intrigued Fang Yu, Chenju placed his hand upon the doorknob. Creak. The aging wooden door hinges emitted a grating sound. Chenju swiftly entered, promptly closing the door behind him before meticulously examining the interior. A desk occupied the space, upon which sat an antiquated display screen. The leather of the sofa was no longer intact, with patches of black and yellow, and a thin layer of dust had settled on the backrest. What bothered Chenju the most were the papers scattered all over the floor. Evidently, someone had been in a hurry to destroy something. He crouched on the ground, scrutinizing the contents on them intently. Click. A few minutes later, his attention was drawn by the sound. The doorknob was turned from the outside. However, the door only opened a crack and then shut quickly. Chen Zhu promptly tossed the worthless paper in his hand aside, sprang up, and dashed towards the door. He smoothly opened it, and then found himself face to face with two startled expressions. "Did you open the door?" Chen Zhu asked Fang Yu, who was also staring blankly at him. Nevertheless, Chen Zhu was more convinced of his own judgment. The hasty footsteps just now must have belonged to a man wearing leather shoes and weighing between 170 and 200 pounds. Fang Yu was rendered speechless under Chen Zhu's inquisitive gaze and subconsciously averted his eyes. Chen Zhu suddenly turned his head. "Wait here for me," he said, and then chased after. In a small room marked "No Admittance," 3 men in gray work uniforms were gathered together. Various documents and 2 or 3 USB drives were laid out in front of them, and all of them wore worried expressions. I said, "Are we really going to destroy all the things we've worked so hard to obtain?" A man with a pock-marked face said, "What else can we do?" Who asked him to let his tracks be discovered? "I don't know why such an important task was assigned to him," another man with a long face said, his tone full of reproach. Upon hearing this, the man in the black hat, who had been silent until now, grew agitated. "What do you mean? Are you blaming me? If you hadn't been so careless, we wouldn't have attracted the attention of the internal affairs. Is it our fault? It's because you're incompetent, unable to handle the simple task of observing that young rich man's movements." "Say that again." "I will. You're a failure." The 2 men were at each other's throats, on the verge of a brawl. At that moment, Scarface intervened, pulling them apart. All right. No matter whose fault it is, what's done is done. There's no point in dwelling on who's to blame now." His words had an effect. Although the other 2 were still unconvinced, they did stop fighting. Scarface nodded, bent down to examine the scattered items, and tested the lighter to see if it worked. A flicker of flame erupted, swaying from side to side, giving him a sense of security. Speaking of which, didn't Zhang Peng go back to check for anything left behind? Why isn't he back yet? The other 2 simultaneously looked at the clock on the wall. 5 minutes had passed since the agreed-upon time. Just as they were pondering, a frantic knock echoed at the door. "Speak of the devil." The black-hatted man, who was closest, glanced at Scarface, opened the door, and was met by a panicked Zhang Peng. "Hurry, torch it all. Internal Affairs is already here." Upon hearing the long-unheard term, Chen Zhu's expression faltered momentarily. His assignments kept him abroad for extended periods, leaving him with only a vague recollection of the organization. As he recalled, Inner Circle was a civilian entity that specialized in dispensing judgment on matters where the Inquisition found it inconvenient or impossible to intervene. This wasn't to suggest that the Inquisition condoned corruption within the government or officialdom, but rather that certain issues couldn't be addressed with sweeping measures, lest the vast machinery of the state be instantly paralyzed. Inner Circle, on the other hand, espoused a somewhat fanatical and unyielding sense of justice. They were resolute in their belief that what they deemed right must be unequivocally asserted and immediately rectified, resorting to forceful measures if necessary. While their ultimate goal aligned with that of Chen Zhu's official affiliation, the well-being of the nation, their methods diverged significantly. Leaders of the Inquisition and Crystal Brain had made numerous attempts to engage in dialogue with them, but the woman at the helm proved to be as intractable as a zealot, rendering communication impossible, compounded by the crescendo of public sentiment. The authorities ultimately had no choice but to allow them to operate, intervening or negotiating only in matters of exceptional gravity. Just then, a crisp, masculine voice echoed from behind Zhang Peng, instantly putting the group on edge. Zhang Peng turned around, his face etched with disbelief. "You, weren't you supposed to be out of my hair?" Chen Zhu was rendered speechless, retorting, "Look at your physique. How dare you utter such words?" Zhang Ping offered an awkward smile, a hint of dejection in his expression. "Why the personal attack?" Zhang Ping, unlike Zhang Ping. The others were in no mood to dwell on matters of weight. The presence of the people from Internal Squad here indicates that their operation has been exposed. Whether they can get out alive is even a question. The pockmarked, faced man reacted the fastest. He swiftly took out a lighter, intending to destroy the evidence directly. In this way, at least the matter wouldn't be exposed. However, it was obvious that Chen Zhu wouldn't let him do so. His gaze turned cold and the throwing knife in his hand shot out, accurately piercing through the pockmarked, faced man's hand. The latter let out a shrill scream, and blood dripped to the ground along with the lighter. "Are you the executioner?" The man in the black hat took a step back, his eyes fixed on Chen Zhu, filled with terror. "Executioner?" Chen Zhu was dubious, but he knew this wasn't the time to inquire. "Now, I'm giving you two options. Firstly, surrender obediently and confess everything you should. I'll try to get you a lighter punishment. Secondly, I'll beat you half to death. Then I'll find someone to try their best to save you. If you're luckily cured, then confess. Chenju spoke in a cold tone, stating the fates of those present as if it were a simple fact. Everyone was silenced by his frigid tone. They glanced at each other and, as if accepting their fates, slumped dejectedly into a corner. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice that the pockmarked-faced man, who was at the back of the group, had a burning look in his eyes. Then, a determined expression filled his gaze. He squatted on the ground, looking up with a fierce glare at Chenju. Hey, don't do anything stupid. The long-faced man noticed the pockmarked-faced man's expression and admonished. No. Something's wrong. The pockmarked-faced man shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Chenju, who was squatting on the ground, flipping through some materials with a Nokia in one hand. The call went through, and on the other end was still Luqian. My dear Captain, you called again. You're not just here to show concern for your poor team member who's been working around the clock without a break, are you? Her voice remained clear and crisp, yet the faint hint of complaint within it was hard to overlook. Chenju smiled and said, I'll arrange for someone to relieve you guys in a while and give you a vacation. Really? If you're lying, you're a puppy. Truly. Immediately, an exclamation rang out from the other end of the phone. Hearing the sound, an image of a cheerful young girl grinning in front of a heavy machine emerged in Chenju's mind. A smile played on his lips. Captain, then did you call this time because you need some help? Luqian's voice came through again. Chenju pondered silently and began to organize his words. The pock-marked man noticed his distraction. A fierce look flashed across his face. He pulled out the knife that had pierced his palm with a contorted expression and lunged at Chenju. At the same time, he shouted to his teammates behind him. He's not the executioner. The executioners in the internal squad would never give us a way out. They'll only wipe us out. The pock-marked man's words made a lot of sense and instantly convinced the other three. They had all heard of the deeds of the executioners in the internal squad, which was why they were so in awe of Chenju's combat ability. A glimmer of hope shone in their eyes. Send a few people from the elimination group to claim them. I've got 4. Chenju turned around. The pock-marked man was charging at him with the knife aimed straight at his heart, shouting, You want to arrest us? I'll send you to hell right now. The next moment, Chenju's calm expression came clearly into his view. He hadn't even taken the phone away from his ear. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the pock-marked man's suicidal act. The pock-marked man's countenance underwent a palpable transformation. Nay, this was not how it should be. He ought not to be so composed at this juncture. Surely, he must be in a state of considerable agitation. Could my judgment have been erroneous? Impossible. In the end, he could not persuade himself otherwise, but with the arrow already knocked, what avail was regret? With a determined gnash of his teeth, the pockmarked man shut his eyes and thrust the keen blade forward. Yet, Chenju, with a subtle shift of his torso, elevated his leg and delivered a forceful kick to the man's abdomen, correcting into the telephone. Now there are 3 remaining. Instruct them to prepare an additional stretcher. Very well. Luqian responded before terminating the call. The pockmarked man was propelled through the air, colliding with the wall and dislodging a sizable section of plaster. The throwing knife slipped from his grasp, embedding its sharp edge entirely into the table. Cough, cough. Blood mingled with a profusion of gastric matter spewed from his mouth. Chenju retrieved the throwing knife, recoiling with distaste as he distanced himself. You are not the executioner. Who are you truly? The pockmarked man clutched his abdomen, blood vessels prominent in his eyes. Chenju, unperturbed, replied, When did I ever profess to be? The pockmarked man's face flushed crimson as he strained his neck, subsequently succumbing to unconsciousness. Such feeble mental fortitude, Chenju remarked with a click of his tongue. And they venture out to gather intelligence. Truly, the industry is in decline. Releasing any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Then, he shifted his attention to the other 3, smiling wickedly. Well, how about you 3 give an explanation? Chapter 47. The signature of the blacksmith. 5 people entered through the door, all wearing black sunglasses. Chenju retracted his smile and met the gaze of the leading person. Good day. Please present your identification code. The leader was a woman with a neat ponytail and a tall stature. Looking at her, Chenju smoothly uttered a string of 24 characters, a mix of numbers and English letters. Upon hearing this, the woman involuntarily straightened her back and thrust out her magnificent bosom. Team 231 of the clearance squad, Bright Moon, pays respects to Officer, the blacksmith. She removed her sunglasses and reported her code with firmness, hoping to leave a good impression on Chenju. Come on, the man in front of her was the blacksmith. The blacksmith. With 100% mission completion rate, the captain of the Blade, with the highest combat strength in a century, and an idol of the entire military brigade. Bright Moon never expected that what she thought was an ordinary clearance mission would bring her face to face with the very person she intended to follow for half her life. It was like hailing a random taxi and finding that the driver was a megastar with tens of millions of followers. How could one not be excited? Chenju nodded. Did you bring the stretcher? Yes, we did. Bright Moon waved to the 4 people behind her, and immediately a folding stretcher was set out. Chenju stated calmly. As for the one lying on the ground, if he can't be cured, forget it. There's no need to use high-level medical privileges. The fat guy in leather shoes can be interrogated thoroughly. If necessary, mild use of third-grade torture tools is allowed. Just keep him alive. These words nearly scared Zhang Peng to death. Yes. The woman saluted Chenju with a very standard military salute, far superior to what Fang Yu could offer. Her long and straight legs were neatly together, and her slender waist, paired with the somewhat form-fitting casual clothes, fully displayed Ming Yu's valiant and heroic bearing. Go. With Chenju's order, Ming Yu immediately led the other 4 people into action. They were swift and proficient. In just over a minute, the place returned to its original state. The 4 team members escorted several people out. Before leaving, they gave Ming Yu a meaningful look, and within a few steps, they vanished without a trace, as if they had never been here. Out of the corner of his eye, Chenju noticed Ming Yu standing still on the spot, looking a bit awkward. Is there anything else? Ming Yu buried her head very low and kept rubbing her shoe soles on the ground. Speak if you have something to say. Seeing that Ming Yu hesitated for a long time without saying a word, Chenju couldn't help but urge her. Yes. Hearing Chenju's upright and noble aura, Ming Yu immediately looked straight ahead, with her hands tightly against the seams of her trousers. May I have your autograph? Chenju turned around and looked directly into Ming Yu's eyes. Didn't you take quality courses during your training? You should know the discipline of elimination. Doing this will get you punished, Chenju reminded. Report, sir. I'm aware, Ming Yu replied in a loud voice, instantly exuding the aura of a soldier. To anyone observing the scene, the distinction between Mingwei and Chenju would be readily apparent, their military service immediately discernible. At this moment, Chenju appeared more like an ordinary individual, dwarfed by Mingyue's erect posture. Yet, even so, the pressure he exerted on Mingwei remained undiminished. Even if it entails punishment. Is this your desire? Chenju's tone resonated with imposing grandeur, each word imbued with a sense of grim determination. Affirmative, sir. Mingwei responded without hesitation, her answer promptly delivered. Chenju, his countenance impassive, refrained from further comment. He bent down, retrieved a sheet of blank paper from the adjacent table, and inscribed the characters for blacksmith upon it. To him, it was a mere trifle. He rose and presented the paper to Mingwei, but she remained stationary, as though contemplating further discourse. Observing her demeanor, Chenju's brow furrowed in consternation. He emitted a prolonged sigh, then seized the pen and reiterated the name 4 times upon the paper. Here, 1 for each of them. Report your infraction upon your return, and ensure that the appropriate penalties are administered without exception. Mingyue's face lit up with elation. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. 2 messages materialized on Chenju's communicator. One indicated that this deployment of the cleanup crew had cost him 30 points of credit, with the possibility of reimbursement and commendation should valuable intelligence be obtained or his actions prove beneficial to the nation. The other, from a contact identified as Lin Qingchuan, consisted of a string of digits. Chenju initiated a call, and before long, Fang Yu arrived on the scene. Big brother, if you're aware of your navigational deficiencies, perhaps you should refrain from aimless wandering? She suddenly seemed to recall that she needed something from Chenju, so her tone softened. I've had a really hard time finding you. Chenju ignored her complaint. Let's go. Where to? Back to the private room to enjoy ourselves. If you don't want to go, stay here. Fang Yu quickly trotted along. No. I'll go. Wow. Chenju, you really have a purple private room. After the elevator reached the 5th floor, bathed in the soft yellow ambient light, Fang Yu's excitement was palpable. Hearing others talk about it was one thing, but actually coming here to experience the luxury was another. Chenju shrugged helplessly. Didn't I always tell you so? Fang Yu gave a silly smile. She took pictures of the not very long corridor from end to end. Chenju had never seen someone take a dozen photos of a single painting. Fang Yu casually sent a text message. Soon, A message came in on WeChat. After seeing the message, she furtively took a photo of Chen Zhu. After making sure he hadn't noticed, she scurried to an empty corner. Qingchuan, how can you suddenly use WeChat? Never mind, that's not important. Let me tell you, your boyfriend is so rich. He has a purple private room, a purple one. Fang Yu sent all the photos on her phone to Lin Qingchuan at once. Finally, she marked Chen Zhu's handsome profile separately. Thank me quickly. Where can you find a boyfriend who is both handsome and wealthy? On the other end of the phone, Lin Qingchuan, who was sitting on a bench in the hospital, put down the fruit, knife in his hand, and tapped out a string of ellipses on the screen. He's not my boyfriend. Oh, I know. But it's not certain in the future. Qingchuan, if you start dating him, don't forget my contribution. You must repay me well. Fang Yu had already started daydreaming about a luxurious life where she could drive luxury cars and yachts at will and only lick the lids of yogurt. Hey, let's go. Chen Zhu's voice came from beside her. No thanks. Leaving the hairy crabs here is enough. Now I'm going to drink my 1982 Lafite. Chen Zhu. He gave her a kick on the butt, and the gray shoe print was very conspicuous. Fang Yu grimaced in pain. Why did you kick me? Your saliva is almost drooling. Hearing this, Fang Yu quickly wiped the corner of her mouth, but immediately realized that she had been tricked by Chen Zhu. Fang Yu, I'm saving you. Chen Zhu was almost at the door and didn't look back. His relaxed voice floated to Fang Yu's ears from afar. What are you saving me from? Fang Yu didn't believe it. Clutching her butt, she rushed towards Chen Zhu angrily, as if she was going to tear him to pieces. But then Chen Zhu suddenly turned around and looked at her seriously, which completely dispelled Fang Yu's anger. What are you doing? Fang Yu was puzzled. She wondered if this guy Chen Zhu had really learned some medical skills. If she was ill, why could she still be so lively? Could it be a flashback before death? She stepped forward nervously, fearing that Chen Zhu would really tell her she had an incurable disease. However, Chen Zhu merely cast a fleeting glance at her before turning towards the door. His words were uttered with a nonchalant air. Seafood and alcohol should not be consumed together. Chapter 48. Jiang Ming's supplication. Damn you, Chen Zhu. Fang Yu shouted as she rushed forward, looking as if she were ready to fight Chen Zhu to the death. The latter quickly covered her mouth and gave her a frigid look. Keep quiet. What's going on again? Fang Yu was startled once more, stammering as she spoke. But this time, Chen Zhu wasn't joking. Instead, he stared intently at the floor near the door. A tiny piece of paper, like an abandoned child, lay quietly there. Chen Zhu clearly remembered that he had firmly wedged the paper into the door crack before he left, yet now, it had fluttered to the ground. Someone had been in the room. This was the first conclusion that came to his mind. He grasped his sharp butterfly knife again. First, he pressed his ear against the door to listen. However, in such a high-class place, how could there be no sound-proofing measures? He also considered retrieving the surveillance footage, which should have been a cinch with the privilege of the purple invitation. But Chen Zhu was more concerned about Jiang Yuer's safety. Every second of hesitation meant an increased risk for her. He raised his hand, signaling Fang Yu to stay put. After Fang Yu complied, Chen Zhu slowly scanned the door card and then depressed the doorknob. The unknown always brings fear, and a familiar sense of unease once again enveloped Chen Zhu's heart. Chen Zhu, you're back. A girl's voice suddenly came from inside the room. The door was pulled open from within. Chen Zhu was taken aback for a moment. He made a pressing motion in the air in Fang Yu's direction and then walked into the room alone. The intense light of the midday sun shone through the glass and fell upon Chen Zhu's face. He composed himself. The sumptuous feast had been laid out on the wooden table. Beside the table sat a handsome young man with blonde hair. The moment the young man caught sight of Chen Zhu, he sprang up from the sofa abruptly, his eyes ablaze with fanaticism. Chen Zhu, come here quickly. Let me introduce someone to you, Jiang Yuer said as she pulled Chen Zhu to the center of the room. This is Jiang Ming, the big star I've been showing you just now. The girl was somewhat impatient. The figure she had only ever seen on TV and in the news was now standing right beside her. Brother Jiang, this is... Jiang Yuer was about to introduce Chen Zhu to Jiang Ming, but the moment the two men's eyes met, they interrupted her simultaneously. I know this guy. Yuer covered her ears. Whoosh. Along with the sound of breaking wind, a cold glint suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Ming's face. Chen Zhu covered Jiang Yuer's eyes with one hand and caught the flying dagger between two fingers of his other hand. The sharpness of the butterfly-shaped dagger made Jiang Ming's shirt instantly damp with cold sweat. Your purpose, Chen Zhu said coldly, not wasting any words as he saw Jiang Yuer tightly covering her ears. However, Jiang Ming seemed in no hurry at all and gave an evasive answer to Chen Zhu's question. Is this iron weapon? Seeing the blade emitting a cold glint in front of him, Jiang Ming's excitement became even more palpable. You know about the iron weapon? Chen Zhu's voice turned even colder. Iron weapon was the name Chen Zhu had given to his weapons. Currently, he only carried 9 handleless throwing knives and 108 silver needles with him. Although this matter is not exactly a secret, it falls into the category of highly classified national information. Even many central officials do not have access to it. Now, the young man in front can accurately name the ironware, which indicates he must have come well prepared. Sir Iron, Smith, he's one of us, one of us. The moment Jiang Ming heard Chen Zhu's tone, he quickly confessed his identity. He knew that, given the decisive and ruthless nature of the Iron Smith, if he couldn't come up with some useful information, he wouldn't get another chance to speak. 1 minute. Chen Zhu remained on high alert and stole a glance at the clock on the wall with his peripheral vision. Hearing that he had time to explain, Jiang Ming knew his life was saved and let out a long sigh of relief. My father is Jiang Limao. I don't know him. You've got 50 seconds left. Chen Zhu adjusted his grip on the throwing knife, a common gesture for his throws. What this? Jiang Ming started to panic. He knew the Iron Smith was out of touch with worldly affairs, but he never expected him to be so unaware of who was financing them. My father is one of the investors in the Central Special Group. He's the one who told me about your whereabouts. There are currently 8 active members in the Blade, 4 men and 4 women, aged from 16 to 43. His words spilled out in a rapid stream. Fearing that a single moment's delay would cost him his life, the identity and whereabouts of the Iron Smith were strictly confidential. His father must have taken a great deal of pressure to disclose this to him. If he were to be disposed of here without a clear reason, he'd have nowhere to voice his grievances. 10, 9, 8. Chen Zhu began to count down. Considering your spatial disorientation, aversion to crowded environments, penchant for consuming steak with chopsticks, and economical use of toilet paper, Mr. Chen narrowed his eyes. These idiosyncratic habits, while noteworthy, are hardly of the same magnitude as the existence of ironware. A modicum of investigation would suffice to unearth them. With deliberate force, he contorted his fingers and wrist, dispassionately arranging the final numerical sequence, akin to the Grim Reaper counting down a life. 5, 4, 3, 2. Mr. Zhang's cadence accelerated, his voice escalating in volume, his lips practically igniting with friction. Your preferred culinary delight is braised pork, and your least favorite beverage is beer. Your invitation was procured by Commander Pistachio. Swoosh. A glint of silver momentarily illuminated the air. The projectile, moments from release, was intercepted by Chen's fingers. The matter of Pistachio securing his ticket transpired this very morning. Such fortuitous timing precluded the possibility of an organization formulating a plan targeting him within a mere few hours. Such impetuousness would only serve to expose their presence. This was a testament to his confidence in his own capabilities. Chen retracted his hand from before Ms. Jiang, tapped her head playfully, and instructed her to usher in Mr. Fang Yu from the entrance before settling onto the sofa. Now then, what brings you here? Observing Ms. Jiang's departure, Mr. Jiang swiftly composed his thoughts. I seek admittance into the Special Operations Group. Earn it yourself, Chen retorted, his brow furrowing slightly. In this day and age, are back channels now being routed through me? The privileges afforded to the Special Operations Group are earned through life-threatening endeavors, yet some seek to reap the rewards without commensurate effort, attempting to exploit such avenues to enjoy unearned privileges. My qualifications have reached the minimum threshold for armament. All I require is an opportunity, Jiang Ming declared with conviction. Furthermore, Chen Zhu, I have brought that elder sister along. A crisp voice interrupted Jiang Ming's discourse. Chen Zhu advanced to greet her, murmuring to Jiang Ming behind him. We shall revisit this matter at a later juncture. Jiang Ming opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further comment. Chapter 49. The Decision. Wow. 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 Fang Yu exclaimed incessantly upon entering the room. The phone's flash illuminated continuously, yet her enthusiasm remained undiminished. Fang Yu turned, focusing the lens on the rows of ornaments adorning the wall. Good heavens, limited edition Domat racing car ornaments. Each of these must be worth tens of thousands. Yet there's an entire wall of them. She appeared exceptionally animated, akin to a navigator discovering a new continent, her actions unceasing, the album's memory occupancy increasing exponentially. After several clicks, Fang Yu's gaze was drawn to a vacant spot in the lower right corner, her brow furrowing slightly. Why is one missing here? Judging by the order of arrangement, a Kyuka H712 should be hanging here. She lowered the phone from her face, scrutinizing the conspicuously abrupt gap. It must be acknowledged that Fang Yu's knowledge of racing is indeed remarkable. These patterns derived from models or vehicle types, which even Jiang Yue had failed to discern, were revealed by her in a single statement. Observing Fang Yu's furrowed brow, Jiang Yue approached her, inquiring, "Elder sister, will the absence of this particular piece pose a significant issue?" Fang Yu regretfully shook her head, her short hair swaying with the motion. "No grave problem arises. Yet the absence of this fragment alters the significance of the entire wall adornment. It is akin to a dragon painting lacking the crucial final touch. Regardless of its lifelike quality, it remains a lifeless object. Then what will ensue?" Jiang Yue's hand clenched tightly within her pocket, as if guarding a priceless treasure from potential theft. "Nothing of great consequence," Fang Yu sighed, murmuring. "However, the entire wall, valued at over 1 million, forfeits its worth as a collector's item. I know not who committed this sacrilege against such an exquisite work of art." Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across Jiang Yue's countenance, and her grip on the ornament grew increasingly moist. She was aware that the trinket she possessed held considerable value, as it was the first time she had encountered an adornment related to the Mirror Flower Racing series, which she adored. However, she was oblivious to its immense worth. To think, this diminutive race car was valued at 1 million. Had she been privy to this information earlier, Jiang Yue believed she would never have taken possession of it. Her spirits dampened as she uttered, "Elder sister, I apologize." Apologize for what? Fang Yu gazed at the petite figure before her, perplexed. Jiang Yue shook her head, extracting the small lanyard from her pocket. Attached to the other end was a delicate race car with silver-tail fins. "I took the mirror flower, I am sorry. Elder sister, I was unaware of its great value." With measured care, Jiang Yue placed the race car back, her tiptoes barely granting her the necessary reach. A momentary loss for words befell Fang Yu as he turned his gaze toward Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu, in turn, quietly observed the unfolding scene. Like Jiang Yue, he initially possessed no keen awareness of its worth. Moreover, an item of such value was well within his means. Yet, Chen Zhu sought to discern Jiang Yue's reaction upon learning the truth. Would she persist in concealing her beloved race car, or candidly acknowledge her error? It was evident that she had chosen the latter. Each path held its own justification for a girl of her age, yet the underlying character they revealed differed greatly. "Chief Blacksmith, if the young lady is fond of it, I can gift it to her." Jiang Ming's voice emanated from behind. "No need," Chen Zhu interjected, stepping toward Jiang Yue. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes." A glint of tears shimmered in the corner of Jiang Yue's eyes, yet her resolve remained unwavering. "If you've decided, come eat something. You barely touched your breakfast." Chen Zhu gently ruffled her hair as he beckoned. "Fang Yu. And what was it, Jiang?" "Jiang Ming." Chen Zhu nodded. "Come, all of you have a bite." A medley of delicacies, now slightly cooled, lay before them. Yet Jiang Yue and Fang Yu devoured them with gusto. Unpleasantries, it seemed, could be dispelled with a favored treat and a night's slumber. Jiang Ming, however, appeared somewhat anxious, barely sampling a morsel before setting down his utensils. Chen Zhu cast a fleeting glance in his direction, offering no acknowledgement. As he indulged in the feast alongside the two young women, one is already grown up and won't starve to death. Before long, only empty plates were left on the table. Fang Yu rubbed her slightly bulging belly with a dazed look in her eyes. "How wonderful the life of the wealthy is. If I could dine like this every day, I'd be willing to lose another 20 caddies of weight." Hearing this, Chen Zhu gave Fang Yu a disdainful look. This person, how can she be so gluttonous and greedy? However, Fang Yu was almost asleep and didn't care about others' looks at all. She squinted her eyes, and her slightly blurred vision swept across Chen Zhu and Jiang Yue, finally resting on Jiang Ming. "You look so much like that racing star, and your name is exactly the same. Your family must all be his fans." Jiang Yue finished the last bite of her ice cream, opened her eyes wide, and explained, "Sister Fang Yu, Brother Jiang is that big star. Don't pull my leg." Fang Yu waved her hand. Maybe it was because she had drunk a couple of sips of wine, and now she was a bit muddle-headed. Right now, Jiang Ming should be in a hurry to prepare for the exhibition race. It's less than 10 minutes before his turn to take the stage. The whole Qinghe has been busy with the arrangements for half a month for him alone. If he doesn't go, the fans who have been waiting in the stadium outside for a whole morning will scold him to death. Chen Zhu and Jiang Yue turned their heads simultaneously, but Jiang Ming looked nonchalant, shrugging his shoulders. "Anyway, my reputation has never been good. Come on, stop pretending." Fang Yu had almost closed her eyes at the moment, yet the volume of her voice remained undiminished. If Jiang Ming doesn't go to the event, Qinghe will suffer a loss of several million. Do you think his hooligan father will let him off easily? Then, the steady snoring resounded throughout the private room. Chen Zhu glanced at Jiang Ming, whose face showed a hint of unease. Well? Yes. Hearing Chen Zhu call her name, Jiang Yuer quickly replied. Don't you always want to take a ride in a racing car? If you miss this chance, you might not get another one later. Not wanting to delay others' affairs because of himself, Chen Zhu decided to let Jiang Yuer have a good time all at once. Yes, but Jiang Yuer clearly had some concerns. If you want to go, just go. Anyway, someone is going in the same direction. It would be a waste not to take the ride. Chen Zhu winked at Jiang Yuer. The latter looked at him and then turned her head towards Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was looking at her with an inquiring look. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yuer's love for racing cars finally overcame her concerns, and she nodded emphatically. Seeing that Jiang Yuer had agreed, Jiang Ming was overjoyed. He had already prepared to use his pocket money to make up for the loss. Now, he neither had to be scolded by his father, nor could he stay with the blacksmith officer. This was truly a rare opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Moreover, since Jiang Yuer could be regarded as the blacksmith officer's younger sister, and this was the first task entrusted to him, he was determined to complete it perfectly even if it cost him his life. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. Jiang Ming made up his mind. Chapter 50. Cursing. The sun was scorching hot. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Chen Zhu brought Jiang Yuer to the side of the racetrack. Jiang Ming had to prepare for various pre-race matters, so he was not here. As for Fang Yu, he should still be sound asleep at this moment. Following Jiang Ming's reminder, Chen Zhu led Jiang Yuer to a parasol under the spectator stand. This place was specifically provided for workers to rest or for racers to get supplies. It was also the closest place to the racetrack. Jiang Yuer followed behind Chen Zhu, looking around to find the racing cars. In a short while, she noticed the envious looks from the people in the surrounding spectator stands and felt a bit shy. Chen Zhu, should we not wait for brother Jiang Ming here? Naturally, Chen Zhu had long noticed the various expressions on the people in the stands. But it had nothing to do with him. He wouldn't feel embarrassed like Jiang Yuer. In the past, they risked their lives for the country's security. If they were to be discriminated against just for avoiding a bit more sun, it would surely be disheartening. It's okay, he consoled Jiang Yuer. Chen Zhu's invitation was obtained by redeeming his points. In other words, it was earned by Chen Zhu through risking his life. The happy, go, lucky guy, presumably a reference, only provided the channel for the exchange, and Chen Zhu never bothered about such things. Moreover, everyone in Blade, including Chen Zhu, would try their best to enjoy some material comforts during their lifetimes. One might not wake up after going to sleep one day. So in Chen Zhu's view, all the shouting from the people behind him was just the rage of the incompetent. If they really had the ability, they should defend the country instead of enjoying the peaceful environment while questioning others' contributions. If there were truly someone capable of bombing the capital of the United States with a nuclear bomb, the next supreme leader of the Central Committee should be none other than that person. Whoever dared to oppose this. Chen Zhu would lead the entire Blade team to pay a visit to their hometown. As they mused in such a manner, the two of them arrived at the rest area. It must be said that Qinghe boasted considerable financial resources. Even the temporarily erected awning was fully equipped with various facilities and supplies. There were an array of food and beverages, medical instruments, and even a wide variety of recreational tools. Chen Zhu told Jiang Yuer to explore the things that interested her on her own while he reclined alone on the massage chair. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Chen Zhu gradually closed his eyes. Hey you! A staff member intended to stop Chen Zhu, but just as he raised his hand, he was pulled aside. Are you crazy? He entered with the purple letter. The newcomer was in police uniform and spoke in a hushed tone, preventing the young staff member's action. So what about the purple letter? Does having it mean one can do whatever they want? That's the resting area for racers. Even those of us who are busy running around all day aren't allowed to use it. Why should a good for nothing be able to enjoy it? The staff member was named Ningfeng, a newbie who had just joined a month ago. He was rather hot-tempered. Almost every young person who came to Qinghe would go through such a phase. Here, the company provided the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and the lowest level salary was over 6,000. Moreover, one could occasionally encounter various international celebrities. It was one of the most well-known and coveted jobs within a radius of thousands of kilometers. At the age of 25 or 26, Ningfeng had managed to land a job here, earning nearly 10,000 yuan a month and receiving praise from his hometown folks. Naturally, he harbored a bit more arrogance than the average person. The old security guard Wang Ping was about to butt in. Yet Ning Feng had already strode briskly in Chenju's direction, paying no heed to others' admonitions. He approached Chenju's side. "Hello, guest. This is a resting area exclusively for race car drivers. Please stand up," Ning Feng said politely, but there was an undeniable air of haughtiness in his tone. Chenju didn't open his eyes. He was on the verge of drifting into a dream. Moreover, he had a premonition that he would surely see his future wife in this dream. This was his ultimate goal upon arriving in Lahai. Faintly, a figure with long hair gradually emerged. The girl was wearing somewhat old-fashioned gray sports shoes, a pair of loose shorts that exposed her calves, and a pure white T-shirt. Her long, jet, black hair fluttered in the wind, cascading over her shoulders and reaching down to her waist. The girl gave Chenju a sense of familiarity, and every smile and frown of hers was deeply engraved in his mind. Chenju yearned to discern who she was. He was certain that he must have met her before. He struggled to open his eyes, attempting to make out the girl's features until... "Guest, stop sleeping. The race is about to start, and this area needs to be cleared for the drivers to rest. Guest, please leave. This is not a place for you to sit." "Guest." A man's face with a standard doting smile appeared in Chenju's line of sight. Chenju kept a straight face, trying his best to suppress his irritation from being woken up, and politely inquired, "What's the matter?" Seeing Chenju awake, Ning Feng beamed and said, "Guest, this area is for race car drivers only. Please return to your own seat." Chenju looked around. The competition hadn't started yet, and there were still 7 or 8 empty massage chairs around. "I'll just take a short rest here. I'll naturally leave when the competition begins." Chenju was right. When the competition started, he would go to the racing venue with Jiang Ming and Jiang Yue and definitely wouldn't stay here. However, unexpectedly, Ning Feng, relying on the rules, seemed determined not to let it go. His tone was gloomy. "Sir, rules are rules. If you can sit here now, others will be able to sit in this seat later too." There were so many spectators in the arena, but there were only 8 seats. Why should you enjoy sitting here while they have to soak in the sun up there? Ning Feng deliberately wore an ear-hanging microphone with a sound amplifying function so that his well-prepared words could be heard by more people. As expected, those people sweating profusely up there immediately launched a verbal criticism of Chenju. "You're absolutely right. All men are created equal. Why can he enjoy it while we have to endure this damned sun? Young man, this is my only hobby in my whole life. Yet I have to suffer like this. Can't you let me go down and have a comfortable rest for a while?" A person like him is just a lackey of the capitalists, relying on the money extorted from the people's hard work. He comes here to lord it over us common folks. He doesn't deserve to sit there. The last one to speak was the man with a child. His excuse had been ruined by Chenju, and he had been scolded by his wife. His wife even threatened to divorce him. So he harbored a grudge against Chenju, believing that it was because of him that his marriage had been broken. As the man concluded his statement, a chorus of agreement erupted from the assembly, all declaring his unworthiness and demanding his departure, asserting their own claim to the position. Ning Feng, in his capacity as a staff member, refrained from intervention, instead silently relishing the chaotic scene, experiencing a sense of gratification akin to that of a mastermind behind the scenes. Observing the diverse rationales presented by the crowd, Chenju narrowed his eyes, yet ultimately sighed, rising from his seat, echoing their sentiment. He recognized himself as a protector of the common people, whose role it was to safeguard them. Acknowledging their grievances against injustice, Chenju found himself without a viable solution. Ning Feng's triumph was almost palpable. As a mere employee, he had managed to compel a distinguished guest possessing a purple invitation to adhere to the regulations through a few carefully chosen words, an accomplishment worthy of boasting among his colleagues. Meeting Chenju's gaze, a hint of disdain flickered within Ning Feng's eyes, though he skillfully concealed it. The audience remained clamorous, with many spectators from other sections directing their attention towards the commotion. Emboldened by the collective gaze, the uproar from the stands intensified, threatening to drown out the impassioned music emanating from the loudspeakers. Veteran security guard Wang Ping had promptly relocated to other areas to maintain order the moment Chenju stood up, unwilling to jeopardize his livelihood over a minor incident. Noticing the camera lens of the stadium's large screen focusing on their location, Ning Feng felt a surge of panic and sought to defuse the situation. "May I have your attention, please?" he announced, his voice amplified by the small loudspeaker attached to his waist. The distinct sound effectively quelled the unrest. A faint smile played on Ning Feng's lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, through our concerted efforts, this guest has yielded. We have triumphed." He confidently showcased this accomplishment to the crowd, extending his palm, fingertips directed towards Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu stood in the corner of the awning, coldly observing Ning Feng's actions. He discerned that Ning Feng was on the verge of losing control and was attempting to bring matters to a close. But could a fuse, once lit, be so easily extinguished? Esteemed guests, Ning Feng clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back to himself. I, Ning Feng, am grateful for everyone's contributions. Today, I implore you all to indulge me and allow us to turn the page on this matter. He inclined his head, exuding an air of confident command. At that moment, the crowd's momentum had reached its zenith when Chen Zhu left his seat, leaving them little inclination to heed Ning Feng. Who are you to make demands of us? Why should we grant you any consideration? Indeed, does a mere laborer truly believe he possesses such influence? If you cannot produce a resolution that satisfies us all, be prepared to face a deluge of complaints tomorrow. Ning Feng's expression faltered upon hearing the crowd's brusque words. But, listen here. A mohawked man with tattooed arms interjected, pointing towards Chen Zhu. Either you bring him up here, or I'll descend and enjoy myself. Otherwise, this matter remains unresolved. This. Ning Feng hesitated. He was merely an ordinary worker from Qinghe, and despite his arrogance, Ning Feng recognized that he had reached his limit. To proceed further would be a blatant overreach. If an individual possessing a valid invitation is denied the prerogative to even stand in proximity, what distinction exists between this and a commonplace admission ticket? However, Ning Feng harbored a profound apprehension towards complaints, for within Qinghe, an establishment predicated upon service, a single grievance could jeopardize prospects for advancement and remuneration for well over a decade. As he grappled with this quandary, his attention was abruptly seized by a sound. The girl's lamentations persisted. Weep, weep. All you ever do is weep. Your lunatic mother is on the verge of divorcing me, all thanks to you. You little brat. The man's irate voice prompted those nearby to create a buffer of space. Everyone regarded him with the aversion one reserves for a rabid cur. Ning Feng hesitated when he suddenly noticed Jiang Yuer, who was wandering around idly. His eyes darted around, and an idea came to mind. Little one, over there. Could you come here for a moment? Ning Feng beckoned to her. Me? Jiang Yuer, oblivious to the unfolding events and unable to locate Chen Zhu in the corner, approached timidly. As the girl drew near, Ning Feng inquired with affability, Little one, where are your family members? My brother was just here a moment ago. I'm uncertain of his current whereabouts, she responded candidly. Jiang Yuer and Chen Zhu had parted ways early on, thus Ning Feng remained unaware of their familial connection. He naturally presumed Jiang Yuer to be a relative of an employee, as such occurrences were not uncommon within these premises. Ordinarily, out of deference to personal connections, employees would turn a blind eye to colleagues with numerous domestic responsibilities and children lacking supervision. However, Ning Feng found himself in a precarious situation, hardly in a position to concern himself with such interpersonal niceties. Upon hearing Jiang Yuer's reply, Ning Feng suddenly changed his demeanor and spoke in a menacing tone. You go and help this gentleman console his child right away. His gaze swept across the man, then shifted to the man with a crew, cut, and an old man. These three were the ones who had the loudest voices and the deepest grievances in the crowd. Meanwhile, they were also the actual decision makers behind this farce in Ning Feng's eyes. As long as he dealt with these three individuals, the others would naturally stop causing trouble. Hearing this, the man thought that his daughter kept crying because she had no playmates. So, following Ning Feng's words, he ordered, Hey, that girl, come here quickly and stop my daughter from crying. When Ning Feng heard the man respond, he knew his chance had come and was overjoyed. However, both of them took it for granted and failed to notice that Jiang Yuer frowned and said, I won't. What? They simultaneously turned to look at Jiang Yuer. Their mouths agape. I said, I'm not going, Jiang Yuer declared firmly, showing them no respect at all, and then turned around to leave. Ning Feng was furious. If you leave now, I'll report your brother to the higher ups, saying that he brought an irrelevant person in here. Oh, do as you please, Jiang Yuer replied without even looking back. Although she didn't know what special privileges Chen Zhu's purple letter entailed, she was well aware that Jiang Ming was definitely one of the highest-ranking people here. Even manager Huan Liang, who had initially brought them in, treated Jiang Ming with deference. Since Jiang Ming had allowed her to be here, she was certain that she wouldn't cause trouble for others because of this. And her actions definitely weren't wrong. Come back. Ning Feng was instantly panicked and reached out his hand to grab Jiang Yuer. In the blink of an eye, a stalwart figure blocked the two of them, halting his subsequent actions. Brother Chenju, Jiang Yuer exclaimed joyfully as she stood behind the newcomer. Chenju nodded at her and then turned his gaze towards Ningfeng. It seems that in Zihan's terms, there's no obligation to cooperate with you in pacifying the customers, right? At this moment, how could Ningfeng not have realized what was going on? Ever since he forced the young man in front of him to hand over the massage chair, his dissatisfaction had been blatant. This made him a bit of a coward, and he didn't take further action against Chenju. But who would have thought that just as he intended to shift his flattery to someone else, he managed to anger this young man again? Ningfeng looked at the man in the stands awkwardly. However, the man didn't know Chenju. All he knew was that his wife's family was wealthy and powerful, and this young man had ruined his perfect marriage. Hey, kid, you got away last time, but I won't let you off easily this time. Be sensible and come over to explain things to my wife, and then send that little slut over to soothe my child. What did you just say? Chenju's face instantly turned frigid. Yet the man didn't care about the change in his tone at all. He pointed his chin at Chenju and rambled on. That little bitch. Coming to a place full of grown-up men at such a young age. What else could she be but a slut? He didn't think there was anything wrong with his words and still arrogantly said, "Can someone like you even kill me? Come on. Aim at my head and kill me right now. Hurry up, do it this instant." He tapped on his bald forehead with his hand. Chenju stared intently at the man's face, exhaled a breath, and struck a silver needle between the thumb and middle finger of his right palm. The iron tool, Fudu order. Once the order is issued, fate changes. However, Chenju didn't lose his composure. He squinted and began to contemplate a spot on the man that wouldn't be fatal but could effectively punish him. Nevertheless, since the Fudu order was extremely sharp, it would penetrate the bone with a slight exertion of force, so such a spot was not easy to find. Just as Chenju was concentrating, a soft voice whispered in his ear, "Sir, don't intervene. I'll handle it." Chapter 52, Punishment. Jiang Ming's voice came from behind Chenju. "Sir, don't intervene. I'll handle it." Hearing the voice, Chenju was slightly taken aback, but still put away the silver needle. Members of Blade, who harm ordinary civilians, should be punished regardless of the reasons, for they don't have the ability to truly harm the Blade team members. Chenju, the team leader, was no exception. However, the members of Blade were all flesh and blood individuals. They had been punished numerous times for brawling with other troops. It was precisely because of their repeated acts of chivalry and the blending of their blood and sweat that the 7th generation Blade, which was highly coordinated and had a mission completion rate of up to 85, was forged. Jiang Yuer poked her head out from behind Chenju, watching Jiang Ming as he walked forward. That proud back first approached Ningfeng and gave him a kick in the waist. The unexpected force actually knocked him to the ground, just as Ningfeng was about to get up and lose his temper upon seeing Jiang Ming's face. He remained rooted to the spot, stammering, "Hello, Brother Jiang. What's so good about it? Who the hell is your elder brother?" Smack. Jiang Ming didn't tolerate any bad behavior. He swung his hand back and slapped Ningfeng hard across the face. The red imprints of his 5 fingers were clearly visible. After the slap, it wasn't over yet. Jiang Ming even feigned concern. "Do you have any objections to me hitting you?" He looked down upon Ningfeng haughtily, and his cold voice echoed, "Well hit. Well hit." Ningfeng didn't dare to show the slightest bit of resentment. He didn't even dare to stand upright while speaking, and bowed and scraped before Jiang Ming. In what way was it well hit? It was well hit because this slap has awakened me like a dash of cold water on the head. It has enabled me to distinguish right from wrong and make wise choices. From now on, this humble one will surely conduct himself honestly and work diligently. Ningfeng, being an educated intellectual, spouted flattering words like bullets from a machine gun. His words were so pithy that Chenju had never even heard of several of the phrases. Ningfeng felt embarrassed inwardly. Come on, how could he not act submissively? This young master from a wealthy family had, on the very first day he arrived here, ousted 3 supervisors. The reason was that they were 5 minutes late for his welcome party. Infuriatingly, their boss indulged his only son extremely. When the 3 supervisors went to the headquarters to reason things out, they were flatly turned away. They didn't even dare to mention the penalty for breach of contract. The 3 of them didn't dare to be too brazen either. After all, they had embezzled quite a bit over the years. If they went through the legal process, they might even face imprisonment. So, this matter ended up fizzling out without a proper conclusion and only became a favorite topic of discussion among the internal staff during their idle chit-chats. Jiang Ming looked at the face in front of him, with blood oozing from the knocked out teeth and the mouth grinning from ear to ear. He felt a wave of nausea. Smack. Another slap landed. Now, The redness on both sides of Ning Feng's face was symmetric. He was beaming, gazing at Jiang Ming with an almost filial devotion, causing the latter to inhale sharply. Jiang Ming glanced back at Chenju. Noticing that even he was averting his gaze with a hint of discomfort, Jiang Ming withdrew his hand. Instead, he delivered a kick to Ning Feng's posterior. Scram. Yes, sir. Ning Feng happily scurried away, eager to prostrate himself before Jiang Ming once more. After Ning Feng's departure, Jiang Ming approached the base of the viewing platform. Now, who was it that harbored such resentment and spoke disrespectfully towards my esteemed associate? Jiang Ming placed his hands on his hips, tilted his head, and with a flick of his yellow bangs, exuded an air of roguishness. The crowd above fell silent, including the man who had been consistently uttering disparaging remarks. Jiang Ming, seemingly anticipating the situation, remained unfazed and let out a cold snort. Very well, I shall rephrase my inquiry. If, within 10 seconds, no one reports or voluntarily steps forward, the entirety of Sector C will be permanently barred from entering any establishment under the Jiang Corporation. He enunciated the final 2 words with deadly precision. Although Jiang Ming's voice was not particularly loud, his words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. At this, some individuals could no longer remain seated. Under the accusatory gazes of those around them, the trio led by the mohawked man sheepishly rose to their feet. Excellent. The 3 of you may now depart. Henceforth, you need not even dream of anything bearing the Jiang insignia. On what grounds? Just because you are a scion of the Jiang family. You believe you can treat customers in such a manner? The mohawked man voiced his dissatisfaction. The Jiang family's corporate interests spanned a wide range, predominantly in high-end industries, from gastronomy to automobiles and even the entertainment sector. Subsequently, while their dining and slumber might remain unaffected, their aspirations of ascending into the upper echelons of society would be irrevocably thwarted. Such was the legacy and foundation amassed by generations of the Jiang family in commerce. Jiang Ming chuckled, asserting that by virtue of being his father's sole heir, he was entitled to such privileges. He challenged others to endeavor to be born into favorable circumstances and to select an advantageous parentage. The crestfallen individual, consumed with resentment, found himself bereft of a suitable rejoinder. Observing the silence of the trio, Jiang Ming surveyed the surroundings and proceeded to inquire about the fate of the remaining individuals. Murmurs arose from the grandstand in Sector C. At Jiang Ming's behest, the racetrack's colossal screens simultaneously broadcasted the unfolding situation, with the microphones providing a real-time relay. The entire audience, comprising nearly 10,000 individuals, engaged in hushed discussions, indelibly etching the visages of Chenju and Jiang Yue into their memories. As 2 minutes elapsed, the clamor from the spectators above persisted unabated. The principle of collective impunity prevailed, as numerous individuals had interjected earlier, each harboring a sliver of hope that their words had gone unnoticed and that they would evade culpability. However, with Jiang Ming producing a stack of gilded tickets, all such illusions were shattered. These, he announced, were 100 tickets to the car exhibition, showcasing the unveiling of his family's newly developed racing cars and components, never before released to the public. The event was scheduled to take place in a month's time, at this very location. As he spoke, he shuffled the edges of the tickets, underscoring their quantity and value. Each ticket, he declared, held a market value of 1,000 yuan, with the potential for even greater appreciation, a fact that he believed was well understood by those in attendance. With his right hand, Jiang Ming grasped the thick end of a stack of tickets, patting them against his left palm. The whooshing sound captivated everyone's attention, igniting a frenzy throughout the stadium. He paused, allowing the atmosphere to build, before continuing. For the next minute, everyone in Section C can report each other. Each successful report will earn you a ticket from my hand. There are only 100 tickets available, first come, first served. After he spoke, everyone was stunned for a moment. The next second, a frenzied scramble ensued, with everyone's eyes bloodshot. Chapter 53. Substitute for me. Jiang Ming turned around. Sir, it's taken care of. The staff can handle the rest. Thank you. Chenju replied with a nod. It was nothing. Jiang Ming's pearly white teeth were revealed as he looked behind Chenju. You fancy a race? Let's go racing. Jiang Yue darted out from behind Chenju, trotting alongside Jiang Ming, her face beaming with joy. Chenju watched the 2 figures, one tall and one short, bounding away, a slight smile playing on his lips as he followed in their wake. Ming, brother. I'm here, brother Ming. At the edge of the racetrack, 7 or 8 men in racing suits greeted Jiang Ming. They were all Jiang Ming's teammates, exuding heroism and a passion for speed. Jiang Ming stopped, pushing Jiang Yue forward. This is my friend, Jiang Yuer. She'll be joining us for the exhibition race. Me? A friend? Jiang Yuer's eyes widened in disbelief. To fraternize with one's idol, especially one as eminent as Jiang Ming, was once beyond the realm of possibility for her. Are we not friends, then? Jiang Ming feigned despondency, dabbing his eyes with his sleeve in a display of delicate fragility. Had Qinshu not just witnessed his effortless manipulation of several individuals' fates? He might have been swayed to believe it. Yet, these very words held Jiang Yuer captive. No, no, of course we are friends, she hastily demurred, lowering her head. But I fear I am not worthy of such an esteemed friend as brother Jiang Ming. As Jiang Yue spoke, phantoms of Kong Sheng and Zhao Tian materialized in her mind. These were the very words they had once uttered to her. Chen Zhu, perceptive to Jiang Yuer's thoughts, advanced and gently patted her shoulder. Jiang Ming's resonant voice echoed from the front. Enough. For that brother Jiang Ming alone, should anyone dare to mistreat you, invoke my name. Even from abroad, I shall return forthwith to deal with them, lest they forget the weight of my family's affluence. He clenched his fist tightly, brandishing it downwards in the air. The other teammates, in perfect accord, simultaneously joined their fists to his. Jiang Yuer gazed up, her eyes meeting the confident gazes of the others, then sought out Chen Zhu, who offered an encouraging look. Jiang Yuer's gaze solidified, and a delicate hand reached out, completing a circle with the other's fists. With arms interlaced and jovial banter filling the air, the 9 individuals sauntered towards the race car parked nearby. A trace of crystalline moisture lingered at the corner of Jiang Yuer's eye, yet her smile was radiant and uninhibited. Pray tell, Ming, one of the drivers exclaimed. The gesture of wiping your eyes with your sleeve possessed an unparalleled grace. Does this tender act often grace your solitary moments at home? Indeed, another chimed in. To witness our upright Ming partaking in such a delicate display is truly revelatory. Alas, it is a pity that this moment was not captured for posterity. If only Ming could grace us with an encore performance. What drivel you speak, Jiang Ming retorted vehemently. I merely sought to assuage Yuer's sorrow. What do you know of such matters? He paused, his gaze narrowing. Hold 6. What clandestine activities are you conducting with your cellular device? Oh, nothing of consequence, 6 replied. You merely continue with your eloquent justifications, Jiang. And to my comrades, I offer a bounty of 100 for an emoticon depicting Jiang's tearful visage. You dare record such a moment? Jiang bellowed. I offer 200 for the privilege of adorning my cellular device's screen with it. 500. Another exclaimed. I shall affix it to the lavatory wall of the racing team, so that all may gaze upon it day and night. 1,000. The bids escalated in a frenzy, swiftly surpassing the 10,000 mark. Yuer, I implore you, lend your voice to reprimand these unconscionable souls. They seek to feast upon my image. Jiang Ming's beseeching gaze fell upon Jiang Yuer. She responded with a melodious peal of laughter, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Alas, Jiang, it is not within my power to assist you. Your Yuer has already expended her allowance on delectable treats for her esteemed brother Qinshu, leaving her presently devoid of funds. Dejected, Jiang Ming trailed behind the group, his head lolling from side to side. As he observed Jiang Yuer exchanging high-fives with his teammates, he emitted a helpless cry, a conspiracy of the most treacherous kind. Several racing cars sped on the track. As it was an exhibition race, Jiang Ming had specially adjusted the configuration of his single-seat racing car so that he could make a small space for Jiang Yuer. Yahoo, is it exciting? So exciting. At this moment, Jiang Yuer was sitting on Jiang Ming's lap, and they were holding the steering wheel together. The hair under the helmet fluttered constantly with the wind, yet it couldn't hide the racing suit gradually soaked in sweat. Are you ready? Jiang Ming looked down at Jiang Yuer. Yes. Then let's start. Jiang Ming suddenly turned the car around and drove towards the other racing cars. When there was less than a meter left and a collision seemed imminent, the two of them sharply turned the steering wheel. The two cars drifted simultaneously. The tires rubbed against the ground, sparking, and then left black tire marks. However, they were as nimble and free as fish swimming in the water. Thunderous applause erupted from the spectator stands. Chen Zhu observed silently on the edge. He wasn't worried about Jiang Yuer getting hurt. After all, although Jiang Ming was a young master, his racing skills were well honed. A vibration came from his pocket. Chen Zhu took out the communicator and, seeing the caller ID, sneered. Hello? Chen Zhu, I just took a little nap, and you bunch of unfaithful guys all ran off? Chen Zhu took the communicator away from his ear to check the time. It had been more than an hour since Fang Yu fell asleep. Oh, what does it mean? The person on the other end of the phone was enraged, resenting Chun Zhu and the others for leaving her behind. And where are you guys now? Don't tell me you've already departed. The spectacle has only just commenced. I was rather counting on hitching a ride back to Lehigh with you all. We haven't left. Direct your gaze downward, Chun Zhu calmly stated. Downward? Fang Yu was taken aback, her eyes momentarily drifting towards her own pale thighs. Chun Zhu, observing the figure by the window who appeared to be in a daze, facepalmed in exasperation. Look outside, below. Oh. Realizing her misunderstanding, Fang Yu sheepishly raised her head. Before long, she spotted Chun Zhu waving at her from the field, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way, is that really Jiang Ming? Indeed. Heavens, you wait right there. I'm coming down. I want an autograph. I want a photo. Chun Zhu promptly ended the call before she could make any further demands. Shifting his attention to the beaming Jiang Yue and Jiang Ming, he pondered Jiang Ming's earlier words, contemplating for a moment before dispatching a text message. The team's exhibition race swiftly concluded, succeeded by the speed race. For safety's sake, Jiang Ming couldn't have Jiang Yue accompany him. A flurry of service personnel flooded the field, tending to the race cars and providing for the drivers. Chun Zhu, I'm back, Jiang Yue exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Chun Zhu's legs. Did you enjoy yourself? Chun Zhu inquired with concern. It was delightful, so exhilarating. Jiang Yue turned her head towards the track, a hint of wistfulness in her eyes. Regrettably, Brother Jiang Ming says he can't take me to the upcoming speed race, fearing it's unsafe. She accepted the tissue Chun Zhu offered, dabbing at the perspiration on her forehead. Very well, heed your brother Jiang Ming. Perhaps you can participate when you're older. Chun Zhu consoled the girl. Naturally, Jiang Yue also knew that it was for her own good, yet growing up would take an extremely long time, and she didn't want to wait that long. The girl raised her eyes to look at Chun Zhu. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed across her mind. Looking mysterious, she said, Chun Zhu, how about you take my place in the race? Chapter 54. Show your true strength me? Chun Zhu shook his head repeatedly. He wasn't unfamiliar with racing cars. But compared with these professional racers, he was no match at all. Moreover, the situation here was quite complicated. According to Jiang Ming's account, his father was presumably Chun Zhu's colleague. So, in principle, Jiang Ming should address Chun Zhu as uncle. However, it seemed that Chun Zhu was a few years younger than him. In such a situation, winning or losing wasn't solely determined by driving skills. Jiang Yue looked at Chun Zhu pitifully, swaying his arms with both hands. Please go, please. It's so rare for me to come here. My parents have never had time to take me out to have fun. This is the last time. I'll definitely study hard from now on. Chun Zhu tilted his head back. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Yue's big, watery eyes and was somewhat moved. He glanced at the numerous text messages in his communicator like swarms of ants, slightly surprised. Then, he said proudly, just this once. From now on, you should go to school obediently. No more fancy clothes, no more truancy, no more. Got it. You're so long-winded, Chun Zhu. Jiang Yue turned around with a charming smile, gave Jiang Ming an okay sign, looking as if her scheme had succeeded. There was not a trace of pity left on her face. Subsequently, upon hearing the announcement that the race was about to commence, she hastily propelled Chun Zhu towards the starting line. Regarding the matter of his cousin being swayed within mere minutes, Chun Zhu could only offer a helpless smile. Having already conceded, he found himself unable to retract his agreement and thus braced himself for the endeavor. On the track, two racing cars of similar make were positioned adjacently behind the starting line, an arrangement evidently orchestrated by Jiang Ming to avoid any perception of undue advantage. The announcer's resonant voice reverberated through the broadcast system. Esteemed spectators, we are privileged to witness a special duel race orchestrated by the illustrious celebrity, Jiang Ming. The competitors include Jiang Ming himself and a senior figure whom he deeply admires. Now, let us prepare ourselves and await the spectacle with bated breath. With a flourish of her hand, the comely hostess signaled the eruption of a vibrant array of fireworks from the perimeter of the arena. Chun Zhu and Jiang Ming strode abreast to the edge of their respective vehicles. Is that not the individual for whom Jiang Ming interceded earlier? Is he a racer as well? I harbor reservations. His posture is languid, and his gaze lacks the confidence exuded by Jiang Ming. I surmise he is merely a novice. In essence, a scion of affluence indulging in a novel experience. An individual with purported expertise analyzed from below, with nary a soul believing Chun Zhu capable of exchanging even a few maneuvers with Jiang Ming. Heavens, Chun Zhu! Fang Yu, obstructed by security personnel at the entrance, terminated his phone call and stared in stunned disbelief at the scene unfolding within. The astonishment Chen Zhu consistently evoked within him had begun to feel commonplace. Fang Yu gesticulated emphatically and pointed towards the interior, imploring the adjacent guard with urgency. Sir, that is a friend of mine. He is about to compete and is unable to escort me at present. Pray, grant me entry. Security guard Wang Ping heaved a heavy snort. His son, tanned arm blocked in front of her. Just because you say so? I could claim to be the friend of the young man inside. Yet, here I am, standing obediently and watching you. He simply didn't believe Fang Yu's words. He had witnessed the power of the young man inside. How could there be a friend who rushed towards the door like a rabid dog? Fang Yu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, but could only stand outside helplessly. Chen Zhu and Jiang Ming didn't exchange many words. They listened to the preparatory command. As the starting signal sounded, they both started from the semi-linkage position and shot out like arrows. They stepped on the accelerator to the floor. During the short 100-meter straight track, neither of them managed to gain an advantage. Wow, Chen Zhu is amazing. Brother Jiang Ming is also great. The howling wind and waves whipped across Jiang Yue's face, but at this moment, she was only filled with excitement. She never thought that Chen Zhu could even race cars, and it seemed that he was on par with Jiang Ming. Hey, Lu Zi, who do you think will win? A young man wearing a headscarf gazed at the two basic racing cars speeding on the track and asked the small, statured boy beside him. Hard to say. It depends on the curves, Lu Zi replied calmly. But he clearly isn't a race car driver. Anyone in the audience can tell. You can't have failed to notice. Another muscular teammate interjected. So who exactly is this friend of Brother Jiang, whom he calls Senior? Lu Zi watched the two cars intently. In the blink of an eye, the straight track came to an end. Next up was an S-shaped curve. Jiang Ming and Chen Zhu, whose paths were nearly parallel, exchanged a solemn and earnest glance. Braking, shifting gears, cornering, and accelerating, their movements flowed seamlessly. However, as Chen Zhu took the outer lane during the turn, he fell behind Jiang Ming by about 5 meters. Nevertheless, after another bend, they were back on an equal footing. Another round of gasps rang out from all directions, thoroughly debunking all the previous analyses. The two drivers in the cars simultaneously gave each other a thumbs up. Jiang Ming, needless to say, was a racing prodigy, having undergone the most rigorous racing training and being born into privilege. As for Chen Zhu, he had been honed in the crucible of battles and escapes. Although he had less experience in racing cars, he was highly proficient in driving all types of vehicles, which was an essential part of the blade training. Sometimes, an error of just 1 second could cost the lives of the entire team, so Chen Zhu's timing control was on par with, or even superior to, Jiang Ming's. Moreover, since both were driving basic cars with the most original configurations, many of Jiang Ming's habitual moves were hindered. The accumulation of such factors gradually brought their racing skills to an almost equal level. While they were chatting, a U-shaped bin loomed ahead. Chen Zhu and Jiang Ming simultaneously steered their cars close to the edge, aiming to take the curve at a smaller angle. Another drift followed, and the two cars were nearly touching each other, but in an instant, they both turned their fronts. Wow, Chen Zhu, you're really amazing, Fang Yu exclaimed from the side. But nobody paid her any heed. After the two cars on the field each chose to drive around a large circular building to the left and right respectively, they arrived at the only Z-shaped curve in the entire arena. This time, they adopted different strategies. Jiang Ming chose to drive on the racetrack and smoothly navigated through it with his superb skills. However, Chen Zhu directly steered his car onto the lawn. The mud and plants would significantly reduce the car's performance and might even cause some damage to it. Nevertheless, Chen Zhu's experience told him that taking this route would be faster than the original one. His eyes, as sharp as a falcon's, constantly searched for firmer mud and shorter grass. As expected, while Jiang Ming kept making turns, Chen Zhu almost drove in a straight line, which greatly shortened the distance. When they finally exited the curve, he was even 2 seconds ahead of Jiang Ming. The cars kept performing all sorts of high-difficulty maneuvers. Soon, the last C-shaped curve loomed ahead. Chen Zhu slowed down and drove beside Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming flipped up the visor of his helmet and exclaimed, "Sir, you're amazing." But Chen Zhu remained unmoved, his face calm and even gloomy. "Jiang Ming, I'm talking to you now as the former captain of Blade. If you still want to join the special team, give it your all." Chapter 55. Belief. What's Brother Jiang muttering about there? Why does it seem that Brother Jiang is not in a good state today? Some of the team members quickly noticed something was amiss. "Brother Liuzi, what's going on?" Jiang Yue asked in puzzlement. Liuzi shook his head. "I don't know either, But I always feel that Brother Jiang is acting strangely today. He pointed forward, gesturing for Jiang Yue to keep watching. As they approached the final bend, the culmination was imminent. Chun Zhu depressed the accelerator, leaving his rival in the dust. The latter pursed his lips, offering a wry smile, and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Like bolts of lightning, the two figures swiftly approached the C-band, where the finish line was now visible. For the two racers, who were unable to gain a significant lead on the straightaway, this was their last opportunity to secure victory. Jiang Ming looked up, envisioning the moments when he had hoisted trophies as a race car driver. He harbored no fondness for racing, and his accomplishments were due to his innate talent and his father's unwavering support. The trust of his teammates had once been a driving force for him. However, since achieving fame, he had almost forgotten the last time he had been consumed by passion and anger. He was about to use his former confidence to seize a fleeting opportunity, an action he once scorned. Yet now he was so adept at it. Had he matured? Jiang Ming inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions, and his eyes gradually radiated sharpness. Chun Zhu, running in the lead, placed his right hand on the gear lever, swiftly shifting gears as he cornered in the center of the track. His gaze remained fixed on the road ahead, hoping to witness a car overtake him. Just moments before, Chun Zhu had perceived the same look in the eyes of Jiang Ming's teammates as he had seen in Lu Qian and Xing Kaisen. It was an unwavering confidence in a loved one. Jiang Ming might not have fully grasped the extent of his significance to his teammates. If he were to lose to an amateur here, especially intentionally in front of numerous spectators, the blow to this group of people would be no less than the collapse of their beliefs. However, the road ahead remained unimpeded. Chun Zhu shook his head disappointedly. The result was already a foregone conclusion. Jiang Ming had deliberately let him win. As for someone who abandoned his teammates like this, Chun Zhu would never admit him into the special group. What a pity. Before Chun Zhu could finish his words, he was interrupted by the roaring of a motor. He suddenly turned the steering wheel to the right, and then another racing car took his original position. Wow. Everyone, look. Contestant Jiang Ming has forced another contestant back in one fell swoop. This crazy move is truly a crystallization of skill and courage, the host introduced excitedly. Cheers resounded through the sky. If Chun Zhu had been half a second slower at that time, the two cars would have crashed into each other, resulting in the most tragic racing accident in Qinghe's history. There was no comparison. Of course, Chun Zhu could also choose to keep pressing the accelerator hard to force Jiang Ming back. But Jiang Ming believed that Chun Zhu would retreat to protect the car because there was not only himself in the car, but also the entire Blade team. A slight smile played on Chun Zhu's lips, and his eyes were filled with praise. Good lad. Although he was younger than Jiang Ming, his various experiences from Qingsong Mountain to the Blade had made his mind more mature, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with this remark. As for Jiang Ming, he was now completely focused on the track, paying no heed to anything else. Once again, they both stepped on the accelerator to the floor, different from the start. This time, there was only victory or defeat in Jiang Ming's eyes. The last 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The two cars crossed the finish line almost simultaneously. After a dashing sudden stop, Chun Zhu and Jiang Ming removed their helmets and gloves, then stood up and got off the cars. Brother Jiang, you're awesome. Brother Jiang, your maneuver at the C-bend was almost textbook worthy. Everything was so fast. That drift alone gained at least 2 seconds. Which textbook would dare to write like that? A group of people surrounded Jiang Ming, and he felt a bit embarrassed at all the praise. He was usually the object of others' compliments wherever he went, but for the first time, he truly felt the joy of being praised. Jiang Yue tugged at Chun Zhu's clothes, put her hand to her mouth as if she was about to whisper something. Chun Zhu bent down to listen, and the girl said in a sweet voice, Chun Zhu, it's okay. Try harder next time. Chun Zhu felt a warm feeling in his heart. It was really worth borrowing a car and getting an invitation to bring her here. Although the result hadn't come out yet, it didn't stop him from being touched. However, soon, the girl's excited words came again. My brother Jiang Ming is handsome, wealthy, and has excellent skills. It's normal that you can't outrun him. Don't have any psychological pressure. Chun Zhu's face turned green, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Jiang Yue had already run away and joined the crowd celebrating Jiang Ming. In this race, even if Jiang Ming lost, his superb cornering skills and bold overtakes would surely become a topic of much discussion, even though Chun Zhu had thoughtfully turned off the camera system in advance. Through word of mouth, Jiang Ming's popularity would definitely reach a new peak. He pushed aside the surrounding crowd and came to Chun Zhu's side, lowering his head slightly. Thank you, sir. Chun Zhu nodded. The ones you should thank are them. Following Chun Zhu's gaze, Jiang Yue, the members of the motorcade, the employees in charge of the racing car maintenance, and even several spectators sitting behind all appeared in Jiang Ming's sight at the same time. Jiang Ming was pushed by someone and then bent down along the force. Thank you all for your long-standing trust in me. Next, I will also show a better attitude to repay you. A round of enthusiastic applause rang out across the whole venue. Take pictures, take pictures. After Jiang Ming finished speaking, Jiang Yue quickly took out her phone, stuffed it into Chun Zhu's hand, and then pulled Jiang Ming into the racing car team. She wanted to record this historic moment. Chun Zhu, remember to turn on the beauty filter. I'm going to post this picture on my WeChat moments later. If you don't take a good picture, I'll secretly eat all the snacks next month without sharing any with you. Grinding his back teeth, Chun Zhu was forced to lift up the phone. The camera focused, and everyone's faces were captured. Cheese. Jiang Yue smiled like a flower, standing in front of Jiang Ming and making a peace sign. With a click, a retouched photo appeared on Jiang Yue's WeChat moments, getting instant likes from Jiang Mingxing and Song Qian. Everyone got to work with great interest, preparing for the next race half an hour later. Chun Zhu witnessed all this. After a while, Jiang Ming's surprised voice came from behind. Sir Taijiang, are you looking for me? Chun Zhu cast a glance at the tallest building in Qinghe. With a sideways look from the corner of his eye, he said, Follow me. Chapter 56. A man's promise. The two soon arrived at the rooftop. From here, one could overlook all the scenery, from the spectators at their feet to the fields in the distance, and even faintly catch sight of high-rise buildings hundreds of miles away. Facing all this, Chun Zhu remained silent. Jiang Ming just stood beside Chun Zhu. After a while, a soft voice drifted with the wind. What do you think of the view in front of you? Not as magnificent as that in the capital, but it has its own charm, Jiang Ming replied honestly. Then, if compared with the war-torn country of Yi, how about this place? Naturally, this place is more stable and harmonious. Hearing Jiang Ming's reply, Chun Zhu turned around and asked, Then why do you want to join the special group? Your starting point is the end point that many people, including me, can never reach through a lifetime of struggle. What on earth drives you to that awful place to endure hardships? Jiang Ming's golden hair was fluttering in the wind. He stared at Chun Zhu and said, Sir, surely the intelligence network of Blade should have found out about this? I want to hear it from your own mouth. Chun Zhu's gaze brooked no doubt. Jiang Ming sighed and said, I come from a single-parent family. I know that. No, you don't. He shook his head and continued. My mother was once a teacher, a rural teacher. Jiang Ming walked beside Chun Zhu, resting his hands on the railing. Sadness welled up in his eyes. Back then, I was only 7 years old, and my mother had been a border support teacher for over a decade. She once said that marrying my father was the happiest, yet most impetuous decision of her life. However, she never regretted it. Chun Zhu passed the used tissue from wiping Jiang Yue's sweat to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming thanked him and continued. That day, just like usual, she was going to embark on a several-month teaching support mission. I disagreed and held her back, not allowing her to leave. Unusually, my father didn't back her decision this time. Instead, he joined me in preventing her departure. I once thought that this time he would stay and show some concern for his own son. Unfortunately, I overestimated my own importance. Suddenly, the volume of the radio below increased, interrupting his words. In the electronic, voiced broadcast, it was announced that Chun Zhu had lost, only trailing Jiang Ming by a fraction of a second. This didn't surprise him much. In fact, the reason Chun Zhu could keep pace with Jiang Ming was that Jiang Ming had deliberately led him. Chun Zhu was just a young man with some skills in martial arts and medicine. He was a flesh and blood being, prone to impulsiveness, fear, and injury. No matter how capable he was, how could he possibly rival those who had dedicated their whole lives to a single field? Jiang Ming didn't care about the result. He was like a man possessed, immersed in memories of the past. He could hardly recall what that long-haired figure looked like. Yet this memory was still deeply engraved in his mind. After a long sigh, he went on. That day, she still left. She went to a place where sandstorms raged and people struggled to have enough to eat. The next day, I saw in the news that a group of people had rushed into a primary school, smashing equipment and destroying books. A group of teachers shielded the student in the middle. Fear was clearly written on their faces, yet they resolutely stood at the forefront without the slightest retreat. Jiang Ming looked back, a bitter smile on his face. Today is my mother's 18th birthday. 18. Chun Zhu murmured. He had seen the dossier of this incident, which was classified at a rather high level. He remembered it well because the incident was quite ordinary and far from meriting such a high level classification. Yet it was still placed in a category that didn't seem to fit it. Moreover, if Jiang Ming's mother had really met with an accident during the border support activity, the entire organization would have commended and commemorated her. Chenju joined Blade at the age of 16 and became the team leader at 17. He would look into similar matters, even those that had happened over 20 years ago. Heroes should not be forgotten, but apparently there had been no such things for many years. Most people were indulging in pleasure. They were reluctant to endure hardships, and they wouldn't even use things of a slightly lower grade. However, Jiang Ming couldn't have lied to him about this. Could it be? A thought suddenly occurred to Chenju. Jiang Ming turned his head towards the sky. You've guessed it too, right? Was it the Jiang family who did it? Yes. Jiang Ming's voice was slightly choked. He punched the railing forcefully. Those beasts. Just to force my father to give up his inheritance of the family property, they actually sent people to pretend to be bandits and kidnap my mother. My mother refused. And unexpectedly, she was insulted on the spot and then killed. The last few words were almost squeezed out through Jiang Ming's clenched teeth. It was evident that he was in a state of extreme fury at the moment. Chenju was not good at offering consolation and didn't know what to say. He reached into his trouser pocket and took out a crumpled paper. Inside it was the cigarette that the journalist in the hospital had given him. Chenju placed it between his lips and gently bit down with his teeth. He didn't have a penchant for smoking, yet this action did bring him some relief, enabling his somewhat muddled mind to regain clarity. After sorting out his thoughts, Chenju spoke up. So, is the reason you want to join us to seek revenge? Against the Jiang family? He inquired of Jiang Ming, who shook his head. No, the Jiang family is now under my father's absolute control. I once investigated and found that whether it's Blade or Crystal Brain, the points and merits of all special teams are interchangeable. Moreover, one can even use these as bargaining chips to dispatch regular troops and influence policies to a certain extent. Chenju frowned slightly, but still nodded. In principle, the points Chenju had accumulated over the years were sufficient to direct 1,000-strong army to be stationed somewhere for a maximum of 3 months. However, the precondition was that the army had to meet various restrictions such as being in a non-war situation, not betraying the country, and not being assigned actions far beyond its capabilities. Additionally, it had to be an army without a formal mission. As for merits, they were even more difficult to utilize. Their sole purpose was for military rank promotion, and attaining a high-ranking position could indeed influence policies. Given Chenju's accumulation of merits over the past 3 years, which doesn't even surpass that of most newly recruited officials, were it not for the exceptional nature of the Sharp Edge unit, Chenju would likely still be a mere foot soldier. This illustrates the immense difficulty in achieving both. However, Jiang Ming, whose feasibility had been affirmed, was exceptionally thrilled. So, this is genuine? Chenju replied with resignation. Indeed, it is possible, but that suffices. Jiang Ming interrupted Chenju for the first time. Regardless of the difficulty, I shall attain it. As he spoke, his gaze dimmed again. Alas, I have met the minimum criteria for armament, yet I lack the opportunity. Excluding racing, there are far too many individuals more accomplished than I. Chenju picked up the communicator once more, verified the information displayed on it, and said with a smile, if I were to facilitate your inclusion, what would you intend to do? I intend to earn points. I intend to completely eradicate the scourge that endangers the children in the mountainous regions. I intend to ensure that all children have the prerogative to leave the mountains. Is this your aspiration? It is my mother's. Chenju nodded. On the 5th of next month, Armament Squad 9, a 1-month probationary period. I trust you will prove worthy of my 1,000 points, and, more importantly, of a man's promise. Is this truly happening? Jiang Ming's face was filled with disbelief. He was acutely aware of the difficulty in joining a special unit. Even a father with connections to the central government could not directly place him in any insignificant department within it. Now, could the opportunity actually be within reach? Chenju removed the unlit cigarette from his mouth and tossed it aside. I've used nearly a quarter of my points for you. You'd better make it into the regular team. Otherwise, leave it to me. I definitely won't let you down, Jiang Ming vowed earnestly. I'll also pay back your points as soon as possible. Chenju waved his hand. Take care of yourself. The trials of armed are no easy feat. Don't let me and those kids down. The calls for Jiang Ming at the parking lot had been urging for several minutes. Go, settle your business and report early. Jiang Ming thanked Chenju again, then rushed downstairs and headed over. After he left, Chenju took out his constantly vibrating communicator and pressed the answer button. Hey, Captain. Where did you spend over 1,000 points? Did you get an armed helicopter? Lu Qian's anxious voice came through. Chenju's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. No. I got someone a spot by cutting in line. Cut in line. For Jiang Li Mao's celebrity son? Yes, Chenju nodded. How many points do I have left now? Wait a sec. Let me check. Lu Qian fell silent immediately. A few seconds later, her voice came through again. There are still 819 points left. It'll suffice for the time being, but I'll have to be more thrifty in the future, Chenju sighed inwardly. Truly, one doesn't know the cost of living until one manages a household. Previously, the points earned from missions were managed collectively by the team. Since his retirement, the expenditures have been flowing away like water. Alas, Captain, stop changing the subject. Lu Qian exclaimed coquettishly, drawing Chenju's attention back. Why on earth do you want to help that Jiang Ming? Just because he sponsors some poor children every year? Chenju remained silent for a moment and then gave her an affirmative reply. Yes. But you also. Xiao Qian. Chenju interrupted Lu Qian, preventing her from continuing. Then he spoke in a calm voice. There are not many good people in this world, but there are plenty of bad ones. I don't consider myself a particularly good person, yet there are always those who strive to do their best. Good people shouldn't go unrewarded. Lu Qian wanted to say something else, but in the end, she only murmured weakly, I still have a bit over 2,000 here. A faint smile curved Chenju's lips. No need. Your captain here is quite well off. After diverting from this topic, the two chatted for a while. Before long, Lu Qian told Chenju that Uncle Yu wanted to see her, and then hastily hung up. Below the call log was a concise document. Jiang Ming, male. Han ethnicity, father. Jiang Ming has anonymously donated 10 million to mountain area children every year since he was 18, with the amount increasing annually. He personally visits the mountainous areas twice a year to ensure the proper use of the funds and, at the same time, uses his influence to punish corrupt officials in certain areas. To date, he has persisted in this for 7 years. At the end of the document were several photos. Among the photographs, one depicted a youthful man surrounded by a group of unkempt children, each clutching pristine books and wearing radiant smiles. Moonbeam, it's time to depart, Chenju gently expressed, approaching Jiang Yue from behind. But the closing ceremony remains unseen. The girl replied, her reluctance evident as she gazed longingly at the racetrack. Jiang Ming will be occupied with numerous affairs following this event. You've already captured photographs and experienced the thrill of racing today. We mustn't burden him further. Very well, then. Jiang Yue cast one final glance backward before rejoining Chenju in the vehicle. Chenju ignited the engine, the vehicle pulsating with raw power. Observing the still bustling arena, Chenju sensed an inexplicable void. He turned towards Jiang Yue in the back seat. But the girl was entirely engrossed in the photographs taken that day and Jiang Ming's contact information, oblivious to all else. As the jeep hurtled down the highway at breakneck speed, already tens of kilometers from Qinghe, Chenju abruptly exclaimed, Disaster! What is it? Has some misfortune befallen brother Jiang Ming? Jiang Yue inquired, rising with evident concern. Nay, not that. It seems we have overlooked someone. Concurrently, on the periphery of the Qinghe racetrack, a young woman, having procured an employee uniform from an unknown source, strutted about with an air of nonchalance. Humph. You dare attempt to impede me? I didn't earn the moniker little kid, the schemer for naught. Seizing a bottle of water from a nearby table, Fang Yu twisted off the cap and drank deeply, quickly emptying its contents. With a flourish, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve, her gaze sweeping around the room. A sense of bewilderment washing over her. Where had Chenju and Xiao Yue disappeared to? She hadn't seen them since entering. Before she could dwell further on their whereabouts, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Hey, you. Come over here and move these chairs. Jiang Ming will be arriving from his car any moment now. An older employee barked the order at Fang Yu. All right, I'm on it. Fang Yu responded promptly, following the man's instructions and setting to work. Oh well, they wouldn't forget about me, would they? She mused. They've probably gone back to the VIP room to relax after the match. With this plausible explanation, Fang Yu rolled up her sleeves and devoted herself to the task. Before long, Jiang Ming's dashing figure arrived, surrounded by an entourage. He was indeed fatigued. Accepting a towel from an attendant to wipe away the sweat, yet the excitement in his eyes remained undiminished. His gaze drifted, and he seemed to recognize a familiar figure. Fang Yu? Jiang Ming was puzzled. Shouldn't she have left with Chenju by now? Fang Yu, oblivious to his presence, was facing a corner of a table, a screwdriver in hand, imparting her knowledge to a worker. Let me tell you, the nut here shouldn't be tightened so rigidly. You need to allow for some flexibility. and the bracket here needs to be rotated clockwise 2 more turns, or it'll easily fall apart. Trust me, I'm Lai Yi, the Repair King. You can't go wrong with my advice. Fang Yu declared her name with full confidence, yet suddenly she noticed that it had gone deathly silent all around. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. What's going on? She felt a chill run down her spine under their gazes and didn't know what to do. Jiang Ming came to her side in person. Fang Yu, you haven't left? Startled by being called out, Fang Yu quickly stepped aside and stared at the approaching person. Jiang Ming, you know me? After saying this, she seemed to realize something and slapped herself with a resounding pop. Well, at that time, I really didn't know you were the real Jiang Ming. I didn't mean to call your father a hooligan. If you want to blame someone, blame that bastard Chinju. She held up her phone in front of her, on which was the secretly taken photo of Chinju. It's okay. I usually call him that at home too. Jiang Ming didn't care about this address, but was rather puzzled. Weren't you going to leave with Brother Chin? Leave? Oh right. Wait, you mean Chinju has already left? Fang Yu sprang to her feet, her face full of disbelief. Seeing her dazed look, Jiang Ming unlocked his phone and showed her the chat history with the contact marked Yuer. Fang Yu stared at the yellowing evening glow on the horizon and was lost in thought for a long time. Then, a loud shout reverberated throughout the stadium. Damn it, what a scumbag. Chapter 58, Sister. In Law. Eventually, Chinju turned back. Seeing Fang Yu full of resentment, he could only force a smile. As soon as he got home, Chinju collapsed onto the warm and comfortable big bed. He slept for a full day and night. When he opened his eyes again, it was already Monday morning, roused by Jiang Yuer's noisy voice. He got up, washed up, and had breakfast. He hadn't spent much time at school the previous week. So this week, Chinju decided to study hard, resolutely refrain from truancy, and not sleep in class. He made a lofty vow to completely absorb all the knowledge points into his mind. What an ambitious aspiration. Until he encountered the first math class on Monday morning. Chinju only remembered that the math teacher was a man who didn't look very old. It seemed that everyone called him Gonzi. Immediately afterwards, as the chalk began to dance on the blackboard, he drifted off to dreamland. Not knowing how much time had passed, Chinju sensed someone beside him. His eyes, buried in his arm, suddenly opened. Jiang Peng nudged Chinju a few times, and the inquiring voice reached his ears. Brother Chen, going to the toilet? Chinju let out a long sigh. Feeling a pang of urine in his lower abdomen, he still decided to stand up. Guys, Brother Chen's going too. Let's go? Jiang Peng shouted excitedly. Lu Zhenkuan, Wang Feng, and Chu Yuan simultaneously stood up, holding their heads high like soldiers about to go to battle. Chinju found this scene extremely interesting. His eyes scanned each of them one by one, and he asked curiously, "What would you do if I didn't go?" Wang Feng strode directly to his side, beaming with pride. "We could hold it until your next trip to the toilet." Upon hearing this, Chinju slightly raised his eyelids and gave them a thumbs up. "You guys are really something." The urinals in the men's restroom are connected, yet there are small wooden partitions in between. 5 boys voluntarily left a space between each other and stood from the first to the last position. During that time, some others also wanted to use the urinals. However, seeing that only positions next to others were available, they lined up obediently at the back until a position with no one beside it became available. This was a rather interesting phenomenon. No boy would bring it up, but it seemed like an established convention among them. Chinju hadn't noticed this much when he was in the team before. However, in such an obvious situation, he suddenly became curious. He stepped out of the men's restroom and asked the boys behind about it. The boys glanced at each other, looking somewhat puzzled. Jiang Peng was the first to speak up, saying, "Isn't this quite normal?" Why? Chinju still didn't understand. Although he had a similar feeling, it was the first time he was examining the whole issue so directly. Being asked this question, the boys suddenly couldn't find a better answer. Soon, Wang Feng looked at Lu Zhenkuan in a sly way and said, "Come to think of it, Brother Kuan, we're all men. Why do you stand so far away from me when you pee?" Lu Zhenkuan, who was mentioned, gave him a look and snorted, "I'm afraid you have macrophobia." "Really? Then I've got to have a good look." "Brother Kuan, come on. While we're still close to the restroom, go back quickly and let me have a look." Wang Feng put his arm around Lu Zhenkuan's shoulder and was about to walk back. "Get lost, you rascal." Without a shred of mercy, she swatted away Wang Feng's somewhat swarthy arm and trotted ahead to catch up with the group. The boys, in high spirits, made their way towards the academic building. As they approached the entrance, a mere dozen meters away, Chu Yuan abruptly collided with an obstacle, recoiling in pain. "Jiang Peng, what's the matter with you? Why did you halt so suddenly on this perfectly level path?" he exclaimed, nursing his head, which had made contact with Jiang Peng's bones. What is it? Did you lose your ability to move upon seeing a fair maiden? Jiang Peng stammered. It's a real beauty, you say? Where? Where? Let me feast my eyes. Lu Jingquan and Wang Feng suddenly surged from the back of the pack to the front, their expressions of amusement impossible to conceal. However, upon discerning the identity of the approaching figure, their faces fell in disappointment. Bah, who did we expect it to be? It's just Lin, the belle of Class 3. Wang Feng chimed in with keen interest. Chen Zhu, stepping forward, inquired with a puzzled tone. What's wrong? Isn't Lin Qingchuan quite comely? Lu Jingquan turned back, wearing an expression that suggested he possessed wisdom beyond Chen Zhu's years. He began, Brother Chen, you fail to comprehend that a true beauty is an ethereal concept, untainted by possession, forever residing within the collective imagination as a societal ideal. Wang Feng picked up where he left off, elaborating, but Lin Qingchuan is an exception, for she defies even our most fanciful reveries. For one, despite the term having commenced long ago, I remain ignorant of the very contours of her visage. Chu Yuan jiggled the flesh on his face and nodded repeatedly. Chen Zhu carefully recalled how Lin Qingchuan looked when dining at the barbecue restaurant. Although Lin was truly good looking, it seemed far-fetched to say that he was like a celestial being in the sky as others described. Damn it! Damn it! Jiang Peng's exclamation piqued everyone's curiosity. Following the sound, the group saw a young man kneeling on one knee in front of the teaching building, holding a bouquet of scarlet roses in his hand. Is someone confessing their love to Lin Qingchuan again? Chu Yuan tilted his head. Let me think. How many such people have there been since the start of school? Wang Feng began to count on his fingers. Don't worry about the number. It seems to be the class heartthrob from Class 3 this time. Our sister-in-law is about to be snatched away, Jiang Peng exclaimed, highlighting the key point. It's okay. Sister-in-law won't agree, Lu Jingquan said calmly, apparently having weathered many storms. Chen Zhu also nodded in agreement. After all, given Lin Qingchuan's cold-natured personality, he wouldn't accept someone so easily. Wait. Suddenly, Chen Zhu realized something was amiss. It seemed he had overlooked some crucial information. Who are you calling sister-in-law? He suddenly reacted. Lin Qingchuan. Jiang Peng gave a strange look, as if to say, don't you recognize your own wife? Hey, you guys. How many seconds do you think it'll take for sister-in-law to reject this guy this time? Chu Yuan spoke up without waiting for Chen Zhu to say a word. 7 seconds. 5 seconds. I'll bet 2 packs of spicy strips. Jiang Peng felt his pocket, which still had a few coins. Less than that. 3 seconds and half a bottle of soda. Emerging from an indiscernible origin, Sun Yang startled the assembly. His proposition of a substantial sum, however, ensured his welcome into Jiang Peng's circle, despite their unfamiliarity. Subsequently, Chu Yuan, corpulent in stature, advanced to the forefront, extending his hands in a manner reminiscent of a conjurer. Are there any further augmentations to the bid? The moment of revelation is nigh. Chapter 59. The scapegoat's belt peripheral to Lin Qingchuan's gate. A gathering in the recess caught her attention, eliciting a sudden spark of recognition. Chu Yuan, with hands splayed, proclaimed, the moment of revelation is nigh. The aforementioned male from Class 3, bearing a rose, approached Lin Qingchuan, yet maintained a respectful distance, affording both individuals a measure of personal space, an act of grace and decorum, at least in the eyes of the beholder. However, Lin Qingchuan appeared oblivious to the young man's intentions, passing him with an impassive countenance, leaving him in a state of bewildered stasis. Good heavens, Chun, Wang Feng exclaimed, turning to Chen Zhu with astonishment. Your lady possesses remarkable forbearance. That was, at the very least, the campus heartthrob, and she didn't even spare him a glance. Truly, she is our sister-in-law. Her demeanor, her gaze, are akin to a blade of icy resolve in the dead of winter, piercing the very core of our diminutive campus idol. Chu Yuan, employing eloquent phrasing, clasped his hands over his heart, feigning profound anguish. Pray, elaborate, Sun Yang entreated, draping his arm over Chen Zhu's shoulders, a cigarette dangling from his lips. To what stage has your liaison with the fair Lin progressed? Indeed, do tell, the surrounding males chimed in, their voices laced with playful provocation. Chen Zhu was helpless for a moment. He slapped his forehead and thought, she's not my girlfriend. All right. It doesn't matter even if she's your boyfriend. I won't pry into whether you're the dominant or submissive one. Sun Yang exhaled a puff of smoke rings and said jokingly, hurry up and tell me how far you two have progressed. Sun Yang came here with a mission today, Ever since those men in sunglasses took his little brothers away, he was astonished to find that after they came back, none of them remembered anything about what had happened on the playground. After careful comparison, Sun Yang generally concluded that they didn't just lose their memories of the playground. Rather, they uniformly forgot the previous half hour. He and Lin Qingchuan were special and weren't taken away by others. Sun Yang knew that Lin Qingchuan's crazy state towards Chenju had somewhat subsided, so it was reasonable for the principal to let her off. But what about himself? He had just met Chenju and was only on nodding terms with Lin Qingchuan. Clearly, these couldn't be the reasons. Unless, Sun Yang reached into his trouser pocket. Inside, apart from the cigarette case and lighter, there was also a slender red string. Chenju opened his mouth, about to refute, but was interrupted once again. This time, it was Jiang Peng who spoke. Guys, stop speculating for now. Sister-in-law is walking towards us. Hearing this, several people simultaneously turned their heads to one side and saw a beautiful long-haired woman looking in their direction. The boys' innocent faces instantly flushed red. Quick, mate. Let me check how my hairstyle looks. Chuckling, Wang Feng jested, likening Kuan to a rooster heralding the dawn. As for the moniker, it had become so ingrained among their classmates that he had grown indifferent to it. Initially, he might have bristled at the slightly offensive nickname. However, after realizing the futility of resistance, he resigned himself to it, even finding amusement in it. Yet, in retaliation against the originator of the name, he would invariably touch upon Lu Jingquan's most sensitive spot, his conspicuously erect hair. Surprisingly, Lu Jingquan refrained from engaging in a fracas with Wang Feng this time. Several boys hastily composed themselves, eager to present their best to the school beauty's scrutiny, even though they knew it was in vain, as she had no interest in them. Nevertheless, Jiang Peng and the others summoned their finest appearances, if only to avoid embarrassing Chenju. At ease. Attention, he bellowed with a resonant voice. And the boys adjusted themselves accordingly. The sharp-eyed Chu Yuan once again furnished the group with intelligence. Quick, quick, get ready, the sister-in-law is here. The boys' gazes instantly hardened. Ready. Greetings, sister-in-law. The four of them suddenly roared in unison, bending at the waist in a 90-degree bow towards Lin Qingchuan. Lin Qingchuan, who had just arrived, halted and cast a questioning glance at Chenju. Knock it off, you idiots, Chenju chided, swatting each of them on the behind and shooing them away. Sun Yang had vanished the moment Lin Qingchuan started walking in this direction. All that remained where he had stood was an unfinished cigarette butt. After everyone around had left, Lin Qingchuan indeed walked up to Chenju. In her hand was a small, exquisitely wrapped paper bag. Here, your phone. Regarding the meal I promised you. Contact me anytime. Lin Qingchuan's words were as flat as ever, as if she were talking to a stranger. Chenju nodded and took the paper bag. Through the side of Lin Qingchuan's figure, he glared at Lu Zhengquan and the others in front of the teaching building who were watching the commotion with glee. After saying her piece, the girl didn't dilly-dally. She turned around and headed towards the classroom. The sole purpose of her outing was to return Chenju's phone. Since she didn't see him in class 5, Lin Qingchuan guessed that he might have gone to the restroom, so she waited outside. Now that her goal was achieved, there was no need for her to linger outside. With just a few steps on those long, straight legs, she reached the door. Wang Feng. Lu Jingquan and the others naturally made way for Lin Qingchuan, allowing her to return to the class smoothly. Only after that charming figure disappeared around the corner did the group suddenly come to their senses. Guys, just now, did the sister-in-law look at me? Lu Zhengquan touched his cheek and said in disbelief. Rubbish. She must have been looking at me. Jiang Ping was equally shocked. With your sorry looks? It must have been me. The group bickered all the way to the classroom door. Chenju tried several times to get them to stop this senseless argument, but to little avail. At the last flight of stairs, a turn would lead them to the classroom. When several people thought they were finally going to return to their seats, Jiang Peng secretly thought something was wrong and quickly told everyone to stop making noise. From afar, they saw that the classroom door was already closed and their class teacher, Cheng Mingxing, seemed to be announcing something up there. After their emotions had all settled down, Jiang Peng finally dared to open the door and enter the classroom. He knocked on the door and walked in. Report. The other people followed Jiang Peng closely, clinging to the classroom wall and standing in a row. You rascals, where did you go running around again? Cheng Mingxing opened his mouth to scold them. No, Xingxing. We just went to the toilet, Wang Feng stood out to explain. Xingxing was Cheng Mingxing's nickname, and usually both teachers and students called him that. Wasn't the 10-minute break enough for you to go to the toilet? You had to come back during class? Cheng Mingxing stood on the podium, looking at the people in front of him with disbelief all over his face. It was likely that no teacher would let them off with such an excuse. At this time, Lu Jingquan walked up to him with a mischievous smile and said, "Sir, this really isn't our fault. If you have to blame someone, blame Wang Feng. He couldn't untie his belt when he was peeing." The whole class immediately burst into loud laughter. Really? Cheng Mingxing was a bit skeptical. "Yes, if you don't believe it, ask him." Lu Jingquan stretched out his hand and pointed sincerely at Wang Feng, standing in the corner. At this moment, Wang Feng's face had already turned red in the taunts. He clenched his fists, wishing he could rip Lu Jingquan's mouth apart right away. But now, a group of 4 or 5 people were relying on his attitude to save them, so he could only swallow his anger. His words were squeezed out through his teeth. One by one. "Sorry, teacher. I'll definitely change to a better, quality belt next time." Another bout of laughter ensued. Seeing this, although Cheng Mingxing knew they were lying, he didn't make things too difficult for them. He let out a cold snort and motioned for them to return to their seats. Chapter 60. The Charm of Su Mingxue. Cheng Mingxing resumed the previous topic on the podium. As you all know, at the beginning of the semester, due to the rampant virus, we temporarily postponed the military skills training. But now, the virus has basically been brought under control. Therefore, the school plans to make it up from this Thursday to the days before the National Day holiday next Thursday. A chorus of groans echoed from below. Especially after hearing that it would be counted in the graduation assessment results, the complaints grew louder. This meant that those students who didn't usually attend classes also had to participate this time. Otherwise, they would lose the qualification to receive their graduation certificates. Naturally, students with physical reasons could be excused from participating, but that was only a temporary measure. If they skipped it this year, they would have to make it up with the new freshmen when they entered the sophomore year next year. It would be extremely embarrassing. Moreover, no one in their right mind would maim themselves just to avoid 7 days of military training. In addition, there was a second matter. After the noise below gradually subsided, Cheng Mingxing continued. Li Youha's parents applied for leave on her behalf, and it was supposed to expire last weekend. However, she still hasn't come back to school yet. I'm a bit worried. Given the exigencies of my schedule these past few days, I find myself unable to personally conduct the home visit as I had intended. Consequently, I have conferred with our class monitor, Su Mingxue, and entrusted her with the task of gathering insights into Li Youha's situation. Furthermore, she is to engage in discussions with her parents regarding the importance of her participation in the upcoming military training, as a diploma from Li Yi carries considerable prestige. He gestured with his hands, imploring the students to restore quiet. Now, we require another student to accompany Su Mingxue, preferably a male, to ensure their safety. He paused, then inquired, "Are there any volunteers?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Peng and several other students, who had just settled into their seats, exhibited a sudden surge of enthusiasm, mirroring that of individuals vying for a coveted 9-to-5 position with a generous salary. They eagerly rose to their feet, enumerating their virtues in the hope of being selected. After all, it was Su Mingxue, one of the most aesthetically pleasing young women in Li Yi, second only to Lin Xingxuan. Moreover, judging from the class advisor's tone, they would be spending time alone together. How could this not ignite excitement among the male students? "I possess great strength and vigor. Your safety will be unequivocally guaranteed," proclaimed a towering, corpulent student, his countenance radiating self-assurance. He firmly believed that no one was better suited to ensure their well-being. Those nearby swiftly countered his claim. "Come now. You become winded after only a few steps. You would likely be exhausted before even reaching the destination." The stout young man, his sore spot now exposed, glared at his detractor, his face flushed with indignation as he fell silent. I choose me. I am swift of foot and possess considerable strength." After he sat down, another bespectacled man of similar build to Wang Feng stood up. He raised his arm to show off the biceps on it. However, all he got in return were louder jeers. "Come on, monkey, get down. Stop making a fool of yourself. You're no better than that guy in the cabinet. At least he can go to work. You probably can't even manage that. Save your strength for the night flights." A incisive and straightforward remark directly shattered the illusions of the boy called Monkey. It was needless to say that Lu Jingquan, the culprit, was already beaming with laughter after saying that. After that, several boys, including Jiang Peng, still harbored a glimmer of hope and kept standing up to give it a try. However, they were mercilessly ridiculed by Lu Jingquan before even reaching Su Mingxue's test, and then sat back down awkwardly. 10 minutes passed, and still no candidate was determined. Cheng Mingxing sat smiling on the chair in the corner of the classroom, glanced at his watch, and said, You have 3 more minutes for the election, or I won't be able to finish my lesson. If no one steps forward after 3 minutes, we'll draw lots. You have to accept the result of the bet." At this, everyone perked up again. Some even planned to try a second time, since they had already lost face. And everyone in the room would be their classmates for the next 3 years. Whether they were good or not would be known sooner or later. So they simply stopped caring. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. No one wanted to draw lots. Those who wanted to go were afraid they wouldn't be selected, while those who didn't want to go worried about having their spare time cut. After all, a probability of 1 in 49 isn't high, but it certainly exists. The classroom was in an uproar, with everyone talking over each other, each convinced of their own merit. Even Lu Jingquan, who habitually disparaged others, went up to try his luck. Predictably, he was met with derision, and he retreated with a smile. He had only intended to join the commotion. The prospect of actually going was unappealing to him. Were online games no longer enticing, or mobile games lacking in appeal? Who would willingly spend their precious free time with a woman so self-regarding and critical of everyone else? However, his sentiment was not widely shared. The opportunity to spend time with such a beautiful woman, even if only as an observer, was still considered a desirable prospect. 2 minutes elapsed, and the male candidate remained undecided. As the final minute of the countdown began, Su Mingxue, who had been silent until then, suddenly rose and walked towards a corner of the classroom. Seeing the protagonist of this event finally take action, the rest of the class tactfully fell silent. In the corner was a young man who had been gazing out at the sports field, seemingly indifferent to the commotion within the classroom. "Chenju, accompany me." "No." Chenju was well aware of Su Mingshue's approach and declined without hesitation. Although he harbored a slight curiosity about the girl who always kept to herself in the corner, Chenju knew that she was of no concern to him. Furthermore, with Li Yoha still owing him a favor, Chenju felt no obligation to seek further trouble. Su Mingxue had not anticipated such a swift and decisive rejection, especially after having swallowed her pride to approach Chenju. She was reluctant to concede defeat so easily. Su Mingxue stared intently at Chenju, her eyes ablaze, and one could not fathom what was going through her mind. She had always assumed that this man was no different from hooligans like Wang Zifeng, capable only of bullying ordinary people and achieving nothing significant. However, ever since she and Cheng Mingxing were driven out of the principal's office, Su Mingxue knew that this person's identity was by no means ordinary. This was an intuition formed from her upbringing in a world full of intrigue. As the sole daughter of the Su family, if she did not wish to marry that man, she had to find someone who could rival his influence to assist her. Chenju was the one who presented the greatest opportunity among those she had encountered thus far. He was also the only peer whom she had never been able to see through. Chapter 61. Accept defeat gracefully. Su Mingxue felt rather embarrassed. In the past, men would fawn over her like mice eyeing a piece of cheese, going to great lengths to please her and following her every word. Now, she had set aside her pride to invite Chenju, yet he did not even deign to glance at her. Around them, some girls whispered to each other, "Hey, look at the class monitor. She always acts so high and mighty, ignoring everyone. Turns out she's just being picky." "Exactly. We thought she was so noble. But she can't seem to take her eyes off that cute guy, Chenju. Look at her. She's practically drooling over him. Too bad the guy doesn't even care about her." These incessant, chattering voices kept echoing in Su Mingxue's ears. She looked back, glaring fiercely at those gossiping girls. Then she turned her head again and said rapidly, "Chenju, accompany me. Otherwise, I'll report all your truancies last week to the Academic Affairs Office." "Feel free to do so. It'd be even better if you could report me directly to the principal and get me expelled." Chenju found it quite amusing. He refused to agree, yet she resorted to threats. Su Mingxue was at a loss for words. Only then did she recall that Chenju had a close relationship with the principal. Since the principal was on his side, what could she do to him? Rely on her family? Oh, Su Mingxue derided herself inwardly, regardless of whether it would be effective on Chenju. The very problem for which she urgently needed his help stemmed from her family. Her loathing for the Su family was no less intense than the yearning of numerous people in Lehigh for it. Seeing Su Mingxue rendered speechless, many people, not only girls but also numerous boys, were secretly snickering. It was obvious how many people Su Mingxue, the class monitor, had offended in normal times. The angrier Su Mingxue got as she listened. Just as she was about to drag out those whispering people, Cheng Mingxing stepped forward in a timely manner. "All right, since there's no definite candidate, let's draw lots. I have 49 pieces of paper here. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female. Whoever draws the one with a red 5-pointed star will accompany Su Mingxue after school tonight. As he spoke, Cheng Mingxing mixed the folded paper balls together. Su Mingxue gritted her teeth. Seeing that the class teacher had spoken up, she naturally obediently returned to her seat. She had already made up her mind that if the result of the lottery wasn't Chinju, she would go by herself. Wasn't it just an ordinary home visit? Could that family really devour him? Soon, everyone except Su Mingxue held a paper ball in their hands. Jiang Peng and Wang Feng opened theirs with great enthusiasm. Damn it! What, did you win? No. Then why are you shouting if you didn't win? Wang Feng gave him a disdainful glance and looked at his own result. Damn it! Did you win? Of course, not either. Wang Feng flashed a sly smile. Jiang Ping was utterly speechless. Scenes like this unfolded one after another in the classroom of Class 5. Although the results were the same, each person's feelings were vastly different. There was joy, disappointment, and more often, a sense of calm resignation. Hey, Brother Chen, why don't you open yours? Chu Yuan set the white paper in his hand aside, moved his stool twice, and approached Chen Zhu. It doesn't matter. Chen Zhu crossed his legs, placed his hands behind his head, leaned back slightly, and closed his eyes as if dozing. The probability of 1 in 49 was neither high nor low, yet Chen Zhu was confident that he wouldn't be that unlucky. As long as he waited for a lucky person to let out a lottery, winning, like exclamation, he could boldly throw his paper ball into the trash can. Whether to read its content or not was of little consequence. However, Chu Yuan didn't think so. He relished this sense of excitement. Just like in the card, drawing activities when eating instant noodles. Even though the probability was minuscule and the prize was merely a few packs of instant noodles, he would always scrape off the coating on the card with great caution. Chu Yuan believed that the insipid life necessitated a sense of ceremony, and one should seek pleasures in every little detail. Otherwise, life would be utterly devoid of meaning. So, he gingerly picked up the small ball of paper in front of Chen Zhu. Brother Chen, if you're not going to open it, could you let me do it? Take it, Chen Zhu replied nonchalantly. Chu Yuan, having received the permission, beamed with delight. However, he first put down the lottery ticket, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands together. Just like when one blows out the candles on their birthday, he murmured something inaudibly. Then, with a determined look in his eyes, Chu Yuan slowly unfurled the paper ball in front of him. Damn it! What's wrong? Did you also not win? Wang Feng and Jiang Peng rushed over upon hearing the exclamation. Ahead of them, Lu Jingquan had already been standing there. The three of them stood behind Chu Yuan, staring blankly at the result in his hand, and then glancing at his chubby figure, as if they had seen a ghost. Not long after, they exchanged glances and shouted in unison. Damn it! Their shouts were so deafening that they instantly drowned out the commotion in the class. Everyone looked at them as if they were lunatics. Jiang Peng stood there like a wooden chicken and pinched himself hard. Hee, it doesn't hurt. It must be a dream. Wang Feng gave him a sharp rap on the head. Idiot, you're pinching me. Jiang Peng, even after being hit, still looked dazed and couldn't believe it was real. After all, compared to one's own failure, a brother's success is often more heart-wrenching. Chu Yuan flipped through the papers several times with his plump hands. After confirming that it was the result he had obtained, he, too, became extremely excited. Did I really get this? Is this really what I've won? He was also somewhat incredulous, sitting there all the time with a silly grin. Over the years, he had lost more often than won. Even in rock, paper, scissors, he often ended up in defeat. Unexpectedly, in this crucial moment, he was actually favored by the god of fortune and drew the grand prize. Although the prize didn't belong to him, it was truly drawn by his own hand. Su Mingxue looked in this direction. She originally thought it was Chen Zhu, but after seeing Chu Yuan's happy expression, she disappointedly shook her head. You guy? After all these years, we've all known you have bad luck. Who would have thought you'd pull off such a big surprise here? This time, all the previous bad luck is evened out, right? You should be secretly overjoyed that you're going out alone with the class beauty. Although the others felt a bit resentful in their hearts, they could only offer their blessings for their brother's happiness. Chu Yuan happily accepted the well-wishes of the crowd. However, when he heard the last sentence, he suddenly wiped the smile off his face and looked puzzled. What are you guys talking about? Jiang Ping thumped him on the back. Still pretending? You won the top prize. You're about to go out alone with Su Mingxue right away. Everyone around showed envious looks. But this note belongs to Brother Chen. What does it have to do with me? Chu Yuan replied honestly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent again. Their gazes converged, but this time it was on Chen Zhu. Feeling the stares, Chen Zhu slightly raised his eyes, glanced at the content on the note, and let out a sigh. He stood up. took the note from Chu Yuan's hand, and jotted down a string of numbers on it. Then, right in front of everyone, he walked up to Su Mingxue. What are you doing? This lottery was orchestrated by Teacher Cheng. I had no involvement. Su Mingxue was somewhat disconcerted by Chun Zhu's sudden arrival, uncertain whether to feel delighted or resentful. However, her immediate instinct was to vindicate herself, to demonstrate her integrity and disdain for petty schemes. Yet, Chun Zhu was not concerned with her inner thoughts. His frigid gaze swept across Su Mingxue's pristine countenance, causing her to avert her eyes. Chun Zhu nonchalantly tossed the slip of paper to her, stating in a level tone, "My contact information is on there. Call me after school. A bet is a bet." Chapter 62, where sunlight fails to reach, time elapsed swiftly. As the students collectively rejoiced at the conclusion of their Monday ordeal, Chun Zhu was just stirring from his slumber. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair, glancing around in a daze. The classroom was already deserted, the students having evacuated with haste. No one desired to linger in that prison-like environment. Chun Zhu stretched languidly and rose to his feet. What was he supposed to be doing? Ah, yes. Accompanying Su Mingxue to find Li Youha. So, where was Su Mingxue? Chun Zhu searched in vain for the comely girl with the high ponytail. Had he been stood up? Just as Chun Zhu began to frown, he detected the sound of heavy panting emanating from the doorway. He stepped outside, his tone tinged with perplexity. What are you doing here? The fifth-class classroom faced a small corridor, with 2 rows of chairs designated for student readings situated adjacent to the book corner. At this moment, Su Mingxue sat there uneasily, her hands tightly pressed against her thighs and her eyebrows lowered, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing Chun Zhu's voice, she raised her head in a flurry and came to his side. "I saw you sleeping soundly. Wouldn't you wake me up when I'm asleep?" Chun Zhu retorted. He was somewhat puzzled. This girl had threatened him boldly in the morning, yet in just half a day, she had become as reserved as a gentle and demure young lady. What Chun Zhu didn't know was that after a day of careful comparison, Su Mingxue found that she was inferior to him in terms of both momentum and family background. As a result, she no longer had the pride she once had in front of Chun Zhu. Moreover, Chun Zhu's indifferent look, as if he could kill her at any time, made her uncontrollably afraid of him. Oh. The girl looked at Chun Zhu with an inquiring look in her eyes. "Let's go? What are you looking at me for?" After Chun Zhu's series of rhetorical questions, Su Mingxue finally averted her gaze and walked out of the school. Lihai was a vast area, which also led to a significant gap between the rich and the poor. Most of the houses in the outskirts were bungalows, surrounded by the low hills of the hilly areas. Perhaps due to the time of day, it seemed extremely dim here. Although the sun still lingered among the mountains, its rays couldn't reach this place. People in low-income occupations lived here. Most of them lived in the same courtyard in groups, eking out a living with meager salaries. In a narrow alley, a male and a female student were walking. "Chun Zhu?" The girl's tentative voice came. At this moment, Su Mingxue covered her nose, showing utter disgust towards the moss-covered walls and the stinking ditches. Meanwhile, Chun Zhu was fiddling with his smartphone without even raising his head. "What's your relationship with Lin Xingchuan?" he asked. "I know her," Chun Zhu replied. After a moment's thought, feeling that the answer might not be apt enough, he added, "We've met twice." "Then why do they call her sister-in-law?" The girl's question followed closely. Evidently, Su Mingxue had also witnessed the scene downstairs. She had no idea how a girl like Lin Xingchuan would react when being joked about in such a way. But if it were her, she'd surely track down those who were making a ruckus, either by herself or with the help of her family. Chun Zhu didn't offer an explanation. In fact, he didn't know how to respond. Su Mingxue trailed behind Chun Zhu. Seeing that he didn't answer her question, she opened her mouth but refrained from pressing further. Soon, the two halted in front of an old, shabby wooden door. The door was ancient, its knocker rusted through. Beside it stood a somewhat crooked grapevine, with only a few yellowing and withered leaves left on it. Chun Zhu glanced at Su Mingxue, who was comparing the location on her phone map. "This is the place," she nodded. Having received her confirmation, Chun Zhu took the lead and rapped on the knocker. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. The sound of his knocking gradually grew louder. However, after nearly 10 minutes, no one opened the door. Su Mingxue tiptoed gingerly across the puddles and came to stand beside Chun Zhu, who was still knocking. "Are they not at home?" she asked, peering in through the crack in the door in puzzlement, but seeing nothing. Yet, Chun Zhu shook his head, clearly holding a different opinion. "Do you happen to possess the contact information for Li Youha's family?" "Indeed, allow me to search for it," Su Mingxue responded, as she began sifting through her correspondence with Cheng Mingxing and proceeded to dial a number. Some time elapsed. It was not until Su Mingshue's third attempt at making contact, when her patience had begun to wane, that a disturbance emanated from within the residence. Coming, coming. Who could it be at this ungodly hour? A matronly voice echoed from within. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged surprised glances, but almost immediately, the telephone call concluded, and the door was flung open in tandem. A corpulent woman emerged from within. Su Mingxue took the initiative. Greetings, we are acquaintances of Li Yoha. Is she presently at home? She is not. The woman, upon hearing the same inquiry from the telephone, terminated the call and promptly attempted to shut the door. Observing this, Chen Zhu once again vigorously rapped upon the wooden door. I have already stated that she is not present. Should you persist in this manner, I shall be compelled to report you for disturbing the peace. The woman retorted, as she cracked open the door, peering out at the two, attempting to dissuade them. However, upon realizing that her words had no effect, and as she attempted to close the aperture, Chen Zhu audaciously wedged his foot into the gap. That is of no consequence. We are prepared to await her return, he declared with a smile, effectively precluding any further objections from the woman. The woman exerted her strength, endeavoring to shut the door, but, faced with Chen Zhu's tenacious demeanor and unwavering resolve, she was left with no recourse but to relent and permit the two entry into the dwelling. As for summoning the authorities, that was merely a figure of speech. In such a locale, even petty thieves were loath to venture, so it was improbable that anyone would intervene. The interior of the residence mirrored the dilapidated state of its exterior. Upon entering, a confluence of decay, mustiness, and antiquity assaulted their senses. Kitchenware lay in a haphazard jumble, while fissures webbed across the walls and cobwebs adorned the corners. Though a window was present, it was inexplicably obscured by newspaper, further dimming the already somber room. Chen Zhu and Su Mingxue were directed to a sofa, its fabric gnawed away in patches, in some places exposing the wooden frame beneath. The girl betrayed her disgust, but upon seeing Chen Zhu nonchalantly seat himself, she gritted her teeth and sat close beside him. Alas! Scarcely had she settled when Su Mingxue emitted a shriek, leaping to her feet. There's something on the sofa. The woman chuckled subtly. Chen Zhu frowned, casting a glance at the spot where Su Mingxue had been seated, finding only a nail. A nail? Su Mingxue scrutinized the area, indeed spotting only the tip of a small nail protruding. Yet she had distinctly felt something move on her palm. Was it merely an illusion? Su Mingxue shook her head, dismissing the thought, and positioned herself next to Chen Zhu, avoiding the nail. Chapter 63. Prevarication. The room was steeped in gloom, not quite pitch black. Yet visibility was severely limited. Moreover, the presence of rodents was suggested by faint squeaks emanating from unseen recesses. The woman pursed her lips, introducing herself. Greetings. I am Li Yoha's mother. My surname is Qian, and my given name is Yo. Su Mingxue was brought back to her senses by the voice and no longer dwelled on what had just happened. She replied politely, Good day, Auntie. I'm Su Mingxue, and this is Chen Zhu. We're here today to inform her to return to school for military training. After all, this matter is of great significance. If one doesn't participate, it's possible not to obtain the graduation certificate. She elaborated on all the potential drawbacks to Qianyu, hoping to make the woman aware of the importance of the matter. Qianyu stood by and listened quietly, then nodded and asked, apart from the graduation certificate, what other impacts are there? There aren't any others. Hearing Qianyu's words, Su Mingxue pondered for a moment. However, she had a rather unpleasant feeling about this statement. It seemed that the other party didn't take this matter seriously at all, but as she was dealing with someone else's parent, it was naturally inappropriate for her to say more. If that's the case, Li Yoha won't go back with you, Qianyu said indifferently. She gazed intently at the two sitting on the sofa, as if recalling something. She poured water into 2 iron thermos cups on the side table and then placed them in front of Chen Zhu and Su Mingxue. However, the graduation certificate is related to future employment. Even if you think it's dispensable, you should consider Li Yoha's future. The latter felt rather thirsty and reached out to pick up the thermos cup. Unexpectedly, the moment her fingertips touched it, she was scalded and quickly withdrew her hand. The girl put her red, hot fingertips into her mouth, attempting to alleviate the pain with her saliva. Su Mingxue was a bit annoyed, but in the blink of an eye, she saw Chen Zhu holding the cup in front of his eyes as if nothing had happened. She was extremely surprised that the boy could even hold it in his hand when she herself would be scalded just by touching it. However, in Su Mingxue's view, Chen Zhu merely picked it up, glanced at it briefly, and then put it back, showing no inclination to drink at all. Naturally, Qianyu also noticed Chen Zhu's action, and the slight upward curve of her lips flattened. In a bland tone, she said, "It doesn't matter. I've already found a job for her. There's no need for her to continue schooling and waste 2 years that could be used for earning money." Hearing this, Su Mingxue was so enraged that she was at a loss for words. It was the first time she had encountered such a parent who gave no thought to the student's well-being. Su Mingxue was about to retort, but was stopped by Chen Zhu raising his hand. Then, in a calm tone, he said, "In that case, we won't impose on you any longer. I'd like to ask 2 final questions." Go ahead, the woman said, her face beaming with overjoyed anticipation. Evidently, she harbored deep repulsion towards the 2 uninvited guests who had suddenly arrived. Firstly, you said that you don't allow Li Yoha to continue schooling because you found a job for her and want her to go out and earn money. Am I right? Yes, the woman nodded. Ignoring her reaction, Chen Zhu stood up from the sofa and then continued. Secondly, are you certain that Li Yoha isn't at home now? All of a sudden, Chen Zhu's eyes became sharp as he stared directly at Qian Yu's swollen eyes that were almost shut. The woman felt a bit creepy and didn't dare to meet Chen Zhu's gaze directly, but still firmly stuck to her initial answer. Yes, she's not at home. I'm certain. Chen Zhu's expression suddenly softened, and he gave a faint smile, as if he had long anticipated her answer. He glanced at Su Mingxue, who was still sitting. Come on. Are you still waiting for me to invite you? But. No buts. We're here for the home visit. Since we've talked to Li Yoha's family, our task is done. Yes, indeed. We've had the discussion. You can go back and report, Qian Yu chimed in. Su Mingxue seemed reluctant. Yet upon seeing Chen Zhu, who had already stepped out of the door, and then glancing at the plump woman with folded arms beside her, she quickly followed suit. Just as she stepped out of the door, the old wooden door was tightly shut from the inside. The girl frowned. Before she could utter her angry words, she saw Chen Zhu walking aside. Where are you going? I'm hungry. Going to have a meal. In a small noodle shop not far from the alley. Chen Zhu ordered 2 bowls of noodles and sat down at a corner table. Su Mingxue took out a wet wipe disgustedly and wiped the stool repeatedly. Only after half a pack of wet wipes had turned black did she sit down with a piece of toilet paper as a cushion. She blurted out impatiently, Chen Zhu, why didn't you wait for Li Yoha to come back? That woman named Qian Yu's words are just one-sided. Shouldn't we at least ask for Li Yoha's opinion? And then what? Chen Zhu picked up the garlic from the small iron bowl, took 1 clove, and started peeling it. If Li Yoha wants to go to school, will you support her whole family? Although the quality of the garlic was not excellent, it was still fresh. So soon a small pile of garlic skins lay in front of Chen Zhu. Then what about that woman? Could she not endeavor to earn a livelihood? Su Mingxue exclaimed indignantly, championing Li Yoha's cause. Those dining nearby were startled by her sudden amplification of tone. And by what authority do you meddle in the affairs of others? Chen Zhu retorted with his characteristic placidity. At that juncture, their noodles arrived. Aware of the proximity of others, both Chen Zhu and Su Mingxue tacitly ceased their discourse. The proprietor, an elderly gentleman appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, delivered their order. Upon approaching, he commenced extolling the exquisite flavors of his noodles to the 2 young patrons. Su Mingxue regarded the effusive pronouncements of the jovial old man with disdain, skeptical that the fare from this humble establishment could rival the culinary creations of her family's private chef. Chen Zhu, however, adopted a genial countenance, offering a few words of praise, whereupon the proprietor was summoned to attend to other patrons. Resuming their prior conversation, Su Mingxue lamented, but that is Li Yoha's entire existence. Just like that. Before she could complete her sentiment, Chen Zhu casually tossed a diminutive clove of garlic into the young woman's mouth. Hiss. Rendered speechless by the pungency, Su Mingxue hastily accepted the chopsticks Chen Zhu offered, and without regard for hygiene, ravenously devoured a mouthful of noodles. Chen Zhu had ordered a bowl of cold noodles and a bowl of chilled noodles, both refreshing choices for the sweltering weather. Su Mingxue's portion was the chilled noodles. Observing the girl's expression of delight as her pupils dilated after consuming a generous portion, Chen Zhu first sampled the broth. In your estimation, what degree of veracity do Qian Yu's words possess? You? Su Mingxue inquired with a look of bewilderment, seemingly attempting to articulate a response. But her mouth was too full to permit coherent speech. Chen Zhu proffered her several tissues and paused in contemplation. After Su Mingxue had finally swallowed, he raised his head and addressed the girl wiping her mouth. I surmised that Qian Yu was prevaricating earlier. Prevaricating? Su Mingxue inquired, perplexed. She cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring they were unobserved, before drawing nearer to Chen Zhu. Are you suggesting Qian Yu was deceiving us? Chen Zhu nodded. There were numerous inconsistencies. Firstly, despite her seemingly robust physique, her actual strength is rather limited. Chen Zhu shifted to the side, gesturing towards his foot. Su Mingxue recalled Chen Zhu using his foot to prevent Qian Yu from closing the door. If her expression at the time wasn't deliberately feigned, given a normal person's strength, my foot should have at least borne a red mark. Yet, in reality, I scarcely felt anything. Chen Zhu continued to elucidate to the girl. Su Mingxue began to ponder as well. What else? Chen Zhu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the girl's fingers. Su Mingxue followed Chen Zhu's line of sight to her own hand, beginning to comprehend Chen Zhu's meaning. Are you referring to the water cup? Indeed, he continued. Qian Yu scalded herself when she picked up the thermos, but she forcibly suppressed any outward reaction to avoid detection. Would someone alone in their own home be unaware of the heat of the water or the conductive properties of a metal cup? As he spoke, he picked up a piece of pickled vegetable with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth, allowing Su Mingxue some time. After taking a mouthful of noodles, Chen Zhu began to chew slowly. Then he spoke again. There is clear water in both cups. Yet one has thick tea stains on the cup wall, while the other has almost none, coupled with the dark circles under her eyes. It's not difficult to tell that the cup in my hand belongs to Qian Yu. So, before Chen Zhu could finish his sentence, Su Mingxue's eyes suddenly lit up. Shocked by Chen Zhu's surprisingly sharp eyes, as if he had night vision capabilities, she said in a solemn tone, "So, there is more than one person in her home. Smart." Chen Zhu placed a peeled clove of garlic in front of Su Mingxue, as if rewarding her. The girl, flattered by the unexpected praise, didn't think much and casually took it. "And this person is most likely Li Youhe," Chen Zhu expressed his opinion. Su Mingxue, did Xingxing send you her family situation? He asked the girl for the basic information about Li Youhe provided by the class teacher to the two of them. Oh. Yes. The girl was still chewing, seemingly not fully recovered from the previous praise. Hearing Chen Zhu's words, she unlocked her phone, found a file, and handed it to him. Chen Zhu quickly skimmed through it, his brows furrowing slightly. Strange. What's wrong? Su Mingxue had already finished her noodles while Chen Zhu was looking at the file and was staring at Chen Zhu's bowl with a hint of longing. I'll tell you later. Without waiting for her reaction, Chen Zhu stood up directly and walked over to strike up a conversation with the seemingly relaxed boss at the store entrance. Su Mingxue noticed that a hint of gravity and solemnity appeared on the old man's face. However, she didn't follow but calmly sat in her place, waiting for the result. Before long, Chen Zhu returned. It's almost done. Let's go back there again after I finish eating. Go back again? What for? To verify something. Oh, okay, let's go. Su Mingxue was facing him with the table behind her. Chen Zhu narrowed his eyes and sensed something amiss. You have to wait until I finish my meal. I've hardly had a few mouthfuls of my noodles. The girl buried her head in her arms, her cheeks flushed. It seemed that Chen Zhu suddenly remembered something. He raised his eyebrows and took a look. Sure enough, just as he thought, there was no trace of noodles on the table. Only 2 empty bowls with not even a drop of soup remained. Chen Zhu was utterly speechless. This girl, who looked so slender, could actually eat so much. Moreover, all those 7 or 8 cloves of garlic he had had were gone, without a single one left. Didn't she just dislike the food here? Now Chen Zhu began to regret that he should have ordered 3 bowls earlier. No, 4 bowls of noodles. However, by now, it was almost completely dark. Time waits for no one, and naturally, he wouldn't waste time waiting by ordering another serving of dinner. After paying the bill, Chen Zhu left the restaurant on an empty stomach amidst the aroma of the meal. The two once again arrived in the alley, differing from the previous occasion. This time, Chen Zhu directly led Su Mingxue to the rear of the house. What on earth have you discovered? Su Mingxue couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Chen Zhu, who was engrossed in studying the wall structure, and inquired. After rapping on the wall in front of him a few times, he turned around to face the girl. Do you recall the information about Li Youhe's mother in the documents? Su Mingxue pondered for a moment. Sure, her name is Qian Yu. She just seems a bit plump. Chen Zhu shook his head. No, it's not the same. Normal weight gain only increases the fat content in the facial muscles without altering the bone structure. However, the Qian Yu we saw just now had notably different nose and cheekbone positions compared to the photo in the file, and her skin was more delicate. Chen Zhu glanced upwards to locate the sun. It was not yet completely dark, yet the sun was setting. The already dim alley had now become pitch black. Chen Zhu turned back and said earnestly, unless she had undergone surgery to change the bone positions and facial skin maintenance on the way, it can only indicate one thing. Li Youhe's mother isn't the woman we saw just now. Su Mingxue exclaimed. Shoo. Chen Zhu quickly covered her mouth and made a gesture for silence. After seeing Su Mingxue nodding repeatedly, he finally released his hand. We still can't be certain about the situation inside. We can't jump to conclusions. He turned his head again and tapped gently at different positions on the wall. Then he whispered to Su Mingxue behind him, I just asked the noodle restaurant owner. He has an impression of Li Youhe, but he has never seen her mother. Moreover, the information shows that Li Youhe's father died when he was in the army. Yet there are still some men's items in the house. So I guess, has Li Youhe's house been occupied by another couple of man and woman? Su Mingxue preempted him again. Let me finish, Chen Zhu said with a dissatisfied look on his face. The girl looked a bit embarrassed and forced a smile, saying, Go ahead, go ahead. Hearing the inquiring tone in Su Mingxue's words, Chen Zhu then stopped what he was doing and looked serious. Li Youhe has a weak character, and it's almost impossible for the school's information to be wrong. Yes, Su Mingxue nodded repeatedly. So I guess that the people living in Li Youhe's house might not be her biological parents. Chapter 65, Climbing Over the Wall. Su Mingxue was utterly puzzled. Do you think you're being funny? However, after a series of tapping and knocking, Chen Zhu stood still. Shut up and listen carefully. Chen Zhu tilted his head and pressed his ear against the wall. What nonsense! Su Mingxue thought it was rather strange, but she imitated his action and listened attentively. Squeak! Squeak! From a corner of the wall came the sounds of rats. But it seemed a bit different somehow. If the ordinary squeak of a mouse is crisp, then the sound coming from behind the wall at this moment seems somewhat feeble. Li Youhe? Su Mingxue immediately linked the two. After all, this squeak was faint and indistinct, and an ordinary mouse would never make such a tentative sound. Chen Zhu responded with an affirmative grunt. Immediately afterwards, he replied with the same squeak. After hearing the sound, there was a moment of silence from the other side. Then, a small hole was made from the inside in the window that had been tightly blocked. Chen Zhu made a comparison. The position of the hole was about 1.5 meters high on the wall, corresponding exactly to the side room of Li Youhe's house. Although it wasn't large, an adult should be able to squeeze through it with some effort. Seeing this, Chen Zhu jumped onto the wall first and then nimbly slipped inside. He glanced at Su Mingxue, who was hesitating outside. Come in. The girl was jolted awake by his words. She stared at the window sill that was as high as her nose and didn't move for a long time. Well, maybe I'll just stay outside, she said tentatively. Come on, you're the class monitor. Xing Xing has entrusted all matters to you. What can I, who knows nothing, say here? Chen Zhu retorted. Hearing this, Su Mingxue suddenly came to her senses and said somewhat sheepishly, Then, come out first. I can't get in by myself. Chen Zhu poked his head out and could already look down at Su Mingxue. His eyes measured the distance to the ground and then glanced at Su Mingxue, who was about 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall. It did seem a bit difficult for her. Subsequently, Chen Zhu emerged with alacrity. He stepped back onto the ground, crouching slightly, and positioned his hands in front of him, clasped together. This. Very well. Su Mingxue appeared somewhat reluctant. However, mindful of her responsibilities as class monitor, she steeled her resolve and placed her hands against the wall, her leading foot upon Chen Zhu's palm. Chen Zhu was perplexed. It's merely scaling a wall, is it not? A simple matter. Why the blush, fair maiden? However, he swiftly apprehended the awkwardness of the situation. Su Mingxue was attired in her school uniform, as was her custom. The summer uniform of Lehigh High School, chosen by student ballot, was a distinctly Japanese-inspired ensemble, in essence. A JK uniform. Consequently, should Su Mingxue proceed in this manner, her slender, shapely calves and white stockings would inevitably press intimately against Chen Zhu's person. Anticipating this delicate moment, Chen Zhu sought an alternative means to assist Su Mingxue. Yet, before he could utter a word, Su Mingxue's white sneakers were already upon his hands. Chen Zhu felt a sudden pressure. The girl, exerting force with her legs, scrambled upward with a touch of discomposure. Her knee-length skirt, caught in a gentle breeze, nearly brushed against Chen Zhu's face. Chen Zhu had intended to suggest an alternative approach, but seeing Su Mingxue nearing success, he ultimately remained silent, discreetly averting his gaze. You are forbidden to peek, the girl admonished, her voice tinged with bashfulness, as she perceived the impropriety of her actions. Her eyes conveyed a clear warning to Chen Zhu. Although Su Mingxue was also aware that it had virtually no practical effect on Chen Zhu, she still needed to show her stance. She couldn't let him cast his wandering eyes so wantonly. However, to her slight surprise, when she turned her head, she saw that Chen Zhu had already shut his eyes tightly and turned his head aside. Perhaps the slight movement had jolted his body, and the weight on his arms suddenly increased significantly. Chen Zhu frowned beneath her. Are you done yet, class monitor? You're so heavy. His slightly irritated voice reached Su Mingshue's ears. Su Mingshue's face flushed even more, as if it were about to drip with embarrassment. Her expression resembled that of an innocent young girl making her first confession to the boy she adored. It was innocent, hesitant, yet seemingly tinged with a faint glimmer of anticipation for the future. Shut up. She gritted her teeth, biting her lower lip. I only weigh a little over 100 caddies. All right. Hurry up and get up. Someone might see us, and my decades-long reputation will be ruined. Chenju urged. Your reputation? Hearing this, Su Mingxue was extremely annoyed. She, a girl, hadn't even said a word, yet Chenju, the wrongdoer, had beaten her to it. But she understood the situation and swallowed her anger, hastening her actions. You, move up a bit more. My chest is stuck. Su Mingxue moved twice and suddenly commanded Chenju in a trembling voice. Chenju was at a loss for words. Finally, with the joint efforts of the two of them and Li Youha on the other side of the window, Su Mingxue successfully made it to the other side of the wall. Chenju followed closely behind. He glanced around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he strode in within a few steps. The next moment, the hole was blocked with a cardboard box again. The interior was even darker. There were no lights, and the cramped room scarcely provided any space to stand. After Chenju entered, Li Youha, who was standing on a stool, blocked the small opening in the window. From the inside, it looked almost identical to the other parts sealed with newspaper. As soon as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he was bound by a gentle force. Master Chenju. Li Youha threw her arms around Chenju's waist, her excitement undisguised. Chenju was taken aback by the girl's exuberance. Yet he did not push her away. He stroked her hair gently and asked in a soft voice, Why aren't you going to school? My mother won't let me. Li Youha replied, a hint of grievance in her tone. Chenju could clearly sense that the grip around him tightened, as if she were venting all her discontent in this way. He patted the girl on the back and continued with a gentle smile. So, after hearing our arrival, you made those noises like a mouse to let us know you were at home, and there was a secret door behind the room. Am I right? Yes, she answered, concealing nothing from Chenju. However, her head was buried deep in Chenju's embrace, so one would hardly hear her voice without listening attentively. Their conversation left Su Mingxue utterly bewildered. Wait a minute, she suddenly interrupted, raising her hand. You've been with me all along. You two haven't met before, right? Why can't I understand a single word of what you're saying? Su Mingxue voiced her confusion. She felt as though everyone present was privy to some unfolding event. Save for herself, an outsider to the situation. As the class monitor, she found herself utterly in the dark. In the obscurity, Chenju cast a contemptuous glance towards Su Mingxue, disparaging her without hesitation, remarking, It is because of your dim-wittedness. Concluding his words, he lowered his gaze to Li Youha's head, which rested against his chest, and cautioned, Do not emulate this class monitor, who is only adept at snatching meals. You are far more astute than she. Su Mingxue, stung by Chenju's undisguised mockery, felt a surge of vexation and resentment. As the esteemed class monitor, and a student of exceptional academic standing, she was affronted by the insult to her intelligence. After considerable contemplation, however, she remained perplexed by the enigma the two were embroiled in. Ultimately, she swallowed her pride and humbly implored Chenju for elucidation. Upon observing this, Chenju exchanged a knowing smile with Li Youha, who had coincidentally looked up, and began to expound. Do you recall the sound of rodents during our discourse in the hall earlier? Su Mingxue paused, perplexed. Was there? Her mind had been preoccupied with Qianyu, and she had not registered it. Indeed, Chenju retorted, showing no leniency. The sound of the rodents was quite conspicuous, emitting only 3 squeaks each time, ceasing as soon as that woman asserted that Li Youha was not at home. Who else could it have been? He questioned. How did you learn equivalent substitution? Su Mingshue's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you implying that the mention of Li Youha equated to the sound of rodents, and the denial of Li Youha's presence resulted in the cessation of the rodent's squeaks? Therefore, the rodent is Li Youha? Her voice was tinged with incredulity. Chenju nodded with satisfaction, thinking that the young one was teachable. Although Su Mingxue couldn't see Chenju's expression in the dark environment, she could imagine what kind of look was on his face at the moment. His tone was as if he wanted to give her a lollipop and say, Well done, kid. I'm not a child, Su Mingxue said indignantly. Then she thought of the second thing. Then, what about the back door? Chenju disengaged Li Youha's arms that were wrapped around him and took a step towards Su Mingxue, coming beside the girl. Have you ever read Journey to the West? When Monkey King was tapped 3 times, he knew to go through the back door and learn skills at midnight. All you can think about is stealing my noodles, he said. After that, he unceremoniously flicked Su Mingxue on the forehead. The girl winced in pain and pouted her lips. It's just that I ate a few mouthfuls of your noodles. You've held a grudge until now. How stingy. And the more than a dozen cloves of garlic I peeled. Chen Zhu corrected. After explaining to Su Mingxue, he began to look around the gloomy room. Soon, he noticed something amiss and narrowed his eyes. There was a fourth person in the dim room. Chen Zhu became vigilant. Su Mingxue didn't have as good eyesight as Chen Zhu and could only see complete darkness. However, everyone fell silent all of a sudden. The surrounding silence was terrifying, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her palms. But perhaps due to long-term exposure to such an environment, Li Youha had good adaptability to the dark. It hardly hindered her vision. Seeing that Chen Zhu kept looking in one direction, she immediately understood and led the two of them over there. It was the only relatively modern piece of furniture in the room, a bed. Li Youha retrieved a time-worn wooden stool and placed it beside the bed. Then rummaged around, but couldn't find a second one. She turned back, a cushion in her hand, and looked at the two with some embarrassment. Chen Zhu gently nodded, returning a look that conveyed it was of no consequence. He then glanced at a small candle stub on the bedside table. Li Youha understood implicitly, meticulously wiping the stool and cushion twice with a rag, then striking a match to ignite the last of the candle wick. The feeble light instantly illuminated the entire room. Only then did Chen Zhu and Lin Qingchuan finally discern its full extent. The whole room was just like the matchbox in Li Youha's hand, cramped, enclosed, and congested. Period piece cabinets and shelves, along with the large bed, occupied 3/4 of the space, leaving only a few square meters of standing room. In the corner, there was a very small television, currently in a black screen state, and it was uncertain whether it still functioned. However, what most concerned Chen Zhu was that on the bed next to where he was standing lay a man as still as a sculpture. Seeing Chen Zhu staring directly at the direction of the bed, Li Youha hurriedly came over and said to them, "Young Master Chen Zhu, Squad Leader Su, this is my father." Father? Su Mingxue also turned her head, facing the man lying on the bed with his eyes tightly closed. "But wasn't your father already deceased?" she exclaimed in surprise. The school records clearly stated that Li Youha's father had died for the country in the line of duty 10 years ago, and she and Chen Zhu had also surmised that the room did not contain Li Youha's parents. However, right before her eyes, there emerged a man whom the girl called father. What on earth was going on? Su Mingxue knew that the things given by the class teacher had been recognized by the relevant authorities, and the probability of them being fake was rather low. Yet the current situation truly left Su Mingxue somewhat bewildered. With hesitation in her eyes, she looked towards Chen Zhu beside her. Somehow, this boy seemed to be her backbone. It seemed that he knew everything. In front of him, she really resembled an inexperienced primary school student, simply following him obediently, cheering him on, like a mascot. Chen Zhu noticed her gaze, but remained unresponsive. In his line of sight, Li Youha took off her shoes and got onto the bed, carefully prying open the man's eyelids. "Dad, there are guests. They are my good friends, young Master Chen Zhu and class monitor Su Mingxue. They are both wonderful people," the girl introduced. The man's eyeballs moved slightly, and his pupils tried their best to turn towards Chen Zhu and Su Mingxue. "Hello, uncle. I'm Chen Zhu, a friend of Li Youha." Chen Zhu nodded slightly and spoke first. Hearing him, Su Mingxue quickly said, "Hello, uncle. I'm Su Mingxue. I'm also Li Youha's friend." She hesitated a bit on the last two words, as if this word was quite unfamiliar to her. Nevertheless, she still said it firmly under the man's gaze. After they finished speaking, in the man's eyes, there were actually faint glimmers of turbid tears. Seeing this, Li Youha happily said to them, "Young Master Chen Zhu, class monitor Su, my dad is very glad to meet you." "Thank you," Su Mingxue replied politely. A faint sparkle danced in her beautiful eyes. It was unclear whether it was because of the word friend or something else. After that, Li Youha carefully wiped away the tear stains from the man's eyes and closed his eyelids. "Young Master Chen Zhu, Monitor Su, please take a seat," she said as she helped straighten the bench and the cushion for the two of them, gesturing for them not to stand there all the time. Chen Zhu casually sat on the cushion on the floor, leaving the relatively clean and presentable small wooden bench for Su Mingxue. This was the only thing in Li Youha's room that could barely accommodate someone to sit on. However, upon seeing the bench covered with moss, Su Mingxue frowned slightly. "Monitor, sit down quickly. Stop being so fussy." Chen Zhu saw Su Mingxue's reaction, thinking that her spoilt girl temper had flared up again, and couldn't help but remind her. "Mind your own business." She glanced at Chenju and plopped herself down on the smooth bench surface. The bench was very low, to avoid exposing herself. Su Mingxue had to press her slender legs together and stretch them to the side. As a result, they extended right in front of Chenju. Her white, stockinged calves, full of grace, were blatantly displayed before his eyes. Only then did Chenju realize that he seemed to have wrongly blamed Su Mingxue. He coughed awkwardly, attempting to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Su Mingxue didn't really care about this. After the window climbing incident earlier, she had gained a deeper understanding of Chenju's character, so she didn't take it too seriously, and their postures remained fixed like that. When Li Youha had some free time and sat on the only empty space on the bed, gazing in this direction, Su Mingxue's dulcet voice rang out again. Since that's the case, let's get down to business. Chapter 67. Eggs After attracting everyone's attention. Su Mingxue finally began to speak. Li Youha, why don't you go to school? Chenju had asked this question once before, but she wanted to know the more detailed reason. After all, she and Chenju already knew the answer that her mother didn't allow it. Li Youha pondered for a moment and said, my mother said it's useless for girls to go to school. In the end, they'll just end up benefiting some man. So she made me quit my job helping in the school kitchen and find a job in a clothing factory. There was a hint of weariness in the girl's voice. Yet she still tried her best to perk up, whether it was for fear of her father hearing and being sad or of the two of them detecting something amiss. After hearing this, Su Mingxue frowned tightly and said, do you know that it's illegal for them to recruit child labor? Is it illegal? Li Youha carefully recalled what the teacher had taught in the previous politics classes. But I'm already 18. What? Really? Su Mingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Youha started counting on her fingers and murmured, cod burgers, chicken burger steaks, beef burgers, vegetable burgers. What are you counting? Su Mingxue, who was sitting beside her, heard these unfamiliar words and couldn't help but ask. Hamburgers. The girl seemed to recall something, a faint smile gracing her face. Since I was 10, my mom has always allowed me to have a hamburger on my birthday every year, she said, extending 8 fingers in the direction of Chenju and Su Mingxue. Young Master Chun, class monitor, I've had 8 different kinds of hamburgers, which means I'm already 18. So I'm not a child laborer, you know. There was even a hint of pride on Li Youha's face, as if proving to the two that she could earn money was something truly worthy of boasting about. Su Mingxue barely caught a few of the words Li Youha had murmured just now. She looked at Chenju with a puzzled expression. From a certain hamburger chain. Chenju replied. Seeing that Su Mingxue still looked confused, Chenju added, it's a burger joint with affordable prices. Only then did she suddenly understand. As the only daughter of the Su family, of course, she had tried this classic Western fast food, hamburgers. However, most of the time, Su Mingxue wouldn't choose to eat such seemingly inexpensive food, even if they were made with air-freighted ingredients specially selected by their family's private chef every day. At this moment, Chenju, who had been mostly silent, posed his question. He looked at Li Youha sitting by the bed. But as far as I know, there aren't that many types of hamburgers at their place. Even if you count all those limited season burgers that only appeared a few times. There's definitely no way to reach 8 kinds. Su Mingxue stopped thinking about her diet at this moment and, along with Chenju, waited for Li Youha's answer. She just pursed her lips slightly, looking as if she didn't care at all. Really? Isn't there? Indeed, there was none. Chenju checked his phone again to confirm that his message was correct. Where do you usually go to eat burgers on your birthday? At home. Mom buys them back. Li Youha replied promptly. She remembered this clearly. After all, hamburgers were a rare delicacy she could only taste once a year. Whenever she found her work dull, she would always recall their flavor. Seeing the longing look on the girl's face, Su Mingxue and Chenju exchanged a glance and tacitly stopped delving into this topic. Not only was it far from the purpose of their visit, but also because if they continued, the girl's only aspiration might be shattered. They couldn't bear to do it. And they simply couldn't. The room fell into silence. Only the occasional heavy breathing of Li Youha's father echoed in their ears. Whenever this happened, she would gently stroke her father's chest and only sit back after his breathing had steadied. Looking at the girl making delicate movements, Chenju suddenly remembered something. Hey, little sprout, come out and pour me a glass of water. Before Chenju could speak, a gruff female voice resounded through the room. Both of them could tell that the owner of this voice was Qianyu, who had received them in the afternoon. Although Qianyu's attitude hadn't been very good at that time, at least she had tried to suppress her resentment and maintain a kind demeanor. However, now this voice made one feel as if it belonged to the malicious queen in a fairy tale who deliberately picked on Snow White. It was full of contempt and laziness. Hearing this, Li Youha was startled. She quickly snuffed out the already short candle wick and rushed outside. Since the room was pitch black and Qianyu was just lying lazily in bed, their arrival didn't catch her attention. In a short while, Li Yoha returned. She was acting furtively, as if holding something in her hand. Before entering the room, she peeked outside several times to double-check, and then gently but firmly closed the wooden door. A faint light illuminated the room again. Master Chenju, monitor, are you hungry? The girl thrust the eggs in her hand at Chenju and Su Mingxue all at once, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. Hearing this, the two looked down at the eggs in their hands. To be frank, they were not very appetizing. The eggs were cold, with tiny cracks on the shells filled with yellowish, crystalline jelly-like substances. A faint, unpleasant egg smell wafted from them upon closer sniffing. I'm hungry, Chenju said calmly. Then he quickly peeled the eggshell and stuffed the whole egg into his mouth, chewing it repeatedly. He glanced at Su Mingxue, who was still hesitating with the egg in her hand. Chenju could tell that she was trying hard to suppress her revulsion towards the smell. However, she was a young lady from a wealthy family, unaccustomed to manual labor and even unaware of hamburger joints. No matter how hard she tried to resist her disgust, she just couldn't overcome the mental barrier. It wasn't that she didn't want to eat, it was a physiological repulsion. It was like how Chinese people used to a clean lifestyle view certain foods in India. One knows that these are local delicacies that people cherish, yet it's still extremely difficult to swallow them and overcome the inner revulsion. With a sigh of relief, Chenju seized the egg from Li Yoha's grasp. Turning to face her, he inquired, Yoha, Su Mingxue overindulged at dinner, and I find myself still peckish. Might I partake in a couple of these? The girl nodded in quick succession, observing Chenju's deft peeling of the egg and its subsequent consumption in a single bite. Su Mingxue and Li Yoha both fixed their gaze upon him, one with subtle gratitude, the other with unadulterated delight. Oh, by the way, Master Chenju, Li Yoha began. What was it you intended to ask me earlier? Recollecting the interrupted topic, Chenju cleared his throat, swallowing the remaining morsels of egg. If I recall correctly, you were once employed in the school cafeteria's kitchen. The wages there, even for temporary workers, were not insubstantial. Why is it that you now find yourself? Chenju's words trailed off as his gaze swept across the dilapidated room. However, Li Yoha, upon hearing Chenju's query, merely scratched her head, a look of bewilderment upon her face. Wages? I have no knowledge of such things. Mother assured me that she would safeguard them for my future nuptials. Chapter 68. The cabinet. Su Mingxue and Chenju exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the familiar trope of deceiving a child. In due course, the money entrusted to the parent would likely vanish without a trace. While the majority of parents ultimately assist their offspring in acquiring wedding accoutrements, it is seldom from the designated matrimonial fund. Moreover, based on their observations, Li Yoha's mother did not appear to be in a position to contribute financially. So, Li Yoha, do you want to go back to school? After much ado, Su Mingxue finally asked the most crucial question. This was the purpose of her and Chenju's visit this time, and also the task assigned to her by the homeroom teacher. No, thank you, Monitor Su. Li Yoha declined with a slight curve on her lips. She gazed at her father lying motionless in the bed, her eyes brimming with tenderness. However, Chenju could tell at a glance that Li Yoha was pretending, and not very convincingly at that. Don't want to or can't. Is it because of your mother? Chenju spoke softly, his eyes fixed directly on Li Yoha. Sir, the girl was rendered speechless. She simply couldn't tell lies, regardless of whom she was facing. Whenever it came to telling falsehoods, Li Yoha would flush, the redness spreading all the way to her ears. She turned her head aside, trying her best to avoid Chenju's gaze. At this moment, Su Mingxue recalled what Chenju had said, coupled with Li Yoha's account of her unfair situation. She asked doubtfully, Is your mother really the woman outside? Yes, she is. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl replied firmly to Su Mingxue. However, perhaps due to her emotional agitation, this originally soft, spoken sentence sounded extremely jarring in the quiet room. Little He Miao, who are you talking to? Qianyu's voice came from outside. There was a creaking sound of the bedboard, followed by the sound of footsteps. Li Yoha immediately panicked. No one. Li Yoha quickly replied to Qianyu and started searching around for a place where the two in front of her could hide. She was cognizant that her mother harbored a disinclination for visitors, particularly an aversion to others beholding her father, as it would engender a sense of mortification. Should she discover Chenju and Su Mingxue within the confines of their abode, it would undoubtedly precipitate a tempestuous eruption of displeasure. Why are you being so loud? Qianyu's cadence remained unaltered, her vocal projection escalating commensurately with her diminishing proximity. Alarmed by the auditory disturbance, Su Mingxue was seized by a fit of trepidation. She had never indulged in the clandestine practice of surreptitiously infiltrating another's domicile, especially one akin to a squalid settlement. Su Mingxue's primal instinct was to seek refuge beneath the bed. Her rationale was predicated on the notion that concealment would preclude detection. However, upon lifting the pendant fringe of the bedspread, Su Mingxue was rendered speechless. The space beneath the bed was indeed vacant and capacious. Nevertheless, it was cluttered with a motley assortment of haphazardly arranged objects. This necessitated that she and Chenju first consolidate the various containers to one side before they could seek refuge within. The predicament was that, apart from the exigent temporal constraints that precluded such an endeavor, even if ample time were afforded, she would be disinclined to venture into the cobweb-infested and dust-laden abyss. The situation appeared to have reverted to its genesis. The sole distinction was the inexorable approach of the footsteps, which had nearly reached the threshold. Both women were seized by a fit of franticness, bereft of any recourse. In this critical juncture, Chenju emitted a subdued roar. "Here, quickly." He then impelled Su Mingxue into the most sequestered recess of the wardrobe. In the subsequent instant that the closet door was secured, Chenju could distinctly discern the doorknob of the humble dwelling being manipulated. Nestled demurely beside her father, Li Youhe was enveloped entirely within the confines of a cotton quilt. "Li Youhe, with whom were you conversing just now?" Xian Yu inquired, her stout legs carrying her into the room as she cast a scrutinizing gaze about the chamber. Despite the furniture being arranged precisely as it had been previously, she sensed an indefinable disquiet. "No one," the girl responded. "Perhaps I was merely fatigued and drifted off to sleep upon returning to the room, only to be plagued by a nightmare." Displaying a keen intellect, the girl recognized the potential telltale signs of her deception and thus sought refuge beneath the comforter. The oppressive heat of the late summer, coupled with the heavy blanket, lent her cheeks an unnatural flush, which served as a potent corroboration of her claim. In the dim candlelight, this anomaly appeared deceptively ordinary. Qian Yu remarked, her attention diverted from the girl's countenance to the nearly extinguished wick of the candle. A sudden surge of vexation coursed through her. "You little rascal, were you not forbidden from using the candles? Our household possesses but a meager supply. What am I to do once you have depleted them?" she railed, gesticulating emphatically at Li Youhe. I was overcome with fear and ignited it for but a brief moment," Li Youhe hastily fabricated, drawing the blanket further up to conceal herself. "Is that so? And what emboldened you to handle the contents of this room without my express consent? Were you emboldened by those two individuals who identified themselves as your classmates? Let me be unequivocally clear. Abandon all aspirations of pursuing an education," Qian Yu declared, wrenching the blanket aside and casting it onto a nearby cabinet. Bereft of the enveloping layers that had concealed them, both Li Youhe and her father were exposed. "Nay, father will succumb to the chill," Li Youhe exclaimed, sensing the sudden absence of weight upon her. Li Youhe scrambled to retrieve the crimson quilt that had fallen to the ground, swiftly draping it over her father's form. Qian Yu, indifferent to her actions, venomously threatened, "Tomorrow, you shall hasten to produce additional garments for the factory. Otherwise, your decrepit sire shall suffer the consequences. Moreover, should I discover any surreptitious dealings involving money, be forewarned." She cast a malevolent glare upon Li Youhe, and upon witnessing her submissive demeanor, she departed with a sense of gratification. Sensing the woman's departure, Chenju surreptitiously exhaled a sigh of relief. While their discovery would pose no significant threat to him or Su Mingxue, he recognized that they were within Li Youhe's abode, and their presence could potentially engender complications for her. Furthermore, he adhered to the principle that discretion was paramount, resolving issues covertly whenever feasible. Furthermore, Chenju averted his gaze, endeavoring to distance himself from Su Mingxue's form. Upon ushering the maiden into the confined space, he had immediately discerned its diminutive nature. While it could accommodate them both, it necessitated an intimate proximity. In the urgency of the moment, Su Mingxue had even tugged upon Chenju's arm, perceiving his momentary hesitation. She acknowledged the inadequacy of their refuge, yet she harbored an aversion to imposing upon others, particularly Li Youhe, the sole individual who had extended the appellation of friend to her throughout the years. Consequently, Chenju exerted himself to prop against the cabinet wall with his arms, wary of any lapse. Even so, he and Su Mingxue remained in a near embrace. Chenju could even perceive the girl's scalding breath and the rapid escalation of her skin's temperature. Were this scene to be witnessed by others, one could only imagine the lamentations of countless young men mourning the demise of their nascent affections. Hey, Chenju, do restrain yourself. Amidst the confines, Su Mingxue furrowed her brow, uttering her displeasure to Chenju in a hushed tone. Do you think I desire this? Chenju retorted, his countenance filled with protest. Perhaps you should consider a reduction in mass. Remove yourself. I am far from corpulent. Su Mingxue maintained her assertive demeanor, though her tone lacked its initial conviction. Had these words emanated from another, she might have dismissed them with disdain. Yet, they were uttered by Chenju. From scaling the window to their current refuge within the cabinet, Su Mingxue discerned that Chenju was indeed accommodating her. Would he find greater ease in accomplishing these tasks with Lin Qingchuan or Li Youhe? The speaker's words, though devoid of malice, resonated deeply with the listener. And Su Mingxue found herself inclined to believe Chenju's assessment, at least in part. She stirred pensively, her hand gliding over her flat abdomen through her attire, then pinching the thigh beneath her white stockings. Perhaps there is a slight excess? Su Mingxue mused with a hint of doubt. What exactly are you doing now? Chenju sensed the girl's adjustment, the subtle movements grazing his chest intermittently, eliciting a ticklish sensation. However, in order to create a relatively private space for the girl in his arms, he had his hands firmly propped against the cabinet wall, leaving him with no room for movement. Thus, faced with Su Mingxue's sudden commotion, he could only endure the discomfort in his body. My arms are numb. Su Mingxue concocted what seemed to be a plausible excuse, and then resumed her original position. Qianyu outside was on the verge of leaving. All they needed was to hold on a little longer, and they could get out. The quilt hit the cabinet door, followed by Li Youhe's tearful voice. Hearing this, Su Mingxue gritted her teeth. Chenju, HM. The two, keeping their voices low, began to converse again. Due to their close proximity and the fact that Qianyu outside had all her attention fixated on Li Youhe, their conversation went unnoticed. You said just now that this Qianyu isn't Li Youhe's mother? Su Mingxue inquired of Chenju as she listened to the scolding from the woman outside. She isn't. Chenju was certain. People living here wouldn't have the slightest inclination to undergo bone reshaping for the sake of beauty, let alone end up with such a disastrous result. The two simultaneously recalled Qianyu's appearance. She was overweight, with jowls on her face. Although her clothes were fairly tidy, there was always an unpleasant odor, coupled with her yellow teeth. She didn't seem like someone who would make efforts for an attractive appearance at all. However, Chenju changed the subject, instantly capturing Su Mingxue's attention. However, what? The girl felt the warm breath beside her ear and her cheeks flushed slightly. After Chenju finished speaking, he paused for a moment, as if closing his eyes to confirm something. Indeed, her father was the man in the information. Hearing what Chenju said, Su Mingxue began to ponder. Was it that, the paralyzed man named Li Zheng who was bedridden? But didn't the information say that he had been dead for a long time? She recalled the message on her phone and felt puzzled. There must be some hidden truth inside. Moreover, it seemed that even Li Youhe might not know the truth of the matter. After Chenju finished speaking, he signaled Su Mingxue to keep silent. He could already hear that Qianyu outside was getting ready to go out. Chenju intended to observe the illness of Li Youhe's father further. The matter was too strange, and there were always some parts that couldn't be explained. Outside, Li Youhe was sitting on the edge of the bed, not daring to look up at the woman in front of her. Qianyu glared at her ferociously. Tomorrow at the factory, you stay until the last one leaves. Also, bring 2 pieces of clothes back to support the family. Hearing this, the girl immediately retorted, however. The factory doesn't allow us to take clothes away by ourselves, and if I leave last, it will be after 10 o'clock. Dad will be hungry by then. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Although she knew that she was actually very afraid of the dark and dared not walk on the night road, Li Youhe still thought of others first. However, not everyone could think of others. I don't care. Qianyu flatly and arrogantly refused. I arranged for someone to get you a job in there originally, so that you could bring back more clothes. If you can't bring them back, don't come back yourself. She showed no mercy at all. Her attitude towards Li Youhe was like that towards a stranger. No, perhaps even worse than towards an outsider. No. Li Youhe shrieked in fear. Tears finally welled up and flowed down uncontrollably. This was the only home she had, and she only had her parents. If she couldn't return here, in this vast world and the bustling Lihai, there would ultimately be no place for her to settle. A son never dislikes his mother for being ugly, nor does a daughter despise her family for being poor. No matter how shabby it was, this was still her home. If you're scared, Then bring back the clothes obediently. I want the red and gorgeous ones. Do you hear me? Okay. Li Yoha finally yielded and nodded. The teardrops sliding across her cheeks dampened a small edge of her collar. Inside the cabinet, Su Mingxue suddenly shuddered inexplicably. Chen Zhu could sense that she was trembling. This was not because of fear, but rather anger. Don't do anything stupid, Chen Zhu quickly warned. Qian Yu is about to leave. If you go out now, you'll only cause trouble for Li Yoha. Su Mingxue tried her best to compose herself. Yes, she naturally knew why she was suddenly enraged. But just as Chen Zhu had said, she couldn't go out. She herself was unable to help the timid Li Yoha, and the Su family wouldn't use their clan's power to assist a strange girl who couldn't bring any benefits to the family. So her actions would only bring trouble to Li Yoha. Upon hearing Su Mingxue's rational response, Chen Zhu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had no idea why Su Mingxue had suddenly flown into such a rage, yet for the moment, having everything go smoothly was the most desirable outcome. Inside the room, Qian Yu stared at Li Yoha for a while, as if she still intended to scold her further. However, after racking her brains for quite some time, she couldn't come up with a topic. Consequently, she could only mutter, "Hurry up and come out to cook," before striding outside. Hearing the order, Li Yoha didn't utter a single word of complaint. She promptly got up and leaned close to Li Zhang's ear. "Dad, I'll go cook right now. I'll come back to feed you after Mom has finished eating." Tears welled up again in the corners of Li Zhang's wrinkled eyes. This seemed to be the only response he could offer to the outside world. "Stop being so long-winded," Qian Yu mercilessly chided the girl. She propped her hand on the doorframe, then lifted her leg again, preparing to return to her cozy bed and relish the gentle coolness brought by the fan. "Oh, right." Qian Yu, who didn't have the habit of closing the door behind her, had already walked several steps when she suddenly seemed to recall something. Her voice carried unhindered through the air. "I've made arrangements. There's a single guy in the back alley who has taken a fancy to you. He's in his early 30s, an orphan, and is willing to marry into our family. I've already accepted the 5,000 yuan betrothal gift." Her tone was so matter-of-fact, as if she were talking about something entirely ordinary. "I have someone I like." Li Yoha tried to say something, but there was no chance for her to interject. Qian Yu's voice assailed the obedient girl like a volley of sharp arrows. "You should go to his home and get in touch with him in these few days. It would be best if you could conceive his child within these months. When you turn 20, go and get the marriage certificate right away. Such a good laborer must be tied to the family. There are so many temptations in the outside world. We can't let him slip away." Hearing these words, Su Mingxue clenched her fingers until they turned pale, and her teeth were gritted menacingly as if she were about to crush them. She tried to calm the turmoil in her heart, but Qian Yu's words kept echoing in her mind. Marriage by adoption, wedding, child. Bang. Unable to bear it any longer, the cabinet door was kicked open from the inside. Chapter 70. Save my father. The loud noise startled Qian Yu, who had just approached the bed. She shivered violently and then turned back into the room. Upon seeing the additional people in the room, she immediately understood what had happened. Li Yoha was still in a daze. Staring blankly ahead with a vacant look in her eyes, she watched as her mother walked over angrily. A glimmer of hope welled up in her heart. "Mom, I..." Slap. A crisp sound of a slap interrupted Li Yoha's words and jolted everyone present awake. Seeing this, Su Mingxue quickly stepped in between the two, shielding the girl behind her with her body. Her brows knitted tightly, and she said indignantly, "As a mother, is this how you treat your daughter? You're sacrificing her lifelong happiness for the sake of temporary petty gains." Su Mingxue saw the expression on Qian Yu's face, which was exactly the same as that of her own parents. The chilling words and the false and despicable demeanor filled her with utter disgust. Her words, however, did not immediately elicit a response. Qian Yu, while disregarding the interjection of Su Mingxue, fixed her malevolent gaze upon Li Yoha, her eyes filled with venom. "So you ingrate. You've been eating and drinking at my expense, and now you conspire with outsiders to undermine your own mother? When you and your deceased father were on the brink of starvation, it was I who provided sustenance, allowing you to survive. Now that you've grown wings, you seek independence? I tell you, Li Yoha, it shall not be." Under the woman's fierce pronouncements, tears involuntarily streamed down the girl's face once more. She yearned to offer an explanation. Yet at that moment, she found herself unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Chen Zhu, having gradually emerged from the closet, stood aside, lending an ear to the trio's exchange. He had initially prepared himself to mediate and quell the situation, for he genuinely wished to avoid meddling in the affairs of others' families. Certain matters cannot be resolved simply by determining who is in the right, nor does dominance necessarily equate to benefit. Even the most impartial judge struggles to settle domestic disputes, let alone students who have only just begun their schooling. Unexpectedly, Su Mingxue, in a sudden fit of impulsivity, caught Chenju off guard. By the time he emerged, the three individuals had already formed their ranks, leaving no apparent place for Chenju. And you, hussy, with your seductive words, you bewitch my Yoha. Qianyu, noticing Li Yoha's inaction, redirected her animosity towards Su Mingxue, who stood between them. She scrutinized Su Mingxue from head to toe. Ah, dressed so provocatively. You must be accustomed to seducing men, no? If you've got the ability, go and sell things properly. You could make quite a fortune. I'm trying to find lifelong happiness for my daughter. Who are you to interfere? Who do you think you are? Qianyu abandoned her previous humble attitude and unleashed a barrage of vulgar insults that made Su Mingxue's face flush with anger. She had simply been so enraged upon hearing Qianyu arranging a marriage for Li Yoha that she couldn't help but stand up. But upon actually coming here, she realized how useless she was. Confronted with Qianyu's unreasonable and foul-mouthed abuse, she was rendered speechless. She cast a pleading look at Chenju. The latter was at a loss. This woman, did she never think before she acted? She was clearly good at nothing yet always eager to meddle. But despite his thoughts, Chenju couldn't just stand by and watch the two girls being bullied. He heaved a long sigh and uttered emotionlessly, "That's enough." The woman's words were instantly cut off. Qianyu squinted her eyes unhappily and turned to look at Chenju. "Oh, so when it comes to your mistress, you're not happy, are you?" Chenju smiled. "If I had such a beautiful mistress, I'd be delighted indeed. But as for you," Chenju changed the subject and cast a meaningful look around. "At your age, living in this shabby place with bare walls. Every day you just flop on the bed. You have neither money nor fame. Tut, tut, tut." The mockery on his face was palpable, as if he were looking at a pathetic, insignificant clown who had achieved nothing in life. Despite their comparable ages, Chenju's experience far surpasses that of both Su Mingxue and Li Yoha. These seemingly nonchalant remarks were, in reality, laced with sharp barbs, each one striking a fatal blow. Qianyu, suddenly hit with so many sore points, was considerably infuriated. Her plump hands clenched tightly into fists, an urge to strike rising within her, but she glanced warily at Chenju. His towering figure loomed into view, abandoning her ludicrous notion. Qianyu glared at them with malice, her facial fat quivering. "Fine, very well. If you have the nerve, just wait here. TCH. We're not running away." Su Mingxue stuck out her tongue at Qianyu as she hurried out, making a face. Chenju broke out in a cold sweat. "Sis, you're giving me a sense of unreality." Chenju. Ceasing his inner grumbling, Chenju bypassed the triumphant Su Mingxue and came to Li Yoha's side. "Yoha." He gazed at the girl before him, feeling a pang of guilt. Though their initial intentions and mission were noble, the current situation was indeed brought about by her and Su Mingxue. They were both inextricably linked to it. And Su Mingxue, realizing she had been disregarded, finally understood. This matter, whether she won or lost, would ultimately victimize Li Yoha. She and Chenju could simply walk away, disregarding everything here, but Li Yoha could not. Her momentary impulse had brought immense trouble to this vulnerable girl. "Yoha, I'm sorry." Su Mingxue lowered her head, unable to meet the girl's eyes directly. At this moment, Li Yoha's head remained lowered, tears incessantly cascading downwards. Chenju keenly noticed the girl's trembling frame. Moreover, seemingly incited by the sound of her weeping, Li Zheng's body on the bed behind her was also quivering with a subtle cadence. He appeared to yearn to open his eyes, yet the only faculty still yielding to his command seemed to be his lacrimal glands. Chenju's brow furrowed in contemplation. Li Zheng's symptoms did not entirely align with the commonly observed conditions of a vegetative state or paralysis. Instead, they bore a resemblance to neural degradation. Chenju deliberated further. Neural degradation arises when neural cells, due to various external factors, lack sufficient vitality to exert active control over the body's organs. This constitutes a fundamental distinction from the other two ailments. Most simply, this is treatable, whereas the other two, in all likelihood, can only be left to fate. He scrutinized Li Zheng's physique with meticulous attention. Given his capacity to respond to external stimuli, Li Yoha's lamentations, by exhibiting perceptible tremors, it was evident that he did not suffer from either of the other conditions. Therefore, Chenju cast a sidelong glance at the grieving girl, exhaling a rough breath. Alas, throughout his life, he had been most averse to witnessing a woman's tears before him. Subsequently, his gaze solidified with resolve as he abruptly unveiled the bed covers. Chenju, what are you doing? The sudden action instantly seized the attention of both women. Su Mingxue was filled with consternation and indignation, while Li Youhe momentarily ceased her lamentations. Chenju did not respond to Su Mingxue's query, instead fixing his unwavering gaze upon Li Zheng's body. The face, arms, legs, feet. All the exposed skin caught his eye. Chenju became more and more convinced of his own judgment. In Chenju's eyes, Li Zheng's slight gesture was like two paths at a fork, one bathed in sunshine, the other shrouded in gloom. This was also Li Zheng's hope for a new life. Although the treatment seemed simple to Chenju, after making the determination, the first thing to do was not to take action. Chenju turned sideways and crouched down to level his eyes, with Li Youhe sitting on the edge of the bed. There were still traces of tears on her small face that hadn't dried. Chenju gave a gentle smile, wiped away the girl's tears with the back of his hand, and gazed at her intently. Youhe, do you trust me? Considering Chenju's sudden actions just now and his current words, even Su Mingxue realized what Chenju intended to do, not to mention the intelligent Li Youhe. Master Chenju. The girl suddenly grabbed Chenju's hand tightly, exerting force with each of her 10 fingers as if trying to let Chenju feel her determination. After a moment, she suddenly knelt down in front of Chenju, with tear-filled eyes. Please, Master Chenju, save my father. Chapter 71. Igniting the fire. Li Youhe suddenly knelt in front of Chenju, looking at him with a somewhat pleading look. Seeing this, Chenju quickly stepped forward to help her up. Youhe, get up first. I've never said I won't help you. But there seemed to be something hard to say in his words. But what? How much does it cost? I'll pay for Li Youhe. Su Mingxue was also startled by Li Youhe's reaction just now. She really didn't expect that this seemingly delicate girl would do something so extreme. At least, if she were in that position, Su Mingxue believed she wouldn't do something similar. However, she didn't question anything. Instead, she rushed ahead of Chenju to help up Li Youhe, who was kneeling on the ground, and stood with her, looking straight ahead. In front of the two of them was Chenju's position. He shook his head, glanced at Li Zheng, who was still lying motionless on the bed, and let out a long sigh. It's not about the money, nor am I being cruel and refusing to save him. It's just one of the rules of my sect, not to save those who are fated to die prematurely. Moreover, the treatment process will inevitably bring pain and risks. Besides his relatives, I also need to know the patient's own will. Chenju turned around completely and stared directly at Li Zheng's wrinkled face. The latter had his eyes tightly shut and was lying there calmly as if nothing mattered to him. But upon hearing this, Li Youhe quickly broke free from Su Mingxue's gentle grasp on her hand and rushed to the bed. The two of them quietly stayed nearby. This moment belonged to Li Youhe and her father, and no one could interfere. The girl first roughly wiped away her tears with her clothes. When she felt it was about right, she put on a happy face and carefully pried open Li Zheng's eyelids. Dad, young Master Chenju said he can cure you, but it might be a bit painful. Can you bear it? Little He Miao misses you so much. Little He Miao still wants to go to the amusement park with you one more time. The ice cream last time was snatched away by my younger brother before I could eat it. I still haven't tasted what it's like. Li Youhe's fingers were trembling slightly. It seemed as if she were complaining, and also as if she were yearning. The moment the words escaped her lips, tears welled up uncontrollably in Li Youhe's freshly wiped eyes. Su Mingxue couldn't bear to look and turned her head away. She took out a pack of exquisitely looking tissues from her pocket and silently dabbed at the corners of her eyes. As for Chenju, though he was also touched, he didn't shed tears like the two girls. After all, he had witnessed numerous partings and deaths. As a doctor, such family affairs were nothing new to him. This was not cold-bloodedness. Rather, in many situations, he had to maintain absolute calmness. It was not only for his own sake, but also a matter of responsibility towards the patients and their families. Li Youhe's sobs grew louder. Compared to her previous soft murmurs, now she seemed to be pouring out all her pent-up emotions. Dad, Mom always saves all the delicious food for my younger brother. My younger brother has grown so tall, much taller than me. He's already a real man. You'd be happy if you could see him. But, tears trickled down Li Youhe's face and dripped onto the bedsheet. Sobbing, she said, but it seems they don't like me. They always make me do so many things. When I can't finish them in time, they scold me. My younger brother has a lot of homework, and he even asks me for money and tells me not to tell Mom. That money was what I saved for your new clothes during the spring festival. She was sobbing so hard that she could hardly speak. Hearing the girl's voice, Chenju also recalled the school bag and pencil case from their first encounter. At that time, he was puzzled as to why a girl would use such a masculine and cartoonish item. Now that he thought about it, it should belong to this so-called younger brother of Li Yoha. It was just that he wondered why this boy had never shown up. Of course, Chenju didn't care about these things. He only knew Li Yoha and only cared about her. What did the life or death of others matter to him? To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Li Zheng was Li Yoha's father and he happened to come here and bring trouble to Li Yoha, even if Li Zheng were to lie in bed for a lifetime, what relationship would it have with Chenju? There were so many people in the world. Even if Chenju exhausted himself, how many people could he save? And let's not even mention those ungrateful ones. It seemed that Chenju recalled something, but he didn't say a word and quickly suppressed this wave of emotions. Li Zheng's eyeballs rolled and landed on his daughter. His hearing was so poor that he could only receive information from those close to his ears, so he knew very little about Li Yoha's experiences. But at first sight, Li Zheng saw the full-fledged grievance on Li Yoha's face. In an instant, his eyes were bloodshot. Although he didn't know what had actually happened over the years, Li Zheng understood his daughter. She was a strong girl who would be scared by any little bug and then, with tears in her eyes, tell him that she was okay. For her to cry so bitterly, she must have suffered a great deal of grievance. As a father, Li Zheng once again felt his own incompetence. Just like every time Li Yoha fed him, he always felt like the disgrace among men. However, he didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. Moreover, Li Zheng knew that if he died, Li Yoha definitely wouldn't be able to bear such a blow. He didn't even dare to imagine what his daughter might do. This body, which he often mocked, had been dragged on until now. Dad. Li Yoha's voice with a sob reached Li Zheng's ears again. Young Master Chenju can cure you. Please let him help us, okay? You can rest assured. I'll definitely compensate the young master in the future and won't let him work in vain. Just bear with it and let little here hold your hand one more time. Okay. The delicate girl lowered her head at this moment. Li Zheng stared at his daughter intently for a while and then shifted his gaze in Chenju's direction. There was deep guilt in his eyes. However, Chenju detected a glimmer of hope in them. He nodded, indicating that he understood Li Zheng's intention, and then got ready, leaving some space for the father-daughter pair. Hey, Su Mingxue, stop staring and come and assist me. Chenju commanded Su Mingxue bluntly. You. Su Mingxue had just been shedding touched tears. The sudden harsh tone made her frown. She was the honorable young miss of the Su family. How could she do such menial work that servants did? But when she saw Li Yoha's tiny back again, the words on the tip of her tongue were abruptly swallowed. Su Mingxue glared at Chenju venomously. What do you want me to do? Her words were filled with resentment, yet she still obediently came to Chenju's side. Light the fire. Chenju fiddled with the silver needles he always carried, the Fengdu order that he had taken out in the Qing River. These 108 silver needles could either take lives or save them. He didn't turn back, but directly threw the matches Li Yoha had put aside just now to her. TSK. Su Mingxue caught the matches, feeling disdainful. Did she have to do such a trivial thing? However, when she actually started, fine beads of sweat soon dotted her hair. Scratch, scratch, several times in a row. Su Mingxue failed to strike the match, not even a single spark. It seemed so easy when she saw Li Yoha do it just now. Why did it turn out this way when it came to her? Refusing to believe it. She poured out all the few matches left in the box and tried them one by one. However, not a single spark appeared until all the matches were broken. Chenju had already finished his work, and even Li Yoha had left her father's side and was quietly watching Su Mingxue. The puzzled looks in their eyes made her feel extremely ashamed. They're damp, Su Mingxue said, her face blushing. Yet she still tried her best to look as if it wasn't her incompetence but the poor quality of the matches. Chenju slapped his forehead. He really must have been out of his mind to let Su Mingxue assist him. Li Yoha walked over. She had tried her best to adjust her emotions. Seeing that Chenju had started preparing, she knew that her father had granted her request. So the girl was extremely delighted at the moment. Class monitor. Let me do it, came her joyful voice. She believed that her father would soon recover and play with her as before. With that, she picked out a match that looked relatively intact from the scattered broken matches on the ground and took the small matchbox that was almost crushed in Su Mingxue's hand. Then she gently scraped it against the dark, red edge of the box. Instantly, the flame ignited. Chapter 72. Military garb. Su Mingxue furrowed her brow slightly, sullenly turning her head aside, her face puffed up with displeasure. Chenju cast a helpless glance at the back of her elegant hair, then refocused his attention on what lay before him. The faint light of the match rekindled the candle wick that had been extinguished shortly after Qian Yuegan's arrival. and the room was once again illuminated. The flickering light cast shadows across everyone's faces. Li Yoha's still damp tear streaks glistened slightly in the light. The girl dared not waste any time, holding the candle wick up with both hands, displaying it before Chenju. The latter, with practiced movements, disinfected several silver needles in an instant and then inserted them into the acupoints on Li Zheng's thigh in the dimly lit room. The man's brow visibly furrowed. Effective. Li Yoha's eyes widened, not wanting to miss a single detail. This was the first time in many years that she had seen her father react, and without any external assistance. From this, it was evident that Chenju's claim that he could cure her father was not empty boasting. Of course, the heartache was genuine. Li Yoha saw that. As a result, a dense layer of sweat quickly formed on the man's head, soaking the pillow. To make someone who had not felt his body in so many years suddenly break out in a profuse sweat, one could imagine how intense the pain was. Su Mingxue, hearing the commotion, also curiously drew closer. However, she tactfully stood aside, without any intention of helping or lending a hand. Clearly, Su Mingxue also knew that at this crucial moment, there was no room for her to be a hindrance. Under her gaze, Chenju was swift and dexterous. In just a few moments, the dozen or so silver needles in his hand had pierced into Li Zheng's skin. The man's body movements became even more violent. Some of his muscles began to spasm, and his toes twitched involuntarily. In a short while, Li Zheng's lower body was visibly trembling. Chenju let out a long sigh, clapped his hands, and stood up. With a tone of calm indifference, he said, Su Mingxue, come here and hold the candle. You, Li Yoha, lift your father's clothes. Oh, Su Mingxue rolled her eyes and stepped forward. Li Yoha gave her a grateful look, placed the candle covered with a layer of cotton cloth in Su Mingxue's hand, and then climbed onto the bed. While the girl was busy, Su Mingxue quietly approached Chenju. Hey, Chun, are you really good at medicine? Can you even cure paralysis? Chenju rubbed his eyes. This isn't paralysis. Using silver needles was a task that highly tested one's eyesight, coupled with the lighting conditions here. Chenju had to exert even more energy to ensure the accuracy of the needle placement. Even he couldn't help but feel a bit fatigued. However, when it came to medical skills, as long as the illness wasn't too rare, there generally wouldn't be any problems. Chenju answered Su Mingxue's previous question. In the time it took to say a few words, Li Yoha had already skillfully removed Li Zheng's clothes. Without waiting for Su Mingxue to react after uttering these words, Chenju started to get busy again. The treatment on the upper body was slightly different from before. Chenju baked the needle tips over the fire for nearly 3 times as long as before. This procedure transcends mere disinfection. It is designed to facilitate a more effective revitalization of the long-dormant physique. Across the abdomen, chest, and arms, silver needles are subtly distributed upon Li Zheng's body. Each placement a deliberate action by Chenju's fingertips. Upon closer inspection, one might observe each needle vibrating with a subtle, intrinsic life. This is the trembling needle technique, an age-old yet pragmatic method. It is regrettable that Su Nanfang is not present, for he would undoubtedly clamor to apprentice under Chenju. After all, skill knows no chronology. Proficiency takes precedence. Such a long-lost technique would undoubtedly astound the entire field of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet, for Chenju, it is but one of many techniques at his disposal. Whether mastered or not, he possesses a repertoire of over 100 such methods. Its selection is merely a matter of targeted application, employing the most expedient and efficacious approach. As the final needle is placed on the upper body, Li Zheng's form seems to coalesce with them, quivering gently. His eyelids even appear on the verge of involuntary opening, twitching with a struggling tension. However, Chenju's gaze remains unwavering. He concentrates slightly, his ears picking up a discordant sound. Su Mingxue, you and Yoha must leave. No one is to enter this room for the next 10 minutes. Chenju's expression is earnest as he turns to Su Mingxue. From the faint footsteps, Chenju deduces the presence of at least 5 adults outside. The treatment, however, cannot be interrupted. If they failed to stall for time, Chenju would have to resort to some rather extreme measures. Although the end result wouldn't differ significantly, it would still bring about more or less some flaws. So at present, he could only hope that Su Mingxue would bring him some pleasant surprises. This class monitor, aside from being overly righteous and lacking in common sense of life, had decent practical skills. Hearing Chenju's words, Su Mingxue seemed to realize something as well. She stopped bickering with Chenju and instead nodded gravely. Leave it to me. After saying that, she placed the candle wick on the table in the corner of the room. Then, leading Li Yoha, who was reluctant to part. She walked to the door and gently closed the wooden door behind her. After a gentle breeze blew by and the door shut tightly once again, Chenju collected all the remaining silver needles, leaving only the thinnest one in his palm. He gently passed it over the flame. "Uncle Li." Chenju approached Li Zheng with the last silver needle. "May I address you like this?" He didn't rush into action despite the pressing time, but stopped in his tracks. "I have no idea what you went through a few years ago, or what hidden reasons you have. However, as a soldier, it's unacceptable for you to conceal information. Just think about your comrades. I wonder how many of them are still alive." In just a few moments, the sound of an argument gradually came from outside. Su Mingshue's voice, forcefully arguing her point, clearly penetrated into the room. However, Chenju showed no intention of taking action. Instead, he swayed to the side and stood in front of a pile of clothes, casually picking one out. "You don't deserve for them to shed tears because of the departure of a coward like you after risking their lives to accomplish missions every time. If you still recognize this folded military uniform in my hand, stand up right away and admit your mistake. This is an order from a major." Chenju turned around, leaving time for Li Zheng to think. The official rank division in the special group is different from that in the regular army, so there is no publicly announced position. Therefore, Chenju casually picked a medium-level military rank to ensure that Li Zheng could understand. As he expected, the moment Li Zheng learned that Chenju was also a soldier, his body trembled even more violently. 2 minutes later, the quarrel outside was quite obvious. Only then did Chenju step forward. "Stand at attention properly, and go to the army to admit your mistake by yourself. Then, make good amends to your daughter." Chapter 73. Lies. Seeing that Li Zheng's breathing gradually became steady, Chenju slowly extended the last needle forward. "With this last needle, I'll pierce your brain, which serves as the key to activate the blood vessels throughout your body. If you can bear this needle, you'll get through it. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be in vain." After saying that, by the faint light of the candlestick that was almost burnt out, he exhaled, composed himself, and inserted the needle. Outside the old wooden door was a dim living room. The already poorly lit room became even gloomier after the sun set. 2 graceful figures, one tall and one short, loomed in the shadow in front of the door. "Yuhi, your mother hasn't been out for long. Can you roughly guess whom she'll bring back?" Su Mingxue turned around and inquired of the girl beside her. Although she had vowed to make a guarantee to Chenju, to be honest, she still had little confidence at the moment. Hearing Su Mingshue's words, Li Yoha rested her finger on her chin and thought briefly. "It's probably Uncle Lu and the others. They are all workers around here and rent houses nearby. I remember they often sent some fruits to my home when they first came here. However, I haven't seen them for quite a while since I started working outside. Neighbors." Su Mingxue pondered slightly. "In your opinion, is it possible to be straightforward with them and ask these people not to obstruct Chenju?" She voiced her doubt. Although knowing the chance was slim, Su Mingxue still held out a glimmer of hope. "I don't know. Mom never let me join when chatting with the uncles before. Moreover, Mom always asked me to send the vegetables that our family couldn't finish to the uncles. It seems that they have a closer relationship." Li Yoha said so, and the implication was quite obvious. The relationship between these people and Qianyu was definitely stronger than that between them and Li Yoha, a student. Moreover, the fact that Chenju could cure terminal illnesses was definitely a secret. Although he didn't emphasize it specifically, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Su Mingxue gave a soft grunt, and a general train of thought gradually took shape in her mind. Then, her lips quivered slightly, as if she wanted to discuss her idea with Li Yoha. After all, the information they knew was still too scarce, so it was inevitable that there would be omissions. Unexpectedly, God didn't give them a chance. A sudden sound of opening the door resounded through the living room, interrupting Su Mingshue's train of thought. 5 figures appeared right after that. Helplessly, she could only straighten her back and step forward to shield the somewhat bewildered Li Yoha. With a sweeping glance of her eyes, she saw the 5 people coming. Apart from the portly Qianyu, the other 4 were not particularly burly. Su Mingxue could only vaguely distinguish their figures. She couldn't recognize their faces at all. Obviously, the 4 also noticed the 2 women blocking the door. Their steps gradually synchronized, and they let Qianyu, who led the group, step forward. She was the first to speak, shouting in a shrew-like tone to those behind her, "Lao Lu. It's this woman and the hooligan she brought. First, she lured my little here to associate with those dubious people. Now, she even wants to bring them home to do those immoral things. I just said a couple of words to stop them, and that man actually threatened me. He even said he'd kill me. Isn't this bullying me, Qianyu, just because I'm a single woman?" Qian Yu's expression was so agitated as if she had really suffered a great injustice. Su Mingxue frowned, squinted her eyes, and listened quietly to Qian Yu's words. It was clearly because of Dad. After Qian Yu's words, even Li Yoha, standing at the edge, couldn't stand it any longer and wanted to defend them verbally. But just as the words were about to come out, her delicate little hand was gently squeezed. At this moment, the only person standing beside her was Su Mingxue. Suddenly, she fell silent, and tears welled up in her eyes. He Miao, if you have anything to say, just speak up. No matter what threats that man and woman have made to you, Uncle Lu will stand up for you. A rough and hoarse voice rang out. Throughout the journey here, he had been listening to Qian Yu's endless chattering. Lu Chang could tell that there was a great deal of exaggeration in her words. However, the preconceived impression still made him hold an extremely poor opinion of Chun and the other person. So, after hearing that Li Yoha, who was originally about to speak, was interrupted, Lu Chang, who had already been suppressing his anger, became even more enraged. The last shred of relatively rational thinking dissipated in this sudden silence. He tightened his right hand, gripping the shovel, and the muscles on his arm bulged. Hey, that young woman, let go of He Miao right away. I don't care what excuses or reasons you have. Come here now and offer an apology. Then, we can either settle this privately or go through legal procedures. Otherwise, the weapons in the hands of my brothers here won't show mercy. Lu Chang shouted at Su Mingxue in a near, threatening tone. However, beneath his words, Su Mingxue, the one being intimidated, remained calm and composed. Qian Yu's words earlier had been quite clear. She didn't want others to know about Li Zheng's matter. This also removed Su Mingxue's biggest concern, only to see her speak leisurely, with not a trace of fear in her tone. Oh, so Qian Yu, you said you were going out to borrow money, but this is the answer you bring me? Are you saying that you don't intend to pay back the money? If so, we really should turn to the legal channel and have a good chat. The last few words were enunciated forcefully by Su Mingxue. Then she spread out her hands, showing Lu Chang and his companions that she wasn't holding Li Yoha. The latter remained standing upright, casting a veil of doubt over the truth in the eyes of Lu Chang and the others. When it came to the matter of money, it seemed that any explanation could find some basis. At this moment, Lu Chang and his group, who had initially come aggressively to cause trouble for Su Mingxue, suddenly lost their nerve. They had left their hometowns, traveling thousands of miles to this place. Wasn't it all for the sake of money? If they, out of a momentary impulse, delayed someone from retrieving their hard-earned money or got involved in something illegal, the sin they committed would be unforgivable. Everyone showed expressions of embarrassment. Hey, Lao Lu, you can't back down at this moment, Qian Yu said with a stern tone. Would you rather listen to this woman's empty talk and those baseless things than believe your neighbors of so many years? Empty talk? Su Mingxue interrupted. On what grounds do you think we're just spouting empty words? As she spoke, she gently pushed Li Yoha forward a bit. You know Li Yoha's character best. If I were just talking nonsense, would she be in such a state? Following Su Mingxue's words, everyone shifted their gazes to Li Yoha. Although the light was dim, the figure of the girl with her head down could still be faintly discerned. Ordinarily, although Li Yoha was gentle, she was by no means the kind of person who would compromise in pain in the face of villains, especially in matters related to her family. Qian Yu was so angry that the fat on her face quivered. However, the more exaggerated her performance was, the more skeptical the people around were of her words. In the eyes of everyone, Su Mingxue's words were becoming more and more believable. Chapter 74. Replacement. The spotlight was on Qian Yu. She had stayed at home for a long time and rarely interacted with others. At this moment, being refuted by Su Mingxue's words, she felt like a scholar meeting a soldier. Lu Chang and the others also loosened the tools in their hands, witnessing this farce with no idea how it would end. Well, what now? Su Mingxue crossed her arms, with a teasing smile in her eyes. She then took out her phone, clicked on the dial up button, and held the lit screen in front of her. The white glow of the screen was extremely dazzling in the darkness. Aren't you talking about taking legal action? Call the police then. Are so many adults afraid that a student like me will run away? The people standing opposite the two girls looked at each other, but no one made a move. The more arrogant the other side seemed, the less they dared to move, especially when it came to the legal aspect. Who would dare to be careless? If you don't call, then I'll do it for you. Su Mingxue withdrew her hand and then tapped 3 numbers on the phone. She typed slowly, as if deliberately giving them time to react. Just 1 second before she was about to click the dial up button, Lu Chang finally couldn't hold back and stopped her with a booming voice. Wait, miss. He walked up to Su Mingxue with an apologetic smile on his face. He had long since given the shovel in his hand to someone else. Let's talk things out nicely. We just came here to see what the situation is. Look at how this has turned out. Hearing the other party relent, Su Mingxue revealed a triumphant expression. She envisioned Chun Zhu's astonished countenance upon his emergence, filled with admiration. He would undoubtedly be utterly astounded by her capabilities. Su Mingxue remained oblivious to the reason behind the emergence of such sentiments for the very boy she detested. Humph. You think it's not? It is, she retorted with a hint of pride. I shall summon the authorities today and witness whether they apprehend you or escort me away. Her words carried an increased sense of intimidation. However, Lu Chang, upon hearing her pronouncement, displayed not a trace of impatience, but rather a genial demeanor. Young lady, your uncle and his comrades were truly unaware of the circumstances. We are all upright workers, and we cannot engage in activities that contravene the law, wouldn't you agree? Lu Chang had already adopted a humble stance, yet Su Mingxue seemed to show no appreciation whatsoever. Observing Lu Chang's subservience and Su Mingxue's assertiveness from the sidelines, Qian Yu's fingernails had nearly pierced her flesh. She had never anticipated that the originally favorable situation would be disrupted by the seemingly ornamental girl before her. Moreover, she had been relegated to a moral nadir, thereby restraining Lu Chang and his companions behind her. They had originally been her support, yet now they stood frozen in place, hesitant to take a single step. Suddenly, Qian Yu paused momentarily. Morality? Regardless of whether she possessed such a thing, even if she did, it was entirely irrelevant to the current situation. After coming to this realization, a malevolent expression gradually surfaced on Qian Yu's face. Very well, go ahead and call them. Her tone suddenly became lighter. Since entering, she had been led by the nose by the girl before her, and Li You's behavior had made her furious. When Qian Yu calmed down, she finally realized where the subtle sense of incongruity had come from all along. She was not in debt, so why should she follow the other party's train of thought? If she had the ability, she would really call the police. The crime of trespassing was not a major one, but it was a significant mistake for a student. A moment of carelessness could lead to punishment or even detention. Thinking of this, Qian Yu became even more unscrupulous. Call the police. Aren't you going to take us away? Why don't you call? Hurry up and call. This. Su Mingxue hesitated. She naturally knew that she could not really call the police, but now she had forced herself into a dangerous situation. If she admitted defeat now after being so aggressive for so long, the lie would be exposed instantly. Lu Chang, after all, was also so old, and he instantly caught the change in Su Mingxue's attitude. His tone gradually became stronger. Little girl, we are all honest people. It's not good for you to lie like this. He watched Su Mingxue's phone screen light up. I knew I shouldn't have celebrated prematurely. Su Mingxue thought with a hint of regret after hearing the words. But with a wolf in front and a tiger behind, she could only bite the bullet. Who? Who said I didn't dare? Su Mingxue glanced at Li Youha, who was at a loss beside her, and then looked at Lu Chang, who was a few steps away from her. With a ruthless heart, she thought, take us away, then take us away. At worst, I'll lower my head to my family. Even though she considered herself a member of the Su family, she doubted those individuals would permit her detention by the police. While contemplating this, her slender fingers moved to press the dial button. Enough. A group of grown men. Why harass a young girl? Just as she was about to dial, a strong hand seized Su Mingxue's wrist. Chenju's gaze was natural, showing no pressure from the multitude of opponents. And you, Chenju said, not forgetting to mock Su Mingxue. So many ways to stall for time, and you chose the dumbest one. If the others weren't so dim-witted, your acting wouldn't have held them back for even half a minute. What? Qian Yu instantly flared up, no matter how dense she was. She could not miss the disdain in Chenju's words. However, Chenju ignored her anger and proceeded to instruct the two women. Yoa, take class monitor Su inside first. And I'll call you when things are settled outside. Okay. Li Youha's tone could not hide her joy. Chenju's appearance here indicated that her father's treatment was complete. The prospect of her father's recovery and their trip to the amusement park together was one step closer. How could she not be happy? She reached out, pulling at Su Mingxue, who had been protecting her, wanting to follow Chenju's instructions and enter the house with her. I want to stay here with you. Feeling her clothes being gently tugged, Su Mingxue remained unmoved. You don't need to. If you say so, then so be it. Su Mingxue took the lead, opening the door and entering the house with Li Youha. This sudden move left Chun Zhu momentarily speechless, and the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Chenju? Well, this woman, has she changed? What he didn't know was that Su Mingxue never held high hopes in this matter. Ever since she learned that Chun Zhu could treat illnesses, what occupied her mind was another matter of greater significance to her. But that's a story for later. It seemed even the moonlight was reluctant to shine upon this place. After the two women went back into the house, Chun Zhu slowly turned around and gazed into the darkness ahead. His eyes had long adapted to this environment, and the faces of the several people across were clearly imprinted in his mind. Excluding the rather plump Qianyu, the rest of them looked haggard. People in their 30s or 40s looked as old as those in their 50s or 60s. They were wearing work uniforms with blotches on them, presumably lime from the construction site. Chun Zhu let out a faint sigh. The negotiator has changed. I'll handle the rest. Chapter 75. Eavesdropping. Chun Zhu stared directly at the group of people. He calmly watched Qianyu, who was in a fit of rage, and Lu Chang and the others who were standing there awkwardly. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Chang took the initiative to speak. May I know your surname, young man? What? Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Lu Chang's humble tone. She angrily questioned, Brother Chang, didn't you promise to back me up? How come you're siding with those brats now? Lu Chang was at a loss for words, and Chun Zhu also remained silent. Only Qianyu kept chattering non-stop. Hey, Lu Chang, how can you go back on your word? In retrospect, when you first arrived, my family extended considerable assistance. Are you now exhibiting ingratitude? Silence. Lu Chang rebuked those behind him. He, too, was experiencing distress at that moment. As a migrant worker, gratitude was a principle they had always upheld. But given the present circumstances, Lu Chang gazed at the young man before him. Prior to Chun Zhu's utterance, none of them had noticed him. Even if his figure was difficult to discern in the night, what of his footsteps? Lu Chang's expression was grave as he stamped his foot on the cement floor of the hall. A soft rustling sound persisted. This was why Lu Chang was willing to disregard sentimentality to restrain Qianyu. The flooring of a bungalow differs from that of a high-rise, especially in this alleyway, where most homes have merely a thin layer of cement. With an uneven surface and scattered sand, moving without making a sound is no easy feat. Lu Chang had only encountered someone capable of such a feat once before. It was when the big boss came to inspect the construction site, and even his bodyguard's footsteps seemed inaudible. But that was on a noisy construction site, whereas now, they were in a silent room. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the back of Lu Chang's head. Lu Chang, what are you waiting for? Seize him quickly and apprehend that sharp-tongued little wench as well. If you allow them to escape, I will hold you solely responsible. Are you even listening to me? Shut your mouth. Lu Chang finally lost his patience and roared. You talk and talk. Am I not talking? He was exasperated by their recalcitrance. How could Qianyu be so oblivious to the current state of affairs? This young man is undoubtedly more than meets the eye. Chun Zhu, observing Lu Chang's predicament, smirked knowingly. He nonchalantly bypassed Lu Chang and approached Qianyu. What do you want? Qianyu retreated slightly, a sense of trepidation washing over her, silencing her. The 3 or 4 grown men around her offered no solace. Several others were inclined to intercept Chun Zhu, but upon witnessing Lu Chang's impassivity, they abruptly halted. A cryptic smile played on Chun Zhu's lips. Gentlemen, he remarked, would you be so kind as to grant this lady and myself a modicum of privacy? The men behind Qianyu exchanged glances, and upon seeing Lu Chang's subtle nod, dispersed. Qianyu's gaze flickered, unable to meet Chun Zhu's eyes. It's quite all right. Madam, Chun Zhu whispered into Qianyu's ear, the room falling silent save for a faint rustling. Moments later, Qianyu's eyes lit up. Is what you say true? Absolutely. Chun Zhu replied. He stepped back, moving to an open space in the hall. Mother of Yu, our uninvited visit is indeed impolite. We assumed the school had informed you, but it appears this is not the case. Since hearing Chun Zhu's words, Qianyu's face had been wreathed in smiles, her small eyes twinkling. Oh yes, we were notified. It's just my memory failing me. It's all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Look at the predicament this has created. With that, she clapped her hands together and, turning towards Lu Chang, who was behind Chun Zhu, she said, Brother Lu, I am truly sorry for this inconvenience and for making you come all this way for nothing. I won't keep you for dinner today, but next time, I will certainly visit to make amends. Qianyu chuckled, the corpulent flesh on her face quivering with each movement. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang was visibly relieved. He was unaware of the exchange between the young man and Qianyu, but the welcome news was that he and his comrades would seemingly not have to confront him. Regardless of whether the other party was as he suspected, he believed that it was better to avoid trouble. Well then, you discuss your family matters. We won't meddle here. With these words, Lu Chong hastily led his bewildered entourage away from Qian Yu's residence, as if avoiding a plague. Once they had departed, Qian Yu awkwardly approached Chen Zhu and said, "Well, Xiao Hemiao and the others are inside. I'll remain outside. If you require anything, just let me know. Please, don't hesitate to treat this place as your own home." Chen Zhu nodded slightly and proceeded directly back into the house. Inside the room, Su Mingxue was pressed against the door, eavesdropping intently. Strange, why is there no sound? Did the negotiations fall apart? That shouldn't be the case. With Chen Zhu's capabilities, this matter should have been a foregone conclusion. Li Youha, seated on the edge of the bed, shifted her gaze from Li Zhong, her heart still racing with excitement. "Mingxue, isn't it improper to eavesdrop on young Master Chen Zhu's conversation? Such is the peculiar nature of the relationships between young women. Two individuals who were strangers to each other just half a day ago might become inseparable confidants after a few hours." Hearing this, Su Mingxue earnestly admonished Li Youha. "Youha, it's because you're too timid that you're so easily bullied. Moreover, I haven't done anything wrong. It was Chen Zhu himself who told me to stay in the room. And now I'm just staying here," as he said. Li Youha was rendered speechless by her words and could only nod half, comprehendingly. Just as the two girls were engaged in conversation, the old wooden door was pulled open from the outside. At this moment, Su Mingxue's attention was fully focused on instructing Li Youha, and she didn't notice the slowly opening wooden door at all. "Ah!" With a startled cry, Su Mingxue's graceful figure fell towards Chen Zhu, who was walking in from the outside. The latter had already heard the noise behind the door and more or less guessed the situation inside the room. So he quickly dodged to the side, leaving Su Mingxue plunging head first towards the ground alone. "Chen Zhuyu." At the very moment when the feeling of weightlessness hit, Su Mingxue still managed to curse at Chen Zhu. However, when she was only 5 centimeters away from the ground, her fall suddenly stopped. "Damn." Chen Zhu grabbed the collar of Su Mingxue with one hand like seizing a chick, preventing her from clearly uttering the last word. Looking at her hair that had swept the ground, she turned to glare at Chen Zhu, grinding her teeth in anger. "Chen Zhu, you." Bang. Chen Zhu showed no mercy. As he loosened his right hand, Su Mingxue's delicate face made a close encounter with the ground. Although the distance was so short that it might not even scrape the skin, Su Mingxue, who had grown up surrounded by everyone, had never suffered such humiliation. Ignoring the pain on her face, she suddenly stood up, wishing to tear him to pieces immediately. Chen Zhu. Chapter 76. The unfortunate Su Mingxue. With a magnificent turn, Chen Zhu dodged the kick that Su Mingxue was determined to land. Hey, class monitor. Being so violent will make it hard for you to get married," Chen Zhu quipped with great interest. "Bullshit. There are so many guys chasing me in school that the line could stretch from here to the other side of the sea." Failing with one strike, Su Mingxue slapped at Chen Zhu, but the latter easily grabbed her wrist. She tried to pull her arm back forcefully, but Chen Zhu's hand was like a pair of pincers, making her cheeks flush with embarrassment in an instant. "Let go of me." Knowing that she was no match for Chen Zhu in terms of strength, Su Mingxue was quite annoyed. Chen Zhu tilted his head and looked at her. "Still want to fight? No more. Still going to eavesdrop? No, I won't." Su Mingxue also knew that her little scheme had been seen through. Like a deflated balloon, she was no longer haughty. Seeing that it was about time, Chen Zhu finally let go. Unexpectedly, ignoring the faint pain in her wrist, Su Mingxue's eyes fixed. Her slender and graceful leg, accompanied by a faint whistling sound of the wind, kicked forward instantly. However, the next second, as if there were still something unfinished to handle, Chen Zhu didn't hesitate at all and turned around, walking towards Li Youha and Li Zhong. Bang! Su Mingxue's kick missed, and losing her balance, she fell to the ground, propping herself up with both hands. "You, Li Youha." Chen Zhu walked to the bedside. Just as he was about to tell Li Youha something, he immediately heard a loud noise in his ear. He slightly turned his head, with a calm look on his face. "Happy New Year, monitor. I'll give you the red envelope next time." Then he continued to turn his head towards Li Youha. Hearing Chen Zhu's instructions, Li Youha nodded obediently and firmly remembered the precautions that Chen Zhu told her. Her two small hands tightly grasped Li Zheng's palm, full of calluses. The fingertips that twitched from time to time seemed to hold all the dreams of her tiny heart. A few minutes later, after Chen Zhu took one last look at Li Zheng's state, the conversation finally ended. Li Youha whispered and repeated what Chen Zhu said to him. After getting an affirmative answer, she looked in the direction of Su Mingxue. "Sir, about Mingxue. It's okay. She's not injured except for her heart," Chen Zhu said indifferently. Oh. Li Yoha naturally detected the teasing meaning in Chenju's words. She nodded and walked over to Su Mingxue in small steps. At this time, Su Mingxue was sitting on the small stool where she had been at the beginning, with her back to everyone and her arms hugging her knees. Just as Chenju had said, she wasn't injured, but she just felt a burning pain on her face. Li Yoha squatted beside Su Mingxue. Even when squatting, her petite figure was still a bit lower than Su Mingxue, who was sitting on the low-footed small stool. Mingxue at that. Li Yoha was still thinking about how to comfort Su Mingxue. Actually, the sir and I didn't see anything. She had a flash of inspiration and came up with a reason that might cheer Su Mingxue up. Su Mingxue didn't raise her head. However, she said, "I'll kowtow to him, cow." Ultimately, she couldn't face this matter directly, with a sob in her tone. In order to avenge herself, she even resorted to a sneak attack, yet was still easily overpowered by Chenju. Su Mingxue slightly lifted her head and stole a glance at Chenju from the corner of her eye. At this moment, Chenju seemingly guessed what Su Mingxue was thinking and walked over casually. "Oh no, it's not my fault. You tripped over your own left foot. It has nothing to do with me," he shrugged indifferently. This time, the psychological defense that Su Mingxue had propped up for so long collapsed again. With a wail, she buried her head in her knees once more. In the silent room, only the last chirping of summer crickets and Li Yoha's continuous consolation remained. After a moment, Chenju estimated the time and stepped forward to gently kick the stool leg. "Come on, it's time to go. If you don't leave, your family will get worried." Su Mingxue remained unmoved. Chenju sighed deeply and said, "Get up within 3 numbers, and I'll tell you what happened outside just now." "Really?" Su Mingxue jumped to her feet instantly. Curiosity instantly overcame her concern for face. Anyway, there were only a few people here. Li Yoha wouldn't spread the news. And Chenju didn't seem like a big-mouthed person. It wasn't going to be that embarrassing. At least, that's what she thought. Oh, it's fake. Seeing Su Mingxue stand up, Chenju dashed out without caring whether she would follow. "Hey, you have to keep your word." Seeing Chenju leaving, Su Mingxue didn't even care about being angry and quickly followed in his footsteps. Having ventured forth several paces, he recollected himself and hastily bade farewell to Li Yoha. Li Yoha waved her arms in the background. "Mingxue, young master, safe travels." Chenju did not turn back, but gently waved in the air. "Remember to attend school tomorrow." "Yes." Li Yoha nodded emphatically, watching the two disappear around the corner. Chenju and Su Mingxue walked on the broad avenue. The bustling traffic on both sides, illuminated by the dazzling lights, appeared prosperous and lively. "Chenju, please slow down." Su Mingxue had only paused to tie her shoelace, but Chenju had already exceeded her by a distance of 7 or 8 meters. However, Chenju merely stared at his phone screen, showing no sign of slowing down. Helpless, Su Mingxue could only jog to catch up with his pace. "Chenju, you have a phone. Why didn't you take it out when we needed light earlier? Didn't you refrain from doing so as well?" Chenju retorted, turning off his phone. "My phone is out of power," Su Mingxue explained, "and, moreover, Li Yoha's family is not well off. Such luxuries might make her feel even more inferior." Chenju followed Su Mingxue's words. You know all this?" Su Mingxue asked him suspiciously. Upon hearing her say this, Chenju smiled instead. "I should say, I am rather astonished by your emotional intelligence. Get lost." Su Mingxue blurted out without reservation. After speaking, she gently patted her chest, taking deep breaths continuously. Don't be angry. No one will replace you if you ruin your health. Angry people develop wrinkles. Angry people age quickly." Su Mingxue felt somewhat vexed. Why did Chenju's words always manage to hit the mark and irritate her precisely? It seemed that after she deemed her emotions to be in better control, she finally struck up a conversation with Chenju again. "What on earth happened outside just now? What did you say to Yoa's mother that made her attitude change so drastically all of a sudden?" Su Mingxue recalled the look on Qian Yu's face when she was about to leave the door, and a wave of nausea welled up in her. It was like a person who had been starving for 3 or 4 days suddenly saw a wild takeaway in front of them, which happened to have both food and drink. It couldn't even be called eagerness. It was a kind of fanaticism. Su Mingxue shivered involuntarily. Chenju kept walking. "Want to know?" "Yes." "How much do you want to know?" Su Mingxue was at a loss for words. Then she used her hand to draw a big circle in the air. "I want to know this much." Her expression was solemn and earnest, as if she were really answering the question Chenju posed. Chenju glanced at Su Mingxue's behavior, which was both amusing and exasperating. He shook his head, heaved a sigh, and stopped teasing her. 2 weeks' worth of homework. Deal.